Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Gallis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Penguins, they won on Monday against the Kings. They've got a game tonight against the Anaheim Ducks on the road. 10 p.m. is the start time of that game. Then they don't play it all over the weekend. Their next game is going to be on Monday. They're going to play the San Jose Sharks after they play the Ducks tonight. And that's also going to be a road game, the final road game for them against the Sharks. Let me try that again. Their final road game of this road trip. And that'll be against the Sharks on Monday. So they've got two before they go play the Predators on Saturday, the 1st, at home. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
In 2012, Chad and Jeremy were cracking beers and chatting in a bar in downtown Bozeman, Montana. This profound conversation was the start of the world's most refreshing beer company that gives back to the community while celebrating the outdoors, having fun, and being ridiculously awesome. Montucky Cold Snacks, a snackable light beer that's only 102 calories per 12-ounce serving. On your next outdoor adventure, don't forget the snacks. Montucky Cold Snacks, available at better beer retailers, taverns, and restaurants. Cheers.
Since 1980, Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank has leveraged the power of community to achieve lasting solutions to hunger and its root causes. Today, nearly 300,000 people in southwestern Pennsylvania are food insecure. Now more than ever, we need your help to ensure our neighbors have the food they need to thrive. Just $1 can provide enough food for up to 3 meals. Donate today at pittsburghfoodbank.org. That's pittsburghfoodbank.org. Fitzer Toyota is a proud sponsor of Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You need to go talk to somebody. What happened at that hospital? It wasn't right. And you had something here. You need to call the dog. This a medical malpractice. You see, I'm your doctor, so I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. When you went into that hospital, they told you it was just a headache, but that wasn't a headache. You had a stroke. Do you hear your speech? It's slurred. That was a stroke. That wasn't a headache. You understand? Gotta call Top Dog. This is top dollar. This a medical malpractice. This is top dollar. Any accident, big or small, life or death, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's a cold morning, but it's warmer than it was yesterday, and that is a small victory indeed. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is The Fan Early Morning Show. The pre-show to the morning show, pre-show to the morning show, which starts the day of all the shows on this station. So we're here, warming you up to the day in sports with this show. Happy to be doing it. Still jacket weather outside, but it's definitely either I got used to the cold or it's warmer than it was yesterday. Let me check the temperature too while I have a minute here. Just to double check, because yeah, it's 10 degrees. You believe what a difference that makes. I mean, it was 3 below yesterday morning. Now it's 10 degrees this morning, so much more pleasant. And the high is supposed to be 28 today, so much more pleasant day coming at you. I mean, if you don't like the cold, it's still going to be rough, but for me, you know, I went outside and I'm like, man, this is bearable. Yeah, it's amazing what 13 degrees, what difference that makes. So still stay warm. It's still cold, but it's not like dangerously cold now. It doesn't feel dangerously cold outside. And the roads, at least from the local ones here in Green Tree, they looked okay to me. They've, you know, no slipping, no ice from what it seems. So at least in this area. So just get out there, just be safe. But it seems like conditions have improved drastically from the last couple of days. So that is good. All right, shall we talk sports? 412-928-9370. Give me a call. Anything you want to talk about. Life's kind of boring without the Steelers being a good football team. You know, so I can only say it so much. Again, if you want to be one of those people that calls in, I've had plenty of callers call in this week and say fire Tomlin. Totally understand. You can do it. But it's not gonna do much for us right now. Just gotta wait till next season and see what fans do to respond to the monotony that has been the Steelers these last several years. But admittedly, life's boring. It's no fun. Everything's no good, and I don't know. I said this. I've been saying this all week too. I'm just gonna more or less embrace the losing because it is kind of fun. But with no football to talk about right now, it is kind of lackluster. We'll talk more about the conference championship games in the NFL coming up tomorrow. I'll make some predictions. We can talk about each team. And if you want to talk about them today, that's fine. But there is something that I wanted to go over first. An opinion I didn't realize, maybe an opinion about something that happened recently in sports. So we'll get to that. Penguins have been on a long road trip. Their last game was against the Kings on Monday, where they won 5-1, which was a surprise. They've still lost more than they've won over, you know, a long stretch of games. I think their last 10, that's what they've lost 7 of their last 10, something like that. I'd have to count, but they're not doing as well. They're still toward the bottom of the Metropolitan Division, but I mean, a win there that inspired Jason Mackey to say he wouldn't be surprised if the Penguins made the playoffs. It is a close race in the division, too. I mean, all teams are kind of down-ish this season. I mean, the top teams are the top teams, and then everybody beyond the top 3 is close. So, who knows? But 2 more road games on this road trip. They're going to play the Ducks tonight at 10, the Sharks on Monday. Then they've got a pretty long break. They won't play again after that game against the Sharks until next Saturday, the 1st. They play the Nashville Predators at home and then play a 2-game homestand before traveling again for a short period of time. So, hockey season's moving. Penguins aren't all that exciting. Pittman's basketball's on a losing stretch here now. They won't play again until Saturday. It's a couple days, not too long before I have to wait to see them. They play Syracuse on Saturday. So, and then Sunday's Conference Championship Sunday in the NFL. So, I mean, that's what to look forward to for the weekend here in sports. Just teams want them to improve. So right now, it's out there. 412-928-9370. Get a phone line. Talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's my handle. If you want to type something out, I do respond to those as well. If you don't have time to hang out on hold, you can still reach me through typed sent messages on X or posts. But tag me in a post at Callis_33, CALLAS_33, and I do respond to those as well, and I do look at those. So feel free to use that as a medium of communication with me this morning. But somebody is on the line and wants to chat now, so we will start with a caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Morning, I'm Dave.
Go ahead.
Hey, Tomlin is what he is, and he's not going to change the way he does things. The biggest problem with the Steelers is Art Rooney. You know, he has become okay as long as his purse strings are being filled. He doesn't care. I really don't believe that he cares about getting back to the standard that his grandfather and his dad. I just don't think he cares. I never thought I'd hear myself say it, but I keep hoping that he'll sell the team. He's the problem. You know, complacency that's Bruni's middle name because he's okay with what's going on.
Yeah,
David. Anybody?
Well,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Anybody who I believe that Tomlin did a nice job. They bring up his Super Bowl. They bring up getting to the one that he lost. Those are Chuck Noll. Those were Bill Cowher's teams.
That opinion's been flying around more lately.
Those were Bill Cowher's teams. Bill Cowher put those teams together. They handed him a Cadillac and said, "Just sit in the seat. We got this." I mean, really, in all honesty, the teams that he had with Ben, Le'Veon Bell, Antonio Brown, those defenses, he should have won 2 more Super Bowls.
Yeah.
But he is not an X's and O's coach. He's just not. And he brings in people that are subservient. No fresh ideas. He runs everything on that team. He is the common denominator in everything. Whether it's the offense or the defense, it's just, I'm 57 years old. I've been watching the Steelers for, good Lord, 45 years. And I have never, ever seen the Steelers anything like this. And if he says the standard is the standard one more time, I'm going to throw up.
Dave, I thank you for the call. Thanks for waking up this morning and listening, and appreciate the expression of your opinion. Absolutely. I get you. I can agree with pretty much most of that. Yeah, I understand. Crowley talked about this, though. I mean, people who say that Tomlin won with Cowher's players, I understand, too. Like, that's not a new revelation. But, I mean, if you want to say that, if that makes you feel better to say that, that's fine. I don't mind as much. But, yeah, I mean, we may very well be learning that over the test of time here, that the Steelers were put together well, and Cowher put together a solid team with the rest of the Steelers management and front office that was around during those times, and Tomlin was a good enough coach to get along with the players and win a championship and then get to a Super Bowl with, in another year, right? So he's been to 2 Super Bowls, won one. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to say that Tomlin won with caliber players, I mean, sure, you could be right. But again, that's just like saying we need to fire Tomlin, right? Like, we know. So it's not like that's a totally new point, but I mean, I'm not going to discredit that. It's just like, okay, it's we know, now what? We got to make something different's got to happen, and we all recognize that. So I understand that as well. And yeah, does Rooney care about winning as much? I mean, I know, just to put it in baseball terms, I know Hal Steinbrenner of the Yankees got a lot of flack because he wasn't perceived to be as aggressive as George Steinbrenner, the previous owner of the New York Yankees till he passed away. 15 years ago now? That's wild to think about. But yeah, they said Hal was a little soft businessman trying to capitalize on profits, right? I mean, he got the same scrutiny, and that scrutiny's kind of gone down now because they made it to the World Series this past year. They didn't win it, though, so there's still, aggression in New York. But that's the way I think of it, and I never thought I'd think of Art Rooney like that because the Rooneys really did feel like they were just trying to win and do the best they possibly could to get to Super Bowls at any cost. And while the Steelers were winning playoff games, it was hard to criticize any of ownership. But 8 seasons, 8 years is a long time. Long time to keep doing the same thing and think that you're smarter than everyone else or think you can win with your own brand. There ain't no winning going on with this brand that's there right now. It's just not. And there was no hype up to this playoff game this season because I think everybody got it. Like, everybody knew. So if you want to point the finger at ownership, I mean, absolutely. I'm with Dave and I'm with anybody else who says that the Rooneys may be a little more focused on the income every so often from owning this team rather than actually putting together a product to win or sacrificing taking risks in over a few seasons to figure some stuff out, and risk that losing season to then get assets that can help you win in the future. It's just a risk taking that's the thing. It's not about making decisions to play things safe. Sometimes it's about taking risks to figure out, who are your guys, who's your quarterback, who's your running back, who's whoever. Like, putting in guys who you think have a lot of promise. Or maybe just to see, like, okay, like a Justin Fields, for example, like his career's on the brink of being, I think, washed. Or being, I guess, a bust, right? From being a top guy, top pick to not really panning out. Like, give him a season where it's just like, here, let's do some weird stuff. Let's do some stuff that's been unconventional from our habits that we've usually had. Like, that kind of thing. Like take some chances on players or use some young guys in there and just give them an entire season where it's just like, okay, let's see what you do. But the Steelers aren't going to do that. They're going to be constructed to be just good enough. And that's going to be it. They're going to do just good enough. They're going to make the playoffs, and everything's going to feel fine. But it's not fine if there's no hope for advancing in the playoffs. If they even make it one year to the next. Because they've also barely missed a few times throughout the years. So that's how I look at it. So I understand Dave and his frustration, and I'm totally fine saying that Art Rooney may be more focused on money than winning. Again, I mean, for the past 8 seasons, if we've been interested enough to follow, through to the playoffs, then he's still making money. I think that the thing is now, Steeler fans got to wake up, and when we go into next season, like if the team's not better constructed or the team's not, playing and winning games securely, yeah, maybe don't go to games. Maybe don't follow as intently. Maybe don't let your feelings get don't let your feelings get strong for the team throughout the season, and then we'll see. And Doug Whaley, I bring him up all the time because he said this on one morning show. He's on every Wednesday from 9 to 10 with Crowley and Dorn on the morning show. But he's said this before, return on investment is what could, make or break players. Return on investment could be what, makes or breaks coaches and a coaching staff. Are fans not buying in anymore because they don't like certain players or certain coaches? And that's really it. So, if fans are not as invested, I do believe changes are going to start to happen. So that's really all that we can. Really all we can do as fans is just not invest if we don't believe that. If we don't believe in the team. And it seems like we're all in a unified stance right now where we don't believe in this team as currently constructed, and I don't think any more patching with good defensive players is going to, or the signing of more over-the-hill veterans, I think is going to satisfy our needs because we just know it's not going to be good enough. Steelers have to get a little younger. Steelers have to get a little more risky. And only when they do that do I believe personally that they'll have a chance to do anything when the playoffs come around. 412-928-9370. You can get a phone line as well. I love to rant about the Steelers. I think you've caught on to that by now since you've been around enough. But you can get a phone line, 412-928-9370. You can give me a call. We can talk about anything Pittsburgh sports related. There is one thing that happened in sports generally that I want to talk about coming up next. Just a quick opinion, nothing earth-shattering, but maybe you will think it is because I'm on the other side of what is considered the popular opinion on this matter, so we can talk about that coming up next. But get a phone line, talk about anything you want. As it relates to sports, this morning, that's what this show's about. Also, expression from fans. So 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X at Callis_33 as well if you want to send a message typed out, preferred to waiting on hold. At Callis_33 is my handle. That's CALLAS_33. Tag me in a post, and I do read those as well. I do pay attention to my accounts during this show. So any words you want to say, anything you want to express, if you don't want to get a phone line, talk to me through there on X, on socials. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. Be right back. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major problems or accidents to report. Traffic on all three parkways as well as Route 28 pretty much up to speed. However, we do have a water main break in the South Hills. Watch for restrictions on Crane Avenue approaching Banksville Road. Some of that spill off down onto Banksville, which could produce some icy spots. So definitely be careful. Keep your speeds under control there. HOV lanes yet to open alongside the Parkway North and the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here. New year, same great stuff from Schultz Ford as always. All the great locations.
Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and that new store. Not so new anymore. It's doing so great down in Wheeling. And always online at schultzford.com. You want a truck? You head to Schultz Ford, one of those great locations. F-150s, so many of them. You know what I drove for a little while that I love? That Ranger. That is something. It really is. And work trucks, they got a ton of them. Explorer, go get one. The service is incredible. The selection, the inventory, just can't be beaten. It just can't from Schultz Ford. Richard Bazzi and his staff are going to do so much to make you happy. So, listen, if you're looking for a great new Ford, go to schultzford.com and check it all out, see what you want, or one of those great locations. Schultz Ford, and you can't go wrong, and always online at schultzford.com.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And you can work out your way on your time at any convenient location near you. Most open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends January 31st. See Home Club for details.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Don't miss a night of action-packed wrestling with Little Mania Wrestling at Jurgles on January 29th. Don't miss your new favorite wrestlers. Get in the action with ringside seats. These guys are fast and will have you laughing all night long. You've never seen a show like this. Come join them for a truly unique experience. Little Mania Wrestling, January 29th at Jurgles. Get tickets now at jurgles.com. Another Drusky entertainment event.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Talking sports into Berg. Early.
Good morning, sir.
Back now to more of the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Eric Callis, and this is the Fan Early Morning Show. Walking you up to the Sports Talk day. Before the sun comes up. Much warmer than it was yesterday. 10 degrees outside right now in the general Pittsburgh area, which is a 13-degree improvement from where it was yesterday. So enjoy that. It definitely feels warmer. I ran outside this morning, and I was like, oh, not as bad. Not dangerously cold. It's just regular cold. Talking Steelers, talking NFL, talking all kinds of stuff. Had a caller call in last segment. If you'd like to get a phone line, they're open, 412-928-9370. I do have something that I want to talk about, however, that was something that's been in the news recently, Major League Baseball Hall of Fame voting. So there's been a big discussion. I didn't realize this was as big of an opinion until Crowley started talking about it yesterday on the morning show. Unanimity in voting, right? Like it feels special when a player gets 100% of voters to vote for, or to cast one of their votes on the ballot to that particular player. I don't understand. I mean, it is fun to talk about, like it's a fun talking point. Like, oh, okay, Mariano Rivera was unanimous. Before that, Ken Griffey Jr. had the highest percentage of voters. Ooh, there was always that strive for having that unanimous vote for a player. And then when it happened, it was huge news, and then we've kind of gone backwards where it's been like, some players they've gotten close, but it hasn't been quite the 100%. I don't know. I don't understand why that's so focused on, like, nobody in Cooperstown. Like, I've been to Cooperstown. I was there in 2011, so several years ago now, but it's not like there's just this giant signal of like, oh, this many people voted for this player, so I personally don't understand the anger behind what the percentage is. Like, I understand it. Let me take that back. I understand why you may be inclined to be upset, but when you really think about it, like, is it that big of a deal? I don't think so. I mean, Ichiro's still getting into the Hall of Fame, and it is what it is. There's no greater honor from one player to another just because their vote was not unanimous. Their plaque's still in the Hall. There's still that honor that they get for the career that they had, and that's all that really matters to me. Personally, it doesn't really bother me that he wasn't a unanimous selection. Now, I mean, I do also know that there may be other players, too, that you want to elect because they haven't been on the ballot as long, and maybe you want to cast your vote to give that person, their last chance, because you only be on the ballot for so long. So maybe this individual thought that there was just other players that deserved it in, maybe their later years than Ichiro did in his first year on the ballot. Aside from that point, literally every other voter decided to put Ichiro on their ballots, and he's in. So, is it a huge deal? I don't think so. Now, do I think it would be a good thing for this writer to come forward and explain? Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm curious. There is that curiosity, like, yeah, why? I mean, Ichiro is Ichiro. He is one of the most complete players that has ever played Major League Baseball. He had clutch power as necessary, but obviously his best-known trait was his contact and his speed. And he was a great outfielder. Very well-rounded player. Great, at fielding and great at throwing. So, right, like, what's the big deal there? So, I do have questions. I mean, I think it would be beneficial to understand why this one writer said, nah, not going to vote for him this time around. Totally understand. But, like, am I going to lose sleep over that? No. Am I going to be overly furious about that? No. I'm not going to be overly furious. Like, I didn't even think I don't think it was that big of a deal. It didn't strike me as a big deal until Crowley brought it up, and then I thought about it, and I'm like, yeah, I kind of agree with Crowley, but then I thought about it more, and I'm like, I'm really going to let this bother me that much? No, I don't think it's going to take away from Ichiro's honor to not be a unanimous vote. Everybody who watched baseball knows that he is indeed one of the best. And that's really all that matters to me. Is, we get it. He's a good player. Would have liked to see a unanimous vote, but that doesn't take away from his honor it still doesn't take away from the player that he was, just because he wasn't a unanimous selection. All right, I'm out of time. That's it for today. Tomorrow, we'll talk more about the NFL playoffs because there's 2 more rounds to go, plus the Pro Bowl games. Woo! That'll be happening over the course of the next couple weeks. So I'm not a big fan of those, but we'll see how they play out this year. But we'll talk more about Conference Championship Sunday. That'll be coming up. We'll preview those 2 matchups, talk about who I think is going to win and who I think is going to lose. And you're welcome to express your opinion as always. That's coming up on tomorrow's show as we get into the weekend. Maybe be able to react a little bit to the Penguins too. We'll see how they do against the Ducks. Again, the Penguins play tonight at 10 o'clock. All right. Till tomorrow, my name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Morning Show coming up next with Crowley and Doran.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. We know this about pro athletes. They train all the time to perform better on the field. It takes a lot of time and effort. What, though, would you say if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. And Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Your partner wants you to do this. They might not say it, but they want you to do this. You got to try it. Blue Chew's tablets, they're like a performance enhancement for the bedroom. They can help you get extra confidence when it is time to perform. You can turn oh no into oh yes. You know what I'm talking about, fellas. So if you could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom when it's time to perform, visit BlueChew.com. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual fuel-required classic car dealership World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster. Presented by Motor Mania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen her on parade. Now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Farm Truck and Asian from Street Outlaws. And see their sleeper Chevy Farm Truck Racer. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you can try it for free. Simply call us today at 1-800-942-8302 or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, we can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDK listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
With the new year, you can achieve your goals, change your brain, change your life with Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist, Dan Vitchoff. If you're an athlete, you can develop focus. He's worked with Olympic champions. You can get the same with the PA Hypnosis Center. Call today for a no-obligation consultation, 724-934-8446, 724-934-8446, the PA Hypnosis Center. Call now.
It's 2025, and it's time to get your home zero-resified by calling your cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Take 24% off all services for this month when you call 412-701-1188 or book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
Get your kids up and active at the Heinz History Center's NFL Play 60 training camp on Saturday, February 1st. Test their skills at the football toss, 40-yard dash, and more. It's free for kids thanks to Dick's Sporting Goods. Get your tickets today at HeinzHistoryCenter.org.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A couple of water main breaks to be aware of. One in Shaler Township on Parker Street near the intersection with Kohler Street. So watch for some delays and possible runoff making the roadway treacherous. Same story for Crane Avenue approaching Banksville Road. Crews on the scene there. Some of that runoff onto Banksville making it treacherous as well. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. And the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North and the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
It's the Fan Morning Show pre-show. Crowley, Dickerson, Callis behind the glass, and on the TV to the right, the Three Stooges.
One of my favorites.
Really?
Oh, yeah, I think I've seen every episode.
You're a Three Stooges fan.
Love it. Love it.
I could see how people would have liked it back then. The whole slapstick thing doesn't work for me anymore.
I mean,
how many times can you hit someone over the head with what he just hit him with there?
Yeah, a little tray.
Yeah. He's always trying to stick his fingers in his eyes.
They're just so dumb. And it's hilarious. They were like 5'1".
One thing I've picked up just with the cursory watch going on over here is they're smoking cigarettes the entire time.
Yeah, just the whole time.
The whole time. Callis, how you doing?
Good. I like the Three Stooges.
I don't want to talk crap on the Three Stooges. It just isn't something that I would pick up now and be like, I'm going to watch the Three Stooges.
I mean, it ages pretty well for how old it is. I mean, this is like the 1930s.
Maybe I need to give it more of a shot.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. For just like a light heart, like a light day when you wake up on the weekend, if it's on, you're drinking your coffee and you just want to start your day off in a good mood. It just gives you a little chuckle.
I don't have to think too hard when I'm watching.
No.
Sometimes that's what you want. Sometimes you just want to laugh.
I got a whole bunch of episodes on DVD.
Really?
Me too.
Yeah.
Not VHS?
No, they came out with like a legacy collection a few years back.
How many seasons or episodes are there? A lot?
There's a lot. There's different characters that have gone in and out throughout the years. I mean, you have Shemp, you have Joe, Curly. Those three change, but Mo and Larry usually stay the same.
Same Mo, same Larry.
Yep.
Different other one. What's the other one?
Curly, Shemp, and Joe.
Shemp.
Curly's the funniest. He had an alcohol problem.
In real life?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Gone too soon? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Oh, they all were, I think. They all, yeah.
That's because they're smoking 24/7.
Right.
Mo and Larry lived a pretty long time.
Did they?
I think Shemp outlived them both, too. Mo died in 76, I want to say.
What
75.
the hell?
I think it was, 75, 76.
This is a huge blind spot for me. You guys just rattling off Three Stooges facts.
You think 76? I think it was 75. He passed away. It's funny.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
75.
Dang.
It's hilarious. Guy died in 1975.
I mean, he was born in 1897. That's a long life.
Yeah.
78 years old.
I'm sorry. I can't watch a show where one of the main characters was born in 1897.
Well, I watched some stuff, too. A lot of their physical comedy was, it was actually physical. Like, they actually hitting themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And that didn't do well for Curly, at least. It was, mixed with the alcohol stuff, it probably.
So you're telling me because they smacked him so much on camera, he died young? Is that what I'm picking up?
That mixed with a lot of other stuff. I mean, that's kind of.
My man lived through Prohibition.
Yeah.
That would suck.
Yeah.
Imagine one day you get home from work and you're like, I'm going to have a cold beer. And then the next day you get home from work and now you're a felon.
Yep.
Because you drank a ice-cold Pilsner. Texter, Curly was the best.
Yes.
I like the Three Amigos.
Never saw it.
See, there you go.
Who's in that? Like Billy Crystal?
And Steve Martin.
Steve Martin.
Yeah.
Like him.
Yeah. Steve Martin, man. Hilarious.
Yes.
You ever watch that fairly new show, Only Murders in the Building?
I watched the first season. I think I watched the whole entire season. I watched a lot of it, though.
Those guys are dynamic together.
With
Martin Short.
Martin Short. Yes, they are very good. And then you have Selena Gomez. Right?
Selena Gomez really good in that.
Mm-hmm.
Texter, Curly was a big animal advocate and a big dog rescuer.
Yeah, he had a bunch of dogs. He loved dogs.
Like he's Cruella? No, I guess Cruella wasn't.
She didn't like
She
him.
did not like the dogs. Really anti-dog, that Cruella. But she smoked a lot.
With the long, what's that thing called?
Text us what that's called at 412-928-9370.
Pencil cigarette?
The long cigarette holder.
Yeah.
Because you don't want your hands smelling because you're too rich and uppity.
The Cruella with Emma Stone, the newer one that came out like a couple years ago, maybe during COVID, it is so good.
Really?
Oh, it's so good.
I can't do it.
Why?
Too much dog hate.
The dogs aren't the main character in this. Like, they're in the movie.
It's about her.
Yeah. It's almost like a prequel to the dogs, kind of, in a way. But the dogs aren't really the main character in this one.
It's kind of like her origin.
Yes.
Why'd she turn out to be such a...
Yeah, I don't want to give it away. It's a good movie. You should watch it. For real.
Listen.
I'm telling you.
I ain't watching Cruella.
Watch it with your daughter.
I'm sure it's good, but I have a long list of things I need to catch up on. I don't think Cruella... Yeah, exactly. I don't think Cruella's jumping to the top of the list. Texter, Billy Crystal was not in the Three Amigos.
Oops. Who am I thinking?
Another texter. First time, and I mean this. Shut up, Adam. Three Stooges. Show them some respect.
They're the best.
Martin Short, Steve Martin, Chevy Chase. The Three Amigos. Amigos. I made him the Amigo store, and I'm like that mayor from Philadelphia.
Amigos. Think about playing in a movie and almost 40 years ago with somebody, and then 40 years later, clearly, you're in a TV show with that person, like Martin Short and Steve Martin.
And they're doing this stand-up tour together.
Really?
My dad went last year. He said he was peeing himself the whole time.
Really?
Yeah. It was hilarious.
E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles! Let's go, birds!
What the hell happened to her?
Yes.
We might have to play that every day. We were supposed to, and this is my fault, play that Jameis Winston clip every day at the end of the show. But
yeah.
Then Christmas break happened, and I forgot he existed.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
That's all right. We're all good.
Not following through.
It's all good.
We were talking about LimeWire before the show. Back in the day, you wanted to listen to a new song. Wow.
Do you know about that, Callis?
Matchbox 20 came out with a new song. I'd love to listen to it. You got to download. It takes 4.5 hours. And you're also going to get every virus known to man on your computer. Like, you need to really want to listen to that new Killer song so bad that you're willing to have to buy a new computer to do it.
It was either like, hey, go to the mall, and what was that CD and DVD store in the mall? Like, it was either go there, get some money, buy the CD, or should I wait a whole entire day to download one song? Like, that was a predicament that I was in. Like, do I want to download Nelly Ride With Me, or do I want to go buy the CD? I'd rather download it, risk my computer crashing out, download it, and it's going to take 6 hours. Or do I go to the mall? What was it? Not Radio Shack, but what was the store called with all the CDs and DVDs in the mall? Forget.
Radio Shack.
No.
412-928-9370. No.
Oh, that was wow.
No, I came in.
That was the first one. That was the OG.
Yeah, it was. And then they got sued, and there was that whole deal. But I came up on the LimeWire.
You came up on the LimeWire.
Download all kind of stuff on Yeah. LimeWire.
Mm-hmm.
You really want to take a risk.
Yeah. Shut the monitor off. Download what you got to download. So it looks like the computer shut down.
Yep.
So your parents will just go on the computer and they're like, computer shut down. Don't want to wait to turn it on. But the monitor is just off.
And you do it, or at least I would do it overnight.
Yes.
You got to think ahead on that one.
Yeah. Unplug the big speakers, the two big speakers on the side of the computer.
Dangerous.
So it doesn't just blast out.
FYE,
moaning.
people are saying, by the way.
Yes, thank you.
Moaning. You would take a relationship to the next level back then by burning a CD for a girl.
No doubt.
Like, you would put together 15 of the greatest love songs you could find, or just whatever you were into, she was into. That was love, baby. Then you take out the Sharpie and write it on the front with the Love Mix 2001.
Like, I've burned CDs before. I just can't remember right now how I did it. Like, how did we burn CDs? Did we just, I mean, Callis, you obviously would know, but like, did we just insert the CD in the CD holder of the computer, and then there was like a system that we had to download to burn the CDs? And oh wait, you know, we would slide the song, click slide.
Yeah.
What we downloaded to where the CD drive pulled up. That's what it was, right?
My cousin used to, you know my cousin.
Yeah.
He's a nut job, love him to death. He used to burn DVDs. Those bootleg versions where someone would have the camera, they'd be standing up in the back of the theater, and so it'd be the middle of the Titanic, and Jack and Rose are about to get it on, and just you'd see the shadow of some big fat guy standing up, and you're like, damn! I think he used to buy drugs in college by selling burnt DVDs. Yeah. Not like hard drugs, just marijuana.
Yeah.
Texter, I listen to the Three Stooges every morning. I won't say which one is Curly Crawly. I don't even know what that means.
What? He's comparing us to the Three
Well,
Stooges.
I got that. I don't know, but then he said I'm Curly. I don't know who Curly is.
Curly's the one with the shaved head. He's the funniest one.
Your name is Curly, and you don't have hair.
Yep.
All right, I could get on board with these guys. That's funny.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big blind spot for me, these Three Stooges.
They're funny.
Here's a text. Woo! This ain't that way back. How about getting Netflix movies in the mail? Dang.
Did
you ever do the Red Box?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That was Friday night, get a bottle of wine. I mean, shoot, man, this wasn't even that long ago. My wife and I were together. I mean, that's 18 years.
I mean, this was like 2012. Redbox was pretty big.
Yeah. I actually read recently that the Redbox isn't owned by anyone.
It's like a service, like right? Isn't it like a giant eagle will buy it?
Right. And so now there's a lot of Red Boxes that are still out there that aren't operated,
Right.
and no one's come to pick them up, so they're just like attached to the supermarket.
It's like a deserted amusement park.
Yes.
Vending machine-ish, but without the
Yes. Yes. We used to do that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
All the time. You go, you'd stand there in the cold for like 10 minutes. If it were me, that looks good, bang.
Yep.
But you go with your wife and you're standing there for 10, 15 minutes, your fingers are going numb. What are we going to watch tonight? Oh, I don't know. This looks cute. Damn it.
I mean, I think the golden day and age was, and Cal's probably missed this too, was just going to like
Blockbuster.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Instant Replay. I had a store like right by my house. Instant Replay. And
Family Video.
Family Video.
Let me tell you this, no, I remember Blockbuster very well, and when I found out you could rent video games from that place, I went nuts.
Yep.
I used to try to peek behind the curtain in the adult section, which, like, thinking back on it now, you don't want to touch those. I don't want to touch. Also, you had the rewind policy. A lot of times people wouldn't rewind them. So if you would go and this is gross, but if you would go and you would rent an adult movie and you pop it into your VCR, a lot of times you'd pick it up where the last person left off. If you catch my drift.
Wait, so you've rented one of those movies before?
It was more of a joke. Like, go.
Oh, okay.
See if they'll give it to you whenever you're 15 years old. And by give it to you, I mean the VHS, you know. Blockbuster was great, though. You would go and there was nothing better. Like, I can't spend $40 on a game, but you would go rent a game, You'd beat the game. You'd give it back. It was a simpler world.
It was.
Just tremendous.
Mm-hmm. That was the Friday. As a young person. It was a great Friday. You get a movie, maybe 2 movies in a game.
Your pals come over.
Yep.
You laugh.
Yep. Get a box of Swedish fish or something.
Oh!
Mm-hmm.
Get on the sticks.
Great.
Damn, was that the best. The Pittsburgh Steelers, by the way, they're basically Blockbuster, but we'll get into that in the first segment of the show. Texter, please be kind. Please rewind. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you remember? You ever do this? This is a great text at 412-928-9370. Going to the Giant Eagle daycare called the Eagle's Nest, then renting from Eagle Video. The 90s were crazy. You ever go to the Eagle's Nest?
No, but I used to rent from Eagle Video.
Eagle Video for sure.
Mm-hmm.
My mom would drop me off at the Eagle's Nest all the time, which had to have been a petri dish of disease.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
But, I mean,
the rando kids just hanging out because your mom takes an hour and 45 minutes to shop.
Well,
How long do you have to shop to leave your kid in the supermarket daycare, for God's sake?
It is a nightmare shopping with kids, though.
It is.
A nightmare.
Oh, my daughter wants something every time. Every aisle. I want this. I want that. I need this. I need that. Maybe I'm a bad dad.
No.
My mom could spend 90 minutes in a supermarket back when we were growing up. It was tough.
Which is, I've never spent more than 45 minutes getting groceries. I cannot imagine being in there for 90 minutes. Unless it's like Thanksgiving, I guess, and you're cooking for the whole family. I just can't imagine spending that much time. How do you not, do you not know what you need?
Right. That's probably what it is.
Do you
right?
not know your way around?
They look. Whoa. Excuse me. Sorry. They lure you in, I think, with she's just like, oh, look, I didn't know this was here. I didn't know this was here either. Look at this whole aisle of stuff I didn't know I might need.
I don't want to paint with the broad brush, but this is a man-woman thing. I just can't imagine not wanting to go in and get out as fast as I can.
Yeah, they take
That's
their time.
the challenge.
They take their time.
Because they want the cheapest stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They're price comparing. They're couponing.
Like, I look, if I have to buy a box of pasta, I'm just grabbing the penne pasta.
Yeah.
Like, Rochelle, when she buys a box of pasta, it has to be, like, this brand of, like, this type of penne that's made with this, and she's reading the box and make sure it's the right type of one, and then she's buying that box of pasta. Me, I'm like, okay, that looks like penne, I'm getting it.
Right.
And do you know how many times I've come home with a box of pasta and it's the wrong box of pasta? I'm like, how? You told me to get spiral noodles.
These noodles are in a spiral.
Right. Like, and then, no, that's the wrong
Looks like
type.
the rotunda at Heinz Field. I think I did a good job.
Like, I mean, that's probably what it is. The little things that men just clearly don't.
You know what I did for Christmas? You ever had the Chex Mix with the white chocolate in it? What do they call it? Crack or something?
Mud or something.
Yeah, something like that. Whatever it is. And my wife said, go and buy white chocolate. So I go, and they're out of, like, cheap white chocolate. So I bought, I don't know, 7 bars that were like $6 a piece. It was like high-end white chocolate.
Yeah.
I got home, she lost it on me.
I would think that was a great idea.
If I came home without no white chocolate, I'm getting crushed. So I bought the expensive white chocolate.
You improvised.
I did.
You used your mind.
I did what I had to do.
Like, I need to get white chocolate. How do I get white chocolate if everything is out that in bulk or whatever, white chocolate? I'm going to just get bars. I think that's very smart.
Thank you.
Very smart.
It's going to get melted either way. And then people were talking about how good it was. I said, that's because I got that that high-end white chocolate.
Right. She was yelling at you. Like, I mean, I thought that's a good gesture. You're like, you know what? They didn't have it.
She killed me for it.
And I figured out a way.
She's like, why's the bill $125? What? You spent $60 on white chocolate? I don't know.
You told me to get white chocolate.
If I come home without white chocolate, I'm sleeping on the couch. I'm going to Blockbuster Video for my own personal tickle time. If I'm sleeping on the couch. All right.
Yeah.
That was a pre-show, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Pre-shows lately, we've been slapping.
Mm-hmm.
And now we got to talk about sports, which is fun, but not really in Pittsburgh right now. Pat Bostic going to join us from 7 o'clock until 10. The voice of the Pitt Panthers, Bill Hillgrove, at 7:50. Jeff Hathorn off, so we'll try to have a good segment today at 7:35. God only knows what's going to happen. But we start the show with the NFL equivalent of Blockbuster Video, and that's the Pittsburgh Steelers in 30 seconds, Bank.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
All right, everybody cancel your Friday plans. AMC's got back-to-back National Treasure doubleheader tomorrow.
That's big.
Get yourself a bottle of wine, 6 hours of some historical fiction nonsense with Nicolas Cage.
I couldn't get into it.
What?
No, I tried.
You went back and tried to watch National Treasure, and you're telling me you weren't hooked?
I was not hooked. I did exactly what you did. You put on Rocky for like 5 minutes, and you couldn't get into it, and I couldn't get into National Treasure. I did the same thing.
They blow up a boat in the first 5 minutes. How do you not get hooked on that?
Couldn't do it. Can't take Nicolas Cage serious sometimes.
Sometimes I watch a Nicolas Cage movie, and I can't get it out of my head. Oh, hey, that's Nicolas Cage. Right. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I get that. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We went over Jim Rooney's comments with Ross Tucker yesterday for a decent amount of time on the show. And then I heard more from Jim Rooney. And there's no way we can't get into this. Jim Rooney, Art Rooney II's brother, how much say does he really have in the organization? I don't think very much, but he's in the inner circle. Here's what he had to say about Steelers fans and how they might deal with going through a rebuild.
They'll burn the city down if we go 3-13 for 3 years in a row, but that's generally how you get one of those top guys. I mean, occasionally you get lucky, and occasionally you make the right trade decision. But there's more examples of not getting lucky and not making the right trade than there are other. Again, I don't want to be making excuses, but it's an interesting dilemma, and I would rather have Art and Mike and Omar, the guys in charge, trying to solve it, than the opposite.
I don't believe that he is correct. I think Steelers fans are so fed up with the status quo that they would live with a bad season or two if they thought that it was headed in the right direction. That's what Doug Whaley talked about yesterday when he was on with us for an hour. The Steelers are afraid, and that's what I heard there was fear. They are afraid to take 2 steps back to take 3 steps forward, or 1 step back to take 2 steps forward, whatever the damn saying is. They're afraid to regress, to then progress. And you just can't be that way. What I'm hearing there from Jim is you don't want to be bad to get one of those quarterbacks because there's no guarantee that those quarterbacks will be good. He's right. There's no guarantee. Of course there's not. But if you don't do it, you're not going to win Super Bowls anytime soon. You're going to be stuck in purgatory land. That is a man speaking, as far as I'm concerned, for an organization saying that they are scared to enter into the wilderness because they're afraid to go to like before 1970 when things were really bad for the Steelers. They are content with being the 14th best team in the NFL because the alternative to them is, oh my God, I don't know what's going to happen. And I don't think that's a way to operate a franchise.
I think opposite of what you're thinking, I think people would lose their mind. And I think that if we break this down and try to get the details of why they possibly would be afraid, it would be because of that reason and losing interest and losing the number one thing that they're in this business for, and that's making money. Like we talk about all the time, the Steelers never have that problem of putting butts in seats, of viewership, of people, wanting more of the brand. If they were to go 3 years at 3-13, they, in their mind, in Rooney's mind, would risk losing money. And that's why they're scared, in my opinion. I don't know if they're scared of just making a football move necessarily, but I think that they're afraid of, okay, like if we do bottom out and we do go this route, do we lose interest? Will people even want to come to games because they know this is what we're doing and they know that we're bad and we won't be able to fill our pockets? That's kind of but I also do think that people would be totally upset year in, year out.
I think it's column A, column B. You have been good to great to mediocre for 25 years. Haven't had a losing season since 2003. And so let's say you do go 3-14 for 3 consecutive seasons. I think there's probably a fear of the unknown in terms of fan interest, what happens to attendance, what happens to merchandise sales. And then I also think there's a legacy element of that where they've been consistent for 25 years. That's where Jim was not wrong. They have been consistent and better than most for 25 years. And I do think there's this concern of how the legacy when Art Rooney II is done will be viewed.
Yeah.
Like if now we're bad and I'm stepping away, because he's probably getting close-ish to stepping away, if I hand this thing over and we're bad, how am I going to be viewed? I do think those two things are legit. So I will agree with you on that. I think Steelers fans, though, are at the point, maybe 3 years is extreme. I think the majority of Steelers fans would say, if we suck next year and then it leads us to a quarterback, I'm fine with it. But I'm interested in how Steelers fans feel, and we'll open it up to you at 412-928-9370. People get on my case all the time. I have a few verbal crutches. I'll say ad nauseum. I'll say forest through the trees. But I do think this is a forest through the trees thing here. Do you want to go 10-7 next year, or would you rather go 6-11? And if you go 6-11 in a better quarterback draft class next year, maybe you get your guy. The last time they had a losing season, it led them to Roethlisberger. That's not a coincidence. So I think Steelers fans, in a short term, I think could handle it.
I think you brought up something very, very good right there. Very good. And it's something to really think about. I mean, how many more years does Art have left? I think around 3. That's just me. But it's not going to be another 10 years he's going to be owning and the president of this team.
No, he's 72 years old.
Right. So what's to think about in this situation is who is next in line to take over? Danny Rooney, his son, who's about like 34 years old. How do you want to leave this franchise for your kid? Do you want to leave it with stability of going 10-7 every single year? That's stable. Or do you want to tear it down so he can build it back up, but have the resources to build it back up whenever the time comes? I think that's very fascinating because the years are they're slimming down for Art II, and he's going to hand it off to his son at some point, probably in the near future. But how do you want to leave this situation? And I think that's probably a discussion right now of what the Steelers are. Is that do I want to leave this for my kid to run this next generation of the Steelers franchise with a 10-7 stable franchise right now that wins and is in the middle every single year, or do I want to just tear the studs out and let him build it back up and give him the resources to build that house?
Right, and you got to dig out from a mile of crap. But that's not necessarily what would happen, right? That's what they think. They think, if we're bad, it guarantees nothing, and then all of a sudden you're just bad. Which could happen. Which could happen. But I'm not satisfied with this 14th in the league crap anymore. I can't do it. And maybe that makes me a spoiled Steelers fan, and I think Steelers fans probably are spoiled. But they compare themselves now, at least according to Jim Rooney, and we'll hear what Art has to say maybe at the end of this week, maybe at the end of the month. They compare themselves to the rest of the league. Here's the mean. We're above the mean. They need to compare themselves to what they used to be. Because what they are now is 8 straight seasons without a playoff victory, 6 postseason defeats in a row. They have not been competitive in those football games, been outscored 73-0 in the first quarter. Everyone knows the numbers. That's what they are now. And compared to some of these really poorly run franchises in the NFL, like the Jets would take that. The Bears would have taken the last 8 years. There's a lot of franchises. The Browns, even though they beat you in a playoff game, they'd probably take the last 8 years. Okay, why are we comparing ourselves to the bottom half of the league and not to what we used to be? The standard used to be we're trying to compete for championships. Now the standard is we're above the mean? That can't be it, man. It can't be. And sometimes you need to take a step back to take a step forward. And my plan isn't even to try to go 3-14 next year. It's to do a little bit of both.
Mm-hmm.
It's to keep yourself relevant while also setting up for the future. And that's it's a very tough. It's a tough line. We're seeing the Penguins, they tried to do it. But that's why I would consider doing things like, I would definitely trade George Pickens. I would consider trading an Alex Highsmith. You've got Herbig, still a good player, impactful pass rusher. Can you get a pick or two for Alex Highsmith while still being fairly competitive next year? Can you get a pick for George Pickens or two? Yeah. While augmenting the roster at the wide receiver position, can you be competitive and then also get some draft equity? You can do both, but you're not going to do those kinds of things if next year you're trying to win a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
Like if next year you're trying to win a playoff game, you might keep Pickens. You're definitely keeping Alex Highsmith. I don't need to do that. Can you be competitive and yet take a little bit of a step back? Maybe you're 8-9, maybe you're 9-8, and you've got more draft picks.
There's no way, and you know this.
They're not going to do it.
No. There's no way underneath Tomlin that they would ever settle for something like that. Every year they think that they have a chance to win a playoff game at least. So they're never going to even go that route. And it's probably very hard to settle with yourself that give away good assets to get hope assets in return, too. Like, that has to be a tough thing to wrestle with. It's like I'm going to give away all my good or a lot of my good players to get a younger, hopeful good player while we're still staying afloat in this business.
That's exactly how they're going to view it. That's exactly how they do view it. All you need to do is listen to Jim Rooney. That is how they look at this. Let's Band-Aid over our roster holes every year. And Mike Florio hit on this yesterday with the PM team. I thought he said it really well. They are going to patchwork their roster every offseason to try to give themselves a chance to win a playoff game.
Yep.
But that's not how you get closer to winning a Super Bowl. Alex Highsmith's not going to be part of a team that wins a playoff game next year. He's not. That would be the best case scenario, though. Maybe you get a Houston in round one and you win. But you're not winning a Super Bowl next year with Alex Highsmith. You're not winning a Super Bowl next year with George Pickens. So you need to start looking to the near future. I'm not saying this needs to be a 5, 6, 7-year rebuild, but can it be a restructuring? I think that's what they need to do.
Mm-hmm.
And they can do it. But they think they're closer than they are, or they're just content with where they are, even not thinking they're closer.
I think it's both.
Yeah.
They think that they're close. There's a couple players away, but they also are content that, you know, if the season ends the way that it has the last 2 seasons, then they're fine with it because they know that people are going to show up.
They're better than average.
Yep.
We see it with the Penguins the last 2 years. I mean, there's been this groundswell of excitement when they pushed to the playoffs. They were as mediocre can be. When the Pirates are around it, people show up. And the Steelers have built a lot more trust equity than those two franchises. So if those franchises can put butts in seats with mediocrity, then so too can the Steelers. And they have. Not a good place to be. 412-928-9370. Are you okay with a step back to attempt to take 2 steps forward? I won't even say a step back guarantees 2 steps forward. So we'll frame it that way. Are you, as Steelers fans, okay with a step back to hopefully take 2 steps forward? 412-928-9370. You can call us on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins have a road game tonight. They're going to play against the Anaheim Ducks, and that game is scheduled to start at 10 Eastern. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Winter, snow, ice, cold temperatures, they wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. And there's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call the Pickle Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They are experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacements, they can do that too. No job is too big. No job is too small for the Pickle. 724-515-5551. They're answering phones 24/7 today, or call thepickle.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You need to go talk to somebody. What happened at that hospital? It wasn't right. And you had something here. You need to call the dog. This a medical malpractice. You see, I'm your doctor, so I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. When you went into that hospital, they told you it was just a headache. But that wasn't a headache. You had a stroke. Do you hear your speech? It's slurred. That was a stroke. That wasn't a headache. You understand? Gotta call Top Dog. This is top dollar. This a medical malpractice. This is top dollar. Any accident, big or small, life or death, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See yourself in the new 2025 Kia K4 LXS and lease for just $195 a month, or purchase with special low APR starting at 2.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. See what you get free: lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Call for details. 412-856-2100.
What are your plans this winter? Snowy walk in the park? Curl up by the fire with a nice book? Get stuck in the hospital with COVID-19? If that last one isn't in your plans, and surely it's not, then consider getting an updated vaccine. Because if you're 65 or older, you're 14 times more likely to be hospitalized with COVID-19 than someone under 50. So get your updated vaccine and make the most of this winter. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Welcome to Staples.
I am so pumped. My business is going to kill it this year.
Awesome. How can I help?
First, a new computer.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you save big on tech.
And new posters.
Save on custom printing, too.
And,
a new chair?
A chair? Who has time to sit?
Maybe all your new clients?
Now you're talking.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you'll find huge savings on custom prints, storage, chairs, and tech. And now save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, price lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Partly sunny today, the high 29.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Coit. Incredible 50% savings on all Coit cleaning services. Hurry, call Coit now and save 50%.
This
Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Last week, Ichiro Suzuki was elected to the Japanese Baseball Hall of Fame. Yesterday, Ichiro was the first Asian-born player voted into the one in Cooperstown, and he was only one vote shy of unanimous. Other new members of the National Baseball Hall of Fame class of 2025 are Southpaw CC Sabathia, also a first ballot selection, by the way, and lefty closer Billy Wagner. Congratulations, guys. Job well done. I'm Boomer Esiason.
What's up, football fans? BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you could be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then, place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot subject to rules. See BetMGM.com. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets are unrestricted reward bonus dollars that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush, finally waking up. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. Inbound Parkway East delays building at Edgewood Swissvale down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while the Parkway West is heavy past the Banksville merge point into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Route 28 and the Parkway North main line are up to speed. HOV lanes are open. Meanwhile, in Shaler Township, an earlier water main break has closed Parker Street in both directions between Seuss Road and Kohler Street. Also watch for an earlier water main break affecting Crane Avenue near Banksville. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Oh, sweet Caroline. That reminds me, Pat Bostic in from 7 until 10 today. It was his birthday 2 days ago.
It was.
I did not know that.
36.
36.
He's a year younger than me.
A great man. Happy birthday to Pat Bostic. I'm going to tell him to his face. I found that out via Facebook. Facebook is good for two things anymore. Number one, birthdays. And number two, figuring out which relatives to avoid based on their political opinion.
Yes. Good point.
I have a friend from college who wrote, I mean, if you would print it out on standard paper, he probably wrote like a 10-page political dissertation the other day. I'm like, my brother, there is no way a single person read that thing from top to bottom.
No.
You did that for you, and that's fine. Do what you got to do. But there's no way anyone's spending their time reading a random Joe's thoughts on politics that's going to take me 47 minutes.
Exactly right.
Anyhow, I totally digress there. You can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And a texter had a great way to phrase the question. Would you rather take one step back for the chance at one of the quarterbacks in next year's draft? That's a way to look at it. 412-928-9370. We'll take some calls on that in a second. When I say I'll trade Pickens and I'll trade Highsmith, I think my preference would be to get picks next year and not this year. And that's a hard thing to wrap your head around because you think, oh, man, we can improve this year. You get an extra second-round pick. You get an extra third-round pick. I mean, you can really turn your roster over year. I want a couple extra picks next year because it might help me get that quarterback in what's supposed to be a deeper quarterback draft.
Well, it depends on if Justin Fields wants to come here and how long they sign him for. We'll know where they think and they stand because they're the Steelers aren't going to pay somebody and then draft a quarterback that they're paying a decent amount of money to.
I saw a projection from Pro Football Focus. Or Russ, which we'll get into because he talked on Pat McAfee yesterday, and oh boy, do I have thoughts on that. The projection for Fields was 1 year, $11 million, basically backup quarterback money. You could have him on that deal for 3 years, and I'd be totally fine with it.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely fine with it.
That's like what Trubisky was getting, right? Something like that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and I think Darnold was 2 for 10.
Yeah.
Or 2 for 20, so 10 a year.
Yep.
If Justin Fields is getting that cash and he turns into your franchise quarterback, you are cooking with gas. And if he doesn't, he's just making good backup money.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we could all see that he's one of the better, if not the best backup quarterbacks in all of football.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my preference. Steve in the car wants to chime in on this. Good morning to you, Steve.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Steve, doesn't it feel like a warm summer day out there? It's like 15 degrees warmer than it was yesterday.
It does feel warmer, definitely. I think it's going to warm up. It's going to get better.
That's right, buddy. What do you got for us?
You know what? I think we could have asked the same question before this season, but, it's going to be torture again for us, I think, this season. It's almost like we keep doing the same thing wrong over and over. But I'm with you on the draft picks, but I want someone else besides Tomlin and Arthur Smith and Terrell Austin. I just see too much of the same thing happening, and our standards are too low. Steeler Nation, we want the Lombardi. We just don't want to win the division, go on the playoffs at home or on the road. We want to go all the way. We're not going to do it, I don't think, with Tomlin, Arthur Smith. You look at the 4 remaining quarterbacks and look where we're at. Look at our offensive line.
And I think that last point, Steve, okay, thank you for the call. Call back anytime. I think the last point is the one that you can change because Tomlin's not going anywhere. Nope. We can't keep doing that every day. You talk about doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. We can't do the same show every day where we're talking about firing Tomlin.
Right, because it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
We might as well just put it to bed.
Just put it to bed. I'm just going to keep repeating what you're saying. Yeah, look at the 4 quarterbacks remaining. I mean, Jaden Daniels, really good. Jalen Hurts, pretty good. And then the 2 guys in the AFC are all world. Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. That's what you need. And it's easier said than done. So, in my opinion, what you got to do is acquire draft picks. They're not going to bottom out. They're not going to. They could take a step back next year, which is what I'm advocating, and you're still not going to win 5 games. You're probably not going to win 7 games. You're probably going to win 8 or 9, probably 9, because Mike Tomlin's never had a losing season. So how do you get the quarterback? You're going to have to trade up and get that guy. So you need draft picks to be able to do that. That's what I want to see happen. And if you wind up being surprisingly good this year, okay, you wind up being surprisingly good and you win 10 games and you go to the playoffs, whatever. I'm not going to be upset about that. I just need as many picks as possible for next year in order to attempt to go get the quarterback.
The worst thing the Steelers can do this coming year is what they've been doing the last 3 years, is being good enough and not figuring out what you are. Like, they have been good enough and put themselves in the successful category, but they've never learned anything from what their teams have put on the field the last 3-4 years. They learned one thing. They got rid of Kenny Pickett. They brought in other quarterbacks, but, like, what did we learn from the Steelers, and what do you think the Steelers learned from themselves this year? Like, usually every year you build on something. Like, you think about the Commanders. It's like, okay, we're playing with house money. We talk about that all the time. But even if they lose or even get throttled on Sunday, you learned a lot about your team and what you can do next year. The next year. The Steelers haven't learned anything in how many years about what they are and what they can accomplish and how they can develop and actually get to a point where they can compete like the Buffalo Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs. I think they learned stuff from the outside, though. I think they learned that it's going to be hard to compete with the teams in the AFC that are playing on Sunday. They learned that, but for themselves, I don't think that they've learned anything to really build off of.
That's well said, and so I say, hey, trade guys, stock up in next year's draft. That's a personnel conversation. What you're talking about, I think, at least the way I took it, is a philosophical shift. Like, okay, let's say it is Justin Fields, and it's 2 years, $22 million. And I'm just throwing numbers out there. It can't be, Justin, you're throwing it 25 times.
Right.
You're not throwing it over the middle of the field. protect that football like it's a baby. No. Let Justin cook for better or worse. If he loses you football games, you'll have an answer on him. You'll have an answer on him. But if it's let's protect the football and let's win 9 games because we're not going to be turning the thing over, you're just spinning those tires.
Think about how they use their players too. Like, and not just Justin Fields. Even like think about how they use TJ Watt. Like they're not even exploring anything. They're lining TJ Watt up on one side and saying go and rush the passer. It's 2024 in the NFL 2025. Like, move him around. Figure out if he can do certain things. They put Minka all the way back there, free safety. Just stand there. What are you learning what can Minka do in a defense if you try to change it? George Pickens runs like 3 different routes. That's it. Najee Harris was just, a tough runner. Didn't really learn anything. Put Najee in the slot. See what you have with your players. They have not done that in order to move forward or make a decision on certain guys. Everybody's just stagnant. This whole franchise is stagnant on just like, all right, this is what we're doing. That's it. We're not going outside of the box. We're not going to think, and we're not going to scheme. We're not going to do anything. We're just going to go, and we're going to just operate this way and tell the person that's across from us to beat us. And it just doesn't work. They don't learn anything about their players. They don't learn anything about their situation year in and year out.
And to that end, I mean, who's really gotten better?
No,
these last few years. Zach Frazier, good player. Don't know anything about Roman Wilson. A lot of folks are saying Peyton Wilson got better as the year wore on. I mean, I didn't see a sizable jump in him. Mason McCormick did well. Broderick Jones took a significant step back. Joey Porter Jr., I don't know, best case scenario, is he flat? There was no progress?
He needed to get better this year, and I don't think he did, but he didn't go backwards.
That's a good way of putting it. Keanu Benton, I expected big things out of him. He didn't have a great year. And then the year prior, George Pickens. Was he a better player this year than he was last year? Maybe. But if he had better quarterback play the year before, maybe he's the same exact guy. DeMarvin Leal, no. Kenny Pickett's gone. Calvin Austin, I think you can make an argument, got better.
Yes.
They don't even use Connor Hayward. Like, I'm just looking at draft picks. Like Najee Harris, to me, he looks like the same guy he was when he got into the league. So usage has something to do with that. Perhaps they're missing on their draft picks, but you can certainly make the case they ain't developing these guys.
No.
And that's what this needs to be about, too. Like, you can't just Band-Aid over bullet holes and think, oh, this will be the year we win a playoff game. It's about development. It's about a vision. They don't have a vision. It's 6:32. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. Jim Rooney made a whole bunch of excuses, and one made me laugh. And we'll get to that coming up next. As we mentioned before, Pat Bostic from 7 o'clock until 10. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins have a road game tonight against the Anaheim Ducks at 10 o'clock. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
What's up, football fans? BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you could be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then, place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to 1 player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot subject to rules. See BetMGM.com. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets are unrestricted reward bonus dollars that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, I'm here to tell you about something real important. Windows. Listen. Proven quality, proven service. No wonder thousands of homeowners have trusted Window Nation for their homes. You can too. Why don't you get that free, no obligation quote right now? 866-90Nation. That's 866-90Nation, windownation.com. You know what they do? They'll come in, they measure each window 3 times to ensure proper fit. That gets it done. Go check out the internet. Over 20,000 online positive reviews. Oh, yes. Just listen to the customers. Window Nation's a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, too. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. They have a lot going on right now. How about this? 50% off all styles of windows. Plus, you pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That's 24 months. 866-90Nation. That's the only number you need. 866-90Nation, windownation.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The other excuse I'll make there, though, also let's throw this in, is, you know, look, the guys that we've lost some bad playoff games, but we also lost to 3 guys that have some pretty, you know, unique names: Manning, Brady, and Mahomes. You know, like, that's the playoff route we have to go to get to those wins. So again, I don't want to be making any excuses, but I also think if you're going to make an argument, you should look at the facts in the matter. And I think the Steelers organization and Mike Tomlin have outperformed, any expectation you could have of any NFL team in terms of who they have to play against, what the competition looks like, etc.
Jim Rooney again on the Ross Tucker podcast, and the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. Trust PJ.com. Here's the question. When you say, I'm not going to make any excuses, do you always immediately follow that up with excuses?
Yes.
I don't mean to offend you, you fat pig. I mean,
right.
That's exactly how that lands on me. And by the way, you beat Peyton Manning in 2005. You're allowed to beat Peyton Manning. The Ravens ran all up on them Patriots and beat Tom Brady in the playoffs. You're allowed to do that. Joe Flacco beat Peyton Manning in a playoff game en route to their Super Bowl. You're allowed to beat him. Joe Burrow beat Patrick Mahomes. You're allowed to beat that guy. And you had a Hall of Fame quarterback the whole damn time, except for the last couple of years. Here are some of the quarterbacks that they lost to that aren't going to the Hall of Fame, Doran. Blake Bortles, Tim Tebow, Baker Mayfield.
Exactly.
And with Baker, they didn't even have a head coach. Here are some of the recent playoff victories the quarterbacks they've faced. Mark Sanchez, A.J. McCarron. Oh, my God, they almost lost to him. Matt Moore with the Dolphins, and Alex Smith. Those are the quarterbacks they beat. And then they lost to, as I said, Bortles, Tebow, and Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, my point was, when's the last time you played those three quarterbacks? Like, you haven't even, Mahomes was when? When did you play them in the playoffs?
Ben's last year.
Right. You're not seeing, Peyton Manning and Tom Brady were so long ago, but you're not seeing Mahomes because you're not making it that far. He's not the problem.
They lost to – that's exactly right. He ain't the problem.
He's not the problem.
No, they just lost to the Ravens, who lost then to the Bills, who are probably going to lose to Patrick Mahomes. But we'll see. We'll talk about that later in the show with Bostic and a lot tomorrow. That is excuse-making of the highest order.
Yes.
And people around here should be pissed about that. Now, I do want to be clear. Just because Jim Rooney says it doesn't mean that Art Rooney II feels the same way. I think you can draw the line that probably he does. I'm not going to say definitively that he does. But I'm sorry. When you've got a quarterback that won 2 championships and will be a first ballot Hall of Famer, I don't want to hear we ran into Peyton Manning.
No.
I don't. Especially when you lost to Tim Tebow, which I can't get over. I can't get over that. They weren't going to win the Super Bowl that year, obviously. Ben was banged up, and I just didn't have a lot of faith in the 2011 team. But you can't go on the road and lose to Tim Tebow, who in his commercial he's in now he can't even throw a set of car keys.
Right.
My guy couldn't throw a football. Did you ever overlap with Tim?
Playing the Army All-American game together and the Senior Bowl together.
Did you talk to him?
Mm-hmm.
Is he cool?
Yeah.
I think he's having a baby.
Yeah.
Well, his wife
He's
is.
a good guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. He always was.
I never disliked Tebow.
Yeah. Great guy.
I hated him for one particular day.
Yeah.
And it was that one. Ike Taylor, same way.
I think he was not overhyped, but he was just more of a football player than a quarterback. He's a leader, and that was his biggest asset. But he wasn't a quarterback.
No.
If that makes sense. I don't know. I don't know how it makes sense.
No, it absolutely makes sense.
You play for him 100 times. I'm spending more in college. You play for him 1,000 times, over 1,000 times, over 1,000 times. But if you were looking to he wasn't going to sit back there and pick you apart.
Right. He wasn't accurate enough. He had that long wind up. Yeah. Like the Byron Leftwich wind up.
Mm-hmm.
He'd throw that thing through a brick wall, but
I don't think I've ever, from the times I've caught footballs from Tim Tebow, ever caught a football from him that was a spiral.
Oh, man. And that guy beat you. Yeah. And he complete 10 passes for 316 yards. That's hard to do. And that was actually one of the rare bad plans from Dick LeBeau. Texter, we were talking about developing draft picks in the last segment, and somebody writes in, Peasy Jr. became a much better tackler. I would agree with that, but when Peasy couldn't tackle last year, you and I talked about everyone's killing him for his tackling ability. I don't really care.
He's a corner.
Yes. Intercept the football. Shut down the other team's number one wide receiver. And if you tackle, that's a bonus to me. I don't give a rat's ass about it. He did, though. He did. He became a much better tackler. He also was handsier in coverage this year. So he might have taken a step forward in something that's less important, but he took a step back in something that was more important. You can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Here's the other thing about Rooney's comments, Jim Rooney's comments. If it were only Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes and Peyton Manning standing in your way, okay, that's not great because, again, you're allowed to beat them, but you can. It's more palatable. Like, it hurts the Bills that they keep running into Patrick Mahomes, but Patrick Mahomes is one of the top two quarterbacks in the history of throwing the football. Again, they lost to Blake Bortles, Tim Tebow, Baker Mayfield. If you beat all them, if you beat those teams, if you beat who you were supposed to beat, because you were a favorite in the and you were a favorite against Bortles, you were a favorite against Tebow, you win those games, we're not happy with the direction of the franchise, but you're happier, but you couldn't even take care of the crap teams. That sucks. So I don't want to hear you ran into Brady every time. 0-1, yes. 0-4, yes. 2016, yes. There's a lot of other playoff failures in there that had nothing to do with number 12 for the New England Patriots. As I sip my emergency in silence and in sadness. Your thoughts on Jim Rooney's comments at 412-928-9370. And we've got breaking news out of Cleveland, Doran. That's next. First, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins have a game tonight at 10 o'clock against the Anaheim Ducks. And the game will be played by the Penguins on the road. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush definitely on the build. This report brought to you by Giant Eagle. Earlier downed utility, a water main break closing Parker Street in Shaler Township between Seuss Road and Kohler Street. Crews will be directing you around that one. Parkway East, you're in line at Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while the Parkway West is heavy as you head past Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed, so is the main line Parkway North, and those HOV lanes are open. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop, with new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
January is the perfect time to start new at ShorkeyChevy.com. Chevy Silverado pickups and full-size Suburbans up to an incredible $10,000 off. The popular Chevy Tahoe now up to $9,000 off. There's even 0% financing available. Plus, huge trade values guaranteed to save you even more. Your New Year deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in both Murraysville and the North Hills. ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My 75-year-old Cape Cod-style all-brick home was in a serious need of a facelift. Loose and worn mortar joints. Old brick, cracked and worn and crooked. It wasn't good. After hearing ads right here on The Fan, I gave Precision Pointing a call. Completely blown away by their professionalism, communication, plan, and action, I could not be more satisfied with the expert craftsmanship I watched unfold as my home was transformed. Plus, no down payment was required. So thanks to Precision Pointing. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and what I'm about to say, well, it's okay to admit it. Most of us guys, especially if you're not as young as you used to be, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom. And Blue Chew can help. You probably know this, but if you didn't already, Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra at a fraction of the cost. And even better, they're in chewable form, so there's no swallowing pills or needing a glass of water nearby. Blue Chew's tablets can give you extra confidence when it's time to perform. And since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, there's no awkward conversations, waiting in line, trip to the doctor's office. It ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. Trust me on this one. Your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
15-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Pat Bostic going to join us in the next segment. And then for the remainder of the show, Russell Wilson was on with Pat McAfee yesterday. Sounds like he thinks he's coming back.
A little bit.
Or at least he wants people to think he thinks he's coming back. We'll get to that with Pat. One of the other things Jim Rooney said yesterday, or a couple of days ago, when he was on with Ross Tucker, is that basically, now I'm paraphrasing, you have to grade the Steelers on a curve because they've been in the same division with Baltimore this whole time. And Baltimore also has been exceeding the NFL mean. Meanwhile, the Patriots didn't have good teams in their division, and the Chiefs generally haven't had great teams in their division. And, come on, shut up, dude. And I do want to say this, too. I hate piling on guys, especially if you don't know them when you've heard good things about them. I've heard wonderful things about Jim Rooney. None of this makes him a bad guy or anything like that.
No, but that is his brother who runs the Steelers.
Yes.
The owner of Steelers. I don't know how much, honestly, I take his word because, he's not Art. But I'm sure that he understands the mantra, I guess, of the Steelers.
Yeah, you're in the owner's box.
Yeah,
you're yucking it up. You're at the dinner table.
But it's also his point of view and, his thoughts of what's probably going on.
Well, I think it's fascinating because you asked me this morning. Do you think Art II is ticked off that Jim said this stuff? And I don't know. Maybe this is the stuff that Art wants out there, but Art can't say himself because if the owner says, hey, we're better than average, whoa, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
So you get him out there. He's selling his book. You get asked questions, and maybe that is the company line. You just don't want it coming from Art 2's mouth.
Art has and maybe he structured this way because, lawyer background and pretty smart. Maybe he wanted this to happen because he knows he has to speak in about a week or two, so now he can go back and be the hero. It's like, hey, and they probably talked, and Jim was like, hey, let me go out here and give my thoughts about what the organization's like, and everybody's going to jump all over it, and then you talk next week whenever you do your end of the season press conference or whatever it is, and then you say, no, that's not our thoughts. Our thoughts is to do this. Our thoughts is to win, and we want to make things right.
That's a pretty good way of thinking about it, Doran.
You'd do that for your brother, wouldn't you?
Sure.
Take one for the team if you're Jim. He's like, hey, whatever. I'll just say it, and people are going to think that I know what I'm in these meetings all the time. I'm your brother. I'll do it.
There was nothing, because we've talked about this, there was nothing Art could say at the end of this season that was going to satisfy Steelers fans. Now, whatever he says, if it ain't that, it looks better by comparison.
Yup.
Uh-oh, genius. That's genius PR stuff right there if that's how it went down. Speaking of genius PR, Russell Wilson, we'll get to that with Pat Bostic at the top of the hour. But first, the breaking news out of Cleveland. What was that?
Callus.
You made it.
The way he was just sipping his drink was just wild.
It looked like you were holding a banana up to your mouth.
No.
Is the way that I could say that without getting in any kind of trouble. At least that's what I saw out of the corner of my eye.
Of course you thought that.
Mm-hmm.
Of all people. Oh, that's shocking that you thought that I was doing that gesture.
Just some sort of phallic object that looked like you were holding in your hand like a mime. Breaking news out of Cleveland. Ken Carman, host of the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, their official show stance is no on Russell Wilson. That's breaking news. They don't want Russ. I'm sure they want a rookie, right? Wouldn't you?
Yeah. Oh, they had the second pick?
Yep.
Yeah.
Watch them draft like Travis Hunter, who could wind up being a good player, but
man,
that ain't getting you closer to winning the Super Bowl, I don't think.
Who has the first? The Titans? They're going to draft a quarterback, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's probably going to be Shador. Cleveland.
How do you think that would go?
That's where we talked about Deion yesterday. That's where I would step in. If I were Deion and be like, you are absolutely, there's no way we're going to let you go to Cleveland.
You pull an Archie Manning.
I would 100 Eli Manning.
Well, Archie pretty much said to Eli, you're not going there.
Okay. There you go.
Is that what I meant, or did I just try to save my ass on the fly? Right. The world will never know.
Would never let that happen, though. That's where I would be Deion. And pull a Deion Sanders is like, you are not going to Cleveland.
Not going to Cleveland. They got the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. They got a pretty good baseball team. You can go check out the Cavaliers, but you want your career to go up in flames, and you could be the 55th guy on the back of that goofy jersey? Nah.
Nope.
No thanks. Tony and others on hold. We'll get to you at 412-928-9370. Pat Bostic for the next 3 hours. Russell Wilson thinks he's coming back. We discuss. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. Temperatures good 15 to 20 degrees warmer this morning as compared to yesterday morning. Yesterday morning, we dipped all the way down to 9 below. Today's morning lows will be closer to 9 degrees. Still very cold outside. We'll see sunny skies at sunrise at 7:38. I have highs today hitting the upper 20s, noon temps in the low 20s. Should be cloudy for the evening commute with snow showers expected overnight. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smile in the Kitty Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months, or the 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, hit to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. We are down to the last 4 teams in the NFL playoffs, and new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets. If you win, that's $300 in bonus bets. You just have to win your first $5 bet on the FanDuel Sportsbook. So pick one of these games here. Take a shot. We know how good the Chiefs have been trying to make NFL history and go back to back to back. My prediction here is that this will be where that journey ends. So if you agree with me, make that bet. If not, pick something else. Go against me, FanDuel.com/Andrew, and get started with $300 in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months. With $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $225 a month for 24 months. With $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit SouthHillsKia.net for details.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at a regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to take shape. This report brought to you by LGKG, your home team. Inbound Parkway West delays now at the top of Green Tree Hill, solid to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East that jams at the Wilkinsburg off-ramp to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 also heavy as you head past the Route 8 at the bypass, and then again past the 40th Street Bridge down toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
KDKA FM. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Equally great in weather and fuel efficiency. Check out the 2025 Outlander PHEV. Just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 24 Outlanders now up to $9,000 off. Or finance at a low 0%. Your new year deal, your way. What a great day. Shop JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Lease for $299 a month for 36 months. Security deposit waived. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Too legit to quit. Too legit to quit.
First of all, yes, we have been starting to talk a little bit. I think that it's an exciting time. I think obviously to be a Pittsburgh Steeler and the opportunity of what we can do. But, Omar and Coach Tomlin, man, I really love those guys and who they are and the team that they put together and the team that we can put together. But yeah, I'm really excited about the opportunity of being in Pittsburgh, hopefully longer. And like I said, I'm always trusting God in the process.
Russell Wilson with Pat McAfee yesterday. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. He says that the Steelers have already engaged in contract talks. I don't believe him. I don't think that they've sat down and it's, let's get something done. I think it's, hey, what are you looking for? And maybe I'm parsing. In fact, I am parsing. I think that probably happened. Hey, Russ, do you want to be back? If you did come back, what are you looking at in terms of payment? I think you're just trying to gauge that. Because for me and you, and we've talked about this, Justin Fields is option number one. Let's say Justin goes someplace else. You better know what Russell Wilson's looking for in terms of money, because there's nobody else out there that excites me right now. And Russ doesn't excite me. The last 5 weeks were awful. Now, the first handful of games, really good. I'm sure the truth lies somewhere in between on what caliber of player you'd have next year. If you strike out on Fields and you could get Russ for lower than the $30 million that's being tossed around out there, that Baker Mayfield deal, I would be somewhat interested because somebody has to play the position for you this year. But that's where I think that the talks are with them right now. Just trying to gauge interest and gauge what he thinks his market value is.
If Russ was worth a you-know-what or his agent was worth a you-know-what, they would have already, and I believe this, they would have already and probably have already engaged in those talks whenever they were 10-3 and Russ was cooking during the season.
They don't do that, though.
But the agent can. The agent can be like, hey, what are we doing? What are you guys thinking? You guys want to keep him around? Look, he still has a lot left in the tank. Boom, boom, boom. You're still calling until Omar does start initiating the conversation or receiving the conversation. And I think that they've already gotten past that phase. And now I think they've gone back to the table. It's like, okay, it didn't end the way we wanted, but we already know what we were thinking before. Is this still on the table? And for Rust, what did he actually say? Did he say that they're looking to get something done?
First of all, yes, we have been starting to talk a little bit. I think that it's an exciting time. I think obviously to be a Pittsburgh Steeler and the opportunity of what we can do. But Omar and Coach Tomlin, man, I really love those guys and who they are and the team that they put together and the team that we can put together. But yeah, I'm really excited about the opportunity of being in Pittsburgh, hopefully longer, and like I said, I'm always trusting God in the process.
So they're starting to talk, and I think they already have a baseline of what it was before whenever he was 10-3. But this just tells me that Russ is willing to take less and kind of appease the Steelers and get into a place where the Steelers feel comfortable of paying him.
Well, he's going to have to.
Right. And I think that if they're talking right now, I think that it's probably in that ballpark of lower than probably what the market would be for Russell Wilson.
Well, whatever they were talking about, if they were, like you said, at 10-3, it's got to be a different conversation
It is.
now.
Yeah.
Because when they were 10-3, we talked about it. I'd have given him the Baker Mayfield deal. That's maybe a pretty good reason why you don't get contracts done in the middle of a season, right? Because at 10-3, I thought, you know what? They could win a playoff game. They could win 2 playoff games.
Yeah.
The way they're playing,
Yes.
the way he's playing. He turned back the clock. All it took was 5 weeks for me to say, as a backup plan to Justin Fields, I'd be okay with it depending on the price. That's how things shifted for me. I hope that things shifted for them. If he's their number one option, and Russ seems to believe, or at least he's saying, that he's their number one option. Exactly, because he's as PR savvy as anybody probably who's ever played the quarterback position.
He knows that people are saying that the Steelers want Justin Fields back. He knows that stuff, so he's like, I got to get ahead of this.
Yes. I don't doubt that.
For sure.
I don't doubt that. Because it kind of came out of left field. Like, it wasn't promoted. I didn't see anything beforehand, and we follow all the Pat McAfee guys. It was just, hey, Russell Wilson said this. Well, damn, I didn't even know he was going to be on. I'm going to have to go back and watch the clips because I didn't see the thing live, and I would have gone back and watched it live. If they spend money on Russell Wilson, and it's not because Justin Fields turned them down, I think you're going to have a really hard time getting anybody excited about next season. And I think Russ, despite the way he played down the stretch, is a popular guy around here. I think people like Russell Wilson. I like Russell Wilson. He seems like a good guy. He handled the quarterback transition well earlier in the year. He goes to Children's Hospital. I can't say a bad word about the person. But if your plan A is Russell Wilson, you're just doing the whole tape over bullet holes thing again. Like, you're just trying to win now. Now, you could also say maybe he's the guy that you draft a quarterback behind him and he's the mentor, and he'd probably be pretty good at that. But at $30 million a year, no thank you.
I think it's going to be less, but am I crazy to think that I would be excited to see Russell Wilson with some more weapons? Am I crazy to think that if Russell Wilson is the guy, that you add a free agent receiver and you draft a receiver this year and then maybe pay him for 2-3 years and then you draft a quarterback next year to sit behind him 1 year? Am I crazy to think that?
I don't think that if – all right, let's do this. Let's say you've got – I don't know, who's a free agent wide receiver that's not going to say no? Let's say you've got Devontae Adams. He said he would play for Mike Tomlin. Let's say you've got Devontae Adams and Emmanuel Abuka. Those are your 2 wide receivers. And now Broderick Jones is at left tackle and Troy Faltano is at right. And let's say you draft the Ohio State running back, Henderson, who's got speed, hasn't fumbled in his entire collegiate career. Russell Wilson will have a better season next year than he did this year.
For sure.
You ain't winning the Super Bowl, though. So what the hell's the point? That's where I come from. Like, with all those guys,
It gives you a better chance, and that's all they want is a chance.
I know what they want. That's not what I want. It would give them a chance to win a playoff game. And I don't know, maybe the matchups roll out in your favor. They're not winning the AFC, though. They're not winning the Super Bowl.
Does it give them a chance to win the division?
Maybe.
Because that's the only route. Because you win a division, you get that home field. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because we kind of talked about it with the Ravens a couple days ago. Their best outlook is to win, I guess, the division, to be the number 1 seed in the AFC, so they can get the home field.
Right. It makes it so much easier from a health standpoint, from everything. Right. I mean, you're winning division. You might be sitting guys last week of the season, but if I were betting, even with all those hypothetical changes, I'm still picking Baltimore and Cincinnati ahead of them. So. Again, I ask, what's the point? Like, in an ideal world, yeah, Russ would be a good teacher, somebody to learn from. I'm sure Justin Fields picked up a lot from Russell Wilson this year. But at $30 million, when you're not going to win anything of circumstance, and then beyond next year, if it's a 1-year deal, it's different.
Mm-hmm.
But now 3 years at, let's say it's less than the Mayfield deal. Okay, 3 years at 20 a year, 3 years at 25 a year. Now you're holding yourself back from a salary cap standpoint for the next guy. And I just don't want to do that because I don't think he's going to come in on a 1-year deal. I just don't see that happening.
Do it a prove-it deal, too. I mean, you could structure it around where it's not, you're not getting crushed in that last year, and then, the second year it's a prove-it type thing. I mean, depends on who's calling on Russ, too.
So let's talk about that coming up next. Pat Bostic going to be with us because I heard something else in that interview, and it has to do with what you just said. We'll get to that coming up next. This is a great conversation.
Oh, yeah.
Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they have a game tonight at 10 o'clock against the Anaheim Ducks. It's the first of 2 more road games that the Penguins are going to have for this road trip. Then they're going to come back home on Saturday, February the 1st. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual Fuel Required Classic Car Dealership World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles. Including the Evel Knievel Tribute. Featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster. Presented by Motor Mania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen it on parade, now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Farm Truck and Asian from Street Outlaws. And see their sleeper Chevy farm truck racer, thefuelrequired.com World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See worldofwheels.com for more info.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See yourself in the new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive and lease for just $209 a month. Or purchase with a special low APR starting at 3.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. See what you get free. Lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
I'm at a smoothie bar, asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with a sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then, go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC now recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game presented by Hyundai. After stunning top-seeded Detroit, Washington will face off with Philadelphia in a heated rivalry, game to punch their ticket to the big game. On the other side, led by their star quarterback, Kansas City will look to push their luck for a three-peat against a surging Buffalo team. Now you can buy a new Hyundai from the comfort of your own home at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Coit. Incredible 50% savings on all Coit cleaning services. Hurry, call Coit now and save 50%.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. With Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn taken, here are the other top coordinators I regard as leading head coach candidates. Offensive coordinators, Bobby Slowik, Cliff Kingsbury, and Todd Monken. While defensive coordinators, Steve Spagnuolo, Jesse Minter, and Brian Flores are also available. Plus, there's always that dark horse candidate, John Gruden. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this, as the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line, Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Couple of hiccups in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com. Road work on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Watch for a right lane closure on the eastbound side between the Butler Valley and Allegheny Valley interchanges. Meanwhile, a water main break in Shaler Township still has Parker Street closed in both directions between Seuss Road and Kohler Street. Parkway West, you are jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 is fairly steady, so is the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At twomenandajuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Give us a ring on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Pat Bostic with us until the end of the show. We were just talking about Russell Wilson. Breaking news out of Cleveland. Ken Carman's show. They don't want Russell Wilson. I don't really want Russell Wilson. Doran could see it being successful if you add the right pieces around him for next year. Pat, how do you feel about Russell Wilson, who at least is saying he wants to come back and thinks it sounded like he's coming back?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, good morning.
Hi. Good morning.
I think that I don't think Justin Fields has been as outward. I don't think that's his style. Russell Wilson obviously is more of a public
He's a politician.
Persona, politician, to use another phrase. This is almost turning into like a quarterback dating show. Like, who's going to audition for the job, right? I'd still go Fields if it was my decision, but I will reiterate that I think whoever's the quarterback, the more important moves are elsewhere on that offense this offseason. And the degree to which the fan base, people like us, are optimistic or excited will hinge more on those moves than it will who's at quarterback. If there are no other moves of significance, that give that offense more weapons, make it more dynamic. It almost doesn't matter who's under center, in my opinion. It really doesn't matter to me.
I agree with that, and that's what you were getting at in the last segment, Doran. I do think people would be more excited if it were Fields, though. Because he went 4-2, because he's younger, because he is more dynamic, because of the way things ended with Russ. And because of the way things ended with Russ, I think Fields would be the hotter commodity this offseason. I don't also think that Russ looks around at all these quarterback-hungry teams and sees one that's better than the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I agree with that.
Right?
I agree with that.
That's what I heard in him yesterday, too, was a little bit of desperation. Like, if I go to the Saints, okay, maybe I'm there for a couple of years. We ain't winning anything, or the Giants, or the Jets, or the Raiders.
That's what leads me to believe that it's not about money for him at this point. I think it's about having just that one last opportunity to hold the Lombardi Trophy. And if you look around, and whether we believe that the Steelers can do it or not, they probably are the best built franchise to do that for a guy like Russell Wilson, compared to, like you said, the Raiders, the Giants, the Saints. I mean, these teams, they have no shot. They have no shot.
None.
Zero.
They don't have really a shot to win more games than they lose next year in all likelihood.
Is Russ the best option, though, for a free agent quarterback? Is he better than Russ? Is he really?
I'd take a fly. I mean, he had a better year.
Who'd you say?
His younger, Darnold. Also had better weapons to throw to.
Yeah, are we sure he's going to be? Are we sure he's not staying in Minnesota?
No. And I'm not sure that you could just pick up the success that he had in Minnesota and drop him someplace else.
Look at the pieces they have there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, to me, I mean, I was thinking about this yesterday. If you look at the remaining 4 teams, if you're Pittsburgh, your model has to be Philadelphia, because you have elite quarterbacks at the other 3 in the other 3 franchises. Yeah, obviously you have the makings of one. I wouldn't say he's it yet, but he sure looks like it in Jaden Daniels. And then you've got the best 2 in the league playing in Kansas City on Sunday. So it's your model is Philadelphia. Now, what's Philadelphia done? They went out and picked up Saquon Barkley. They picked up Jahan Dotson. They got A.J. Brown a couple years ago. And they built it around a second-round draft pick, a quarterback. I mean, they won a Super Bowl, 6-7 years ago with Nick Foles. Carson Wentz took them to this. They've done it without, but they've done it being aggressive in free agency, knowing they had the likes of Brandon Graham and Fletcher Cox and all the guys on defense that they hinged around, similar to Pittsburgh. There's been no aggression, I should say, in free agency on the offensive side of the ball to try to give this team the pieces to win now. And that's why, if I'm Mike Tomlin, I'm doing the same dance I did last year with the quarterback position. I'm kind of keeping Russ warm. I'm talking to Justin. You know, I got 2 different phones. I'm dealing with them
Got
separately.
the whole phone.
You know, I'm trying to – I mean, ideally, in an ideal world, I think they'd like to have them both back. But I don't think that's going to work. But I would prioritize Justin because right now, save for several moves in free agency, they don't have the makings of an elite passing attack. They don't have it. And that's not in their DNA. That hasn't been in their DNA since number 7 hung it up. So, like Doran said last week, if you can't beat them, join them. You know, Jalen Hurts isn't elite. He's got elite players around him, and his strengths are played to. And Justin Fields has not had that in his career. I would say, other than the situational stuff, I don't think they played to his strengths this year.
No.
They tried to put him into Russ's offense. I'd like to see that because the quarterback of the future is that type of player, not Russell Wilson. There's more of Justin Fields out there that you could go build around. Jaden Daniels is a perfect example. Bo Nix can run. Then there are Russell Wilson, play-action, drop-back quarterbacks. So that's where I'd like to see him go.
And it's easier if you pay Justin Fields $11 million than 20, 25, 30 with Russ. If you're going out in free agency needing to spend money,
perimeter.
Go with the cheaper option.
Younger. And the one that probably has, I mean, he's got more upside.
No question.
If he has a good year or 2 years, you know, give him that quote-unquote prove-it deal, and you've got yourself a dude.
And those are all the positives with Fields. Like, if you're doing the pros and cons list, I think there's a lot more pros for Fields than there is for Russell Wilson. If you strike out on Fields, if he goes someplace else, fine, Russ. Okay, you need a quarterback. But I'm doing everything I can to get Justin Fields back. Cheaper, younger, and then you're right. And we've talked about this a bunch. Build around him and find out.
Mm-hmm.
Building around him, scheming around him doesn't mean it's going to work.
Mm-hmm.
But at least finding out it doesn't work is an answer too. And I'd like to see them try to do that.
I mean, I can't sit here and think that Justin Fields can't be as good as Jalen Hurts. I think he could be just as good. But he has to have good around him too, like Jalen Hurts, in order to be as good as Jalen Hurts, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's the underlying mentality here is you've got to be willing to invest in other areas. I think what this year proved to me, and I like the Russell Wilson signing. I didn't like it coming at the expense of a pick guy, but it happened. And I thought that, but they tried to play almost the exact same way they have for the last 3 years, and just assumed that not assumed. I want to give them credit. I think they banked on him and his veteran presence being able to play the not lose it type of game and then flip the switch and turn it on when they need him to and go win. And the reality is they can't win that way. They can't. They don't have good enough players to win that way. And they haven't been good enough, frankly, defensively to win that way when it matters most against really good teams. And a lot of the league can't stop these really good teams on a consistent basis, so they're not an exception. You've got to be dynamic. You've got to have some explosion to you. And it can't just be drop back and throw a moon ball. There's got to be different ways to get explosive plays. And they don't have that. And I think that there's a lot of different ways to get that. The hardest way is to find yourself a franchise quarterback, an elite quarterback. That is the hardest way. That's like playing the Mega Millions. Not many people are going to win that. There's only like 4 of them.
I have a plan, and it's going to work. I'm going to win the Powerball. And then I'm going to buy the Steelers.
Okay.
No, I agree. I mean, our plan is to go find a franchise quarterback. That's not a plan. That's hope. But you do got to try. You got to try. And I think you can meld the two. We need to try to find a franchise quarterback while building out the roster, ideally in a way that Philadelphia did. More on that as we go forward. Phone calls too. Tony, I'm sorry. We said we would get to you. You've been waiting on hold for 37 minutes. We will talk to you at 412-928-9370. You can always chime in on Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins have a game tonight at 10 o'clock against the Anaheim Ducks. It'll be one of their last 2 road games that they play during this road trip. The next home game is going to be on February 1st. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Throughout the entire NFL playoffs, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, takes it to the next level because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. The FanDuel app gives you everything you need for live bets, same-game parlays, so much more. You get a hunch in the middle of the game. Go with it. Plus, when you win, you get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today and get started with $300 in bonus bets. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bowl over your appetite at GetGo Cafe and Market. Order mashed potato bowls, warm filling options like chicken dinner, chicken pot pie, or Boski kielbasa. Build your own with mashed potatoes and all the ingredients that satisfy you most. Turn up the heat and the sweet with GetGo's new sweet and spicy chicken sandwich. A spicy chicken fillet with Market District's hot honey, melted cheddar, and crispy bacon on a pretzel bun. Try the sweet and spicy chicken sandwich today at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And you can work out your way on your time at any convenient location near you. Most open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends January 31st. See Home Club for details.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free? Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Check out the new Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin at 9996 Mount View Drive, opening on Monday, January 27th, for a chance to score free wings for a year. That's right, free wings for a year. Be one of the first 100 guests in line on Monday, January 27th, for your chance to win big. Or join us on Friday, January 31st at the new Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin for our live broadcast with Pony and Muller from 2 to 6, where we will be giving away free wings for a year to 20 lucky guests.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Texter at 412-928-9370. You guys are all right. Justin Fields will beat Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar. Let's go. Super Bowl in Pittsburgh next year. Yay. I just think that's missing the point big time.
I mean, you've said it 1,000 times.
They're not going to win next year.
1,000 times.
See, I don't think they're not going to win.
They're not going to win the Super Bowl.
They'll
Not
win
a Super Bowl.
They'll win enough. No, I mean, they won't. I mean, could they?
No.
Yes, they could.
No, they couldn't.
See, like I think that they could.
No, they can't.
If they have the right,
You know how they could? Here's how they could.
Well, I'm just going to keep disagreeing louder and louder to prove my point.
So we had this conversation last year. I still think the floor for this team's like 10 wins. 9-10 wins.
But their floor is the ceiling. It's like one of those tiny houses.
No, not if Justin Fields is the guy. Because your ceiling could be dictated by how he takes shape and takes root in an offense when you give him more time than 5 games. Right? And you actually build it around him.
I can agree that their ceiling is higher with Fields than it is with Russ, but I still don't think the ceiling is they're going to win the Super Bowl next year.
And I think for as long as TJ and Cam and this group, Minka, is together, they have created enough disruption and turnovers that floor is going to stay pretty much the same. How they get to that win total, whether it's winning early and then losing late, or losing early and winning late like they did 2 years ago, I think is immaterial. The ceiling is dictated by who's the quarterback and what talent do you have on offense. Who are your playmakers? And right now they've got one, and he's a problem.
He's probably not going to be on the team next year.
Do you think they make the necessary moves to surround, say it is Justin Fields, do you think that they actually make the moves to surround him with the talent?
That is the $30 million question, right? Is what do you do, and how aggressive are you? I do like the mentality of drafting the offensive line. I think they've done, lately, I like the Frazier pickup. I like McCormick. Sayamala was a great pickup. The interior of the line, do you give Broderick Jones a chance at left tackle? I was pretty against that a couple weeks ago. I'm warming to it with Faltanu at right tackle. And then you go get 2 or 3 wideouts and another back, a supplemental back. I mean, look at Eckler and all these guys that have gone to different places and are playing in NFC Championship games and AFC Championship games that are bouncing around a tailback. But go get me a DK Metcalf. Go get me someone that can go up, that can make plays for you, and is not going to be an issue while doing it.
Are you better with Ibuka, who you get 21st overall, and DK Metcalf than you were with George Pickens and Van Jefferson?
Yeah.
I think the answer is an obvious yes. So it's not even – I don't think it's even hard to improve upon their weapon problem. It's not. And the more digging I've done on the draft, too, everyone wants to say that their defensive line is a problem. And it is. And people like Dulac, who are talking to the big dogs within the organization, have pounded the table saying that defensive line is going to be their number one priority. It's a stacked free agent crop in D-line, and it's a stacked draft in D-line. You can address that problem without the first-round pick. So you get a Ibuka, you get a free agent. You can do this. It's not some pie-in-the-sky thing either.
It's a little bit harder, though. I mean, you're going to have to want a free agent to want to come here.
Yeah.
You got to figure out your quarterback. You're going to have to hope that Ibuka does fall to 21 or 20 or whatever you're at to get your guy.
I'm just naming Ibuka, too. I mean, you can take a good player at 21 at wide receiver.
Right. And then you have to hope that he pans out and doesn't have a Roman Wilson year and isn't hurt every single week. It's challenging. I guess it wouldn't be it's not impossible. It's challenging, though, because I do think that there's going to be receivers that are free agents, like a T. Higgins, or even some other guys that are out there that are going to look at the situation and be like, yeah, I'd rather go get paid somewhere else. Wouldn't you?
I wouldn't want to come here if I'm T. Higgins, but Devontae Adams already said, Mike Tomlin. Other guys are going to view it that way, too, I would think.
You have to trade for that. You have to trade for those guys, right?
I think Devontae might get cut loose. I think DK Metcalf you can get him for pennies on the dollar. I mean, they're well over the salary cap. I think of a guy like Chris Olave with the Saints. Now, he's dealt with the concussion issues, but nobody can discredit the guy's talent. They're way over the salary cap. There are good free agent wide receivers out there now. That pool is going to get deeper in the not too distant future. I think you're not going to get T. Higgins. That's fun to think about. That's not going to happen. Can you get a legit number 2 wide receiver in free agency? I think so, because a lot of these guys are going to get plucked off, and there need to be landing spots for everyone. You're going to get a guy. You're probably not going to get a guy. You're going to get a guy. Is he going to work? I don't know. Is the draft pick going to work? I don't know. But it's easy to, I think, get a guy and draft a guy. You never know if they're going to pan out, but I just want to see them, frankly, take a shot. Isn't that a sad thing, too?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to see them invest offensively in the skill position, guys, like you've been talking about.
Yeah, I would rather see them draft D-line early and go free agency at the perimeter and on the offensive side and get sure commodities, because their draft history hadn't been great. I mean, the last 7 years, it hasn't been great, and that's not for lack of doing homework or trying. Sometimes it's just you miss. I mean, it happens. But give me a Chris Godwin. Give me a T. Higgins. I take Amari Cooper, who's set to be a free. I take those guys here. I want no part of Stephon Diggs. I want no part of any drama, because I think that's been a problem too. I really do.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's been a festering, cancerous problem for this organization that's held them back from winning Super Bowls, even during the latter part of Ben's career. Issues at that position. And they have continued to metastasize through the last 5 years.
Well, that's why I'm so high on receiver in the first round.
If you couple it with getting a veteran,
yeah.
and George is no longer here, then I feel better about where things are at. I also like, I like the ability to have Fields and Warren together in the backfield. I really like that, because I think Warren, I said this before, operates better in nickel run situations with the field spread out and space, not double tight end, wide zone, where he's got to, sift things out. Like, he's a one-cut runner. He is a one-cut runner that when things declare, his burst is his biggest strength. And he's got change of direction and all those other things. But you add the ability to pull it and run, get a number, and all of a sudden it cures some of those offensive line woes that you've got and allows those young guys to, okay, instead of blocking 5-on-6, it's 6-on-6 now. It's 6-on-6. So we don't have to have Broderick sift through a DN to get to a linebacker, put an arm on a DN, get to a line. We can let that DN go. Let Justin account for him. And I know this sounds simple, but it's an element that they do not have, and they have not had at that position. And it allows a guy like Jaylen Warren to be better, and he gives you better value than Najee would give you on a second contract.
Isn't it crazy that they didn't incorporate that whenever Justin Fields was starting, though? Like, why not just do that?
It just proved that their plan all along was for us to be the guy. And I don't know who to – I mean, again, I'm all for establishing an identity and who you are. New offensive coordinator in Arthur Smith, long season. You want to run plays that have carryover. You don't want to build some brand new niche offense for a guy that's only going to play 5 games. However, if he is your guy, and I'm Arthur Smith, and I know what we have right now, what we could have on the perimeter, Justin Fields gives me more options. He gives me a bigger toolbox. Now, there's more risk because of his history, and if you get into 3rd and 9, he's got to go back there and deal it. But I think he keeps you in more 3rd and 2s and 3s than Russ does. And they lived in 3rd and 8 for the last 5 games of the year, and it was bad.
And Doran, you were all over this all season long. Like, who do we really think Arthur Smith wants to be quarterback? Justin Fields.
Yes.
He's always had that element wherever he's been, and when he's been successful, a guy who can actually pull it and run. And Russ used to be that. He's not that guy anymore. We'll get more into that at the top of the hour. Something Ben Johnson said in his introductory press conference that I think hits right at the heart of this matter. I think we got Bill Hillgrove coming up next. Panthers trying to get off the schneid in basketball. We'll talk to the voice of the Panthers when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins play the Anaheim Ducks tonight at 10 o'clock. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
From the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems around the area beside the usual delays. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Earlier, water main break still has Parker Street closed in Shaler Township between Seuss Road and Kohler Street. Meanwhile, road work on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Watch for a right lane closure on the eastbound side between the Butler Valley and Allegheny Valley interchanges. That was the scene of an earlier accident. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East solid at Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 delays from Shaler Waterworks down toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The chances of starting your New Year's resolution decreases each day you put it off. Don't let another year go by not knowing how simple losing weight can be. Fast, sustainable, and proven weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
The temperatures aren't the only thing dropping. Prices at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville are dropping too during our winter savings event. Hurry in for huge savings on every new Toyota in stock, including new Tacomas and hybrid SUVs. And to help you get through winter, Panda has bundled a lifetime powertrain warranty together with complimentary maintenance, including oil changes at no additional charge on whatever new Toyota you choose. Don't miss Spitzer's winter savings event.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. Get the savings you want on America's largest 5G network. Visit T-Mobile.com/choice55 and start saving today.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets.
21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
January is the perfect time to start new at ShorkeyChevy.com. Chevy Silverado pickups and full-size Suburbans up to an incredible $10,000 off. The popular Chevy Tahoe now up to $9,000 off. There's even 0% financing available. Plus, huge trade values guaranteed to save you even more. Your New Year deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in both Murraysville and the North Hills. ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
The 64th Annual World of Wheels Custom Auto Show, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, January 24th through 26th, David Lawrence Convention Center, Pittsburgh. Discount tickets exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. See America's finest hot rods, customs, trucks, motorcycles. The cars are the stars. All weekend. World of Wheels Custom Auto Show, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, January 24th through 26th, David Lawrence Convention Center, Pittsburgh.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. That is the Pittsburgh Panthers fight song. Just perusing some Joe Lunardi yesterday. They are on the bubble after losing 4 consecutive ball games. Important stretch coming up here, starting 12:30 right here on The Fan on Saturday against Syracuse. And, of course, the man on the call, the voice of your Panthers, is Bill Hillgrove. He joins us right now. First of all, good morning to you, Bill. And secondly, what do the Panthers need to do to get off the schneid here?
Well, a couple of opportunities coming up, one on the road, as you mentioned. And I think the Carolina game now looks a little more winnable that they lost at Wake Forest. So, if the Panthers can win these two and get back on the track, I think they'll be okay. But, they ran into some buzzsaws. And let's not talk about Duke, but how about Louisville and Clemson? They may be the second and third best teams in the conference. So, that unfortunately they didn't come through. They had a chance in both games, and I think they let the 3 beat them. And they got to maybe start shutting that down a little bit better.
Bill, in your opinion, what is the identity of this Pitt basketball team, and what do they do very well that you could see them getting off the schneid, as Crowley just said, and winning some games to make an attempt to getting into the tournament?
Well, I defer to my partner, Curtis Aiken, and when the ball starts sticking, they're not a very good offensive team, and they're very good if they move the ball and make that extra pass. And I think sometimes they don't do that, and for whatever reason, I don't know, maybe it's the chemistry changing slightly that Damian Dunn is back, but I wouldn't pin it on him. It's just, it's a situational thing. And I think they've got to move the ball better on offense, and, they can shoot it. They've proven that. And, I really believe that that's the culprit, letting the ball stick.
Billy, Jaylen Lowe has struggled of late. He's had 8 turnovers against Florida State. They started getting double teamed. Bub Carrington hit a little bit of a stick point last year, being the focal point, in January. You think Jaylen Lowe can play his way out of this, and what are the keys to that?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's just got to relax. And, he does play the game at his own pace, but I think you're right. I think recently he's let his shooting affect other parts of his game, and I think he's got to, just if he misses a couple of shots, keep moving the ball. And, they're a good enough passing team that they can do that.
How about a little more Jorge Diaz, Graham? 61% from 3, was 4 of 5 the other day. You want to fold him in a little more?
Well, if you think he can help fix the offense, but in the meantime, Jeff is such a defensive-oriented coach, and I think that's where he wants to win his matchups. So, yeah, it probably wouldn't hurt, but I don't know that that's the answer.
Bill, heading to football, and I was thinking about this the other day that I wanted to ask you personally, and I'm glad that you're on right now to be able to ask that question. Thinking of Jaden Daniels, and, they're in the NFC Championship game with the Commanders. He's a rookie quarterback, had a stellar year. Who was the best maybe freshman or rookie quarterback that you saw up close and personal whenever you were covering games? And let's throw Ben out of this. Who was the best freshman or rookie quarterback that you've ever seen?
John Elway. I thought, that the Steelers faced. And the first time, I walked into their locker room after they defeated the Steelers, and wait a minute, is he a quarterback or is he a linebacker? He was just such a physical guy. And he was probably the most impressive. But I'm still going to defer to Dan Marino. I just believe he's the best quarterback that was ever put on the planet. And unfortunately, he, was with a team that probably had a running back in Mercury Morris for a year or two and had maybe one good defensive club around him. And that was the year they went to the Super Bowl. But, yeah, I think John Elway at least won the one that the Steelers faced as a rookie.
Billy, I was crying like a baby when Sam Clancy's jersey got retired on Saturday. How did you hold it together? I heard a couple cracks in that coming out of those pipes.
Well, I didn't lose it until he looked at me and then blew me a kiss. And then but I got it back on track.
Yes, you did.
I knew I might struggle a little bit, but it was a special moment, especially having Billy Knight and Brandon Knight there. And, Sam is, as we all know, is just a very special guy.
Bill, it's always special talking to you, buddy. Thank you for jumping on with us, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Take it easy. Bill Hillgrove, legend, voice of the Pitt Panthers. Is Syracuse still playing the 2-3?
No.
Okay,
no,
I haven't watched a second of Syracuse basketball.
No, they're man-to-man. They're struggling. They're about 500 overall. So, I mean, Billy's right. A couple games here that you get back on track and go on a run. I mean, Pitt was 2-5 at this point last year. Started 0-5 in ACC play. So, it's there, but I mean, losing 4 in a row and Saturday was just a gut punch because it was such a good basketball game. Clemson's a really good team, veteran, well coached. I mean, they just find ways that Hunter kid can play.
Yes.
And Pitt they clawed the whole way back, got the lead, the place was jumping, And it just, with Sam's thing, like you just felt the mojo. And then when the rug's kind of pulled out from underneath you, you just wonder, like, when are we going to get a bounce here at some point? And I don't feel like they're getting those bounces. And when they do, it'll be incumbent on them to bottle it up, because I think this team's good. Are they great? They haven't proven they can be great yet. Rebounding department defensively at times. But this is a good basketball team. And I think right now the biggest thing is not letting these last 2 years let that momentum go away. And there's opportunity to do that because they've played the toughest schedule in ACC play by far to this point. I mean, playing Louisville, Clemson, and Duke within a week and a half is murderer's row in the ACC. It's not Auburn. It's not Houston.
They're 11-1 or something in quad one games. Auburn, yeah. I mean, Louisville's won 9 straight games.
Yeah, they're good.
Those are good basketball teams. North Carolina, Wake Forest coming up. They're pretty good too. An important stretch for Pitt. And you mentioned getting the bounces, needing to regroup. I think this week is helpful. Not having to go Saturday, Wednesday, Saturday. You get a full week, draw some stuff up. I think they will. I think they'll take care of business against Syracuse and then try to get that ball rolling again. Speaking of getting the ball rolling again, the Chicago Bears trying to, be good for the first time in a long time. Wait until you hear what Ben Johnson had to say in his introductory press conference. And I'm here to tell you wish that Mike Tomlin sounded like this. That's next. It's Fan Morning Show.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More problems on the roadways for you. This report brought to you by T-Mobile. We have reports of an accident now on Lebanon Road heading toward the intersection with Mifflin Road. So if you're taking that out of West Mifflin, you might want to give yourself some time. Parkway West, you are jamming between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound fairly steady. Parkway East stacking at the Churchill on-ramp, while Route 28 is stacked at the Route 8 at the bypass. And the Parkway North delays from Camp Horn Road down to Perrysville. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. Get the savings you want on America's largest 5G network. Visit T-Mobile.com/choice55 and start saving today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at low 0%. In fact, the popular Eclipse Cross comes with 0% as well.
And with up to 125% of KBB for your trade, we make a new start easier than ever.
Your New Year deal your way. What a great day.
Shop Mitsu by the Mall at Jim Shorkey NorthHillsMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers.
Bets win or lose, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
When he's good, he's thorough good. The bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
The action is heating up this playoff season at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Lock in your touchdown picks. Check out trending parlays and increase your winnings with profit boosts. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Modern football in the NFL is quarterback driven. That is no secret. You can look at analytics. Quarterback success is a higher predictor of winning and losing than turnover ratio, which it's been for 20 plus years. Okay, that's changed. There's no doubt Caleb played a large component into my decision. He is a phenomenal talent that had, as many quarterbacks do, an up and down rookie year. Where I see my role is as a supporter of him. This offense will be calibrated with him in mind. We're going to build this thing. This is not simply a dropping of a previous playbook down on the table and starting there. No, we're ripping this thing down to the studs, and we're going to build it up with him first and foremost, and then with the pieces around him next.
Damn it.
I love that, man. That is my language right there.
I mean, damn it.
It's not rocket science, though. It is so basic. It is so fundamentally basic to the game of football. He just said it so well.
And by the way, that was Ben Johnson, the new head coach of the Chicago Bears. It's not rocket science unless you're just trying to be better than the mean in the National Football League. I mean, that is the antithesis of Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin, turnovers. Ben Johnson says turnovers, that ain't it. Does your quarterback play well? Do you have a good one? Do you build around him? That's how you win. And basically saying you can't win scared. And this is kind of what we're getting at with Justin Fields. If he's the Steelers quarterback next year, it can't be turnovers, protect the football. Design the offense around him. Let him be Justin for better or worse, and then see where it goes. You're right, it's not rocket science. The Steelers could have had this guy too. They could have traded Mike Tomlin to the Bears, and they'd have hired Ben friggin' Johnson. And life would be good.
I mean, it's just not hard. We talked about this yesterday. Like, I don't even know if it was on air or off air. I was like, you give me a guy like a Marius Mims, who's 6'7", 350 pounds. Like, I'll make that work at tackle. I don't care how much football he's played. Like, if he's athletic, I'll make that work. And that's what good coaches do. You identify a situation where you have a talented quarterback that's young, that wasn't in a good situation. Like, you're getting paid a lot of money as coaches to bring the most out of him. Like, give me that situation all day. Your job is to identify the talent and then expose the talent. Now, the Steelers have a guy like Justin Fields who has a lot of talent. and they want to handcuff him. They want to. It's more about, I think, the wins of the regular season and having a successful season in their minds than exposing the talents of the players. But that's all football's about, is exposing the talents of the players. That's the way that you win. You think that, like Patrick Mahomes, he sat behind Alex Smith for a long time, right? Andy Reid would have been a fool to handcuff Patrick Mahomes. He was like, no, this kid is talented. He could throw, underhand. He could do all these different things. He let him be him. He let Travis Kelce, no, you're not going to just run a basic route every time at 10 yards and then cut inside and then you're going to sit in the zone hole. No, you figure it out. Improvise. That's what you're good at. That's what these good players are capable of doing that are on these successful teams. That's why I think it's going to be immediate success in Chicago this coming year with Ben Johnson identifying the talent of Caleb Williams and unlocking it. It's not rocket science.
Well, the problems that Caleb Williams, I would be shocked if they didn't address that offensive line, too, in Chicago. I mean, they're going to make...
They have the 10th pick of the draft. You know they're going to draft a tackle.
Absolutely. Or they're going to use that pick to get a tackle. I think that if you're quarterback-driven, which every offense is quarterback-driven, it's just what are the constraints? What are the constraints that the head coach, what are the limitations you put on that, right? How aggressive will you be? And I think that Arthur Smith has proven that in his career. I mean, he had Mariota. They had the 8th best offense in terms of yards per game in the NFL. But it's different than what they did in Tennessee, right? I mean, it was different. So I think that this applies to Pittsburgh in such a unique way, but it will test whether or not Mike Tomlin is willing to change his formula. And that is... Like among teams that don't have elite quarterback play, the Steelers are at or near the top of the list in terms of how they achieve their achievements, their performance year over year. But what is the key to unlocking the quarterback play? It's not just who that guy is. It's how you build around him and how you accentuate his strengths and try to limit his weaknesses. And Justin Fields, I mean, he was in a terrible situation in Chicago. Now, I'm not saying I have the same belief in him that I would in a Caleb Williams from an arm talent standpoint. It's not even remotely close from an arm talent standpoint. But some of the things he can do, they were left under lock and key this year when he was a starter.
Right.
And if he's your guy, perhaps doing those things with a better supporting cast helps him gain the confidence to improve in the areas he needs to. Obviously, which are in the drop back game.
Mike Tomlin loves to say, when you got red paint, paint the bar in red. So, tailor your plan around who you got, but it's just hollow words. So we'll see if Ben Johnson means what he just said. I think he does, but it's refreshing. Why did he get hired? Because he's a hell of an offensive coordinator. So he's obviously got things that he does well, a scheme that he runs that he believes in, and he just said, I'm throwing it out to tailor it around my quarterback. It's a breath of friggin' fresh air. Mm-hmm. That's not hubris. That's the opposite of hubris. I got one thing, and this quarterback's going to work for my one thing. No. The truly great ones make it work with that guy.
Yes.
And what works best for that guy. And you've been hammering this for a long time, Doran.
Look what Ben Johnson did and how many players he unlocked in Detroit. Like, he definitely means what he's going to do. He knew. I mean, this is kind of like I guess a Philadelphia situation. Like, Jared Goff isn't setting the world on fire at quarterback. Like, you don't think of Jared Goff as the upper echelon quarterbacks, but he does a lot of things well, so they exposed that. But they also surrounded him with talent, and they let the talent be the talent. Like, they used Jahmyr Gibbs in the right circumstances, the right situation. They use Montgomery in the right places, Amon-Ra St. Brown in the right places. They move these guys around. They do all these things. They expose the talents of the talent that they have, but not exposing – in a bad way, the quarterback, and letting him just do the things with the talent. Like, it's really not rocket science whenever you do have talent, like Pat is saying, around you, but also if you have a talented quarterback that, hasn't really reached the ceiling in a guy like Justin Fields. Like, there's so much left in the tank with Justin Fields, I feel, but I'm weary of if the Steelers are going to unlock that.
Oh, I don't think they will. They screwed the Kenny Pickett situation up. Kenny Don't turn it over, Kenny. We got to get to 9 wins. What were they? 2-7, 2-6. They went to Philly. They got clowned. Everyone's wearing the Halloween mask. It was a terrible day. I was scared for my life at Lincoln Financial Field. After the bye, they just put him in a box. He was throwing a bunch of picks before then, throwing the ball a lot. They were trailing, so that had something to do with it. Buffalo, Philadelphia. And instead of just seeing where that goes, which is how you develop, they put him in a box. They tied his hands behind his back. I don't know what Kenny Pickett would have turned into. They didn't give him the best shot because winning games that year meant more than finding out what you had in that quarterback.
The Steelers did that with a first-round pick. They kept him, but on the opposite side, the 49ers didn't do that with the 7th-round pick.
Yep.
And look how that panned out. With the 7th-round pick, you could easily been like, okay, we gotta coddle this guy. We gotta make sure that our playmakers are in the right spots all the time and make sure that he doesn't lose us the football game. They said, bleep it, we're going for it. We're gonna scheme it up. We're gonna scheme it up. That's the difference. And look where the 49ers were. They weren't that this year, but look where they were at the time whenever Kenny Pickett got drafted. He was the first quarterback taken, and Brock Purdy was the last in that draft.
Green Bay didn't handcuff Jordan Love. Go play football. Go play football. Now, Minnesota this year, if Mike Tomlin coached Minnesota and Sam Darnold was the quarterback, he'd have thrown 20 touchdowns and 4 interceptions, and they'd have won 3 fewer games, and everyone would have lauded them for, look what they did with Sam Darnold. But you don't find out any answers.
Yeah, what I wonder is, so when you invest in a quarterback, you're not only investing in them short term. It's a journey, and you've got to be willing to go on that journey. And it's hard to, especially when you turn over that position, you're a Hall of Famer's retiring. It's hard to accept that the results early may not reflect where it may go, and it may hurt you short term to go through the growing pains that happen. The question is, are you putting him in a box to perpetuate 9-10 wins and a winning season? Or are you putting him in a box because you know you're not that good at other positions? And then what are you willing to do to address it? Like, what are you willing to do to it? And that's where I don't see the action here in Pittsburgh that needs to be there. You know, to give me confidence that a Justin Fields, who was a young player, who was thought highly enough to be drafted in the first round as a quarterback and has a lot of years to play and a lot of ability, if that's going to be your guy, if you brought him here because you feel like there's meat on that bone, to quote Mike Tomlin, then what are you doing to put him in the best situation to be successful? First of all, you got to let him ride and play. And the second, you got to build it around him. You got to build that offense around him. You got to give him some damn talent around him and some players. And let him be the guy. Let him be the dude. Let him be the dude. If you were trying to perpetuate where you're at, just go get Russell Wilson 2 years ago. Just do it then. Go get a guy like that then. Get Kirk Cousins. Yeah.
Trubisky.
Right, but they're not good enough. That's the deal. They weren't good, so you know you're not good enough offensively. You know it. So you're trying to play not to lose. And that don't win anymore. It doesn't win anymore.
We all see it. I think everybody listening to this radio show sees it, unless, of course, people within the Steelers organization are listening to this radio show.
They know. You know.
They know, but I think they're comfortable with it.
Yeah, I think that's the rub right now, right? If you feel like you've got this elite defense, and it's a window. I haven't seen all in it. I haven't seen all in yet.
You will know by March 20th whether they see it the way they've been seeing it or if they see it differently based on their offseason moves. Because you can say a lot of stuff. You can't lie in roster construction. If you're going out and you're spending dollars on offense, then it'll look like they're going for it with Justin Fields. But if you're going, well, let's sign a D-tackle. We got to get a second corner. Well, back to square one. Who has a better next 3 years? We talked about this yesterday. Would love to get Pat's opinion on it. Ben Johnson, Mike Tomlin. 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. And right now it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins play tonight at 10 o'clock against the Anaheim Ducks. Penguins won't play again. They don't have any games this weekend. Their next game will be the final game in the road trip. They're going to play the San Jose Sharks on Monday, the 27th. More for headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You need to go talk to somebody. What happened at that hospital? It wasn't right. And you had something here. You need to call the dog. This is a medical malpractice. You see, I'm your doctor, so I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. When you went into that hospital, they told you it was just a headache. But that wasn't a headache. You had a stroke. Do you hear your speech? It's slurred. That was a stroke. That wasn't a headache. You understand? Gotta call Top Dog. This is top dollar. This is a medical malpractice. This is top dollar. Any accident, big or small, life or death, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months, or the 2025 Tucson SC all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, hit to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messingthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Beyond Lincoln. Join the family. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman ad, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. The hiring of head coach Ben Johnson and defensive coordinator Dennis Allen may herald a decade of the Bears. Johnson should be a godsend for quarterback Caleb Williams, and his hiring weakens Detroit, as does the hiring of Aaron Glenn by the Jets. It really is a double whammy for the Detroit Lions. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I put on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this. As the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line. Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
The temperatures aren't the only thing dropping. Prices at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville are dropping too. During our winter savings event, hurry in for huge savings on every new Toyota in stock, including new Tacomas and hybrid SUVs. And to help you get through winter, Honda has bundled a lifetime powertrain warranty, together with complimentary maintenance, including oil changes at no additional charge on whatever new Toyota you choose. Don't miss Spitzer's winter savings event.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
The world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
So much more trouble on the roadways. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today. Outbound Route 28. We have an accident now partially blocking the ramp from Millvale to that outbound side. Crews are on the scene. Traffic seems to be getting around it without too much of a problem, though. Meanwhile, we do have an accident reported on McKnight Road on the inbound side, approaching the ramps for the Parkway North. And more accidents, one in Ross Township, the intersection of Sangre Road and Kinvara Drive, as well as one on the Tarentum Bridge on the Tarentum side near First Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call the Pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Mark Caboli with a really interesting tweet yesterday that I totally disagree with. I want your guys' opinion on that. We'll go around the NFL at the end of the hour. But first, a question for Pat. We talked about this yesterday. Who do you think has more success the next 3 years, Mr. Bostic? Ben Johnson or Mike Tomlin?
Mike Tomlin.
Oh, Why?
I think that the Steelers are much closer to their competition in the AFC North than the Bears are to the competition in their division.
Really?
Yes. And I'm not sure Caleb Williams. I'm not sure Jared Goff, Jordan Love.
J.J. McCarthy. You're going all in on him? But I guess he has
They
the
went
weapons.
14-2 with Sam Darnold.
Right.
And Justin Jefferson and Hawkinson and
Okay, Detroit's losing both their coordinators.
They are, but I mean, again, it's players driven.
Mhm.
Ben Johnson's a heck of a coach, but they're going to hire someone like him, and they're going to run the stuff that Jared Goff and David Montgomery and their backfield's good at, and they've got Amon St. Brown and that whole group, and they won't have 28 players hurt on the defensive side of the ball next year, probably.
Aiden Hutchinson might make a difference.
So, yeah, they lose Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson, but it's players' game. And that's what Ben Johnson was saying. That's what we're saying. Okay, the coaches don't get to pick the players in the NFL all the time. They're part of it. But given who you have and who's available, Justin Fields is available. Russell Wilson's available. There are other quarterbacks that are available, but it's the devil you know versus the devil you don't know. If Justin Fields is your quarterback, you build an offense that accentuates his strengths. Yeah, you don't want to turn the ball over. Ben Johnson's not saying, let's go throw a bunch of picks, we'll win. If he throws more touchdowns than picks, we'll win. No, that's not the case. Turnover differential still matters. But is your offense built to accentuate the strengths of the players you have and limit the weaknesses? Because ultimately, you're as good as your strengths most of the time. And I think with Fields, there's intrigue there from my perspective. And with Wilson, what they have been doing with the players they have will not work. However, I think they're better positioned to compete in their division than Chicago is. And I think Chicago's got a lot of problems.
I'd rather go against Goff, J.J. McCarthy, Jordan Love than Burrow and Jackson.
Me too.
But Pittsburgh's beaten them pretty routinely.
Not whenever it matters.
They beat them twice with Kenny Pickett last year.
You had a winner-take-all game for the AFC North and lost it, and then you got $2.99 dropped on your head in the playoff game.
Understood.
Lamar didn't play in the last game last year either.
Understood. But I'm just saying,
or Burrow.
Chicago has been a dumpster fire for decades. And it is a hard town. And I'm not sure Caleb Williams is that dude. I think he's really talented, but I'm not sure he is that dude. They've had a lot of guys they thought were that dude go there.
A couple of them came back through Pittsburgh.
And got chewed up and spit out. And it is a tall order. And I think for an organization like that, 3 years is a very short-term expectation.
Well, and plus we know what you're getting with Tomlin. So you're not guessing from that standpoint.
No, you're guessing with Ben Johnson.
You
He's never
are.
been a head coach before.
Right.
You know, he's never been a head coach before, and you're walking into one of the proudest organizations in the National Football League that is desperate to win.
All right, let me flip it this way then. Radio. Mike Tomlin's going to be the coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers for these next 3 years and beyond. Let's say we're Ben Johnson for the next 3 years. Who has more success, the Ben Johnson Steelers or the Mike Tomlin Steelers?
I think that, man, it's so hard.
I asked a question I don't have the answer to, but I would have liked to see it. I would have liked to see it. And I'm okay with failure. I'm okay with swinging and missing on a hire. They're not. But I would rather have taken a shot with Ben Johnson.
They have a formula. They have a formula, but you can tweak formulas. You know, you can.
Oh, you can, sure.
You can change part of it. They're not going to change the whole thing. You know, knowing who they are, but
who has more success, Mike Tomlin as a Chicago Bear head coach or Ben Johnson as a Steeler head coach? I think that this is the perfect situation for a guy like Caleb Williams that has a boatload of talent but needs an offensive-minded leader. I don't think that the situation would be as good if Tomlin was his coach because we saw how it works with him developing quarterbacks. Doesn't work. I don't know how good they would be a better team, but I don't think Caleb Williams would be better.
Caleb Williams would be checking it down or throwing it deep. I mean, that's what it is with Mike Tomlin. All good questions at 412-928-9370.
Hypotheticals are hard.
Sure.
They're really hard.
Radio.
It is radio. But I mean, if I were betting, I bet the Steelers have more success over the next 3 years than the Bears. And by virtue of that, I'd say that Mike Tomlin has more success than Ben Johnson.
Agree or disagree, 412-928-9370. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Mark Caboli put himself out there. Controversial opinion. We discuss when we come back, but first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins have a game tonight against the Anaheim Ducks at 10 o'clock. Then they don't play at all this weekend. They're going to pick up on Monday after this game tonight. They're going to play the San Jose Sharks on Monday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. I want to tell you about my new obsession, Daisy French onion dip. One of my guilty pleasures during football season is eating dips with chips, wings, veggies. Well, sometimes veggies, while watching the big game. And now Daisy came out with Daisy French onion dip and a Daisy ranch dip. These are a game changer. I'm drooling over here. They're as good as homemade dip. They have real herbs and spices, ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. So do what I'm going to do this weekend. Head to the store, get yourself some Daisy French onion dip and some Daisy ranch dip.
The TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual fuel-required classic car dealership World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster, presented by Motormania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen her on parade, now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Farm Truck and Asian from Street Outlaws. And see their sleeper Chevy Farm Truck Racer. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts, part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Picture yourself here, carving down snowy trails, kids laughing, and memories being made at with 60 trails and ski out lodging, winter fun is waiting for you. This winter, picture yourself at Holiday Valley, located in the authentic ski town of Ellicottville, New York. Voted 11th best ski resort on the entire East Coast by Ski Magazine readers. Learn more at holidayvalley.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home, the team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Almost heaven.
We love Mark Caboli. I had to laugh yesterday. Mark Caboli is the guy who reported that Arthur Smith and Russell Wilson didn't exactly see eye to eye. And then Pat McAfee asked Russell Wilson if the report was true or not, and asked it in a way that I don't think Caboli could be thrilled with.
Oh, yeah, I like Arthur. I think everybody tries to
Hey, there's reports you hate him.
Anytime.
You hear that from McAfee? Yeah. There's reports you hate him. Well, you know where the report came from? Mark Caboli. That's your guy. Mark Caboli. What would Mark be doing right now? Probably still WWE stuff, but you gave him a job. He reports a story, and you kind of crap all over his story talking to Russell Wilson. But Mark Caboli yesterday, in the wake of Aaron Glenn getting hired, Ben Johnson getting hired, both from the Dan Campbell coaching tree, Caboli tweeted out that I might be alone on this, but I think having a coaching tree means nothing. How can it mean nothing? I don't think it's a be-all, end-all. That would be Super Bowls. But Mike Tomlin's been a coach for 2 decades. Ain't nobody growing through here and is a hot commodity? Of course that says something. It says either you're not developing coaching talent or that you're hiring bad people or some combination of both. Again, not the be-all, end-all, but I think it's a fair criticism of Tomlin. I'm shocked to hear him say that. Read what he thinks about it.
Do you think that coaching tree matters?
I think that I've said this before. I think that your chance of having a coaching tree increases greatly if you're an offensive guy. The majority of coaching trees are offensive. There are, particularly as the years and decades go by. I mean, who's Jim Harbaugh's coaching tree? I mean, John Harbaugh's coaching tree. Who?
McDonald, head coach in Seattle. That's it, maybe.
How's that going?
No, it's 1 year.
Okay, but who's his coaching tree?
There's a coach.
He's been the head coach for a long time.
Yeah. He doesn't get to claim Greg Roman?
Not a head coach.
Good point. Tomlin doesn't have coordinators that – he doesn't have people who go elsewhere.
How Belichick's coaching tree do?
Okay.
Not good.
Does Nick Saban count? I think Nick Saban might count.
They work together.
That's a pretty good coaching tree. Bill O'Brien won a playoff game more recently than Mike Tomlin. I think Bill O'Brien's a good coach.
He's a very good coach.
It doesn't – for me, it's not even that they have success when they leave that matters. It's that you hire people that either progress or you hire good enough people that other people covet them.
Does Vrabel count? Sorry.
For Tomlin?
For Belichick.
He played for him.
Did he coach there?
No.
No.
No. If it was very short-lived. But I just think that on base, you see far more coaching trees, like legitimate coaching trees, in offensive forests, if you will, than you do in the defensive side of things. I think that's just – and more offensive coaches are getting hired as head coaches now.
But doesn't that then speak to the bigger problem of you've held on to a defensive coach for 18 years?
They've held on to a style of play, too, for the most part.
No question.
As a result of that, and that's the formula we speak of.
I don't think it's the be-all, end-all. I can't say it means nothing, though. Like, I think they're also afraid, and it might not even just be Tomlin, but organizationally, to hire people that they think are going to move up the ranks quickly, and then you lose them because they're so in on continuity that you don't want to be replacing coordinators every couple of years. I don't think it's only Tomlin.
Well, you look at a guy like Andy Reid, too, though. I mean, I think the degree to which a coach cedes control of a side of the ball that they're a specialist on, like Andy Reid calls the plays in Kansas City. Like Matt Nagy did not work out in Chicago. And who else that has worked for Andy Reid? You'd have to name them. It doesn't spur to my mind. Now, whereas a Kyle Shanahan.
Peterson wasn't he?
Yeah, Doug Peterson. Yeah, okay. And obviously won a Super Bowl, so there's one exception to the rule. But Andy Reid really calls the plays. Mike McCarthy calls the plays. He calls the plays in Dallas. So he did call the plays in Dallas and in Green Bay. You look at a guy like McVay and the guys that have learned under Kyle Shanahan, he's given them more and more responsibility where they've earned their stripes. They're not just kind of the conduit. They're not the mouthpiece.
Right.
They actually have some control. Where, like, it would have been interesting, Brian Flores as defensive coordinator, how much autonomy would he have in Pittsburgh? Now, we don't see Mike Tomlin with a call sheet.
We didn't see LeBeau with one either.
Right. So you don't see this outward display of I'm running things.
They love that, by the way. They don't want you to know who's doing what defensively.
Right.
Or from a roster building standpoint. I didn't mean to cut you off.
But it's interesting, though, to think about to what degree does a coach that has that has built their resume on one side of the ball, I think their coaching tree is probably dictated by how much control they give them, to give those individuals. And if they're proved that they can take the template and shape it to what personnel they have, to their own personality, that's going to dictate their success level, probably not only with the organization they're with, but beyond.
I think that's where Baltimore messed up this year with Orr. I think they gave him too much defense to run, where it was just overwhelming. It was his first year, and he wasn't ready. So they were like, "Oh shoot, we need to fix this real quick." That's whatever the DP.
Dan Campbell wasn't even a coordinator.
No.
Prior to that is the Harbaugh.
He's a tight end coach, right?
That is the Harbaugh kind of path, where Harbaugh was a special teams coordinator in Philly, right? Prior to going to Baltimore. So like, Dan Campbell's not
with Andy Reid. By the way,
I would not call. This is me. I would not call Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn part of the Dan Campbell tree. They're not. They're on his. They worked for him. But a tree is Bill Walsh, Mike Holmgren, like tutored, learn from, run the same stuff. Like they're not running Dan Campbell's offense in Detroit or his defense.
But you wouldn't give him credit for hiring the right guys?
I do, but that doesn't mean it's a tree. Like a tree is, I learn how to coach from this person. I learn how to, the system, the training, the guys we know, like Frank Signetti, right? Coach with Mike McCarthy, Red Book stuff out in San Francisco. Like their DNA is built from, it all started with Walsh and then Holmgren and then all these guys. And yeah, there's influences here and there. Like that's a tree.
Actually, a tree is a woody perennial plant.
It's true, it is, but
typically having a single stem or trunk growing to a considerable height.
We're throwing trees out there like it's just because a guy works for me, he's on my tree. Not necessarily, in my opinion.
And bearing lateral branches at some distance from the ground. It's a tree. All right, we're going around the NFL coming up next. Let's take a look at these conference championship games. We have not spent a ton of time on them this week. Really looking forward to that. Top of the hour, Steelers draft rumors. Oh, yeah. But first, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins play the Anaheim Ducks tonight at 10 o'clock. Made a mistake earlier as well. Penguins' next game is on Saturday after tonight against the Seattle Kraken, and then they'll play the Sharks on Monday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
It's freezing out, and it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of five-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The accidents are gone. Delays still with us. This report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com. Delays on inbound Route 28, inbound between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass. Pretty well stop and go down toward the north side. Parkway West, you are jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East acts at Greensburg Pike. Parkway North delays from Camp Horn Road down to Perrysville, and then a second slowdown across the Veterans Bridge. You're jammed on the Crosstown over past 6th and 7th Avenues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. twomenandajuncktruck.com.
2 Men and a Junk Truck.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. We are down to the last 4 teams in the NFL playoffs, and new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets. If you win, that's $300 in bonus bets. You just have to win your first $5 bet on the FanDuel Sportsbook. So pick one of these games here. Take a shot. We know how good the Chiefs have been trying to make NFL history and go back to back to back. My prediction here is that this will be where that journey ends. So if you agree with me, make that bet. If not, pick something else. Go against me, FanDuel.com/Andrew, and get started with $300 in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania for online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months, or the 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, hit to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
The 64th Annual World of Wheels Custom Auto Show, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, January 24th through 26th, David Lawrence Convention Center, Pittsburgh. Discount tickets exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. See America's finest hot rods, customs, trucks, motorcycles. The cars are the stars. All weekend. World of World of Wheels Custom Auto Show, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, January 24th through 26th, David Lawrence Convention Center, Pittsburgh.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Flex Premium Athleisure is softness that plays hard. From the couch to the gym to the office and beyond, Flex gives you premium comfort and style that keeps up with anything without costing everything. Whether you're chasing the ball or chasing the kids, life's a workout. Flex with it. Exclusively at Kohl's. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Going to look ahead to the conference championship games this weekend in a couple of moments. I said for a long time we'd go to the phones, and I feel really bad for Tony, because Tony, I'm sorry, man. You've been on hold for a really long time. What do you got for us?
Hey, man, I just wanted to say about Russell Wilson, there is no way I'm signing him for that money. That money should be spent on putting weapons around the quarterback. If the quarterback doesn't have weapons, you can't truly evaluate his talent. You have to set them up to succeed.
All right, so who's going to be the quarterback? Who would be the quarterback to surround the town around?
Oh, I would 100% do everything I could to sign Justin Fields.
What if he doesn't want to come here? What if he has other suitors?
Then we got problems.
Tony, you've been sitting around for like 2 hours on hold. Now Doran's like coming at you, man. What the hell?
I'm just asking.
He came back, though. I'll give Tony credit.
Right. Doran was saying that you have to have offensive weapons or you are absolutely handcuffing the quarterback position. Hopefully you get Fields signed. You go with him this year. No quarterbacks in the draft this year. I don't like any of them. I'd wait till next year. You can't afford to waste another first-round pick on a quarterback like you did with Kenny Pickett. You got to use some picks in the free agent money to sign offensive weapons.
I think we're all pretty much in lockstep on that, Tony. And thank you for the call. And call back anytime. And next time you call back, say, hey, I'm Tony, the guy that they left on hold for 18 years. And we'll put you right on. 412-928-9370. We will get to the conference championship games as promised. We'll get to the Steelers draft trade rumor coming up at the top of the hour, too. We were talking, and my head was hurting more and more about the coaching trees during the break. And you said, Pat, that you don't consider Ben Johnson or Aaron Glenn as part of the Dan Campbell coaching tree. They're more like bushes.
Well, saplings. I don't know. I'll give Johnson. I did a little bit
the
more
coaching
research.
carnation.
Johnson's actually, but like
the coaching.
I don't know.
orchid.
I'm comparing them to like established trees that have existed for decades, like Walsh and Shanahan and those guys.
Oh, the Walsh tree's a redwood.
It is. And, it makes a lot of sense because he's, out in California and all that stuff.
Joshua tree.
No, and we pray for our friends in L.A. and that stuff, too. That's crazy. But
although the trees seem to be the only things that aren't burning out there, yeah.
That's true. I just that's like the standard in my mind. So I have a hard time, a 3-year sample size saying, like, give it a little bit and then we'll see.
I mean, listen, I ain't Jim Rome, but I'm still a radio host. It doesn't have to be this great coaching tree to be a tree. You're just plucking guys from something that's working.
I look at it like, do you become a head coach, and where were you at before? Underneath that head coach would be the tree of the head coach you were underneath before.
Well, we were talking about Cowers.
Yeah, Cowers tree.
Malarkey
I don't care like if you're offense or defense, whoever the head coach was, do you, who's an individual coach or a coordinator, become a head coach somewhere else? Like Malarkey, Wisenhunt, LeBeau, like That is under Cowher's tree, in my opinion, because you worked underneath. And you're not just learning X's and O's underneath Cowher. You're learning how to be a head coach, which you're going to be moving forward.
And
I don't disagree.
Harbaugh was the special teams guy under Reed.
Andy Reid.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's not picking up offensive schemes, but, hey, this is how Andy conducted his meetings. I like a little bit of this. I don't like some of that. And all of us are learning.
Right. We all steal from people.
Yeah. Why he looked me right in the eye when he said that.
Yeah.
He did.
And you know.
Uniforms. Basketball uniforms.
Oh, my God. Jerry West wore them in the 1950s, for God's sakes.
Yeah, those are Pitt uniforms. We all know it.
I mean, we honored
They're
it.
either Pitt or UCLA, one of the two. I mean they're
right.
We won.
Won what?
When we were
against Pitt this year?
When we were honoring our guy on Saturday.
Well, you beat Pitt. You guys beat Pitt this year?
Couldn't care less.
You guys beat Pitt in football or basketball? Wait, which one? Which one are you talking about?
Pitt can make the NCAA tournament?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yes. I mean, I got hit in the head a lot.
About that?
I got hit in the head a lot. I'm trying to figure out
You're about to get hit in the head again.
Team, which athletic team
Can we go back
did
to
West
talking about
Virginia
trees?
beat?
I want to talk trees.
Against Pitt.
Where's the Pat Narduzzi tree? Rich Rodriguez tree.
Yeah, I mean trees take a long time to grow. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Pat.
You're welcome.
That's a
breaking news here on 93.7 The Fan.
Trees will grow. They just need sunlight, soil, and water.
They do.
Breaking news. All right, coming up next, we'll get into the conference championship games and also a hot Steelers draft rumor. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Equally great in weather and fuel efficiency. Check out the 2025 Outlander PHEV. Just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 24 Outlanders now up to $9,000 off. Or finance at a low 0%. Your new year deal, your way. What a great day. Shop JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Lease for $299 a month for 36 months. Security deposit waived. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365.
Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $165 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $179 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Pittsburgh, we are in a deep freeze, and it doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon. Brutal temperatures aren't only tough for us, they can take a toll on your home. That's right, this frigid weather means frozen pipes, overtaxed water heaters, heating systems that just can't keep up, or worse, stop working. No need to worry. The experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are just a phone call away and ready to help. McVeigh provides fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing and heating services. So call McVeigh today or visit callmcveigh.com.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items, so you save on all the crunch, all the flavor, all the just-picked goodness you love. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop with new low prices on apples, carrots, lettuce, celery, and more. Enjoy fresh savings on fresh produce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Pittsburgh. Whitney Cummings is bringing her Big Baby Tour to the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on March 1st.
The crazy thing is that when you're 35 as a woman, they start calling your pregnancy geriatric. I was like, I am so sorry that I waited till I was a mature adult. I am so glad that I waited to get pregnant. If I had got pregnant even a year earlier, I would have sold the baby for Taylor Swift tickets.
Tickets available at librarymusichall.com. Whitney Cummings at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall, March 1st.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush showing no signs of letting up. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Parkway North delays around the bend at Bellevue, Westview, heading toward Perrysville. And then a second slowdown heading across the Veterans Bridge onto the Crosstown. Parkway East jams at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays approaching the Route 8 at the bypass to the north side. And the Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The chances of starting your New Year's resolution decreases each day you put it off. Don't let another year go by not knowing how simple losing weight can be. Fast, sustainable, and proven weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
During the last break. Sometimes I just need my cage rattled a little bit.
You actually came over here and pushed me.
You actually threw a couple punches, couple body shots too. They didn't cause any damage, but they were thrown.
Yes.
All right, I might have twisted the truth a little bit there.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let me do the Malik Willis thing with Jaylen Milroe. Don't do it. I tried to have the listeners help me the week of the wild card playoff game. I said it on Tuesday. I am going to talk myself into picking the Steelers by the end of the week. Don't let me do it. And I did. I picked the Steelers to beat the Ravens. My bad, me scoozy. I have egg on my face. I have a ton of crow to eat. Don't let me turn Jaylen Milroe into Malik Willis. I fell in love with Malik Willis because a 170-yard pass he threw at the NFL Combine. Jaylen Milroe, talented guy. I can't fall in love with a quarterback prospect, and I don't want them to this year either. Next year's the year. Build it up this year. Get some draft equity. Go try to get the guy next year. Don't do the Milroe thing, and don't let me start pushing the Milroe thing.
Well, what I'm going to do is whenever I feel like you are leaning towards that direction of, oh, Jaylen Milroe, he ran a 4.43 at the Combine.
Just say Malik.
I am going to send you 2 links. I'm going to send you Alabama against Oklahoma, and I'm going to send you Alabama in their bowl game in Florida against Michigan.
Thank you.
And I'm going to have you, and they're going to just be highlights. It's going to be a quick snippet. It's not going to be long. You want to sit through it, and you just watch that, and then you'll come back down to earth. That's all I'm going to do.
It's like a cat when they're going for like a fur ball or something. You just spray it with the water bottle.
Yep.
That'll work. Because, God, that was awful.
Awful.
And here's what happens. It happens every year. Jaylen Milroe, a projected 3rd or 4th round pick. 2 months from now, Jaylen Milroe. Could he be the number 2 pick overall in the draft? Don't let me do it. I mean, if he runs a 4.43,
you're going to do it.
I mean,
you're going to do it.
I mean, that's
he's going to run good.
Well, he's going to show a little leg is what he's going to do.
He's one of those guys that it's like watching a recruit film. His highlight tape, good. You watch a full game, you watch him under pressure and adversity. You look at his worst game, and you're like, major red flags.
Undraftable if you look at Oklahoma and Michigan.
He's definitely a draftable talent. He is not one that I would bank my franchise on.
You know what though? As a backup to Fields in year 1,
in the right round.
If he drops to the 4th round,
right?
See, that was a test. That was a test, and you didn't send me highlights.
If he drops to the 4th, you're saying in the 1st or 2nd round.
Yeah.
But if he drops to the 4th round, I think that's acceptable.
You can't get, and this is the trap I think the Steelers have fallen into, and to some degree they fell with Kenny, is they felt like they had to take a quarterback. And listen, this year alone has been proof that you don't. I mean, the teams that have struck gold, but if you're not in a position to strike gold and you don't feel damn sure about it, you don't do it.
It's one thing to need a quarterback in the 2004 draft, and Eli Manning and Phillip Rivers go, and the 3rd guy is Ben Roethlisberger. It's something entirely different now, or even in 2020. Again, I still think that they deserve a lot of flack for how they treated Kenny Pickett here. But they drafted him out of desperation. Do not take Malik Willis, Jaylen Milroe at 21. You can't do it. Can't do it.
What if he runs a 4.39?
Well, he's showing the leg.
He's gonna look all slapped up. He's gonna be like 225, just no body fat too. He's gonna test well, and he's also gonna interview well. It's gonna get leaked out. His interviews were off the charts. This guy's brilliant.
The tape should matter a lot more than the stuff you do in a diaper, shouldn't it?
1,000,000%.
But you know how it's going to go, because he's going to be the fastest quarterback. He's going to throw it a mile. He's going to probably be great in the interview setting. I mean, he was under Nick Saban. Oh man, he's going to get mocked all over the 1st round by the end of this thing, and I hope they don't do it. And I hope that I don't look silly by doing it.
You won't.
They're going to do it. He's going to do it on social media, like on a Friday night.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have to wait till Monday to get him back on track.
Right.
He's going to go the whole weekend. It's going to get momentum. It's going to start going downhill. And all of a sudden, it's going to be like, Monday is going to be like a.
You're going to have Alabama jersey on.
You're going to have to bring me in. You're going to have to bring me in on Monday to stage an intervention. Because he's going to be so punch drunk on.
Look, there's no such thing as a sure thing at any position in the NFL, let alone quarterback. But if they're going to find the franchise quarterback, it's got to be as close to ready-made as possible. And that ain't Jaylen Milroe. Like, hey, look, Andrew Luck retired early, and what did he ever win? He was pretty much a sure thing, and he changed that franchise for the better, and they've been a lot worse since he left. That's as close to a sure thing as you're going to get. I can't be taking flyers on guys because I just have no faith that they're going to develop.
Here's
them.
the problem with that, though. You got to be bad to get a really good quarterback.
No, you could trade up.
Okay, trade up.
That's what I wanted. That's what I want.
That's what you want to see.
Yeah, because they're not. We can talk about all the problems the Steelers have, and there are many, and they're great. They're still going to win 9-10 games next year. So how are you going to get one? Maybe you trade a Watt. Maybe you trade a Highsmith. You're going to trade George Pickens. Now, are you going to get first-round picks if you do those things, or picks in this draft? You're going to get them in next year's draft. I would prefer to get them in next year's draft.
I'll be very curious to see what they would get for Pickens, and who would want him.
What was that yesterday?
33rd team had him going to Washington for the right now 61st pick in the draft.
So a second-round pick.
Mm-hmm. Chase Claypool went for the 32nd. Not sure you'll quite get that.
I asked you this question yesterday, or we talked about this yesterday. I asked Pat it as well. If Shedeur Sanders falls to 21, would you take him?
Probably not.
Because of his dad or because of the player? Or yeah?
The player.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
He's not.
Now, if Cam Ward did, absolutely.
He's not.
That's not going to happen.
No. And Shedor's not. He's not the athlete Cam Ward is.
No.
Or Jaden Daniels. Or, no one's Lamar. He's a pocket passer. He can move, but he's not going to go out and run the way that Milroe's going to run.
He doesn't have. I don't think he has the arm talent of Cam Ward. I think Cam Ward's got probably the best arm talent that I've seen in this draft. Just watching the plays he makes, the ability to throw on the move.
But he has arm talent, though.
He does have arm talent. There's no question. He has also been sacked a whole lot, and I take damage into account as a quarterback because damage. If you have any flinch in you, you can't play that position, and damage chips away at the flinch, right? You see it even with guys like Kenny with that punch pivot and circle out of the pocket. It's it's fight or flight.
Even an extreme example, Phil Dracovic was a good college quarterback, and he got crushed his last year at Boston College. And then you start seeing ghosts. Caleb Williams got sacked a lot his last 2 years at USC, got sacked 68 times. David Carr.
It's hard to coach that out of a guy.
Mm-hmm.
And Justin Fields was sacked a lot. And he's got great athletic ability. So what do? First sign of another colored jersey, you're out, man. That could be getting blocked. Quick slide, step up. You got a wide open guy 30 yards down the field, but you miss him because your instinct is to get out of there because I'm about to get sacked.
Yeah.
And then you start to build up that muscle memory and that scar tissue, and it's tough to bust through.
Getting sacked hurts, right, Pat?
It does. It does not feel great.
What's the worst hit you ever took?
I got hit by Jason Pierre-Paul against South Florida.
USF, yeah.
Yeah, I got kind of high load. It wasn't great. We ran 2 quarterback draws that game. Doesn't usually work with me. But it was so unpredictable that I actually picked up 6 yards before I tripped on the grass. But I got a high low. That South Florida defense had some dudes. They had Mike Jenkins, who played. He hawked Shady down on a screen.
Was it Nick Allen as a safety?
Yeah, but we threw a screen to the left. Shady takes it around to the right sideline. I just see this green blur going, or it's white with the green, the green numbers flying across the field. I'm what the hell is that? Mike Jenkins just hawked him. And they had George Selvey and Jason Pierre-Paul on either side. Yeah, I got hit pretty hard that game.
How do you...
And then I got punched in the face by your guys down in West Virginia, and they ripped my helmet off.
Before or after or during?
During.
Yeah.
Before or after? You have to ask that question too,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, because, after I get it, during I get it, before, well, don't be mean to Pat.
Oh, they were mean.
Does the name Jaylen Milroe interest you? 412-928-9370. Would you take a quarterback in rounds 1 or 2 at all? 412-928-9370. I think there's a lot more meat on this bone. We'll continue talking about it coming up next, and we will, as I have now teased forever, get into the conference championship games. You can text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you, and right now it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins have a game tonight against the Ducks at 10 o'clock. They've got 2 more games on this road trip. Next one's going to be on Saturday against the Seattle Kraken, and then they play Monday against the San Jose Sharks. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. We know this about pro athletes. They train all the time to perform better on the field. It takes a lot of time and effort. What, though, would you say if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. And Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Your partner wants you to do this. They might not say it, but they want you to do this. You got to try it. Blue Chew's tablets, they're like a performance enhancement for the bedroom. They can help you get extra confidence when it is time to perform. You can turn oh no into oh yes. You know what I'm talking about, fellas. So if you could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom when it's time to perform, visit BlueChew.com. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best-in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And you can work out your way on your time at any convenient location near you. Most open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends January 31st. See Home Club for details.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See yourself in the new 2025 Kia Sportage EX 4-wheel drive and lease for just $285 a month, or purchase with a special low APR starting at 1.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. See what you get free: lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game presented by Hyundai. After stunning top-seeded Detroit, Washington will face off with Philadelphia in a heated rivalry, game to punch their ticket to the big game. On the other side, led by their star quarterback, Kansas City will look to push their luck for a three-peat against a surging Buffalo team. Now you can buy a new Hyundai from the comfort of your own home at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details.
Ad paid for by Anthem Tax Services. Attention, if you or your business is behind in filing your tax returns, or if you owe over $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS, please listen carefully. The IRS does not joke around and will not stop their collection efforts. If you're tired of the IRS letters, levies, liens, or wage garnishments and would like to get a fresh start, we can help. Due to the financial hardships in the country, the IRS is making it easier than ever to settle tax problems for those who owe more than $10,000. We can help settle your delinquent tax problems, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes significantly. Even if you can't afford to pay your back taxes, you can still get the help you need. We've helped thousands of taxpayers just like you, but you must call 800-217-1316 today to stop your tax problem from getting worse. The information is free and the help is real. Call 800-217-1316. That's 800-217-1316. Again, 800-217-1316.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Coit. Incredible 50% savings on all Coit cleaning services. Hurry, call Coit now and save 50%.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Last week's divisional round losers are regrouping for sure. Baltimore and Houston both rosters too strong not to make a playoff return. However, Detroit may take a step back as they lost both of their coordinators and play in the NFL's toughest division. As for the Rams, Matthew Stafford's situation needs to play out before we can make any determination. I'm Boomer Esiason.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush still hasn't left us yet. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. Crews checking reports of an accident now in the Brighton Heights section of the city. This is on Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard at the McKees Rocks Bridge. Also, an earlier accident being tended to. This is in Allegheny Township, Westmoreland County near New Kensington, tying up Route 56 at the intersection with Hyde Park Road. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28, heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Doran with a good question. How do people know when ponds are okay to skate on?
I think about that all the time, and I did see something the other day, but I never really dove into it to figure out what the actual answer was and if it was accurate. But it says, like, there's no flowing water underneath.
So I go once a year just about with my friend Wes up Plum, Cranberry, wherever it is.
Up Plum.
Plum and Cranberry are two opposite directions.
I know, I just forget.
I mean, they're totally opposite.
All right, I don't go, he goes. But what he tells me is you just take your biggest buddy and you just throw him onto the ice and you see if he goes through or not.
That's good.
That's how you test it.
I had a pond growing up. We used to play hockey on it. Used to skate. And one buddy decided he's going to ride his bike out on it. Right into it.
Right down?
Really?
Oh, yeah. Tried to do like a little like bunny hop, like wheelie type deal.
Pretty safe assumption that these last 3 days, you can go out there. You're good.
Man, how do you know for sure?
Oh, it's frozen solid, baby. You know, you just creep on out there. When it's -6 degrees for 3 straight days, you're fine.
It's easy to say when you weigh 86 pounds.
Yeah. I've lost 8 pounds in the last month.
You're withering away to nothing.
Are you in the 40s now?
I was 165. I'm 157.
Very exact number right there.
I weigh myself every day. Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if other people do this, and there's some breaking NFL news we're going to get to in a second here. I don't know if other people do this, but you know, we have a 1-year-old, and we're trying to fit. Is she eating enough food? So like, I'll get on the scale, and then I'll pick her up.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And get on the scale.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See the delta. See what the difference is, and that's the way to
the delta.
Yeah.
Is that what the difference would be? The delta?
Yeah, so like if you get on the scale with her and you're 173, and then you get off the scale and you put her aside and you get on the scale and you're 157, the delta between 173 and 157 is 16 pounds.
Mathematical term.
That's what happens when you go to the University of Pittsburgh.
Never heard that in my life.
Delta?
Never heard it.
Not just a
fraternity?
Fraternity?
that would be the context
That's
that I had.
Not just a place you go where you go to like a rave in Morgantown?
With our guy Hans in the basement. It is 9:26. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. The breaking NFL news is that T.J. Watt has been named a Defensive Player of the Year finalist. The other finalists include cornerback Patrick Surtain, Browns edge defender Myles Garrett, Bengals edge Trey Hendrickson, and Eagles linebacker Zach Bond. You want to talk about a franchise just real quick. So earlier, Pat brought up they spend a ton of money and they've invested heavily in the offense. Nobody thought Zach Bond was going to be any good. He's a special teams guy from where? New Orleans?
Braun.
I thought it was Bond. I think it's Bond.
I bet.
Yeah, Google it.
It's Bond.
I thought it was Braun. How do you spell it?
B-A-U-N. There's no R.
I lost. Crap.
They bring him in. They spend no money on that guy, best of my knowledge. comes in, Defensive Player of the Year finals. He was awesome last week.
Really good.
Meanwhile, Steelers, $130 million on defense for the Chiefs, the Eagles, the Ravens, the Bengals to all poo all over you. Drives me nuts. But this brings up a topic that we briefly touched on in the previous segment as we look to accrue draft capital for the Steelers next year. Would you consider trading this year's Defensive Player of the Year finalist, T.J. Watt?
I would. Yeah, I would, and I would have in years past too, to bolster the other side of the ball. I just think they're incongruent in terms of how they spend. Defense to offense. I understand they've had really good players on that side of the ball, and that's won them a lot of games. But they've hit their ceiling. They've hit their ceiling playing this style, and it's been compensating that side of the ball has been at the expense of the other side.
No question.
And your opportunity to maximize the value you could get for him is that window is closing.
I mean, he's going into his final season of his deal, which means they're going to pay him this offseason. And what they're going to be doing is paying a guy for what he did, not what he's going to do. This is not to say T.J. Watt's still not a fabulous player. He is a Defensive Player of the Year finalist. But no one with a straight face can say that he is what he was 2 years ago or last year prior to getting banged up. He's not that. He was not that guy this year. So you can be less than what you were and still be very good. That's where we are. But if you pay him $30 million plus a season for the next few years, you're getting a player with diminishing returns. There's no doubt about that. You trade him, I don't know what you could get. I mean, Khalil Mack got 2 first-round picks. He was 27 at the time. T.J. Watt is 30. But again, Defensive Player of the Year finalist, and you'd ship him, in theory, to a team that thinks they're close. I would absolutely be okay with it.
I think you need a staple on your team still. Somebody that's a big-time player.
What about Highsmith?
He's not a big-time. I'd trade him, yeah. I would trade him.
I'd probably be more open to that one.
Yeah.
Let Herbig play.
That would make a lot. I thought they were going to do it at some point this season for Ayuk. I thought that he was going to go into the fold of that trade.
Yeah.
That was going to go down. So, and I was okay with that because of Herbig, like you guys are saying. But T.J. Watt, I think I need a staple on my team that I know is one of the best.
Do we think there's a market for Minkah Fitzpatrick?
Yeah.
He's going to be $22 million against the cap next year. If they moved off of him, they would save $15.7 million, I think. I think other teams probably look at him and think, we can get a lot more out of him.
Yes.
Now, that being said, you look at free agency and safeties like the last 5 years, they're not hot commodities. They don't get paid a lot of money. They get paid pretty much what Deshaun Elliott got paid. But if you're close, again, and you need secondary help, I could see other teams thinking, we can do more with that guy. And I think everything should be on the table. They're not going to win the Super Bowl next year. Next year, a better quarterback draft class. How many picks can you have for next year? And if one's for this year, too, no one's scoffing at that. More on this next. 412-928-9370. People insulting me on the text line. I haven't weighed 157 since 6th grade. And fellow Pitt alumni, I knew what the Delta was as soon as he said it. Some schools are just inherently smarter. Well, I kind of blame out Lebanon along the way there, too. That's a pretty good school system. They didn't teach me about no Deltas. Didn't learn jack about the Delta in Lebo.
Mm-hmm.
Or the Deltoids.
Mm-hmm.
I think I turned out okay. I think things are going swimmingly for me without ever having known what a Delta was.
Yeah, you're fine.
I'm fine. You didn't know.
Yeah, I did.
No, you did. I could tell by your mouth.
What do you mean?
Tell by your mouth.
You can tell by the way his mouth is.
What? I know what a Delta was. It's a difference.
Does he have a tell?
No. He does. His mouth starts quivering.
Oh, my gosh. Your mouth moves in so many different directions.
What are you talking about?
Like when you're nervous about something?
I'm always nervous. It's like the Hulk when he said that the secret is I'm always angry. I'm always nervous. 100% of the time. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins play tonight, 10 o'clock against the Anaheim Ducks. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Here's Crowley.
You know what you actually do, though, with the ice is you take a drill and you do it. I've seen that happen. You drill down. I think you want it to be 3 inches or more. Let me tell you about my new obsession. Crowley here. Daisy French onion dip. That is my new obsession. One of my guilty pleasures during football season, eating dips with chips and wings and veggies while watching the big game. And now Daisy came out with Daisy French onion dip and a Daisy ranch dip. These are a game changer. They're as good as homemade dip. They have real herbs and spices, ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. So do what I'm going to do, actually probably today. Run out to the supermarket, get yourself some Daisy French onion dip and some Daisy ranch dip.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. It's championship weekend in the NFL, and the Buffalo Bills are headed to Kansas City and Arrowhead to take on the reigning Super Bowl champions. The Chiefs' defense is no joke, right now ranked top 5 in points allowed this season and consistently keeping games low scoring. Chiefs-Bills under 47.5 is a BetQL 5-star best bet. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this, as the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line, Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
You are never too old for a family. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is dedicated to finding forever families for children who have been waiting in foster care the longest. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
The pro football playoff season is here, and there's one place to be. The BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Your home for wagertainment, giving you the sharpest insights and bringing on expert guest analysis.
From point spreads to props, live betting to futures, BetQL has you covered every step of the way with wall-to-wall coverage on the road to the championship in New Orleans.
Listen live on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the free Odyssey app and twitch.tv/BetQL or YouTube at Odyssey Sports.
Bull riding. The perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. See the Unleash the Beast U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena January 24th and 25th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Shenderovich, and Fishman. And did you ever notice in their ads, you won't hear a big, long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen? Because they don't need one. Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%, and when they win for you, their fee is only 25%, because that's your money, and you pay nothing unless recovery is made. You don't need tiny print. You don't need a long disclaimer. It's simple. Their success rate is 99.7%, and when they win, your fee is only 25%. So if you've been injured, dog bite, car accident, motorcycle accident, any accident that causes serious injury or death, you call Shenderovich, and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The phone number, 1-888-98-TWINS. That's 1-888-98-TWINS. They really do have your back, not your wallet.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program in New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Tyler Kennedy just walked up in here. I think he's going on with Starkey after us. And you asked him the question that you asked a couple segments ago. How do you know when the ice is safe to skate on?
Well, I mean, it sparked in my mind because of what he said with us last year when he came in and was on the show last year, how he, like, pond hockey, there's no refs. You know, you just kind of learn how to protect yourself and do different things in pond hockey. It's like pick up basketball or pick up football. And I was thinking, I was like, man, how do you know that, like,
you're not going to die?
Right.
Terrible death.
I mean, Gordon Bombay and Mighty Ducks drove his limo on the ice.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how did he know that it wouldn't fall in? He grew up on a
Have we
pond.
Googled this? Yeah, we had a pond in our.
Yeah, you just drilled down. And TK
Yeah, you
just
said
said
it,
3 inches is really all you need. My what? Never mind. Never mind. I didn't fully go there.
He's like,
I'm out on that one.
Drill a hole in multiple spots around the pond using an ice auger or drill.
An ice auger. Don't have one of those lying around in the garage. Texter, this is awful. As a teenager during the blizzard, we really did scare TK off.
He was like, I'm out.
As a teenager during the blizzard, I think 94, the Mon was frozen over. I decided to try to walk over it. About halfway, I heard cracking. Then my right leg went through up to my thigh. I could feel the current. Thought for sure I was done. Luckily, no other ice broke. I was able to pull my leg out, then had to walk back while my leg was freezing. One of the scariest moments of my life. Mark from Pittsburgh.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Man.
I could drill down 15 inches on the Mon. I ain't ever getting out on if there's a current underneath. Like, it's one thing if you fall through in a pond, you just get right out, dry yourself off. You fall through under the ice in the...
You're done.
Oh, my God.
You're done.
Isn't that what the Phil Collins song is about? Someone falling through the ice?
I don't know.
I can hear it calling. I think that's what that's about.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight.
You know, never mind.
I can hear it.
Did I say hear it?
Do you hear this guy? He doesn't know, like...
I can hear it.
I want to Mike Tyson you right now after...
I'm surprised TK didn't come in here and sock me in the face.
You were worried for a second.
Why? What'd you do to him?
I asked him why his whole life went down the tubes after the 2009 Stanley Cup final.
You have time to play it? Why don't you just play it real quick?
I'll find it. I'll find it.
You said that, basically?
It was bad.
That's pretty rich for you.
This was years ago. This was, what, 2 years ago?
Yeah, I don't know if it's in here anymore. I'll effort. So we're all trading TJ Watt?
No.
I'd be more open to Highsmith now that I think about it, but I would be if you're going to make moves offensively and it gives you the necessary capital and space to do it, let's do it.
I just don't think you're winning anything with him for the remainder of his career. Like, nothing of circumstance.
Yeah, but they think that he's a Steeler for life, and you know that they won't do it because he's a Steeler for life, just like Cam Hayward. And Cam Hayward's honestly making TJ's case. The older you get, you never know. You might be able to have that one more last push. So, I mean, TJ's 30. He's not super old. He's not Cam's age, but they still think they can get even more out of TJ, probably.
Is Cam Hayward's got one of the weirdest careers I can ever remember. Like, he started slow, and then all of a sudden, bang. And now he's in his mid-30s, and you can argue that this was one of the better seasons he's ever had.
Yep.
That is so rare. And you think about J.J. Watt, different position than his brother, and right around 28 is when things started to go downhill. Speaking of downhill, Tyler, I was thinking about your Penguins career yesterday as I was preparing for the show today, and has it all been downhill since the Game 4 tic-tac-toe goal you scored against the Red Wings in the 2009 Cup Final?
Explain that. What do you mean downhill?
Oh, man.
That was an all-time.
Is this a low moment for you?
That's the lowest.
Could you hear the difference between scared producer Crowley and...
so you were behind the glass?
I was behind the glass. That was scared producer Crowley, thinking I'm asking a clever, goofy question and then not nailing the intonation at all.
That is...
I honestly can't even remember what I was trying to get to with that question.
It just didn't come out the right way?
Yeah, clearly.
You weren't just trying to shame the guy on the air?
No, Tyler had a great career. A great career.
Was it all just downhill?
Downhill.
They finally put him on the power play whenever on the first unit whenever Crosby and Malkin were hurt in 2011, and he was awesome. Probably should have gotten more power play time. Huge TK fan.
Cover it up right now. He's covering his tracks.
Tough as nails, that guy, too.
Great guy.
Texter, oh my God, the story behind the Phil Collins song is false. He has personally debunked that story years ago. Use Google, LOL. Could always ask Grok on Twitter.
Know the words to the song, too.
That doesn't help. This is coming from a guy, I used to have a Phil Collins Greatest Hits CD.
You asked for that? Like, were you young whenever
In
you
the
had
Air
this?
Tonight is a great song.
You asked for that whenever you were younger from, like, your parents, or you bought it yourself whenever you were younger because... You didn't. This didn't happen in the last 5 years.
My wife bought it for me when I was in college. Phil Collins. I went through a huge Phil Collins.
Yet you don't know the words to probably his most famous song.
The greatest song is the Tarzan one. That'd make you cry every time. My daughter's singing that in theater right now.
Wow.
I would strongly consider trading TJ Watt. Strongly consider it. They won't.
No.
No shot. Do you think that there's a chance that they would trade Highsmith?
Yes.
I could see it too.
Me too.
Yes.
Texter, my grandpap tested the ice by walking on it, carried a wooden ladder in case he went through. Here's the problem there, Pap. Here's the problem. You fall straight through that ice.
Yeah, the ladder ain't helping you, bub.
Right.
You need an ice pick. You need, like...
What if the ice breaks around the ladder?
He's lugging out a ladder. Got like a snorkel, you know. He's got an oxygen tank.
People probably think this just listening to the show and thinking of just me in particular. There's a lot of dumb out there. I might fall in that category, but there sure is a lot of dumb out there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's talk finally about the AFC and NFC championship games, our last segment of the week with Pat Bostic. That is next. Right now, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins play tonight at 10 o'clock against the Ducks. There's also got a game on Saturday against the Seattle Kraken. And their final game of this road trip is going to be on Monday when they play the San Jose Sharks. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
On the scene of an accident on southbound Route 65. We have a medic unit blocking the right lane just south of the McKees Rocks Bridge. Also an accident reported in Bellevue on Route 65 at Kendall Avenue. Meantime, the Parkway West jams between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass. And crews now checking reports of an accident at the intersection of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard in the Brookline section. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet, Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your business deserves the best protection, and Guardian Protection delivers. From video surveillance with 24/7 HD recording to access control systems that let you manage who comes and goes, Guardian provides security to protect your assets and employees. Their advanced systems offer real-time alerts and smarter analytics to keep you informed at all times. Stay connected, stay in control, stay secure. Call 1-800-PROTECT today to learn more and ask about special offers for your business. That's 1-800-PROTECT, or visit guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
In the U.S., there are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who planned to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines, and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details. It's your anniversary, and she's been with you a lot of years. It's time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Upgrade her diamond ring. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Stop in today and let our jewelry design experts guide you through the upgrade process. Whether it's a larger diamond or resetting her diamond into a sparkling new setting, we will take our time to help make this anniversary a lasting memory at a price you can afford. Stop in today for a free consultation at one of our 2 locations in Castee Village or Peters Township. Urbanowitz Jewelers, like having a jeweler in the family.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual fuel-required classic car dealership World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster, presented by Motormania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen her on parade, now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Farm Truck and Asian from Street Outlaws. And see their sleeper Chevy Farm Truck Racer. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts, part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here. New year, same great stuff from Schultz Ford as always. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and that new store. Not so new anymore. It's doing so great down in Wheeling. And always online at schultzford.com. You want a truck? You head to Schultz Ford, one of those great locations. F-150s, so many of them. You know what I drove for a little while that I love? That Ranger. That is something. It really is. And work trucks, they got a ton of them. Explorer, go get one. The service is incredible. The selection, the inventory, just can't be beaten. It just can't from Schultz Ford. Richard Bazzi and his staff are going to do so much to make you happy. So, listen, if you're looking for a great new Ford, go to schultzford.com and check it all out, see what you want, or one of those great locations. Schultz Ford, and you can't go wrong, and always online at schultzford.com.
Schultzford.com. Schultzford.com. Schultzford.com. Schultzford.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Been teasing for 2 hours that we would get to the AFC and NFC championship games. And we will, but we just got breaking news during the commercials. Nicholas Harry Callis is running for Green Tree Council.
It'd make a difference in this community.
I mean, he barely makes a difference around here because he's working 2 jobs. Now we're going to add a 3rd responsibility?
You diminish my efforts so many times.
He's capable. He's capable.
What kind of time commitment are we talking about here for Green Tree Council?
So meetings are once a month on Monday nights. So I think I can manage that, and then I can just, look at things that need to be done and make calls or
do not
talk.
Do not knock the hustle.
Do you get voted into this?
Yeah.
Don't knock the hustle.
All right, I won't knock the hustle.
Don't knock the hustle.
No, because you should be the change you want to see in the world, and
That's
this
why
is
I'm
his
doing
first
it.
step in that direction. Do you have a campaign slogan?
I don't. Don't knock the hustle. Vote cows as your muscle.
Oh,
very good. I like that.
Hashtag expand the pool.
The election's not till May, though, I believe, so I still have a few months to
They're
figure
going to start bulldozering all over town so you got extra place to park one of your 3 vehicles?
No. Maybe I could park one at the borough office, though. I mean, what do you think that needs done? I mean, I'm very curious.
I just don't
in your
support...
mind, like you're direct on certain things. Like you're going to be like, oh, we need a.
You know what's that?
Like a music studio.
We're not
going
to talk about the AFC and NFC championship.
Yeah, that's what I was about to get to. We're not going to get to sports. No, I think the leaders don't accurately reflect right now what Green Tree's all about, and so I want to reflect more of how strongly I support and am passionate about my community. That's all.
See, he just said a whole lot of nothing. He's perfect.
Perfect. I'm serious.
You could either be the Steelers coach, quarterback, or you could be in political office. This is a total word salad. And I
proud of you, buddy. Good for you.
Don't knock the hustle. Vote the callous muscle, or
don't knock the hustle. Vote callous as your muscle.
All right, there you go. All right, who wins the NFC and AFC championship games?
Eagles, Bills.
Ooh.
Chiefs, Commanders.
You can't. We're gonna do it tomorrow.
For now.
Why do you see it? Why do you guys see it differently?
I think that the 2 best players in the NFL are Josh Allen and Saquon Barkley right now. And I mean, Saquon to me, I give him the MVP. I would give him the MVP.
The 2 best players in the NFL right now are Saquon Barkley and Josh Allen, and not Mahomes?
Statistically, it's not even close.
I mean, statistics don't always win games, Pat. Mahomes
they
knows how to win in these situations.
Who's better right now, Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes?
I'm taking Patrick Mahomes.
I'm taking Andy Reid.
On Sunday, to win a game. That's what we always play this hypothetical. To win one game, who would you pick as your quarterback? Oh, yeah, Tom Brady. Oh, Michael Jordan. I'm taking Patrick Mahomes.
Do you think that the Commanders keep it close?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think
Kansas City's offense has been relatively average this year. They have.
I was talking about the Commanders.
I know, but I'm just saying just to retort him one more time.
Oh, no, you're talking to him now. He looked at me and was talking to you.
Yeah, it was because he went all poetic on me with the Patrick Mahomes is Josh Allen's in town.
0-4 against the Chiefs, by the way.
And
statistics. It's a 0% winning percentage.
Yeah, statistics.
You got to beat the officials.
What's the delta on that, Pat?
Yeah, the delta on that statistic.
The delta on that is 4, because 4-0 is 4. You got it. You figured that out. Good job. Yeah, I think Commanders keep it close.
Looking forward to breaking it down more in depth tomorrow with you, the people, at 5:40 a.m. Pat, this has been a delight.
It's been fun. I'll see you.
Callis, you need any kind of funding for this political run of yours?
They need you to stop trashing him.
Yeah, that's a start.
Yeah, that's a start.
Your campaign just got free advertising.
You're a hater.
That's true.
More on this tomorrow at 5:40. Things have descended into chaos. I'm sure Starkey will help that. Next. See ya.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months, or the 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 30th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Listen to Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti. Saturday mornings at 6 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. They'll share their takes on all the playoff matchups and storylines each week. Presented locally by ESPN Bet Sportsbook.
Do you love hauling 20,000-pound coils? So do my friends at PGT Trucking. Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. They have local Pittsburgh runs for experienced flatbed truck drivers. Get home every day with PGT's Pittsburgh Local. Positions are available for company drivers, lease purchase, and owner-operators. Must have experience with steel coils. Join PGT Pittsburgh Local and become one of the proud professionals. Apply today at pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Well, what's your name?
I am Nathan. This is Sean. This is Wanye. And we are Boys to Men.
The legendary trio that has captivated audiences worldwide for over 3 decades. Boys to Men, in concert. February 16th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Boys to Men.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some problems out there on the roadways. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today. Crews blocking the right lane of southbound Route 65 at the intersection with the McKees Rocks Bridge. In fact, just south of that intersection, it's causing delays back toward Bellevue as you make your way past the scene in the left lane. Also, some outbound delays as well. Parkway West, you are jamming right near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Ford Pit Tunnels, while the Parkway East slows at Edgewood Swissvale. Route 28 and the Parkway North have cleared out. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with autopay and any voice line. Plus, price lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without autopay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
TJ Watt is one of 5 finalists for the AP Defensive Player of the Year award. Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson, also candidates for the award. Zach Bond, the linebacker for the Philadelphia Eagles, Zach Bond also nominated. Same thing with Pat Surtain, who right now is considered the favorite, the corner to win Defensive Player of the Year for Denver. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Look what we have here, Bob. What a treat.
A special surprise to start a Thursday morning.
Not just Limits, not just you, and not just me. Tyler Kennedy.
Stanley Cup champion. Tyler Kennedy in the flesh.
In the flesh, sitting right across from me. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good, boys. Really enjoying it. You know, I got the text from Craig about 2 hours ago saying you coming on at 10, and I completely forgot. And I was like, yeah, let's go. You know, obviously I love talking to you guys. And
you sound like me every time, like we're on remote somewhere.
You forget where you're going.
He sends me a text 2 hours before the show, and I'm like, oh, my God, I completely forgot. You can vouch for that. Yes, Limits?
Once or twice. That's all.
Twice. So every Thursday, it looks like 10 to 11, this guy right here is going to be joining us, Bob. And you look wonderful today. Look at this sweater, Tyler.
Yeah.
Have you seen a guy this
old
well-dressed?
This is old school sweater.
Yeah.
It's Argyle kind of thing. It's a good golf sweater, actually. You can wear it to the golf
you got
course.
the neck, did a little bit of European, French.
I don't know. I had a cologne that I am very proud of. I think it smells good, and everybody says I smell like pancakes. It's not a pancake.
He does. He smells like syrup. Did you sniff him on the way by?
Yeah, I sniffed him.
I have never been sniffed this much before in my life.
Can you release, what's it smell like? What's the name?
It's called Night of Passion, Morning of Regret.
Whoa! I like it.
It's called House of Pancake. He does smell like syrup. It was like a dog walking in. Everybody was sniffing him. It was unbelievable.
I miss those days.
It's like walking into a dressing room, like if you change anything. I remember you go to an NHL dressing room, you come in with a new haircut, these guys would shred you like crazy. You'd be like, oh, did your mom give you a haircut last night? Geez, did they have one eye? Like you couldn't do anything, or even a bad hat, a shirt, or...
Nothing smelled worse than hockey locker rooms. I mean, why is that? Because of all the equipment, and you sweat into 16 different things, and then they hang it up in the locker room. I've been in many locker rooms, hockey locker rooms. Oh my God.
Well, I think they just sweat so much. Like when you think of guys, like I have guys that go through 3 shirts in a game.
Yeah,
I didn't play that much, but like the top guys, they would be changing their shirt in between each period, and then trying to dry the gear. There's really nowhere for it to go. And, actually there's a company that was trying to change like the smell of like sports gear.
I wish
it was a company that would
talk with me. They could smell like pancakes.
Yeah. You can put these little things, but they'd put it in a bag and it would suck out all like the smell and all the moisture. And then you just unzip the bag and your gear's dry. And like, I think with NHL locker rooms, you go in there, it's like a hurricane or a tornado of smell because they got really the fans going and it's just rocking in there. And it's just like, oh my God, like
it's horrifying.
Are you glad you grew up at a time when there wasn't Twitter? And I say this because there have been stories where people would accidentally put pictures of themselves on, and players would get those pictures and then put them big things in the locker room of the picture. I'm specifically thinking of a Jeff Reed story, and Jeff had, but. Can you
yes,
imagine?
I do know that story.
That story.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden that became like the entire locker room.
Right.
But anyway.
Yeah, so my first, like when I had Dan, when Dan came in, Twitter was just getting on. We had like it was just starting, and like no one really knew how to use it. I didn't even know how to use it, but there's like I remember I would, I was 20. I would go out a lot. It didn't matter really what night because I was young. I could kind of do anything the next day. And my parents would call me from wherever I am, wherever they're like back in Canada. They're like, oh, did you have fun last night? I go, yeah, I just watched a movie, went out for dinner with the boys. And, she'd be like, that's it? You just went back to the house after that? I go, yeah, it's just a quiet night. She goes, well, I read on Twitter, I typed in your name, and it was like you were at, Diesel to 2 o'clock and then this and that. And I was like, oh, my God. And, like, you couldn't get away with anything. That's where you started.
Anymore, right?
Yeah, you couldn't get away with anything. And then Marc-Andre Fleury had a Christmas party. And one of the guys gave me the shirt. It wasn't even that bad, but it had, like, all this, like, lights and everything on it. And one of the guys just took a picture of me, and it looked like I was pretty cross-eyed in the picture, and I tweeted it. And, sometimes you look like you're a lot more crushed than you are in pictures. And I end up posting it, and, like, the next day, I'm, tape my stick, cut my stick, and Dan Belsman comes in, shuts the door, and I'm like, yeah? And he's like, we got to talk about your Twitter. And I'm like, what? And he goes, I was like, Dan, the whole team was there. It was just us and the boys and the wives, And he goes, well, you know what? That's the last time you're ever going to tweet. You're going to shut it down. You're done. And I'm like, Dan, I had like 40,000 followers. You know how hard I have to work to get this now? And I end up shutting it down, and I never really ever used it again. But again, it's one of those things that you got to really watch what you do, what you post, because so many people have opinions. You even have these trolls like on like Instagram and Twitter, and it's just like these guys that are like they have these private accounts that go after you, and it's like, dude, open your account, let me come back at you instead of showing this like stupid picture of you. Let me come back with some heat, but they never do. They're like little trolls.
They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
That was Ben Roethlisberger talking about them.
Yeah. You have those, Joe, and so do I.
Oh, of course.
I have a lot of them.
Yes, of course. And you're the nicest man in America. Nobody should ever be mad at you.
Actually, they make me laugh, some of them, some of the comments they make. So
it's usually jealousy, right?
Huh?
It's usually jealousy.
It doesn't even matter, whatever, as long as it's
the same as with the Chiefs. But back to Bob's outfit, Tyler. His wife lays out his outfit the night before. Does that happen in your household?
Oh, Not with 3 kids. My wife, she tells me what looks good and what doesn't. Like, usually if I get dressed, she's like,
I don't even get that much.
But I feel like my wife's got good style, and I trust what she says.
Oh, she does.
Yeah, she's into that kind of stuff.
Does she buy your clothes?
Like Christmas and the my birthday. She always gets me usually clothes and.
Does it go that far in your house, Bob, to where your wife not only plans your wardrobe but buys it?
Absolutely. It doesn't.
That is
it takes a lot
Tyler.
of pressure off me. I'm used. If it was up to me, I would just whatever I come up with. But no, she takes that very seriously, and so therefore I do too. And I would never change. Her opinion.
It shows. You look wonderful every single day.
You're so kind.
You know what's funny is like when I was younger, it didn't matter how it felt. If it looked good, I was wearing it. Now it's like completely opposite. Like I'm going for the most comfortable underwear. I want the butter on this body, you know, the butter material, and like that's all I look for. Shoes, it's like I want to be walking on a pillow. You know what I mean?
Boxers
it's like,
or briefs or half and half.
Boxer briefs. They're
boxer briefs.
You ever heard of the Second Skin?
Yeah.
No?
Tommy John's?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I like those.
I asked my wife for 2 pairs. She got me 6 pairs. And
she likes them too, apparently.
Yeah. You got maybe take with pancake. But anyways.
You want some pancake lotion?
Yeah, pancake lotion. And they have shirts too.
Yeah.
The shirts, like I was never a guy that wore like the real tight shirts. But they're butter. Like they just feel so nice.
Do you ever get the one 2 under?
The what?
It's an underwear. It's a golf underwear. 2 under.
No.
Hopefully that's always the case, Bob.
Yeah.
But what's the advantage there?
More room.
More room. Okay.
Sort of the same kind of concept. It's between a boxer and a brief, but it gives you a little bit more breathing room, or maybe you don't want that.
So they have different 1 under, even, +1, you know.
Out of a triple bogey.
Yeah.
So where do we go from here, Tyler? I guess I'm trying to avoid talking about the Penguins at the top of the show for some reason. Are you mad?
But they're coming off a win, though, Joe.
I know.
Now they have 4 games. I think they need to win them all.
Are you mad that I'm wearing a Sabres
yeah.
hat?
I was very shocked that you're wearing a Sabres.
Well, I'm from Buffalo, and I feel sorry for them.
That's probably why you're wearing it, because you feel sorry. But, wow, are they in a mess right now?
Oh, my God.
They got – when you look at their blue line, they have, like –
They have some of the best young players on their blue line.
Like, I don't know – how they got rid of some guys that were like key pieces, like O'Reilly. He left, won a Stanley Cup. Like, talk about a leader.
Yeah.
Guys like that, you need to kind of keep those young guys intact, because the biggest thing when when you have a real good up and coming star, you got to surround them by veteran guys that can keep a first liner in his role or in his place. You know what I mean? Like when you think of Crosby and you think of Malkin, like Billy Guerin had no problem putting Sid in his place or making him feel relaxed. You know what I mean? And those guys don't really have that. You know, they got rid of those guys. So those young guys, they don't really have anything to lean on, or like even how to like approach the pressure of the game or producing. So like I feel bad for those guys, because it's such a great hockey market. And you watch the game was sold out.
Yeah.
Like the game was packed.
Yeah.
If it's scary, but I feel like if the Penguins are doing that bad for that long, the attendance would be down just because.
Well, it already is this year.
Yeah, because Pittsburgh expects you to do well, and like it's funny. I did a signing at Giant Eagle. You guys will like this one. So I did a signing at Giant Eagle, and I'm going to Giant Eagle, and I'm about to pull in, and the lineup's around the corner, and my chest pops out, and I'm like, wow, I still got it. This is awesome. People still love TK, and I feel so good. I walk in, and beside me is like Jaylen Warren, the running back. There's probably 500 people. I probably signed 100 things. Jaylen, he couldn't sign enough, but that's like Pittsburgh, and everyone's like, oh, I hope they do better. I hope they do better, and then everything else was Steelers. So
Tyler Kennedy joining us this morning, 10 to 11 every Thursday. You're going to hear this Stanley Cup champion off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We got all kinds of treats coming on the show today, including our latest edition of the Limitless Express, our football take every day, which Limits here. We call him City Limits just as a matter of protocol, Tyler.
It's one of many nicknames that all of a sudden will come out of the blue, and you may be confused, but don't be.
The Limitless Wonder, Wonder Twin, Twin.
Mr. P, City Dweller. You can call him whatever you like. Even Austin, that's his name. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Speaking of Penguins and Sabres, you were involved in one of the greatest sporting events I ever covered. It's in the top 5, and that was the outdoor game. I mean, what was it like going on the bus to the game? It was like a football game in Buffalo. There were tailgates outside, a light snow falling. It must have been phenomenal as a player to participate.
Especially when you're 20 years old.
Yeah.
Right? It was like, I wasn't sure what to expect, but going there, it was a Buffalo Mafia going through. Guys are going through going through tables. Yeah, and like we got, I think it was like a 1 or 3 o'clock game. And 9 o'clock, you can tell people were having fun already. Like everything, and like everybody was going wild. And then you go into the stadium and how it all kind of came together. And it was, I think, out of my 3 I played in, that was probably the most special, just because of how it played out, how we won, how Sid scored, how I was only 20, wasn't sure what to expect, and just the production the Buffalo Sabres and the city put on was phenomenal, and it was lights out.
Were you there, Bob?
Yes. We did a whole special on it, yeah, before and after the game.
I'll never forget it. I mean,
no. I like the one that was here, too, even though it was bad what happened in that one at the time, Heinz Field. I love that kind of stuff. And I thought maybe the NHL might go too far and do too many of them.
Yeah.
I think they have.
And that's what I was going to say. I think they have crossed the line a little bit. It's a special event, and it should be special. Not.
What were you doing when Sid scored that phenomenal goal in the shootout?
I was on the bench one. But, no, I was obviously watching, and just Sid was like in his prime, and the way he had every city we went to, every game we played, we had so much attention on our team. And it's like that effect of Sidney Crosby, and, to see him score. And when you think of good players, when you think of Crosby, you think of McDavid's, yes, they're unbelievably talented, but having the ability to live up to those contracts, live up to the hype, I think that makes them more special than their actual ability. Because, again, when we used to go to these towns, there would be so many people with their eyes on Sid. Like everyone, there was so much pressure on him. And I was a third-line guy, and I felt pressure. And I'm like, how does this guy sleep at night? But he was so mentally strong and just so confident that, like, I was like, this guy's got it all. And that's what makes a guy special, and to score an OT with, I think the whole country was watching that, it's pretty special. And I'm hearing rumors right now, the Washington Capitals might play the Penguins with the retro jerseys down in Acrisure next year for a win.
Wow, some breaking news. Ding, ding, ding.
That's just a rumor. That's a rumor.
That's
mill,
okay. We'll take it and run with it.
I love that. But wouldn't that be cool?
That would be great.
With Ovechkin, with the old Capitals
How about
jersey?
if Ovechkin breaks the record for
that night?
That night. The Gretzky all-timer. He's like 21 away from
Would you want him to break the record here? Or no?
Would
you, Tyler?
I would like to see something historic, even as long as they lose.
What about Ovechkin? Let's talk about him for a minute, because I had Brooks Orpik on the record when he was with the Penguins saying that he tries to hurt our players. Like he would take runs at Gino. He was trying to hurt people way back when. He was hated. Has it come around to the point where you'd actually you like him and want to see him break the record and wouldn't even mind seeing it in Pittsburgh? Talk about the whole Ovechkin thing, because they used to try to hurt you guys, like injure.
Well, one, that's what make those battles back in the day, it's so exciting, because, like, there was hatred there. Like, we were, like, if you ever saw Ovechkin with the head down, I think the whole league was trying to get him too, But what made him so special was he'd have a hat trick and he'd run 3 guys through the wall. And it was like he played such a power forward, keep your head up. Like, that's what made Ovechkin. So as a player, I respected that, and I loved the battle that him and Sid, because it was like, again, it was one of those things. You circled that on your calendar, and you knew you had to come to play, because they bring their best, we bring their best. And then, a couple times, Ovi would come to our dressing room after our game, because him and Gino were, after they got through. Remember, he was always trying to kill Gino?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. But once they got through that, something happened in the summer where they either trained together or something. They were like friends, and then he would start showing up after the game, to talk to Gonchar Malkin, and he would go there with no shirt on. And even right now, he's 238. Like, he might be top 5 heaviest guys in the league, and he's going to be the best goal scorer of all time. Like, that's hard to find. And then about 2 years ago, I went to Florida for the All-Star game, and I met him there. We were staying at the same hotel, and he remembered me. We shot it for a little bit, and he was such a great dude. Like, just awesome to hang out. Like, you know, the guys you just have good chemistry with, and he just one of the boys. And even talking to Orpik, he goes, he's different from Sid. Sid had to be a certain way just because I felt like he was in his own country, or, you know, Canada, U.S. He had, like, there's so many more eyes on Sid, so he had to be a little bit more straight-laced than Ovi. But he goes, Ovi was the guy that'd be like, all right, boys, we're going out tonight. Let's go. He's like one of those guys. If you see like Sid at pregame meal, he'd be eating health. He'd be doing all the little things to make him the best. Where Ovi would be going, all right, I'm going to get, put a little more Alfredo on that pregame meal. And they're just two different people. But
yeah,
I remember Orpik saying the one thing that made them similar is that desire to be the best. When the puck dropped, they had that, I guess that eye for I want to win, that grit that, hey, I'll do anything to win. And that's what makes, playing in that era of when they first started, first 10 years was so special. And like, again, I felt like my first 6 years with the Penguins was like by far the best of my career. One, because of Sid, and two, because of the rivalries we had, because we had such a good team with the Washington Capitals, with Ovi, with Philadelphia, with New York.
No, it was awesome stuff. I remember a couple of times it looked like Malkin and Ovechkin were going to get to blows. I mean, he tried to take him out. I remember the one hit that Ovechkin put on him and it looked like he was just trying to take his legs out.
Behind the net?
Behind the net, yeah.
And he killed himself.
Him, right?
He did.
Ovechkin almost killed himself on that play.
He was so impactful that way. He could hurt you and himself in the same, because of what Tyler said, his big body. I just want to talk about superstars. I want to get your opinion on this. You saw this just a few days ago. Connor McDavid got suspended for 3 games.
Yeah.
As a player, I looked at that. I'm wondering how you would, as someone who watched it. Granlund, to me, took a couple of shots at him and wasn't called. At some point, McDavid's going to respond, right?
Yeah.
And he did. Not the right way, I suppose. Did he deserve 3 games for that? I didn't think so. I don't know what you thought.
Like, it's like when you think of the NHL, the refs, it's like, guys, who's selling the game right now? I don't know about you, but McDavid's the new Crosby, right, in his prime, where when he goes to a city, that whole stadium's sold out. And you're going to get a guy like Granlund who's trying to get under his skin, right? And it's like, what do you want McDavid to do? Like, is he just going to let these guys do it? Because if he does, they're always going to do it. You're going to get a bunch of guys, like say a Bunting on the Penguins going, hey, if that Granlund did it, I bet you I can get under his skin too. But now, after McDavid cross-checked them, I bet you if it was Bunting, he'd be like, you know what, maybe I don't want to eat my teeth tonight. And then it's like going back to the instigator rule. Because if I played and someone was doing that to Sid, it was like, I remember a time when Evander Kane was doing it to Sid, and that's when Matt Cook got knocked out. And it was like, we went back to the room, and Matt Cook's like, you want to handle it? You know what, TK, I'll handle it. I'll go after him. And now I'm like, thank God, But it was like, I'm surprised no one on Edmonton went after him. But it's like that new NHL. Like, it's not.
The Penguins have had that problem where Sidney's getting roughed up and nobody's coming to his aid, and he has to take it in his own hands. And I don't like that.
Yeah,
look.
I don't blame these guys. And there's only 2 of them in the league basically right now. The 2 greatest, maybe a handful more. Sid's done some really dirty stuff, and I say good for him because the league doesn't protect him. No. You guys used to a certain extent, but this team doesn't. So who's going to protect him but themselves?
But I think if you took a poll right now of like, Penguin alumni, people around the rink, one thing I think the Penguins have been missing for years is a true tough guy, a true guy that can change a game by a big hit or calling on the other team.
They had one here in Reeves.
And I can't, it's like just knowing a guy had my back and I didn't I was never going to get jumped by a guy that was tougher than me, made me just feel so much better. You know, it's like when I looked across the other bench and a guy was my size, like there was no problems standing up for myself. But if I was fighting a guy or had to take on a guy that was 30 pounds heavier, like I knew I was going to get beat up, you know, and just having that cover, if he didn't play, I knew when Eric Goddard was in the lineup or Aaron Asham, all right, I can just play my game. Something happens, those guys can handle it, and I can just, you know, handle the other guys. And, like, when I think of Sid, what happens to Sid right now, it's just, like, it boils my blood because, like, what he's done for the team, how he is with his teammates, it's like, you know, how do you let a guy cross-check, and then Sid goes down the runway, and he's screaming in pain, and you're like, and it's like, boys, if you want another contract and you're on the third and fourth line, like, go jump them. I think the whole team would be okay if you jumped them or just literally stuck up for them and showed them, like, hey, you're not going to do this to the guy. Like,
right.
It's unbelievable. And again, it's a different game now, and players don't do that anymore. And even now, when I think of, I talked about this on Mark Mann the other day, and it was, yeah, you want guys to stick up for Crosby, but when I got traded to New Jersey and I was on a 1-year deal, and when you get on 1-year deals and you're after Christmas and something like that happens, you're like, well, do I stick up for him and get, you know, beat up when I only have really 2 months left of this team, and then these guys are probably going to let me go. I got to find another team. Like, you start playing those games when you're on those short-term contracts where when I was on a 2 or 3 year deal with the Penguins and I knew I was going to be here for a long time, like I knew that was part of my job, that next year they would look back on this. You know what I mean? And that's kind of that trend, you know, that signing those guys to short-term deals that are kind of like, you know, where, you know, getting traded every year. You know, they kind of start, I think they start thinking like, well, if I do this, is it going to mean something this summer? Probably not. You know, like, I don't know. It's like a very tough, like, situation.
Unless you impress the captain enough that he goes and says, I want that dude back.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I think you got to do it more than once, so that's the problem. Yeah. And I don't know. You guys just aren't willing to do it anymore.
Yeah, I'm looking at your lineup from that outdoor game. New Year's Day 2008, George Laraque was in your lineup. And then you had guys like you and Colby and Jarkko Ruutu who could irritate other people the way that people wanted to do to Sid. So I imagine it was like, hey, you want to do that to him? This is what we'll do to one of your other guys, one of your guys.
Well, when you think of that, right, you got a heavyweight, you got a middleweight, and then you got about 3 lightweights, right? Yeah. That's all you need, you know? And, like, you mix some other guys in there, but you covered all 3 bases.
And Orpik.
Yeah.
Crushing people on the back end.
Yeah, but again, I don't think Orpik would have played the way he did if he didn't have a guy like George Laraque. Because, again,
he wouldn't fight, right?
Well, I just think he'd be fighting every night if he played that way.
Yeah.
You know, and he knew that if, you know, even the tough guys would be like, Orp, you keep playing your way, I'll handle everything else. Because those guys like Orpik would change games with big hits.
Yeah.
And that's what the team, like, it's all about emotion. It's all about keeping the emotion on your side and keeping their emotion out of it. And that's how you win games. But guys like Orpik can change the emotion of a game by big hits, getting their team riled up, and you just keep running with it. You know, it's...
Man, do I miss that, Tyler. In the NHL at large, 2 of my favorite players to talk to and 2 of my favorite Penguins of all time by their style of play were Kasperitis, who was one of the last guys to crush people with hip checks, and then Orpik, who was one of the, now we can say, one of the last great hitters in a league where they don't hit anymore.
I did a charity game in Johnstown for the Tomahawks, and Casper was down there. First shift, the young kid came through the middle on the other team.
No.
Casper hip checked this kid. It was sold out. The whole rink went quiet, and it was like unbelievable. Even
how old was the kid?
He was like 19. 19. But Casper's in real good shape. Like he's even like at Mario's fantasy camp, he started like, you know, just finishing checks being Casper, and it was like he gets everyone riled up, but he gets you off your seat, and he's a guy that I would hate to play because he is like, you know, you don't know what
Ask
you're getting.
Mario about that, but my point there was Man, just mentioning those names reminds me of I don't love this. I went to a Penguins-Columbus game 2 weeks ago. There wasn't one hit, any sort of
that's a game that you normally expect
devastating
both
hit.
sides.
There wasn't one hit in the whole game, Tyler, that moved anything.
Yeah.
And it's just hitting's gone almost in the NHL.
Like, what gets you out of your seat? A fight, a big hit, a goal, a big save? Like, those 4 things.
Yeah.
If you take 2 away, you better hope those other 2 get a lot of. And sometimes you don't score. Sometimes, the goalie doesn't make a big save or get scored on, So that's, I think that kind of energy is needed. And especially, again, for the Penguins, I would love to see them get a guy that can kind of change the game with a momentum changer like a hit or a fight.
Tyler Kennedy, Stanley Cup champion, joining us every Thursday from 10 to 11. It's the Pomp and Joe Show, our six-pack brought to you by Bet365. Fan text line with our friend City Limits, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's talk about these Penguins and what they face right now. They're in a stretch where they're going to play against some of the worst teams in hockey. What's going to happen? What should happen? We'll ask Tyler next, and I'm talking about the trade deadline and about the course of action that Kyle Dubas takes right now. He had an interesting quote the other day about whether this is going to be a fire sale or not. We'll talk about it coming up first. It's another big NFL weekend, one of the last ones. Sadly, there's only 3 football games left on the calendar. But you know what? Big games deserve bigger payouts. That's why FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, has given all customers a same-game parlay profit boost every game day during the NFL playoffs. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. You'll score a bigger payout if your SGP hits. So this weekend, I'm thinking bad on the Bills, unfortunately. I think the Chiefs may have 2 big performances left to put the finishing touches on a three-peat. I hope I'm wrong. You get to decide for yourself. Maybe you're watching an in-game, you have a hunch. Go with it. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to get a same-game parlay profit boost every game day during the NFL playoffs. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins will play against Anaheim tonight at 10 o'clock. The Penguins beat the LA Kings 5-1 on Monday, currently in their swing of 5 consecutive games on the West Coast. And according to a report, TJ Watt is out of the Pro Bowl. Kyle Van Noy will replace the injured Steelers star during the games. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets.
21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football with John from New Flow Men's Health. Erectile dysfunction is brutal, and John, it can really take a toll.
Correct. Your performance in the bedroom is dreadful. You have zero confidence. Your relationship is suffering. You know it, and she knows it too.
And we all know pills and injections won't work.
Pills and injections are horrible for you, and a short-term fix at best. Even crazier if you're getting them off the internet. You should hear the horror stories.
Guys, eliminate your ED issues long-term. No pills, no injections, no games. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home, the team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Thinking Lincoln? Think Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Edge, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? It is heartening to see the entire Ravens organization rally around Mark Andrews, who shades of Jackie Smith in Super Bowl 13 dropped a game-tying pass Sunday night and has reportedly received death threats. Also, kudos once again to those great Bills fans who've raised over $33,000 for Andrews' personal charity, Breakthrough T1D. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The temperatures aren't the only thing dropping. Prices at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville are dropping too during our winter savings event. Hurry in for huge savings on every new Toyota in stock, including new Tacomas and hybrid SUVs. And to help you get through winter, Panda has bundled a lifetime powertrain warranty together with complimentary maintenance, including oil changes at no additional charge on whatever new Toyota you choose. Don't miss Spitzer's winter savings event.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details.
At PJ Dick, we're breaking ground and building dreams. Since 1979, our firm has provided full-service construction management to build some of Pittsburgh's most iconic buildings. For our local listeners, the Peterson Sports Complex, Peterson Event Center, PPG Paints Arena, and the UPMC Event Center might ring a bell. We're proud to be a family-owned company with world-class expertise. Build big with PJ Dick and visit our website at www.pjdick.com.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Ad paid for by Anthem Tax Services.
Attention, if you or your business is behind in filing your tax returns, or if you owe over $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS, please listen carefully. The IRS does not joke around and will not stop their collection efforts. If you're tired of the IRS letters, levies, liens, or wage garnishments and would like to get a fresh start, we can help. Due to the financial hardships in the country, the IRS is making it easier than ever to settle tax problems for those who owe more than $10,000. We can help settle your delinquent tax problems, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes significantly. Even if you can't afford to pay your back taxes, you can still get the help you need. We've helped thousands of taxpayers just like you, but you must call 800-217-1316 today to stop your tax problem from getting worse. The information is free and the help is real. Call 800-217-1316. That's 800-217-1316. Again, 800-217-1316.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Is it wrong of me, Bob and Tyler Kennedy, to want my daughter to go to college at a place where I can visit and play golf? And that be the only criterion?
Tyler, did you know he's become a golf addict in just 3 short years?
Talking.
He hated it to the point where I brought it up, and he would say, I don't want to talk about golf. I hate golf. It's not good. I said, wait a minute. There are a lot of people who play golf. It's athletes play all the time. Now he's hooked on golf more so than anyone I don't.
I don't care if she gets an education or a job. I want her to go to school in Florida or North Carolina near great golf courses. That's all I care about.
You want to see a palm tree when you go
Exactly.
Exactly.
No, he doesn't want to see one off the tee, though. You don't want to see a palm tree when you hit it. You want to be around it.
Let's talk about these Penguins, Tyler. Kyle Dubas is shooting down reports that there's a fire sale pending. I guess it all depends on how you define fire sale. Certainly guys are going to be moved. Marcus Pettersson, it seems like a foregone conclusion. If you were running the Penguins right now, would you opt for total blow-up? Would you want to add to the team if they get back toward the playoff race? Like, what should the overall philosophy of Fenway Sports Group and Kyle Dubas be?
Well, I think I'd be selling, in my opinion, just because if you haven't made the playoffs 2 years in a row, you're not sure this year, and you're still on the fence this year. And I think with the guys they have, I think they do need to move into the maybe, no one says rebuild, but reconstruct their roster with younger guys, you can't keep adding guys. And to get guys, you got to give up guys. You got to give up prospects, and we don't really have much to give up. You're more trying to unload some bigger contracts, some guys to get some younger guys. So when you do look at when you watch Washington, their older guys are slow. Like Ovi's slow, but the other guys they bring in are fast. They're just little speedsters, and they make the whole team fast. And I love watching the game against Washington because I was like, wow, this is kind of where I would like to see the Penguins go. Every time they had the puck, they chipped the puck in, and they let their young guys run and gun.
Smart.
Yeah, that's why the Penguins had so much trouble with them, because every time the Washington Capitals got over the red line, they chipped the puck in, and they used their young guns, their young speedsters to go get the puck, and then their old guys kind of filled in the other, played smart, and that's how you have to play in the new NHL. If you try to out-skill guys or out-skill teams, it doesn't work, because teams are very good defensively now, and with the Penguins, with what they have and how their team's constructed, it's like they're like in between everything right now, and that's tough to kind of break that. And I think with this deadline, you're going to really see where Kyle Dubas is going with the team, because I still believe in Kyle Dubas. I still think he's a great GM. I still believe the Penguins are in the right direction. I just don't think things have worked out like he thought they were, and I think he's redoing his plan maybe and seeing, hey, if we do this, now we're going here, But again, I do think Kyle Dubas has still got the right plan. But he's got to make moves at the deadline.
Easier said than done, though, with guys who have no trade clauses. How do you get around that? If you're trying to move certain guys, if you talk about high-end salaries, there are only so many on the team that you can point to, and many of them have no trade clause or at least partial trade clauses.
But I think, at the end of the day, that hockey's a business, and there's ways to get guys out of the town. You know what I mean? If you put them in the right situation where they want to go, or like, hey, well, this is what's going to happen. We're going to either put you on waivers or do something. Like, I know right now some of those guys, they ain't going to go to Wilkes or get put on waivers. I think there's ways to get guys to move their contracts. And if you're a guy that's on a big contract and they come to you like, hey, would you waive your no trade? Like most guys would, I would think, unless you're going to a team like Winnipeg, most guys would waive their no trade because as soon as you say that, the team is telling you they don't want you anymore. They want to get rid of you. And usually if you're not wanted, the pride those NHL guys have, they're going to want to get out of here as soon as possible.
Tyler Kennedy joining us 10 to 11 every Thursday. This is the maiden voyage here. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry contest run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. I think the flashpoint for this whole thing is Rickard Rakell, and reading guys like Josh Yohe, I get the impression that they're not going to move him, to which I say, honestly, Tyler, I don't think the Penguins have any business keeping a soon-to-be 32-year-old guy who you'd be selling probably at the high point of his entire career. He's got years left on his deal. He's reasonably priced, and he might be a top 3 forward. He is, I think, a top 3 forward on the trade market. You have to strike there. The best reason for not doing that, it seems, is that, well, you have to appease Sid. He's doing well with Sid, and you got to at least throw Sid a morsel, and I do hear that part of it, where he has somebody to play with. What do you make of that, the Rakell situation?
One, he's had a great year. Like, he came out just firing this year. The guy's had an unbelievable year. But this is where I think if you get rid of a guy like Rakell, like you're breaking everything down. You're selling off everything. And him saying no, it's not gonna be a fire sale. Like, I don't think he wants everyone knowing he's willing to sell everyone, even the players. I think,
or the fan base that pays tickets.
Exactly. You can't be like, I'm getting rid of everything. Like, I don't think he wants that. But I do think everyone is for sale except Sid. And with Rakell, like, if you get a high pick, like, usually at 35, most guys fall off and they start feeling their age, even 34, especially now. Like, your prime is like 20 to 26, and then you start falling. He's 32. Last year he didn't have a great year. This year he's lighting the lamp. Probably
sell high, man. Sell high.
Yeah, and exactly. And I think maybe we made this mistake with Gino, right? Remember, Gino was unbelievable in 18. You can probably get a lot for him, but for Rakell, like, I would think you'd get rid of him just because of the year and just the return you're going to get. Like, if you can get a young stud, I don't like getting draft picks because you never know how they're going to work out. If I get a young guy that I'm like, wow, I can kind of this guy's played in the league, I just think he needs a different opportunity. I think this is a good fit. I think I would do it.
Bob, I think you'd get a first-round pick and a prospect for him right now because there's not many forwards out there, and the ones like Brock Nelson are pending UFAs. I think people will be very attracted to Rakell right now.
Especially because they know what they have in terms of money involved, the contract status, and the fact that he's having his best year since the Penguins acquired him. So everything points to that happening. Are you concerned about the goalie situation? And I say that only because I think Blomqvist is really good, and I think he needs to get a little runway, show what he can do. But they have a couple of other guys in there. What would you do with Jari? He's just sitting in there and down in. At some point, you have to either buy him out or say, or does he come back? Do you think he's the kind of guy who can channel it the right way and get back to where he once was, which was an all-star performance during the regular season?
Wow, that's a tough question, Bob, especially with Jari.
Bob, that was a very intricate question.
Yeah, but we've been talking about goaltending the whole year here. It seems,
and that's, I think, the biggest problem over the last 2 years was goaltending. Yeah, right. I think that was the difference.
Power play last year, I thought,
and goaltending,
but this year the power plays are good.
Like, if he's in, like, I don't think the right play for him would be ever to come back to the Penguins. I think he needs a change of scenery as in a different organization, because right now, if he ever got called up, even I know he came up with the right attitude, if anything went wrong, people are going to go crazy on him, and you don't want that as a goalie. You don't want that extra there's enough pressure on you back there as it is. You don't want to be like, hey, I fumbled the puck once, they scored. Now the fan base, I can't even stop a good puck and they celebrate. He just didn't have a good run, and I just think he needs a different organization to go to. I obviously think it's pretty expensive to buy him out and just kind of let him walk, whatever.
Yeah.
But for him to come back up, I don't think that's happening. And for Blomqvist, I think he's got a lot of maturing to do. I think he needs more experience at the NHL level. And do I feel good about the goalie situation? Like, I don't feel unbelievable, but I feel better than I did. I feel better. At least I feel like we got a game plan for the next 2 or 3 years. Like, this Blomqvist going to come in and eventually fill that role of a starting goalie that makes me feel good. Like I see some kind of future, which is good.
Tyler, we appreciate the time, man. We'll do it next Thursday.
It goes fast, doesn't it?
That was a quick
hour.
hour.
I thought we were going to get to the Steelers. No, I know. That was real quick. But
he wants to get in Steelers.
Oh, we'll get to Steelers. Believe me, we will.
They just need more time.
We appreciate it, man. That was fun. We'll do it again next Thursday, yes? Same time, same station. Bob will have his outfit plan. Does your wife plan out days in advance, Bob, or just the night before? Does she have your week ready?
I'm not going to give you so much here that people are going to think she. But now she has this figure. She has.
Show us.
Well, I was going to do that a few times. Say, this is what do you approve of what she's done? I don't know.
Is there a theme to it? Like, why the gray and black today? Does she announce a theme for the day that she wants you to live up to?
No, I think it's more predicated on the weather.
Yeah.
But I think as far as like suits for television,
right?
She has a rotation and accessories all figured out, and there's I don't know.
She probably has a better.
There's a lot of ways we can swing. I can. This is a great lucky shirt.
This is amazing.
I need some lucky shirts.
Thank you, Tyler.
Thanks, guys.
All right,
See
Tyler.
you, man. All right, Bob, we will dive into the Steelers. What is going on with Mr. Toxic Positivity, Russell Wilson? He thinks he's signing back here, it sounds like. Is that actually happening? We'll talk about that. We'll talk about George Pickens firing back at some people. For what reason, I don't know.
Is that through his burner account?
What's that guy's name? Michael Brewerly?
Brewerly.
Yeah.
Are we sure that's him?
No, I'm not sure. The PM guys seem to think so, though. It may very well be. They're convinced of it. What is happening with the Steelers quarterback situation? Very strange doings. We'll talk about it next. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins will play against Anaheim at 10 o'clock tonight. Not yet known who will start in net for the Penguins, either Alex Nedeljkovic or Yoel Blomqvist. As the last Penguins victory against the LA Kings 5-1 that started this 5-game trip. Currently, the Penguins are in the midst of 7 games on the road. Nedeljkovic made 25 saves on 26 shots. Kevin Hayes, Sidney Crosby, and Evgeny Malkin got the scoring started for the Penguins, who went up 3-0. Cody Glass and Anthony Beauvillier also added goals. Beauvillier's 11th of the season. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines. Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. We are experts in sewer clogs, repairs, and lining. Selling or buying a house? Trust our NASCO certified camera inspections for an honest assessment. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Sewers are our specialty.
I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George.
Injury attorneys from LGKG.
No one knows Western PA like we do.
And you get a home team advantage with us.
Our clients know us, like us, and most importantly, trust us.
And I believe you will too.
Visit LGKG.com to learn more. LGKG, your home team.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free? Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question.
Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In the time it takes you to actually board that flight from Group 8,
now boarding Premier Altitude Elite Club members.
you could have bought a Hyundai on Amazon. Yes, that Amazon, where you buy everything else.
Mid-tier Altitude Elite, feel free to board now.
So while you're waiting for them to make up new boarding groups, you can order your dream car and the dealer will have it ready in no time.
Now boarding groups 1 through 7.
Ah, so close. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability, pickup through participating Hyundai dealer in select markets.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Winter weather is here. Time to get around in a brand new Jeep. Deals are happening at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport starting at $235 for 39 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months, or the 2025 Tucson SC all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. before you buy anywhere else. Get to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $225 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free? Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
TJ Watt is one of 5 finalists for the AP Defensive Player of the Year award. He also just pulled out of the Pro Bowl due to an injury. It's Watt, Zach Bond of the Philadelphia Eagles, Myles Garrett of the Browns, Trey Hendrickson of the Bengals, and Pat Surtain is considered the favorite right now, the cornerback from the Denver Broncos. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Do you like this song, Bob?
I like bum, bum, bum. Here we go.
I know. Bum, bum, bum. No, I mistimed it. It's the Pomp and Joe Show. That was a fun hour with Tyler Kennedy.
TK.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at South Hills Kia. Bob, what is happening with Russell Wilson? There's some very just odd, contradictory reports, quotes, things like that out there. Have come to understand, I should say, why a guy like Mark Schlereth accused Russell of, quote, toxic positivity, which is a great line. Russell Wilson and his wife do great things off the field. This isn't about that. It's strictly a football thing. And how Russ just never seems to acknowledge that, oh, my God, things are bad. I don't think he's acknowledging that he might not be back here next year or that he won't be back here next year. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he will. It's that meme where the guy is saying, nothing to see here.
Well, I think he's putting on his best effort to try to get a contract, and he's saying everything the way he always does is positive.
But
special
things aren't
plays,
always
special
positive.
This.
And
I know that, but
I don't have to believe him more than that.
But that's the role he's playing, and that's what he's trying to do.
I saw him on the field after one of those horrendous losses talking to Cam Hayward after a game, like right after the game. Was it the Ravens game in Baltimore during the regular season or the horrendous Chiefs game where he's like, all right, next week, got to get him next week. No, now's not the time. Let's acknowledge first that we sucked. Let's live in that. Let's bathe in that for a moment before we get back to platitude central around here. Life is not just a series of good feel platitudes. Sometimes the situation doesn't call for those. Sometimes nobody wants to hear those. And that seemingly is all we get from him. Now, as far as his future here, Jerry Dulac, there was some type of disconnect between Arthur Smith and Russell Wilson. Mark Caballi reporting the exact same thing. Then there's common sense. He's aging. He's not going to get better. There's a chance that Justin Fields will. Do we really think that Russell Wilson's going to be back here on like a $20, $25 or more $1 million deal over 3 years or 2 years? Bob, that's insane to me. But Mr. Platitude was on Pat McAfee the other, and maybe I'm completely wrong. God knows the Steelers have surprised me before. This was Mr. Platitude on the Pat McAfee show just the other day about his future here.
First of all, yes, we have been starting to talk a little bit. I think that it's an exciting time. I think, obviously, to be a Pittsburgh Steeler and the opportunity of...
Right there. Okay. This is an exciting time. Their season just imploded in a flurry of 5 horrific losses, capped by a game in which the announcer working the game accused the Steelers of quitting. They had 14 points. They had 29 rushing yards. Russ had like 8 yards passing after the first half. I'm exaggerating, yes. There's nothing exciting about what's going on with the Steelers right now. That's what I'm talking about. And then if you started to talk contract, well, yeah, a little tiny bit of maybe starting a contract.
I was surprised you threw that out.
What does that mean, Bob?
I don't know what it means.
Do you think they're actually talking turkey, or that somebody called Russell and said, we'll talk later?
I think he's trying to tell people that, hey, this is moving forward here. Don't forget about me. A lot of people already have. It's a great place to be. He's saying all the right things, and I think that's what he's doing. He's trying to facilitate himself to be in a position where he wants to come back, and he wants everyone to know that.
Thank you. And I thought Mulsey said it well on his show yesterday, which was he's trying to manifest this.
Yes.
Because I don't think it's going to happen. This is not an exciting time. It's not exciting at all. Not for him or the Steelers. In fact, it's so unexciting for him that he might not even be in football next season because nobody might want him.
Well, he also knows he doesn't have many options either. There are not many people who are going to bring in a 37-year-old quarterback and expect him to do the kinds of things maybe they want.
So it's not an exciting time. It's not the time for platitudes. It's as far from exciting as it could possibly be. The Steelers' quarterback situation is not exciting. It's not exciting at all. It's depressing. The way the Steelers' season ended is as far from exciting as one could be, and Russell Wilson's immediate future is not exciting at all. At all. He may never start an NFL game again at this rate. So let's go to the beginning of that where, again, the platitudes start a-flying.
First of all, yes, we have been starting to talk a little bit. I think that it's an exciting time. I think, obviously, to be a Pittsburgh Steeler and the opportunity of what we can do. But, Omar and Coach Tomlin, man, I really love those guys and who they are and the team that they put together and the team that we can put together. But, yeah, I'm really excited about the opportunity of being in Pittsburgh, hopefully longer. And like I said, I'm always trusting God in the process.
Do you think it's going to happen if you had to bet, Bob? Yes
no,
or
no. I've thought since the end of the season it was going to be Justin Fields in a more controllable kind of situation financially so that they can figure out what they need to do next. I think Russell Wilson, the one thing he will not tell you is what his demands are, but I guarantee you they're at a certain amount of money.
Is he in position to make demands?
No, and that's why he's doing what he's doing, in my opinion. He's trying to make it seem like everything's great here. I love it. He's trying to placate Pittsburgh fans, the organization, and all this stuff, and telling him,
Here's how I think his relentless optimism or toxic positivity may play out in this apparent disconnect with Artie Smith, is that Russ, I would imagine, thinks he's capable of doing anything. Like, let's do this, let's do that. And Arthur Smith could be like, no, that hasn't worked, Russ, and it's not going to work, and this is what we're going to do. That's how I imagine it could go, where that sort of, again, relentless, perhaps delusional optimism plays out in his relationship with the offensive coordinator. I just wonder about that, Bob. What do you think the disconnect is about? Kabali said it's the way Russ wants to play compared to what Artie wants him to do.
Or the way Mike Tomlin wants the offense to look. And he may not be directly talking to Mike Tomlin. He may be going through Arthur Smith to get his message. Hey, I'm better suited to do this, or whatever. I'm sure it's about offensive philosophy. It has to be. What else could there be?
No, we can do this. This is great. This is exciting.
Again,
I can do this. We
sure
can do this. No, you can't. We had 6 yards passing after the first half the other day. You can't. Or maybe he's right. Maybe Russ is right. And maybe there were times they needed to open up even more, like the second game against the Bengals after he torched them in the first game.
I totally agree with that example.
Maybe he's right.
They went against what they did best the last time against that defense at home, and they kind of turtled into, we're just going to run the ball all over the place. Even if we don't get yards, we're going to continue to run it. They had 51 passing yards after 3 quarters against that secondary, which is just ridiculous.
412-928-9370 on the Russell Wilson disconnect. That is a great word. That is a great word. The disconnect between him and Arthur Smith, between him and reality at times. Like, exciting might be the very last word I would use to describe the Steelers situation or Russ's situation right now. It's very, very not exciting, Bob. Not exciting at all. It was exciting when Ben got here all those years ago. This is not exciting. So George Pickens is back in the news, Bob. Big surprise there, huh?
Well, again, the burner account you're speaking of, is that what we're going to go?
No. This was Pickens himself on Instagram. No Michael Brewerly involved here.
Okay.
And it's based on what we talked about yesterday, the 33rdteam.com, simply suggesting a trade, like outlining the kind of trade that might be realistic involving Pickens. And I thought it was very realistic. It wasn't, hey, we're going to go out and get 8 first-round picks for George Pickens, or we're going to get, all this and all that. But it also wasn't the other way either. It was going to Washington, which you would think would love to have a talent like Pickens and maybe try to put up with him, for what, the 61st pick. They simply put that out there as a theoretical exercise, but George decided it was time to get on Instagram and say, via me, these pages are not in the building or any facility. Just stop lying for clicks and views, my brother. They're not lying. They didn't report anything, George. It's a theoretical exercise based on how you comported yourself for the entire season and for the past 3 years. That's why so many people think that the Steelers don't want you back. And already he's getting on Instagram picking fights with people, just like he picked fights with Steelers fans at a home game. Just like he decided he was more interested in picking a fight with a Browns defensive back and then Browns fans than executing his duty on the final offensive play against the Browns, which was a high pass into the end zone that, for all we know, could have been caught or tipped by him.
And he's the tallest guy and their best option to do it. That's what he was required to do.
So I see this crap, and Art the second and Omar and Mike Thomas, like, is this ever going to end? Who thinks this is going to get better? Every time Mike Tomlin has seen one of his problematic receivers start to go south, he cannot retrieve them. He can't. I mean, how much evidence do we need, Bob? Santonio Holmes started to go bad, traded him. Antonio, bad trade. Deontay, bad trade. Claypool, bad trade. Bryant, bad trade. You think this one's going to go bad then good?
You forgot Martavis. You forgot.
No, I didn't. I said Bryant.
Did you say Bryant? Okay.
Yeah.
But, I mean, right. I mean, these are the situations, and now they have to make, again, as I said yesterday, they have to make a choice here. Now is the time to make this choice. If they believe he is going to be here and they could add to that, whether that's through a draft or a free agent signing, fine. But they have to determine, because if you let him go without a contract this year, I do not see good things happening.
What, do you see good things happening if you sign him to a contract?
No.
Do you see good things happening if he shows up to training camp with no contract?
From the beginning, I've thought the best option is to move on from him and try to get something that can help you moving forward. Now, people are going to say your wide receiving room is so thin. How can you do it? Well, you do it through spending money in free agency and drafting.
Right.
And you have Roman Wilson coming back. You expect him to be good. Add to that and change directions. But you really have to be mindful of what may happen either way if he's around here. And that's his situation. He's created it. No one else has.
Well, the only quibble I would have there is, yes, it's his responsibility, but he's absolutely in an environment. See, the Steelers, in all their delusion, think that they have the coach and the culture here to rehab personalities like this, to allow them to flourish, when it's the exact opposite. They have the type of dynamic around here where guys like that get worse and feel enabled. It's like being in a family where nobody gives you any consequences. Art II thinks this is the perfect place for a guy like that with our coach, our history, our locker room. No. It's the opposite. It's where a guy like that walks in there and gets worse.
If you allow him to get away with stuff,
they did, and they
that's the problem. But that's why I think they have to make a determination. We are where we are, which is trying to figure out what's best for them in the wide receiving category. And for me, I'm going to move on from him.
Yeah.
That's just the way I see it.
The best place to be is not catering to an enabled child who has a ton of talent but is headed down a bad slope. And history tells us there's nothing the Steelers or Mike Tomlin will do to stop that.
Mm-hmm. So that's going to be the thing that I watch most in the South Sea, that and a quarterback. Always quarterback. But after that, what do they do with George Pickens?
Yeah. And just you want to talk about a disconnect. It's like, George, nobody's lying. People are wondering if you're going to get traded, and a website put out a theoretical trade of what it would look like. Do you understand that's not a report? There's no lying involved because there was no statement. There was nobody put forth like that the Steelers are actually going to do this, and here's what's happening. There's nothing that they lied about. It was simply a theoretical exercise, Bob.
Right. Yeah, and that's all part of the offseason. And that's part of the situation that exists. A lot of it has to do with what you said with the culture, but also a lot of it has to do with George not being able to mature.
Has there ever been a worse time to be a Pittsburgh sports fan? I just got a note from a
Well,
friend
I go back to the 1980s. There are. You would do too, Joe, if you think about the 1980s, especially mid part of the 1980s. You know, they had just, luckily for them, drafted Mario Lemieux, but the first few years were not good just because they were trying to figure out how to build around him.
Yeah.
Then you had the Pirates and all the drug trials and the way things have just –
Sure.
And then the Steelers were in the middle of – they had an AFC championship game in '84, I think it was. Is that the one in Denver? And then after that, they were going through a change also.
I hear that, but at least you had Mario, and at least you had the afterglow of one of the greatest dynasties in the history of sports. Here, I've been here since November of 1989 is when I arrived at 5823 Holden Street, Bob. And I have never seen this town in a combination of sports depression and sports rage that they are right now. I wrote about it this morning from the Pirates' perspective with fans, how they're being gaslit by people like Travis Williams getting out there and saying, we're committed to winning. Really? Where's the action behind that? Bob really wants to win. Even Andrew McCutcheon, be careful what you wish for. What? Why is he speaking up on things like that? Be careful what you wish for. They wish for a first playoff series win for the Pirates since 1979. Their first playoff appearance in a decade. Their 5th winning season in 33 years. I don't think they're wishing for much. And the statement, be careful of what you wish for in terms of the owner, is implying that it could be worse. This off season is an example of how it couldn't be. But my larger point, here's a text from a buddy of mine, and I wonder if people resonate with this. Really depressing to be a sports fan in general in this town right now. He says in the last 16 games played, the Steelers, Pitt football, and Pitt basketball are 0-16. 0-16. Sprinkle in the Pirates and Pens, and this is about as low as it gets. Paul Skeen's about the only highlight in this town right now. Bob, I don't know how you would describe sort of a unifying theme between all that, but for me it would be stagnation.
Stale. That's the word I used
stale,
yesterday. Just a stale moment in time.
And people disbelieving that these teams can just keep doing what they're doing. Like, really, like we listened to Jim Rooney out of the Rooney family say the Steelers have overperformed the mean of the last 24 years, and it's going to be more of the same with Mike Tomlin, and more of the same with the Penguins, and more of the same with the Pirates, and more of the same with Narduzzi. It's just, I think people are just like, is this really happening? Why do they want to? You know what it is? Remember the movie, was it Network, where the guy opens up the window and says, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore.
That's what people are doing.
Is anybody seeing what we're seeing type of thing? What is happening? That's what I think it is, Bob.
Well, sports is a cyclical business, and I think, with regard to the Penguins, I think I had a feeling down the road this may come to exactly where we are. They traded a lot of picks to try to win. They won, but you knew there was a down payment that you had to make later. The credit card is now due. You got to pay that, and that's where they are, and they're trying to figure out how to change that. Well, this trade deadline and the offseason will tell you how they're going to do it if they are trying. And the Steelers are, in this spot, which people appreciate, I suppose, that you can actually be in contention till the end of the year. But for them, their standards, and they say it should be higher than that. If you're trying to justify that being just above average is okay, well, that's not going to be good enough for what people expect around here, and that's not what you've said over the years. So, you got to try to do things to shake things up, and that's what I would expect in this offseason. I think it's, this front office has got to make some moves. They got to show you where they're headed, and if they don't make any changes, why would you expect anything different?
Here's the crazy thing that I was thinking about last night, trying to unify between all of our teams. I think not only have the Steelers gone stale with this model of stability just for stability's sake, not getting them anywhere, I think that their model is influencing other teams. That's what I think. I think the Penguins look at them and say, we want to be them. We don't want to be willy-nilly firing coaches and all that stuff. We want to be them. I think the Pirates say we want to be them. I think Pitt football says we want to be them. It's crazy. Something that isn't working is being used and held high as the example.
I don't know if I'd go that
example we all want to live down to or up to.
I don't think I'd want to go that far in saying that these teams are trying to emulate that, because if you do, then you're just going to be stagnant.
They're trying to emulate the model of alleged stability. I'm convinced the Penguins are. They want to be the Steelers of the NFL or the NHL.
But again, if you're going to do that and be stable in a game like hockey, it's different. There's not as much revenue coming in compared to some of these other sports. You need to sell the public on what you're trying to do, and the public will tell you, with not showing up and not paying for tickets, that they're not interested. So at some point, that's got to hit home with them. They need people in their building, unlike other sports.
At some point, when?
Well,
Mike Sullivan signed forever. You think he's going anywhere?
They could, if they choose, they can do a lot of things. Yeah,
of course,
they have money.
Fenway
Sports Group has a ton of money. If they want to make changes, they could make changes. If they're not doing it, then they're just playing the game you suggest they're playing. I don't know that I would look at it that way.
Where is all this stability getting our sports teams? Where is all this stability getting us? Derek Shelton has one of the worst records of any non-expansion manager through 5 years.
Was there a question there?
Of any manager or coach in the history of American sports, and he's back for a sixth year.
But his situation is influenced, I think, even more so than these other teams with what they have to work with and their willingness to spend to change it. They're not willing to do it.
Bobby's back for a sixth year.
I understand that. Do you blame him for all that goes wrong?
Of course I don't blame him.
So then why stop there? Get rid of everyone, if that's the case. Bob Nutting won't do it.
Where do you sign me up for that? Where do you sign me up?
He's interested in making money over winning.
Pat Narduzzi.
Sure, you want to win. You could say you want to win, and I believe him.
No, I know that.
But he's not.
Where is all the
up.
stability getting you?
Well, again,
that's just an example of settling for
I agree,
stability.
but I'm telling you, if that's then Ben Cherington doesn't own any of this. Of course he does.
Bob, I'm not. You're missing the point.
I'm
get
not.
it. Bob Nutting is the main reason that the Pirates stink every year. But this coaching stability, the model of stability,
it's only there because it costs you this. It doesn't. You don't have to go out of your way to change anything.
Bingo.
Right, but my point is, if you're going to just blame the manager for that,
did I just blame the manager? I'm not just blaming the manager.
5 years is 5 years. It's time to change that
yes, it is.
Possibility. And more than that,
then let's blame the general manager or the owner. It's the model of stability.
But if you buy into, hey, it's a good job, we'll take it. I get paid pretty handsomely to do it.
Yeah, I'm not
You're
blaming.
Okay with that.
I'm not blaming Derek Shelton for not resigning. Let's move to Pat Narduzzi.
They're afraid of the buyout there.
Well,
I
they're
think
also
more than
afraid
anything
of their recent history.
The recent history.
The history before Narduzzi, where they had 17 coaches in 10 minutes. I'm not justifying it. I'm saying it's the same rationale or similar to the Steelers still acting upon their history from 33 to 72 and being afraid to get bad again, even for a little while. Pat Narduzzi, sandwiched around the Pickett run, the Heisman run, has an under 500 record in I think it's 3 seasons before and 4 after. The 7 seasons sandwiching Pickens Heisman run, he has an under 500 record against major college competition.
Then
there's Mike Sullivan. Then there's Mike Tomlin. Where is all the stability getting us?
I don't know, Joe. I'm just telling you that there are reasons they do these things. I disagree with all of them. I think when you sign yourself to a long-term – in college, you don't need to do it anymore. You know, that's one thing. Narduzzi got that long extension. I just scratched my head when I saw it. Number one, because you can't – the whole genesis of these long-term contracts in college football was to say, we're not going to lose our coach, so you as recruits come here, and you know he's going to be your coach. Well, that has gone out the window.
We're going to be a coach-centric organization.
That has gone out the window because these guys come and go and come and go.
Yeah.
And so you don't need a coach. You go 1 year at a time. That's what should be your coach. Why would you give a guy 8 years? I would never do that. And if you don't want the job, don't take the job. If you're afraid that you may fail after 2 years, then don't take the job. Show me you're worth more than that. And in college, it's gone way off.
I don't know. In what other city is this happening in America? We have.
Well, there are a lot of cities that have stale teams.
Well, hold on a second here. You find me another city in America that has a football coach that hasn't even come close to competing in a playoff game in terms of the game on the field in 8 years. So haven't won a playoff game, haven't been competitive in a playoff game in 8 years. Your hockey coach hasn't won a playoff series in 5 years, something like that. And
going on 6, right? I mean, when was their last series?
I don't remember. That's the whole point.
2018.
They keep going worse and worse every year.
So you're treading on the Steeler territory there, right?
Yeah, 2-year difference.
So exactly. That's your football coach. That's your hockey coach. A baseball manager who, again, hasn't sniffed a winning season and has one of the worst records of all time through 5 years. And a college football coach whose program appears to be going downhill. And again, had one great year, and the 7 years around that is under 500 against major college competition. Find me another city in America that has more sports coaches at the same time enjoying this kind of tenure and underachieving to this level. You won't.
No, you're probably right about that. If you put it all together that way, I get what you're saying. But what I'm saying is that you're in a situation where people, if you're content with it, then you're going to keep it, and you're right. That has to change. If you're going to change the way things go, you've got to send messages out there in your player personnel, people you bring in, free agency, and coaching staff that you're going to make changes. And again, getting back to the Steelers, these is like 13 days, there haven't been any changes. And if you don't make changes to your coaching staff, they're being gobbled up by other people right now. And you got to do something if you're going to send a different message.
Citizen Kane, what's your thought on the matter?
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious that, right now, again, Bob was talking about the 80s, obviously wasn't alive for that. I broke it down a little bit in terms of the 7-8 year span that we've been in since 2016 for the Steelers, 2018 for the Pens, and 2015 for the Pirates.
Pirates, you can go back.
And, I mean, just think about those years from the 80s, from 84 on and 86 or whatever. They had Bonds. There was Lemieux. Right now, I have no hope for the Penguins moving forward because they're aging out of a dynasty with no hope on the horizon. I have the same sentiments that Joe has with they're not changing anything with the coaching staff, managerially, and they haven't added anything to the bullpen in the lineup. Spencer Horwitz beaten, whatever. Other than that, and the Steelers, there's no light at the end of the tunnel until you get a quarterback. So this is the darkest time since the 80s. I think it trumps it because I have no hope for the Penguins right now. I'm worried that the Pirates are going to waste Paul Skeens if they don't add considerable bats. And the Steelers, I'm saying that the best course of action for them is to be terrible for a year to have a good draft pick in 26 to draft your quarterback in front of the home fans.
They don't want that.
I know, but they should.
Well,
they need a year to reset.
To want that. How do you achieve that?
I think Justin Fields, you bring him back, and he's either a boom or bust candidate. Either he's very good.
Justin Fields can get you to 9-8.
I think they can win a playoff game with Fields.
So they're not going to get to what you think they are and draft a quarterback that year in the top 10.
And what I said, he's a boom or bust candidate. I think it's going to be very good or it can be atrocious, and they're going to bottom out this year.
They went 8-8 with Duck Hodges. They can do that. They can beat Mike Tomlin, and Steelers stability rules over bad teams. They do. You go, the Duck year is a wonderful example of that. They went
That's
8,
the best
they went
example
8-8.
of that.
He was hailed.
5-8. They got to 8-8, and people were thinking, "Wow!" Or no, they were 8-5, and then they lost 3.
Right.
But to get to 8 wins, I remember how everyone nationally was looking at how does this happen.
Yeah, you know what they didn't look at nationally? That they didn't beat a single team that year that went to the playoffs. He was hailed as a national hero, and the Steelers. Oh my God! Look at them with Duck Hodges. They go 8-8. So what? So what? I arrived here in November of '89 to the city of champions. The city of champions. And now it's become the city of stability. That's what it is. The city of stability. We may not win, but man, we keep our coaches around just like the Steelers. We're better than the mean. Penguins are better than the mean by far over these past many years. Pirates aren't. Pitt football is probably better than the mean, I would imagine.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
Yeah, I think if you looked at every program in America, they're above the mean over the last, in Narduzzi's tenure. The city of champions has become the city of stability. And when I see people out and about, I get looks of how is this happening? How are we satisfied with this? Why isn't there any change? My God, what's the combined tenure of Narduzzi, Shelton, Tomlin, and Sullivan? I'm not blaming everything on the coaches, Bob. It starts with ownership. But, man, ownership makes decisions with coaches. What's the combined tenure of those guys? 18 for Tomlin. How many for Sully?
He came in 2016. So is that before they won?
8 or 9. So we're up to 26. What's Narduzzi?
Shelton's
10?
what? 6.
Shelton's going on 6.
Okay, that'll take
and Narduzzi's
32.
32. So 40 years. 40 years of stability. The city of stability. 412-928-9370. Man, if you can't cry, I guess you have to laugh. 928-9370. Your thoughts on this? If you're listening to this show, you're one of these people. I dreamed of coming here to the City of Champions. Literally did. Followed the Pirates religiously. Had photos of the 70s Pirates, 79 Pirates in particular, up on my bedroom wall, Bob. And I would hand out my own stars in magic marker after games. So by the end of the year, it was like the Ohio State Buckeyes with the little, things on their helmet to commemorate what they did good. That's what Stargell did with the Pirates. I dreamed of coming to Pittsburgh. What a town for sports. And it was, through most of my tenure here, just that. I've seen and covered how many championships since I've gotten here.
Yeah, quite a bit.
And now this? for this long of a time now, and nobody's doing anything about it. In fact, they seem to be doubling, tripling, quadrupling, and whatever the word is after that on average, mediocre performance. It's sort of unreal to be immersed in this, especially with the job I have.
Well, yeah, because you get into this job, as you say, to cover big-time events, and there were plenty of them. Now it's gone stale all the way across the board. So it's up to these teams to make the changes necessary. To get a quarterback, if you're not going to fall to the level that you have to, then you have to make aggressive moves. They did it once when they traded up for Minkah Fitzpatrick. They didn't have to do that. Maybe they shouldn't have done that because there were other options maybe in the draft available if they had not done that. But you can still move into a position if you want to be very aggressive and get a quarterback this year if you want.
That's true.
New England's a team that could be very ripe for that.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that next.
Give
us your idea next, because I like that. I like where you're headed with that. And I'm going to go back to Bob right at the top of the next segment here. But you're the people listening to this show, and lots of you are listening. We know that for a fact. We can measure these things. You're the people who pay your hard-earned money to get into the stadiums and arenas. What's it like right now to be a Pittsburgh sports fan? Because from this vantage point, it's become the city of stability for stability's sake. 928-9370 fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can join Pony and Muller at the new Buffalo Wild Wings, Mount View Drive in West Mifflin. On Friday, January 31st, the PM team will broadcast live from 2 to 6. Stop by and register for your chance to win free wings for a year. Donnie football is going to be all over this, Bob. Friday, January 31st at Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin.
I used to go to that Buffalo Wild Wings all the time. It caught on fire.
What?
And now they just rebuilt it. We were always wondering if it was ever going to reopen, and now here it is, and there's Pony himself.
Thank you, Limits.
Thank you, Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins will play against the Ducks tonight at 10 o'clock in Anaheim after beating the LA Kings 5-1. Penguins out on the West Coast will play Seattle, San Jose, and Utah before returning home against Nashville on Saturday, February 1st. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $8,500 off, or finance at low 0%. In fact, the popular Eclipse Cross comes with 0% as well.
And with up to 125% of KBB for your trade, we make a new start easier than ever.
Your New Year deal your way. What a great day.
Shop Mitsu by the Mall at Jim Shorkey North Hills Mitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Sun and clouds this afternoon, the high 29.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
In the U.S.,
There are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who plan to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines, and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Looking for a rewarding career? Adelphi Western Region is hiring youth counselors at their Highland Detention Center location. If you have 60 college credits and a desire to work in a fast-paced, team-oriented environment, Adelphi wants you. Their youth counselors provide structure, support, and guidance in their detention program, all while gaining valuable experience in the field. Join the Adelphi team today. Apply now at highlandcareers.org. That's highlandcareers.org.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 113 through 124. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Drive your dreams. Beyond the Lincoln. Beyond the Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondTheLincoln.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Jaden Daniels is entering rarefied air. Other rookies have been to the conference championship game, but how he's gotten here is historic. In 2 wins, Daniels has 0 interceptions, 0 fumbles, and has taken only 1 sack. He's completing passes at a nearly 70% clip. And if he wins Sunday, he'll be the first rookie quarterback to ever play in a Super Bowl. I'm Maggie Gray.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 113 through 124. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual fuel-required classic car dealership World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster, presented by Motor Mania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen her on parade, now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Farm Truck and Asian from Street Outlaws. And see their sleeper Chevy Farm Truck Racer. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts, part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You need to go talk to somebody. What happened at that hospital? It wasn't right. And you had something here. You need to call the dog. This is a medical malpractice. You see, I'm your doctor, so I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. When you went into that hospital, They told you it was just a headache, but that wasn't a headache. You had a stroke. Do you hear your speech? It's slurred. That was a stroke. That wasn't a headache. You understand? Gotta call Top Dog. This is top dollar. This a medical malpractice. This is top dollar. Any accident, big or small, life or death, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. You know what that means? Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer, like hotel stays at over 50 destinations, bonus bets in the app, dining experiences, game tickets, and more. So download the app using promo code RADIO-DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. Caesar Sportsbook. Don't just spectate, participate. Open to new users in Pennsylvania who are 21 or older, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. Max bet of $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings, $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC now recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We got an interesting tweet here. We're talking about what it's like to be a Pittsburgh sports fan these days, and how you would think with the way things are going that there would be massive change in all of our organizations, franchises, Pitt football, things like that. Instead, they all appear to be doubling and tripling down on stability. It's gone from the city of champions to the city of stability for stability's sake. It's not getting us anywhere. Someone named Josh tweets myself and Limits and says it's not the city of stability anymore. It's the city of complacency. That's very good. I think you said that, Bob.
Yeah, interesting word there. But yeah, it sums it up kind of.
It's complacency disguised as stability. You were going to say something, though, at the end of the last
I was going to say there are ways, if you want to be aggressive, and if they realize the quarterback situation is, as Ben Johnson says yesterday in his press conference, I found it interesting that he says the number one thing when you do analytics of any sort, you realize quarterbacks in this day and age of football mean more than turnovers and create turnovers. And it struck a chord there, knowing that, obviously you don't want to make turnovers and you want to force them, but there's no guarantee you can do that in games. So what is more important than a quarterback? Not much in the NFL. So to my point here, there are a lot of teams in the top 3. Titans draft 1, Browns draft 2, Giants 3, and New England 4. these teams, some of them do have quarterbacks, some don't. Patriots are the one I'm circling. They don't. I mean, they should have Drake May as their quarterback. They drafted him. They seem to like him. They need other things if they're going to be better. If you're going to make a trade, you can be aggressive and move up to that spot. I know it's going to cost a lot, but you may have to do that at some point. If not now, maybe
Where
next
are they
year.
picking?
4.
Yeah. Yes.
Jaguars are 5. They're not going to go against their quarterback. They need help also. These are teams that you can actually move up. You're going to have to trade a lot to get it, but be in a position to draft one of those kind of quarterbacks if you so desire.
Man, I agree. And I've been saying this for years, that you figure that out and you worry about everything else later. And the fact of the matter is, a great quarterback can take a mediocre roster to really nice places. C.J. Stroud, that Texans team last year, that was not a good roster. He lifted a team all by himself. And by the way, by the end of this year, they were pretty damn good too. You just saw him in the playoffs stand toe-to-toe with the Chiefs, even though he's got no offensive line, which is a problem. Joe Burrow took a team with no offensive line. They had some pretty good weapons and a good D at that point, but he took them all the way to the Super Bowl. He's right. I mean, it's just so obvious with quarterbacks that's what they have to do. And then you get that guy, the rest you can figure out. You figure it out on the run. But if you don't have him, then the rest is just rearranging deck chairs.
If their analysis really comes to the conclusion they don't have the guy they think is necessary to have for their future, then they have to make moves like this. The other alternative is to just sink to this level where you're going to go 4 or 5 overall in the draft. They seem to be against that sort of thing. So what do? Wait? If you keep waiting, you're going to end up chasing for the rest of the several years.
It's a good thing that they dropped to 6-10 that year to get Ben, or we may be on 20 years of the same thing if they don't get Ben.
Right, and I understand there's no guarantee you may pick the wrong quarterback. Some teams have done that.
Yeah, but
Chicago,
you want to give yourself the opportunity.
First
to pick
overall,
the right
and they went from Trubisky to Fields to Caleb Williams. I mean, they keep bringing in. You got to be right with it if you're going to get up there, but you have to be there. That's where it all starts. You can't be at 21. What are they going to really get at 21? Is there a quarterback worth taking at 21? I don't think so.
Not this year, but some years.
Some years, but not this year.
I don't know. I don't know. With this year's quarterback, is the Dart kid, Jackson Dart.
He's fine, but he's going to be a mid-round.
Yeah,
pick.
he's a third round.
Mid-round?
Late second,
third, maybe second.
Well, let's hit the lines. Let's hear from people.
All right, let's go to Brian, who is in Pittsburgh.
What's up, Brian?
Hey, thanks, guys. City of champions, we are not anymore. Complacency, mediocrity, and, my belief is it starts at the top. It starts with ownership, right? And you could look at the Pirates and Bob Nutting. It's well documented the issues there. We can look at the Pittsburgh Penguins, right, with the recent transfer of ownership to the Fenway Sports Group.
Who do you associate? Who do you associate with Penguins ownership? Who's the guy?
Honestly, no one, right? I've always associated growing up Mario Lemieux and Ron Burkle, right? There's no face there anymore.
Right, that's my point,
John Henry
Bob.
is the face, but no one knows the face.
That's my point. They
run it as a business.
It's a corporate. They've gone from a family business to a corporate business.
It's just an asset for them.
It's just an asset. Go ahead.
Right. So pivoting, away from the Pirates and the Penguins over to the Steelers situation, right? Again, objectively, we can say, Mike Tomlin probably isn't doing the greatest of jobs. But again, it goes back to the top. And I look at, recently, I think last week, the NFL Players Association, they released their annual report, and the Steelers ownership came in with a grade F. They were ranked 31st out of 32 teams. So my question for you guys is, what exactly is going on with, from the players' perspective that they're rating ownership, so poorly, right? I mean, I think you guys are pretty objective. You ask a lot of hard-hitting questions, but it seems like there needs to be sort of an expose, a focus on what's going on down there. Is it that, some folks that are covering the team, are they afraid of getting the, God rest his soul, John Clayton shoulder pad, treatment, right? That they're afraid to ask the hard questions. But I think, if we want to get to the root of, hey, why is Tomlin still around? Why are we accepting all this? It starts with ownership.
We did get to the root of that. Jim Rooney who is Art II's brother, I think gave us a very clear window, agree or disagree with him, into the philosophy. And I compared it yesterday to following your investments, to following a mutual fund. Their theory is if we're above the mean over long stretches of time, making a little bit of money on our investment, not literally probably, but I'm still using the mutual fund metaphor, then that's good enough. And he said, basically, in so many words, Jim Rooney, who I have to think was giving us a window into his brother's thoughts and philosophy, told us you should appreciate and be satisfied with the fact that over the long term, the Steelers are outperforming the mean. How do you feel about that?
Well, I don't feel that great about it, guys, right? Because, I would argue that, maybe you're a season, 2 seasons away from not being a 500 team. The winning record goes away, right? T.J. Watt moves on, right? Cam Hayward retires, right? And things can go south pretty quickly there. So if you don't have a good ownership group to, lean back on, right, how do you start to build up, a nice, robust, franchise again, right? Tomlin moves on, right? You're left with very little to nothing, right?
Well, I think that's where they need to get to, Bob, is to be left with little to nothing and rebuild. That's how the 70s Steelers were built.
It's how every team was built. It's how the Pittsburgh Penguins won twice. Because they were so bad, they got Lemieux, and then they were so bad, and then they got Crosby, and a whole bunch of other number one picks that followed. That is one way to do it, but they're not in the business of trying to lose on purpose to do that, or at least designed to, and that may be, you got to do what you got to do. I think they're in a position now where I can actually see them falling off a little bit here in the next couple of years. They may not like that because they don't want to be that team, but maybe it is the best case scenario for them, which is why I don't think they should invest a lot of money in Russell Wilson. So I think you can probably get to a point where you're going to be, instead of 10-7, 7-10. And if you're 7-10, all of a sudden you're drafting 9th or 10th. So you could put yourself in that position even without trying to sabotage your own, situation. So, but I would be aggressive. I'm sorry. I wouldn't wait around anymore. I would just say, look, we got to make changes. And so far, we haven't seen that, and that's the one thing that kind of disappointing at this point. I thought they'd have some changes, or at least now player personnel stuff that'll happen. But I'm talking about changes in the coaching staff.
Yeah, I hear you. And we're going to hear from you next. We got packed lines here. People want to talk. We're just going to go straight to you coming up. So hang on the line. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. We have our second edition of the Limitless Express coming up at the bottom of the hour. And then we're going to give out our NFL awards. All the finalists are in. T.J. Watt's one of them, one of 5 finalists for Defensive Player of the Year. We're going to have our very own awards show, and maybe with a little Steeler twist on it, Bob, at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. It's Pomp and Joe.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
And T.J. Watt is up for Defensive Player of the Year in the AP. Pat Surtain, as well as Trey Hendrickson, Zach Bond, the linebacker for the Philadelphia Eagles, and Myles Garrett are the other candidates, with T.J. Watt not currently the betting favorite. He was for a good portion of the season, but now it's Pat Surtain who likely is going to take away the crown. We'll see where Watt ends up falling in the pecking order. The Penguins will play in Anaheim tonight against the Ducks at 10 o'clock. Not yet known as to who will take the net for the Penguins, but Alex Nedeljkovic got the start the last time the Penguins played. That was Monday against the LA Kings. Yoel Blomqvist is back with the Penguins as well, looking to make his first start since being recalled from the AHL. More 93.7 thefan.com. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hello, highs today should return to the upper 20s with noon temperatures in the low 20s. Winds this afternoon will be out of the west at about 10 miles an hour. Hey, there is a chance for some snow today. Now, it's not going to be a lot for Pittsburgh, but I am expecting more than an inch of snow to fall on westward-facing slopes of the Laurel Highlands, and this will all be falling mostly this evening. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KTK Weather Center.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Ready for an escape from the everyday? Hi, this is Larry Richard. The Bradenton area on Florida's west coast is welcoming visitors. Their world-famous beaches have been restored to their pristine states. Beloved island businesses are bouncing back faster than expected. And their signature Floridian cuisine is just as fresh as ever. Don't wait. Start planning your visit today at BradentonGolfIslands.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months, or the 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, hit to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Oh, that's the power of
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $165 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $179 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Throughout the entire NFL playoffs, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, takes it to the next level because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. The FanDuel app gives you everything you need for live bets, same-game parlays, so much more. You get a hunch in the middle of the game. Go with it. Plus, when you win, you get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today and get started with $300 in bonus bets. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball honored Sam Clancy by retiring his number 15 at the Peterson Event Center against Clemson on Saturday, but lost in overtime. The Panthers have now lost 4 games in a row, and they're 5-5 in their last 10. That's 9th place in the ACC. We'll try to right the ship against Syracuse, 12:30 on Saturday. Hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, beginning at 12 o'clock with the pregame show. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I just had a wonderful conversation with Denise Suba in the sales and promotions department about Paul Blart Mall Cop limits and
yes. Are there any other mall cops that you would like to offer up for this discussion?
Well, here's the thing. I did it sort of as a lark just to get her to laugh, but she said she loved the movie. Bob, talking about Paul Blart Mall Cop. Bob just came back from a phone call, talking to Denise in the back about that. She said the sequel, have you seen the sequel? I said, no, I'm very leery of sequels. I didn't want to ruin it. She said it's better. Have you guys seen Paul Blart Mall Cop Part 2?
Not Part 2, no.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Is it better, Limits?
Not Part 2. I've not seen it. But Home Alone, the second movie, people think is better than the first.
I do.
So I can see it.
I think the second one's better.
It's really close. It depends on the year. I go back and forth.
What did you think of Meet the Parrots and Meet the Falkers?
That was an example of how it could. Both were great. Both were great. What about The Godfather 2?
Well, The Godfather's in a stratosphere all by itself, I think.
What about Back to the Future 2?
Never saw it.
You never saw Back to the Future?
No, I didn't either.
That is my favorite movie. Did you know that?
I
my
love
favorite
that
movie of all time is
of
the
the
Back
kid
to
in
the
that
Future.
movie. That was Michael J. Fox in his younger days.
Marty McFly.
My favorite one all time movie of all time is Shawshank Redemption. I say
Great movie.
Never going to change.
Mine's Almost Famous. I love that movie.
It's a good one.
It's a great one, Bob.
You guys have
and
never
the kid
seen
in that movie reminds me of Limits too. The little kid who covers the rock band. Forget his name.
I'd have to get another look. I don't remember.
But the first Paul Blart, you liked it, Bob?
Yeah, I did.
Thought it was funny?
It was good.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm normally I'm not interested in sequels, just because I always come to the theory that it's not going to be as good. How many lines can you get? Hangover 2. Which one?
Didn't see either.
You didn't see Hangover?
No, I never saw it.
Oh, my goodness. I thought if you just love laughing, it's just a funny laughter.
Here's something else I was thinking about. No.
He saw them all. He has a lot of time. He has a lot of time on his hands to see all these movies.
What a wonderful man he is, huh, Bob?
Mr. Cook.
I can't believe you've never seen Back to the Future.
Oh, I've seen Back to the Future, but not 2. Of course I've seen Back to the Future.
It's maybe one of the best movies of all time.
Yeah, it's great. It's really great. I'm thinking, and we're going to go to the lines in 1 minute. I've been thinking more about Jim Rooney, Art's brother. I'm friendly with Jim. I like Jim a lot.
He's a very nice man, yes.
But what he said about the fans would, quote, burn the city down if the Steelers endured, I think he said 3 straight 3-win seasons. Now, wait a second, I thought to myself. That's not consistent with the mutual fund approach to a franchise where, hey, we look at this over the long term, okay? I'm your financial advisor, Bob, and this is going to be a little bit volatile at times. You're going to go up, way up some years.
And way down some years.
Super Bowl, and you're going to go way down some years. The Steelers aren't willing to tolerate the way down years. They do everything they can to avoid them. So I don't think what Jim said there, he might be right. Of course, we'd all be railing against the Steelers, but hopefully in our sanity, we would be saying this is the way to rebuild it. This is how the 70s Steelers were built. A losing season brought you Ben. A losing season brought you Stanley Cups. Tanking did, in fact. That's not consistent. This aversion at any cost to a losing season is not consistent with the mutual fund approach of let's look at this very calmly over the next 25 years. And if we outperform the mean, we're good. We're going to live with the highs. You win a Super Bowl. We're going to live with 3-13, even a couple years in a row. So I thought that jumped out as not actually, and maybe ironically, not consistent with the approach that they're taking.
You have to endure those, and you have to also strike when you get those. You have to be able to be in a position to then change the direction of your franchise. It's very difficult to change when it's the same every year and the outcomes are the same. You've got to be able to adjust that, and that's I think without being 3 or 5-13 or whatever, they're in that position right now. It's disguised as 10-8.
Right.
But they're in that position, and they should look at it that. You're not going to be able to
They're
draft.
10-8. Yeah, exactly.
But okay, if you feel like you're in that position, then you got to make moves accordingly. You got to think, okay, this 10-8 is not really reflective of where we are. We are in a drought. We're in a tough situation. We need to change it now.
I mean, I think
the numbers
10-8 is reflective. That's as mediocre as it gets. You're a kick away from 500.
5-13. What I'm saying is you have to assume and act as if you're that way. I'm going to do something to change this, and I have to strike and do something different.
I agree. And it's very unnatural to not accept that you're going to have to withstand really low lows. It's not natural. We need to get our friend Andy Fisher on as a financial advisor because I don't want to overstep my bounds here. But when we go see our financial advisor, he tells us you can either go very conservative here. You're not going to get too many highs or too many lows. You can just keep going. But that's not going to be a real big payoff at the end. Or we can take a little bit of risk, some managed risk here, and you're going to get some highs, but you're also going to get some lows, and we'll see where we are.
But
and there's also a law of the universe, Bob. It's called expansion and contraction. You expand, you contract. Everything that expands someday will contract, and those days aren't going to be good. But it's natural. What they're doing, what they're trying to do here.
And going through it makes you better.
Yes.
You have to acknowledge that going through it makes you better.
What they're trying to do is unnatural. We're trying to stay even forevermore. It don't work. That's what I would say to them. You got to be willing to live with the low times instead of these maddeningly mediocre times in Pittsburgh sports. The city of stability for stability's sake. We hire a coach, we stick with him, no matter what. Derek Shelton, Pat Narduzzi, Mike Sullivan, Mike Tomlin, forevermore. Let's go to the lines.
Here's Brian in Brookline to start us off.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, guys. Well, Joe, Bob, you're either going to laugh me right off this line or you're going to think I have a good point. So let me just I need 60 seconds to lay it out for you.
Did you see Paul Blart Mall Cop?
I did not. I seen the first one. I'm like you. I'm not a big sequel guy. I like the originals a lot better.
Me too. Yeah.
I agree. Here's my thing. 1989, 1990, there was a trade from the Cowboys to the Vikings for a ransom. Dallas built a Super Bowl champion many, many, many years. I understand you have to have a partner, a trading partner to do this. So my first thought was we trade for like a Josh Allen. We give up 5 first-round picks. I understand that these other teams are not going to do this, but it's the theory of doing something different. We did it 1 year with Minka. We gave up a coveted first-round pick for an all-pro at the time that I don't think we're willing to change. But we need to, Joe, we need to do something different. What is the sense of why have T.J. Watt? Because they want him to be a one-helmet guy. Rod Woodson wasn't a one-helmet guy, and he's in a Hall of Fame, and he came back as a Steeler. So that's my thing. I don't know why can't we trade. The Rams did it recently. They sold the farm and won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, they did. And they gave Detroit everything they needed to be a Super Bowl contender, so both worked out. You can make a trade that's actually good for both, you know, and I agree with that. I totally do. I think if you're going to – listen, I understand why they value these one-helmet guy conversations. I get it. But to your point, there are others, too, who go to different teams and they still come back at the end and identify more with the Steelers than those other franchises. So, you know, if you're not going to win playoff games, then you have to do something to change the direction. And if that means doing something that really goes against your principles, you have to do it once in a while. You have to.
It's called risk.
Bob, real quick. Bob.
Yeah.
Just this comment. So a first-round draft choice is a guess. You were guessing. It may not work out. So why not go trade a couple picks to a proven commodity? Again, you need to have a trading partner. I get it. You got to have somebody willing.
Are you specifically talking about quarterback here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well,
these guys aren't on the block. Nobody's going to trade Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow,
Justin Herbert, any of them.
Any of them. They're not. So
really,
we can dream about such now a legitimate trade could be out there. Like you always have to be open. Like Jared Goff for Stafford,
trade,
yeah.
And boy, did they get Detroit really made out on that. Now I haven't won yet, but they're in a position to win.
They're fine.
Yes,
they're fine. And
Rams got a Super Bowl out of it.
Rams got a Super Bowl, and they're always in it. Again, these teams belong. The Rams belong on that stage. They have a legit shot to win. The Steelers are imposters. They're double-digit underdogs when they get there, usually making it by one game, and then they get blown off the field. Nobody takes them seriously as a contender. The Rams, the Texans, the Ravens, the Bills, the Eagles, all these teams belong when they get there. They're a threat. The Steelers are none.
But again, I go back to something I told you a couple of weeks ago, and I believe this because I think teams that do it well. And that's a succession plan. I firmly believe the Steelers did not have a concrete one for Roethlisberger. They hoped they had, but they weren't sure. And you have to go and do stuff that doesn't make sense maybe at the time.
when you have an established quarterback, you draft somebody in the first round who can be that guy, even if that guy doesn't like it.
They had a first-round grade on Mason Rudolph.
But he was a third-round pick.
So they said.
But again,
you have again. We had this conversation. Who are the examples that had a succession plan and fulfilled it when they had a great quarterback?
Green Bay's the one that stands out.
That's
for
one.
Sure. I'm trying to think of other teams that had done similar things. Help me out here, Limits. Are there teams?
That's about it. That's about it, Bob.
There's a couple of others
where you can credit them for foresight, like the
Flacco and Jackson.
Yeah, Flacco and Lamar. I'll give you that.
Well, what's the difference between that?
Flacco was coming off an 11 touchdown to no interception, and he was.
What's the difference between that and the Steelers either drafting Rudolph or Pickett? They were trying to draft a guy to replace him. The Ravens got lucky with the 32nd pick.
The Pickett, not lucky. They saw him as somebody who could come in.
And the Steelers saw Pickett as that.
Yeah, but only after duress.
I don't know that drafting a guy is necessarily a succession plan when that guy's pretty much done.
It's a succession plan when you do it before the guy is done.
So because the Ravens...
Flacco still had football in him, and they drafted Lamar Jackson. I'm saying Green Bay twice did it, and it's helped them. Now, they haven't won either. So if
Green Bay drafted a guy and made him sit for years, both times.
That's a plan.
That's a plan. The Ravens went with a guy in his rookie year. I mean...
All right.
So because Lamar is better than those...
It's difficult to do, but you have to have a little bit more foresight into this, I think.
Kansas City was doing it with Mahomes. I mean, Alex Smith was getting into the playoffs, and they drafted Mahomes, and he sat for a year.
Alex Smith?
Well, I know that, but he was winning playoff games for them.
I said great quarterback succession plan. Like, I'll get on the Steelers for all kinds of things. I'm not getting on them.
If you were Kansas City, you could have gone into this thinking, and they didn't. You could have gone and said, we have Alex Smith, we have other needs. We'll take Terrell Edmonds.
No, they saw they were never going to win a title with Alex Smith, which is what all of America saw. He had no touchdowns in the game against the Steelers.
But the point is they decided to make a move. In the first round, they traded up to do it to get it. A lot of teams didn't have Patrick Mahomes in the first pick. 9 teams passed on him. My point is you have to look a little bit deeper, I think, if you're willing to go this route in a succession plan. I don't think drafting Kenny Pickett, it was more reactionary than it was having a plan.
Do you think the Ravens knew that Lamar was going to be what he was when they picked him 32nd overall?
I think they had hopes that he could be that man. Yes, he was a Heisman Trophy winner, one of the most dynamic quarterbacks in all the country.
I think the Steelers had hopes that Mason Rudolph would be Ben's successor. They got it wrong.
And that's also a danger when you do these things, and if you get it wrong, now you're really going to be hurting yourself, just like Cleveland has hurt themselves time and time again with miscalculating what players are. They should have just kept Baker Mayfield. Instead, they get crazy and want to go after a guy who should never have been given what he was given.
Right.
And now they toil around in just whatever the word I'm looking for.
So what you're saying is that the Steelers should have taken a quarterback in the first round when Ben was 35 or so?
Again, in 2018, Lamar Jackson was available to them. If they were intrigued with him, and I've got to believe they were, they chose not to go in his direction.
They went about 40 picks later, which isn't that long, 1 round later, basically, and took Mason Rudolph.
But again, 40 picks later is your key. He's third round. You can tell me all you want he has a first-round grade. That could be spin city. You know, you can spin it any way you want to spin it. But that's not a first-round pick.
I know, but accusing them of not
I don't think it was
they got the plan wrong, but they had a plan.
I don't know if that's the right plan.
Well, obviously it wasn't in the end, taking a guy 74th or whatever they took Rudolph. But again,
but this is the bottom line is this is how important a quarterback is to your.
Yes,
everything should be done so that you do everything to get a quarterback.
Yeah, that's ancient history. They've had many chances now since Ben left to go out and trade for somebody, sign somebody, or draft somebody.
They're in a position where they can move up if they want to be aggressive.
Yes, they can. And here's a great example of how you have to be willing to move mountains. When you don't have the guy, you have nothing. When you do have the guy, like I said, you build in the pieces around him. You have a chance. The Denver Broncos are a great example of this. They got ripped. Ron, standing across from me, ripped them when they traded for Russell Wilson. They gave up a 22 first-round pick, a 22 second-round pick, a 22 fifth-round pick, a 23 first-round pick, and a 23 second-round pick.
Plus 3 players.
Plus 3 players, plus this ridiculous salary. They've ruined their franchise. No, I respected them from day one because they swung big time for the fences at the most important position of all. That's A. B, the fact that they swung and missed apparently hasn't hampered them at all because, look, they just got their franchise quarterback. They fell apart when the Russell thing didn't work.
But they got a year
and
under
now
his
they have
belt.
Bo Nix.
And he's going to thrive, I think, because of the year he had being the starter, and they never considered anybody but him.
Right.
We're going to throw you in. You're our guy. This year will help you get us to next year.
Yes. So taking that risk doesn't ruin your franchise necessarily. It doesn't have to, because you may just sink to bottom and then get your guy anyway.
But it is a risky business all the way through. If you don't get the plan right, you suffer. But if you are willing to change it, and apparently the comfort zone is where we are here.
Suffering is good. Suffering is good. That's how they got Bo Nix. If you don't get the plan right, you suffer. Good.
I would like to know what people would say. And if you say it now versus going through the process, 5-13 seasons. I think Jim was talking about the fact that it would burn the city down. People would be angry, no doubt. And if you say you would welcome that now, fine, because I think every team goes through those kind of lulls and changes. But if you're going through it and you complain about it after you said you were okay with it, then you're kind of being disingenuous. You know that it has to happen.
Well, just because you say you're not going to complain about the overall picture doesn't mean there's not room for many criticisms when you go 3-14. Like you don't give up your card to criticize the Steelers.
But if you're going to go through it, if you're suggesting going all the way down and breaking it up, okay, fine. But if you believe that, then don't be overly critical.
Yeah, that's why I would come on this station and take all kinds of crap when the Pirates were obviously tanking, and I said this is good. This is what they need to do.
But then they messed up on their picks.
And it's a long time to stick to that position, and they screwed that up too. Well, although they did get Skeens.
Right, but they also have Henry Davis, and that's a coveted pick that I still hope for him. I hope he can be something in this organization because he's too talented not to, I think.
You take big swings to get the guy you need at quarterback, and if you miss, as you said, you'll suffer, and that might be what you need to do.
And
the Broncos are Exhibit A. They gave away their franchise for Russell Wilson.
Right.
It was a disaster. And now they're back in the playoffs with a franchise quarterback.
Right. And here's the thing. Because they're on a young quarterback, they can go out and spend money to support him.
Right. And they're
very
still spending Russell money.
And this is where the Pirates have failed so far. I hope it changes. You have Skeens, who's your first-year quarterback. He's not making any money, less than $1 million. This is your chance to go out and spend a whole bunch of money around him and Jared Jones and Chandler.
Your chance, yeah.
Well, it still exists. They got to do it.
Who would you spend it on now? Who's left?
I'll take who's the first baseman from the Mets who hasn't signed yet?
Pete Alonso.
Pete Alonso. I would have taken him from the beginning.
Yeah.
I just pay. Give me a bat that's going to...
Yes, one bat. Please, one bat.
And then next year add more bats. You have a window, and so take advantage of the window.
And by the way, speaking of, they'll burn the city down if they go 3-13 3 years in a row. They went 6-10 to get Ben. Then they got him. And I think watching him play, even in that Ravens debacle when he came into the game and replaced Tommy Maddox, I think watching him play, if they had gone 1-15 that year instead of 15-1, I still think people would have been good with going into the next year with, oh, my God, this guy's going to be unbelievable at quarterback. Can't wait to see him play. I just think that's a gross misevaluation of what people would be willing to put up with to get the franchise quarterback and make this franchise right. And I think they'd be willing to put up with just about anything compared to this sort of lazy sleepwalking through useless seasons time after time after time. Give me anything. Give me 1-16 compared to this. I think fans agree with that. Let's go back out to the lines, Bob.
All right.
Shall we?
Let's go to Dale. He's in Greensburg.
Hi, Dale.
Yes, please. Hey, thanks for having me. I feel we ought to trade our head coach, bring up Smith as a head coach. Then we trade Pickens and we trade J.J. Watt. We let Fields not listen. Sorry, I know you're laughing.
Well, you said J.J. That's why I'm laughing.
Or sorry, T.J. Sorry. And then allow Fields to be the quarterback, and see what we can do over the next 2 years with the draft picks that we would accumulate from those folks.
Well, they're not trading Tomlin. They had a great opportunity when the Bears called. It was going to be, or could have been, a win-win-win. Bears win, Tomlin wins, Steelers win, but no, they shut it down right away.
And if that had happened, I don't think they're going to put Arthur Smith in that role.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, what attracts you to Artie Smith as a head coach?
Well, the Jets wanted him, and he's offensive-minded.
That's the first thing against him is the Jets wanted him, but go ahead.
Okay. But then he is offensive-minded, and he is being paid. The Steelers are not going to get rid of him. You may have to give him a bump in salary, but the Steelers are not going to get rid of him as an offensive coordinator. So you might as well bump him up to head coach for the same 2 years that we have Fields.
Actually, I see his reasoning, Bob. You want to tank, sir. Is that correct? And you think Artie could help lead the way? Seriously.
He's the tank commander.
I have no idea whether Fields would tank. I mean, if you think about it, we get rid of what do you get for Pickens? A second or a third round pick?
Yeah, second round pick for T.J. Watt. Who knows? Maybe 1 or 2 first round picks. I'm with you. Everybody talks about how great it would be if the Steelers sunk down 1 year. You have to actually enact that. If you want to call it tanking, go ahead, or foresight for the future. Yes, and then if you want to put a team on the field that can't win a battle and make Artie General Custer, I say yes to that. That's actually a great idea if it could happen, Bob.
He was like, well, we want Artie to be with somebody else and we won't fire him, so let's just promote him. That's the solution.
To tanking, yes.
To tanking, yeah.
Which is what you want them to do.
Yeah, it is. I wouldn't tank, or I wouldn't promote Artie Smith, though, to make that happen.
What if they had approached Tomlin, you guys, at the beginning of this offseason and said, you know what, Mike, I think you would agree, too, this really isn't working, especially to our standard. We haven't been even competitive in a playoff game in 8 years. Just finished 10-8 and got embarrassed on national TV by our rivals. We're going to move in a different direction. We want you as the guy, right? But what we're going to do is trade TJ, trade Minka, trade George, accumulate draft picks, and be willing to take some hits for a year or two, and then we'll make the comeback. Do you want to stay? What do you think Tomlin would have said to that?
I think he probably would have said yes to that. I think he likes it here and he likes what's here. So I don't think he would sour on that. I mean, maybe I'm wrong with that, but I think he's very comfortable, and maybe that's the wrong word to use because that's what we're talking about, a comfortable situation here. But I think if he would probably relish it. He enjoys talking to all these guys when he goes on these things. If he had guys that he could prop up, new kids coming in, I think he would look at that as a challenge.
I think that's a win-win, too. Either he's so competitive that he says, you know what, I respect that decision, Art. Right. I don't want to be part of it, and then you move on. Or that energizes Tomlin and energizes a whole city where you sort of do like what the New York Rangers did. Here's the thing. If Art came out today and said to all of Pittsburgh, you know what, this is not working. This is not working. We're going to take a couple steps back. Doesn't mean we're going to intentionally lose. Let's put it this way. We're willing to take a few steps back. Mm-hmm. We're going to make some moves that people may term a rebuild, whatever it is, but we're going to revamp here. So we may be looking to trade some popular players. That's what's going to happen over the next year or two. You'd have a ticker tape parade in this town compared to what you have now, which is people, crying in their beers over this team. Just massive depression.
I think people get excited when you have different take swings for the fences, as you like to say, and then you bring in draft picks, and all of a sudden they're getting excited about what could be, even though it may not work. But the would could be thing is something that inspires people. They want to see, give me something different here. We got two number 1 picks and 2 number 2 picks.
Yes.
What are they going to turn into?
Yes.
How could this, so I get that. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Nor do I. Limits, do we still have people on the line?
The people are jamming the lines like a traffic jam at 5 o'clock, rush hour traffic coming home.
Holy ostrich milk, Bob. I was going to go to
ostrich milk.
Can you milk an ostrich?
Even if you could, why would you want that milk?
I don't know.
I don't
I've
know
never
either.
had it.
I've never had a glass of milk since I was like 7 years old.
Yeah, when's the last time you had a glass of milk, Bob?
Chocolate milk. I like chocolate milk.
Do you?
Yeah.
Nestle's Quick or with
No,
syrup?
just no.
Or already
just
formed?
already formed.
Already
Yeah.
formed.
I like milkshakes.
I used to love milkshakes,
I
but
used
now
to.
I'm,
Now they
used
just,
to.
they sit in your gut for
I'm
a long time.
lactose intolerant.
What? You're
Yeah.
telling me there's a day that I won't love milkshakes anymore?
You're at a stage where your metabolism is such that you could do anything
you could do
want.
anything you wanted.
But
Your
there will come
stomach's
a
made of
day
steel.
when your stomach's going to say, "Not more. Stop. Please stop, Austin."
Bob, if I had like a giant milkshake right now, between now and tomorrow's show, I would have more blowouts than the 07 Patriots. I'm serious about that.
It would go through. I mean, you have to do everything in like moderation as you get older. I think that's the key.
Yeah.
You can taste something. You don't have to consume the whole thing, like desserts, for example. I used to love anything, and I eat the whole cheesecake, the whole apple pie. Now I don't do that.
Yeah.
I just take a couple bites.
More blowouts than the 1960 World Series.
There were a lot of blowouts there.
3 of them, to be exact.
Yep.
More blowouts than the Pirates Cubs series late last season. I think they were outscored 41-14.
Or the Diamondback series, too. Remember that? Jock Peterson hit that ball
Jock Peterson.
15 feet away from where I was sitting.
All right. What do we do here? I don't know what to do. I want to go to the Limitless. I'm excited about the Limitless Express, but the people want to talk. How about we go to them?
Let's go to the people.
Let's go to the people coming up. Then at 1 o'clock, we do our awards show. And then at exactly 1:30, we go to the Limitless Express. Yes?
Let's do it.
Bob, you game for that?
You're driving this bus. I'm just along for the ride, but I'll do anything you want.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And, of course, the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The last games before the Super Bowl are this Sunday. The NFC Championship game between Washington and Philadelphia at 3 o'clock. Philadelphia, pretty big favorite in that against their division rivals in the NFC East. Buffalo will play at Kansas City at 6:30. Hear both games right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app with the NFL on Westwood One. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all the black and gold hockey games, making it the go-to destination for dedicated hockey fans. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drinks, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore. The ultimate game day experience for all hockey fans and all sports fans.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, HIMS can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy.
That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See yourself in the new 2025 Kia K4 LXS and lease for just $195 a month, or purchase with special low APR starting at 2.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. See what you get free: lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Call for details. 412-856-2100.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 1/13 through 1/24. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Jaden Daniels is entering rarefied air. Other rookies have been to the conference championship game, but how he's gotten here is historic. In 2 wins, Daniels has 0 interceptions, 0 fumbles, and has taken only 1 sack. He's completing passes at a nearly 70% clip. And if he wins Sunday, he'll be the first rookie quarterback to ever play in a Super Bowl. I'm Maggie Gray.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 1/13 through 1/24. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Equally great in weather and fuel efficiency. Check out the 2025 Outlander PHEV. Just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 24 Outlanders now up to $9,000 off. Or finance at a low 0%. Your new year deal, your way. What a great day. Shop JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Lease for $299 a month for 36 months. Security deposit waived. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 30th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual fuel-required classic car dealership World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster, presented by Motor Mania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen her on parade, now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Farm Truck and Asian from Street Outlaws. And see their sleeper Chevy Farm Truck Racer. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts, part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with autopay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without autopay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Austin City Limits Bechtold is sitting to my left, and what a man he is, Bob.
The man with a quick metabolism. He could eat anything, and it doesn't affect anything. In fact, his waist size gets smaller with the more he consumes.
Bob, are you helping him further his career? He wants to be a sports broadcaster. Something that did you ever think?
No, he's actually very good at it.
Yeah, I know. So are you using Bob's connections? Are we getting something done here?
I would like to.
Bob, you're really good at it. Did you ever think, and I know you do Steelers preseason, did you ever dream of or want or go after a play-by-play job?
I mean, sure, you think about those things, but you have to be realistic about it also. My goal, my heart history and things I've gone through, I wanted to always be, I value being around my family at all times.
Yeah.
I don't want to going all over the country taking different jobs because it's me and that's what I want. So once I got married and had kids, I think I just was happy.
Sure, but was that your dream in college? Like when I taught at Waynesburg, all these guys, like Limits, I didn't teach him. They all wanted to be play-by-play for a college or
That wasn't my dream.
Really?
No.
Oh, I thought it still was.
Well, I mean, I like what I do now, and if I could do it for like Pitt, Duquesne, RMU, Penn State, something like that, I would. But I don't really think I would move across the country to do it.
What is your dream job?
UCLA basketball or something like that.
Yeah. What's your dream job?
To do sports talk and write, and also do some play-by-play on the side if possible.
Okay.
Yeah, just be involved in sports.
Yeah.
I think that was all I thought about too. Just because I knew that it was such a passion that you can make a career out of it would be great. Because I've always been told that if you're really passionate about whatever it is you do, you'll be good at it, or at least productive at it. And so that was the goal. But that you have the right attitude, and whatever comes your way, you never know. That's one thing I know. You don't know. Things can open up. Contacts are important.
I stay open-minded about it.
You know what the number one talent is? I always told these people availability.
Absolutely,
you got to be available,
and that's become less and less available.
I know.
To
I
a lot
talk
of
to
kids.
people who run restaurants and things like that, and they're like, nobody shows up.
I don't know how you can do that.
Like, if you're available and you're at all competent, then you move up. You just move up in the world, hopefully. That's your best chance to move up anyway, is when they want somebody to cover a game, they want somebody to call a game, they want somebody to shoot a game with photos, they want somebody to write a story. You say, yes, 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 and I can do all those on the same game if you need me to. You tell them you know things you don't know how to do. Oh, can you produce a show too after the game? Can you produce the post-game show? Yep, I can do that too.
The more
and then if they make you show up, well, then you go up and you somehow find out how to do it, or you screw it up and say, I'll do better next time.
Yeah.
Availability is number one.
And the more you do and the more that you prove, I mean, the more worthwhile it's going to be, because the more you learn and the better you're going to get at it.
The only way you get good at it is going through ups and downs, just like we've been talking about with franchises. Some days, the best days are when you fail. And then you realize, oh, man, I got to bear down and you shouldn't get down on yourself for failing. A lot of people do, and, I don't want to do this anymore. No, don't quit. You
I've
never
had
should
plenty
quit.
of downs.
Well, but that's okay.
Like, relatively speaking, and
like working with Ron?
5-6 year span. No, working with Ron was fun.
I know, I'm kidding. You're doing very well, Limits.
Thank you. I admire your smile, and I appreciate you smiling.
I think you're an attractive candidate for somebody out there who would like to date you.
I agree. I've said that many times. In fact, we got to the uncomfortable point of people offering up people within their own families to Limits.
Yeah, people were emailing the show. How about that?
How about that?
He's a catch, isn't he, Bob?
He is. He is I would say you're a king salmon, an Alaskan salmon.
Wow.
In the fish,
How about
in the
that?
fish world.
Is that one of the kings of the sea?
Well, no, but I mean, you could be a shark. If you're a shark, that's a whole different dynamic. I don't see any shark qualities in you.
No.
He's a very innocent man.
No, but a salmon. Everyone loves salmon.
He's like Rudolph. You can picture him flying through the air with the flying instructor, and
with a bright red nose leading the pack.
Metaphorically, yes. Who was the girlfriend on there? Who was Rudolph's girlfriend?
Clarice.
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 Oh, Clarice.
And what was she attracted to? Not the ruggedness or the shark in Rudolph. It was his innocence. That's what.
Rudolph was the man in that movie.
He was real, right?
But
he overcame adversity.
Clarice
He had a red nose. Limits. He had a red nose.
He did have a red nose.
Clarice gave him something that no one else could: the belief in himself.
Yes.
Yes. Rudolph proved the doubters wrong.
He did.
He was like Heinz Ward in the end, wasn't he? Nobody thought he could do it, Bob.
He had a chip on his shoulder, that Rudolph. He's going to show Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, and Comet everything he wants.
Even Jamie Dixon, yeah. Let's go back to the lines limits. Who do we have?
All right, let's go to Ken in South Park.
Hi, Ken.
Yeah, how you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
I think with the way the league is going now, I think we got to just quit. Justin Fields should be the starter. He's a running quarterback like Lamar, Jaden, Josh. And just get a good quarterback coach in there for him to tighten up his throwing.
Yeah, I think Bob feels that way too. Next. Bob, let's roll through a few calls here if you don't
Rapid
mind.
fire.
All right, a couple more.
Been waiting.
Here's Steve in the car.
Hey, guys, how's it going today?
I wouldn't dare speak for Bob, but I'm doing well.
All right, sounds good. Hey, listen, born and raised in Pittsburgh, lifelong Buffalo Bills fan, wanted to give you a little perspective. So to Bob's point earlier about trading up in the draft, and it even speaks to the point about, like, fan base burning the city down. If you recall, the Bills made it to the playoffs, ended the drought, and then traded to get Allen the next year in the draft, only to not make the playoffs. But I think as a fan base, and I know I can't speak for all Bills fans, but I think you saw once they started to play Allen, even though we weren't going to make the playoffs that year, and even though it's been a struggle till now, we always knew, and you could see in Allen, that there were brighter days ahead, a brighter
Great point.
future. So,
Great point. And that was my point with the Steelers earlier, that even if Ben goes 1-15 instead of 15-1 that year, there's an element of excitement to it, Bob. And he's right. Tyrod Taylor got him in the playoffs, but fans are smart. I think smarter than ever. We all have access to the same information. We're all watching games with the same eyeballs. Everybody knows if you don't have that guy, you have almost no chance.
And if you don't have that guy, you're going to be chasing that position for a long time.
Yes.
And it takes so long to fill it.
And anybody could see that Josh Allen, even in his inaccuracy early in his career, had something special about it. Like you wanted to watch it. How's this going to pan out? Same with Ben. And I maintain, after going 6-10 to be able to get him, that you could have lived with 1-15. You could have lived with it. We might have the guy here. This is great. Yeah, it sucks in a way that we're 1-15, but let's go. We have the guy.
You sense traits. You see what he is, and you know that it's just a matter of time. And,
Yes.
and so no matter what the record says, you look, and the same is true of Denver this year with Bo Nix. They knew, and they still know. His slow start to this season, and he was not that productive in his first 4 games. And then the more he played, the more confidence you saw exude from him and them. And so here they are now. Next year, I bet you they're going to be as long as they do good things in the offseason and surround him a little bit, they're going to be a good team.
And then there's the really special guys. There's Magic Johnson in basketball as a rookie playing center in Game 7 and having 42 points and whatever assists and rebounds. And there's Jaden Daniels. You get one of those. You get one of those guys. You've Magic Johnson or Michael Jordan on your team. And my God. I mean, even if the Commanders hadn't made the playoffs this year, if they'd only won 4 games, but we got to watch him play, if you're a Commanders fan, you'd be in 7th heaven right now. So that's where I come back to the Jim Rooney quote, oh, they'd burn the house down if we went 3-13 3 years in a row. Yeah, people would be bitching and complaining. It wouldn't be fun. But if that meant you getting the guy, anything's better than this. You said it, Bob. Please, something different, anything. Even 3-13, if it means, and it would, by definition, mean you had a chance to get your guy. Anything but this. It's like a relationship where there's never, we don't yell at each other, we're not beating each other up, but we also never have great, moments. It's just the same. It's like a monitor, like a heart monitor, or not to bring up a sore subject.
Don't do that.
You don't want to flatline.
Right.
That's what the Steelers are doing. No highs, no lows. We just flatline for a decade. This sucks, Bob. And that's what everybody thinks. And they don't. Well, they think, oh, this is great because we've been above the mean for 24 years.
But you got to figure out a way to change the dynamic. and that falls upon them this offseason.
Quarterback, one word.
Well,
Quarterback.
again, then you have to be aggressive, whether it's this year or next year. And if you're willing not to do it this year, but you could do it next year, fine. But you can't invest $100 million in a quarterback who's going to be 37.
If there was a sure thing right now, like Peyton Manning at the top of the draft or something like that, you could tell me you have to trade Minka, Highsmith, T.J. Watt, their pick of players on offense, and 3 first-round picks, and I wouldn't even have to think about it because they have no chance without the guy, and with the guy, they'll have a chance for the next 15 years. You don't even think about that. That's why, again, I commend the Broncos. They thought Russell Wilson was the guy. They gave up multiple first-round picks, multiple second-round picks, 3 players, and that ridiculous salary that they're still paying. They swung for it. God bless them for that.
That's as big a swing as you can make because they did absorb the salary and the dead cap, all of it.
And they missed, and by missing, they sucked. And so the beautiful irony of all that is they got another chance, and now they have their guy, and now they're back in the playoffs, and everybody listening to this show would rather be the Broncos than the Steelers right now. Any fan base in football would be. One is flatlining, the other has a guy.
Broncos, by the way, pick ahead of the Steelers this year, too. Despite all of that they went through, they're picking ahead of the Steelers.
There's a little kick in the Brett Favre's, isn't it, Bob?
Yeah.
All right, coming up, our awards ceremony. All the finalists are out for the NFL awards. T.J. Watt, one of 5 finalists for Defensive Player of the Year. We'll have our own little show next. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet travel reps. Book your next vacation on the spot. Exclusive discounts, destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelCase.com. That's Pittsburgh Travel Case. No, here it is. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com. Let me repeat that, Bob. PittsburghTravelShowcase.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Coaching moves around the NFL. The Chicago Bears hired Ben Johnson earlier this week to be their new head coach. Mike Vrabel is the new head coach of the New England Patriots. And the latest move, the New York Jets hiring Aaron Glenn, the defensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions, and a former player, former first-round pick of the Jets in the 1994 season. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win. Breakaway. Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, PNC has done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop in to any one of their local branches right here in the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Winter weather is here. Time to get around in a brand new Dodge truck. Deals are happening at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. 2024 Ram 1500. Bighorn payments starting at $415 for 42 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and what I'm about to say, well, it's okay to admit it. Most of us guys, especially if you're not as young as you used to be, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. You probably know this, but if you didn't already, Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra at a fraction of the cost, and even better, they're in chewable form, so there's no swallowing pills or needing a glass of water nearby. Blue Chew's tablets can give you extra confidence when it's time to perform, and since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, there's no awkward conversations, waiting in line, trip to the doctor's office. It ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. Trust me on this one. Your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings with new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items like pineapples, avocados, navel oranges, and lettuce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Looking for a rewarding career? Adelphi Western Region is hiring youth counselors at their Highland Detention Center location. If you have 60 college credits and a desire to work in a fast-paced, team-oriented environment, Adelphi wants you. Their youth counselors provide structure, support, and guidance in their detention program, all while gaining valuable experience in the field. Join the Adelphi team today. Apply now at highlandcareers.org. That's highlandcareers.org.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months, or the 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, hit thebowserhyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. We are down to the last four teams in the NFL playoffs, and new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets. If you win, that's $300 in bonus bets. You just have to win your first $5 bet on the FanDuel Sportsbook. So pick one of these games here. Take a shot. We know how good the Chiefs have been trying to make NFL history and go back to back to back. My prediction here is that this will be where that journey ends. So if you agree with me, make that bet. If not, pick something else. Go against me, FanDuel.com/Andrew, and get started with $300 in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Who says a golf facility can't serve up the best brunch in town? At Shooters Golf, we're redefining weekends with a brunch experience like no other. Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Treat yourself to incredible dishes that will have your taste buds cheering. Think chicken and waffles, savory omelets, and brunch favorites you'll crave all week. Pair it with a mimosa, Bloody Mary, specialty hot chocolates, handcraft coffee creations, and you've got the ultimate weekend escape. Shooters Golf, it's brunch done right. See you this weekend.
Hey, everyone, it's Bob Pompiani for Shenderovich and Fishman. Did you ever notice in their ads you won't hear a big, long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen because really they don't need one? Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. You know why? Because it's your money, and you pay nothing unless recovery is made. Also remember, you will have the peace of mind knowing that from the minute you contact Shenderovich and Fishman, you will pay zero, no legal retainers, fees, or expenses of any kind until they win your case. And they certainly do win your cases. So if you've been injured, call Shenderovich and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The number is 1-888-98-TWINS. And remember, they really do have your back and not your wallet.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO, DYW, and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris, Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins are in Anaheim tonight to play the Ducks at 10 o'clock. Pitt basketball will play next on Saturday. Week off after losing to Clemson in overtime at the Pete last Saturday. Syracuse, the opponent, 12:30 tip-off. 12 o'clock is when the pregame coverage begins right here on 93.7 The Fan. Also listen on your Odyssey app. And that'll lead you into Washington, Philadelphia in the NFC Championship game at 3. Buffalo's at Kansas City at 6:30 with a trip to the Super Bowl on the line. You can hear it right here on The Fan with coverage brought to you by Westwood One. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Papa Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, Bob. It's time for our own little awards show. Are you ready for this?
Yes, lots of awards, hardware to be handed out.
You
Who
and I
will
and limits.
get it?
Let's just get to it here. I'm going to say who the 5. They announced all the finalists. This is the AP awards. These are the ones, right? These are the ones that count. 5 finalists for every category. I'll give you guys the finalists. You just give me your winner, and then we'll talk about it. Okay? Limits.
Sounds good.
MVP. 5 finalists. Josh Allen. These are in no order, obviously. Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Lamar Jackson.
Saquon Barkley.
Josh Allen.
Lamar Jackson. The numbers with Lamar are just undeniable. I think it's close with Josh because I do think Josh had less to work with. He still has some good weapons,
Very similar.
Lamar's numbers are just ridiculous, man. The guy threw almost 500 passes with 4 picks, and 3 of them were drops that went to the other team. One of the most phenomenal seasons I've ever seen. I have to give it to Lamar. This doesn't include playoff games. This only includes the regular season. I just think it would have taken somebody having an all-time year to unseat Josh Allen for me. Lamar did it.
You don't think Saquon Barkley did? He missed
did,
one
but
game,
it's a
and if he
different
had,
position.
yeah, it's a position that never gets enough credit for being what it is.
Can I make the case
but it's
quickly?
very important
For Josh Allen, they ended up hosting Baltimore, which is a part of the regular season because they had the better record. Derrick Henry's a better running back than James Cook. They have better tight ends in Baltimore. They have a better offensive line than what Josh Allen has offensively, and I like their defense better in Baltimore. So Josh Allen, the most valuable, did more with less than Lamar.
That was wonderful and succinct, Bob. Would you like to make your case for Barkley?
If a guy's going to set an all-time record for rushing yards in one season, and he does it without playing in one final game, I realize it's different because back when Dickerson did it, it was 14 games or whatever it was. There are more games, but still, he represented a huge part of what Philadelphia did. And I truly believe if they don't have him, that they don't win their playoff opportunity, and they're not in this AFC Championship game. That's how important he is, and he's and I'm also trying to make a case that if you can't win an MVP being a record-breaking running back, whenever will you have another MVP or running back? And if that's the case, then don't include them in this.
Winners will be announced February 6th on Fox NFL Network show at 9 p.m. The Defensive Player of the Year, the 5 finalists: Zach Bond from the Eagles, Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson, Patrick Surtain, and T.J. Watt. Bob?
Trey Hendrickson.
Pat Surtain.
Pat Surtain. I can't, in good conscience, choose somebody from a non-playoff team whose defense was wretched for most of the year, Bob, unless, again, if Trey Hendrickson has 23 sacks and sets a record or does something historic, then yes. I just can't take a guy who was part of a defense that was that bad and a team that didn't make the playoffs.
Fine, except he had more sacks. If you combined everyone else on defense, they don't add up to what he had in 17.5 sacks. Without him, that defense is not even close to being what it is, and I'm not going to blame him for the fact that they are where they are in this division and didn't make the playoffs. I think he was dynamic this year, and if 17.5 sacks is not enough to get it done, then so be it. I defer to you.
Limits, why don't you talk about your pick for a moment?
You know, we talk about analytics so much, but watching Pat Surtain, the eye test with him and how good he was with the 4 picks in 16 games and just a lockdown corner, not a lot of people targeted him at all. First team All-Pro, Pro Bowl or whatever. His ability to change that defense in Denver, I know he was on it last year, but from being pretty mediocre to helping their rise to going to the playoffs, I think it's pretty impressive. And T.J. Watt was my defensive player of the year until the last 2 weeks where he disappeared.
I mean, T.J. Watt had this award.
Yeah.
He had it. All he had to do was, register something on the stat sheet in the last 2 games
Have a
of
sack,
the year.
1, maybe even 2, and he does it.
Now, I know he got banged up. And you know what? If they chose him, I don't think I'd have a problem with it for this reason. He's second in the league in tackles for loss, 19. Had 11.5 sacks. Nobody really had a historic year with sacks. 4 passes defense. Led the NFL with 6 forced fumbles and 2 fumble recoveries. He's a fine selection in a year where nobody just went absolutely crazy. But he's not the selection for me. I mean,
he put up the same numbers as Myles Garrett did at the end of the year last season, but he still won it.
Surtain was he was Revis Island is what he was, Bob. That's what he was.
Yeah, I get all that, and he was very good. Don't get me wrong. But to what you said, Austin, a lot of people just shied away from throwing, and that's part of it. But I'm looking at someone, and this is what I want to see Minkah Fitzpatrick do more of next year: become a difference maker. 4 interceptions is fine, except it's not fine, not good enough for me. I want to see more from that position, and I think Minkah Fitzpatrick has to be in a more prominent position to make plays.
AP Offensive Player of the Year. I take this to mean a non-quarterback, but that's not the category. That's not how they define it. The 5 finalists are Saquon Barkley, Burrow, Jamar Chase, Derrick Henry, and Lamar Jackson. Bob?
See, we should do ourselves a favor and have a specific MVP
You're only
for
supposed
quarterbacks.
to say a name.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, I'm going to go Jamar Chase.
Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Barkley. because I take it that way. If I'm, this is a,
well, that's my
this
point.
should be a non-quarterback.
If you're going to
award.
put Lamar Jackson in that category, then by rights he should be also the Offensive Player of the Year based on everything you just said about him.
I know, it's
Why
ridiculous.
is he in that category? He's only going to get his other award.
They should give a quarterback of the year and an offense and a non-quarterback of the year. That's ridiculous. AP Offensive Rookie of the Year. The 5 finalists: Brock Bowers, Jayden Daniels, Malik Neighbors, Bo Nix, and Brian Thomas Jr.
That's a slam dunk. It's Jayden Daniels.
Slam dunk over Bo Nix?
I think it's, slam dunk. I look at what he meant for that team.
Okay.
He's also
Hold
a
on.
rookie.
We only say names now, Bob. We're going to come back to you momentarily, I might add. Limits?
Oh, man.
It's a tough one, ain't it?
Jayden Daniels by a hair, and you know who's my second-place finisher?
You needed one name, and that was it. We'll come back to you.
Brock Bowers, second place, and Bo Nix third. Bowers had an incredible year
You went
on
through a whole
team.
list in order.
Incredible.
You went against
We're not following the rules.
Right.
My choice is Bo Nix, and I'll tell you why. May I go into that, Bob?
Sure.
Let's take a look at Bo Nix compared to Jayden Daniels, who was unbelievable, don't get me wrong. Bo Nix had 29 touchdowns. Jayden Daniels had 25. They each had, actually, Nix had 3 more interceptions. Jayden Daniels had a slightly better passer rating. So they were actually quite even. Now, running stats, I think Jayden Daniels had over 800 rushing yards.
It's most ever by a rookie quarterback.
And Bo only had 430 with 4 touchdowns. But Bo played, well, you could make the argument that Jayden Daniels played for Washington, for God's sakes. Bo played for Denver. I don't know who to pick, Bob. I'm going to go back to Jayden Daniels. Now that I actually break down the numbers, I have to pick him. But I'll say this, it's not as close as you, it's not as much of a blowout as you indicated it was.
To me, it is. What he's meant for that organization, where they were.
How does that not apply exactly to Nix?
Because I think Denver, over the years, has had a little bit more success than Washington. Washington's an afterthought. What he's meant as someone to come in and been given the keys to that offense, and how he's just so under control, poised about every situation. I was blown away by how good he was, and it's even become more so in the playoffs.
That doesn't matter, though.
I know that, but it has become more so in the playoffs. He's the best quarterback playing in the playoffs right now. Of the 4 left, he is the best playing right now. Now.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. But okay. Limits?
You wouldn't agree with it? You should. I mean,
no. But that isn't applicable.
I'm not asking you who the best one is. I'm saying he's playing the best quarterback position.
Yeah. Brock Bowers, by the way, that's a pretty good selection, Bob.
Any other year, I think he'd win it.
Yeah, you're right about that.
He had 112 catches for 1,194
Well, I'm going to use your philosophy.
With no
They're a
quarterback.
stink team, and they haven't made the playoffs, so using your logic, he should not win it.
Okay. That's why I didn't think he should win it. Bob came at me hard there, and it hurt my feelings.
He did. I was worried about your feelings.
How about Brock Bowers? Make your case, Limit.
Well, I think the part that you made about it, too, is that he had absolutely no quarterback. He had Gardner Minshew, Aiden O'Connell, and random guy off a street in Vegas that you could pull in and probably throw him passes. And that's why Antonio Pierce got fired. Like, did Antonio Pierce deserve to get fired after 1 year? No, but their quarterback situation is so poor. Brock Bowers was able to thrive off of that, despite of that. He broke the record for, I think it was most receptions or yards, one or the other, by a tight end, a rookie tight end in history. It was held by Mike Ditka in the 60s, which is insane to think about in a 14-game schedule. Brock Bowers is an absolute stud. He's going to become the best tight end in football, whether it be a year or two.
Let me ask you guys a question, and I know Fatanu was hurt, still might be very good. If Brock Bowers had lasted 7 more picks, would you have taken him over Fatanu?
I always liked Brock Bowers.
In a second for me.
When did they sign?
In a second.
But
and
when did they sign?
If they Freiermuth.
I know. I'm curious when they signed. I can't remember.
I think it was before the draft. I don't remember.
Why can't they roll 2 tight ends? Arthur Smith supposedly loves tight ends.
Right. It would be a Gronk.
Hernandez
type situation.
They should draft Tyler Warren and play Freiermuth in the slot more.
Let me ask you this question, Bob. They took Fatanu 20th overall. Here's some guys that went after him. Brian Thomas, the wide receiver, 1,200 yards. Would you have taken him?
I would have taken him, yes, just because of my need for wide receivers.
Even with hindsight, yes, I would have taken him. Xavier Worthy, would you have taken him, Bob?
Not so much. I like Thomas better than him.
Nate Wiggins, would you have taken him?
No.
Really? Why don't you guys like Nate Wiggins, and they need a corner right now?
Just because I think I need a wide receiver more so right now, given what they don't have.
Well, I'm comparing it to Fatanu.
Well, we all knew going into it that they needed to beef up their offensive line, and that's the philosophy that they wanted to play under.
I didn't know that at all. No. I thought they had other positions of need, starting with their defensive line. Let me ask you about the previous year, O Limitless Wonder.
Sure, when they had also drafted an offensive lineman in the first round.
They took Broderick Jones, Bob. Would you rather them have taken Christian Gonzalez? I say yes, by far.
Yes, by far.
Limits?
Yes.
Kalijah Cansey? Yes, by far. And I said it at the time.
Yeah, that guy, he was just lingering around, just turning into a really, really good player.
How about Jordan Addison?
No.
Dalton Kincaid?
No.
I like Dalton Kincaid, but
He's
no.
good.
All right, back to the awards. And I apologize, Bob, for that.
Why are you apologizing?
delay.
I think it's a good exercise.
I know. I think we were off target a little bit, though. Let me find this here. Finalists. Let's go to Coach of the Year, shall we? Here's the finalists. Now I can't find it. No, here it is right here. Limits is getting very eager for the second edition of the Limitless Express, Bob, and he has a new opening planned for it.
Chomping at the bit. Is it chomping or champing at the bit?
Chomping. Chomp.
Either works.
Yeah.
Comeback Player of the Year. Here's the 5 candidates. Joe Burrow, Sam Darnold, J.K. Dobbins, Christian Gonzalez, or DeMar Hamlin.
Wait, DeMar Hamlin is nominated again?
Yeah, he was last year, I thought, wasn't he?
Yes, he was, and he somehow didn't win it, even though he, basically died on the field and came back. I mean, what more do you have to do?
I don't know. No, obviously, but I'd have to say Darnold, based on where he was and where he is.
Darnold.
Where was Darnold last year?
The San Francisco
backup.
backup.
He's been through a lot of teams, and no one seemed to want him.
I say J.K. Dobbins. He went from nowhere and maybe career-ending to being really, really good this year.
Darnold may not have even played had there been no injury to McCarthy. He got in there, and he made people think that he was actually their future.
Wonderful point.
I'm not to that point.
He made himself a lot of money and was one game away from being the #1 seed.
You'll be happy to know that Snoop Dogg is going to host the NFL Awards ceremony. AP Coach of the Year. Here's your 5 finalists.
Kevin O'Connell.
Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, Sean Payton, Dan Quinn, and Andy Reid.
Well, we know who Joe's picking.
Kevin O'Connell?
Mm-hmm.
Kevin O'Connell for me as well.
Andy Reid, and it's not close. This one is not close. So Kevin O'Connell gets credit. He goes into Minnesota 3 years ago, has a really good year. Then they are absolute trash last year, and he gets credit for fixing his own mess this year and not even winning his division?
I give him credit because he was in a tough division, and I also think he had very big quarterback issue when the injury to McCarthy happened. And because he's really good at, scheming offenses, calling plays, doing what he does, he turned them into a team that I don't think anyone thought would have been a heartbeat away from a #1 pick or #1 seed in the NFC.
Sean Payton would be my second choice, but Andy Reid, his team has played more football than any team in history over the last handful of years. They are circled on every single team's calendar. They had massive personnel losses and injuries, and they sat there at 15-2, and you saw his mastery in that Steeler game. That was such a coaching mismatch. It was embarrassing. You have a short week. You have two teams playing their third game in 11 days, and him and Steve Spagnuolo matched up against Artie Smith and Mike Tomlin. Well, it was like Andy Reid back in that punt, pass, and kick competition, Bob. Remember the highlights of that when he was a kid?
Yeah.
And he was 3 sizes bigger than everybody? He's great. And to keep his team on top this year still with that kind of record, and they had they had 2 other playoff teams in the division. You can't say the division let him out of it this year. He's the coach of the year. Twin Cities?
My second choice, because Kevin O'Connell would be my first choice, would be Dan Campbell, the Motor City Man, leading that team to a number 1 seed because they were ravaged by injuries. We're talking about the 13 guys on IR that they had defensively. David Montgomery got hurt. Jamison Williams, Sam Laporta at points were banged up. He should get second place, but O'Connell for what they overcame.
My second place would be Quinn.
Quinn did a hell of a job.
He did a heck of a job considering, again, where they have been their entire Daniel Snyder reign of terror.
O'Connell, hey, I did something great my first year, then I screwed it up, and now I get credit for screwing it up? I don't know.
But why does Andy Reid get credit for a team that went to back-to-back Super Bowls? This was the expectation for them to be this good and to have the number 1 seed.
Nobody expected them to go 15-2.
Yeah, but everybody expected them to have the number 1 seed.
No, they didn't necessarily.
Well, I think a lot of people did. I think most people did.
They did?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've done it how many years now?
Ravens and Bills going into the season were picked to have at least as good a chance as Kansas City.
And the last couple of years, when the rubber meets the road, it's the Chiefs that end up at the front of the line.
Thank you. Credit to Andy Reid there.
Well, that's why I wouldn't give him a chance to win MVP this year.
Right,
as the
you could
coach
say,
of the year.
You could say the same thing about every other team that's won back-to-back Super Bowls. How many of them went 50? How many of them only had 2 losses?
Sure, and how many of their coaches won Coach of the Year the next year?
Yeah, right.
Exactly, they didn't.
Right, because this guy outdid them. That's why.
No, I don't agree with that.
That's not an opinion. It's a fact. He outdid them all. He's the number 1 seed in his conference after winning 2 Super Bowls. The only other coach ever to do that was Bill Walsh in 1990.
Did Bill Walsh win Coach of the Year in 1990?
I don't know that off the top of my head, Limits. I'm sorry. Did he, Bob?
I don't think he did, off the top of my head.
Well, we all know it usually
No, he did not.
It usually goes to a coach.
Jimmy Johnson.
Like Jimmy Johnson, who took a team from nowhere to somewhere. Usually it's not a coach who had a team somewhere, took them to nowhere, and brought them back to somewhere again. I've never seen that before, a guy get Coach of the Year. I think there's something to be said for staying on top. Assistant Coach of the Year. Bob, Joe Brady is one of those guys. Let's see who else is on this list as I argue with Limits. Joe Brady, Bills offensive coordinator, Vic Fangio, Eagles defensive coordinator, Brian Flores, Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson.
I like Flores. I like all of them. I'm going to go with Ben Johnson, just because they went from 4th overall offensively 2 years ago to 3rd to this year tied for 1st, and a lot of that is his scheming and his way of doing business. So, but I can make a case for Flores too. I really respect what he's done in Minnesota.
Mr. P?
Ben Johnson for me too. I mean, what an offense they had this year.
For me, it's Joe Brady. Of the Bills, they don't have much at the receiver position. They had injuries, and they had one of the highest scoring offenses in the history of the game. And he did an incrinculant job, Bob, I thought.
He did. No denying that, but you got to pick one.
And you did, didn't you?
And so did you.
Coming up, why don't you tease ahead to it, Limits, after I tell people that Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Something old is something new again in the city of Cleveland, Joe. And we'll see if it will be.
It's going to be absolutely incrinculant, Folsey.
For the offense.
There's nothing like the NFL playoffs, one big game after another. We only got 3 left. You know what? Big games deserve bigger payouts. That's why FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is giving all customers a same-game parlay profit boost every game day during the NFL playoffs. Doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account, you'll score a bigger payout if your SGP hits. Listen, I'm not getting off the Jaden Daniels train now. I don't know if they'll win or lose, but I know he's going to have a big game over with him. Don't just watch from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to get a same-game parlay profit boost every game day during the NFL playoffs. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball looks to bounce back from a 4-game losing streak against Syracuse. That's 12:30. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan, beginning at 12 o'clock from Syracuse. And Tonight at 6 o'clock, you can hear the Jeff Capel Show right here on 93.7 The Fan. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five. Yeah.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
New year means new stuff. Time to haul away the old. 2 Men and a Junk Truck is here and ready to help with your post-holiday cleanout. Book us online. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See yourself in the new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive and lease for just $209 a month. Or purchase with a special low APR starting at 3.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. See what you get free. Lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for steak on the stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors.
Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only. This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Fast, fun, and easy. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Bears introduced new coach Ben Johnson yesterday. The numbers aren't official, but he's reportedly getting more than any first-time hire in NFL history. The excitement is through the roof in Chicago, but we've been here before. The Bears haven't had a passing game since, well, ever. We'll see if Johnson can break the curse, but even with the money and the hype, fixing this offense is a very tough assignment. I'm Andrew Perloff.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them.
I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What are your plans this winter? Snowy walk in the park? Curl up by the fire with a nice book? Get stuck in the hospital with COVID-19? If that last one isn't in your plans, and surely it's not, then consider getting an updated vaccine. Because if you're 65 or older, you're 14 times more likely to be hospitalized with COVID-19 than someone under 50. So get your updated vaccine and make the most of this winter. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
There are jewelry stores, and then there are jewelers. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you've been looking for a trusted full-service jeweler who can repair, refurbish, design, create, and appraise, give us a try. Or if you just need some advice or a second opinion on a family heirloom, we are here to help. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our professional staff of trained experts have been helping Pittsburghers with their jewelry needs for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village or Peters Township. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $225 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, Wonder Twin, the ball is in your court for the end of the show today. What are we doing? The Limitless Express?
Yes, and let's begin with a new intro to the Express that goes like this.
I love you. I love you.
They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Shall I call you Ron? Dr. Dick? What should we go with
you
here?
You can call me Ron.
All right. What do you think of the intro, Joe?
Oh, that is vintage.
I put that together yesterday.
Just to be clear, this is the Limited Express, our daily trip around the NFL, correct?
That is correct.
And it's almost like a 2-minute warning. We got 2 minutes remaining in the period.
We have 6, Bob, but who's counting?
Okay.
First item up for grabs from ESPN Cleveland. Kevin Stefanski is once again taking over play calling for the Cleveland Browns. He gave it up. It was Ken Dorsey who was running the offense. He got fired as offensive coordinator. And now it's Kevin Stefanski with what seems like one last shot before he could be axed in Cleveland, despite being, Bob, a 2-time Coach of the Year.
Yeah, I don't think it matters. Quarterback matters. You can call all the plays you want, but if you have the assortment of quarterbacks they have, then it won't matter one way or the other.
I agree with every syllable and half syllable Bob just said, and I would only add, going back to our Coach of the Year thing, that it's usually given to the wrong person because it's always, oh, did you bring somebody up from nothing to something? Then you get the Coach of the Year over the guy that stays on top.
Yeah, staying on top is not a good position if you're trying to win Coach of the Year because
right.
It's just you don't get the attention.
This guy's one of the most overrated coaches in NFL history for my money. Next.
One report from Pro Football Talk is indicating that the Cowboys are closing in on a deal to make Brian Schottenheimer their new head coach. So no Dion.
I heard, I think it was Andrew Perlman on our station, nationally yesterday saying, oh, Jerry Jones would never goes for the high-profile guy because he wants to be the star. I'll criticize Jerry Jones all day long. He's a horrible de facto GM, but that is inaccurate. He hired Jimmy Johnson, for God's sakes, followed by Barry Switzer. Mike McCarthy he hired. Who else has been? Bill Parcells. Jerry Jones wants to win and at least take steps toward trying to do it, and he certainly does not say to himself, you know what, I'm going to go for a low-profile coach because I want to be the guy. That his history does not speak to that.
No, and I agree with that from that point of view, but I also think his history suggests that he gets involved way too much in personnel decisions that he should stay away from.
All right, next up. How about this one? I found this pretty fascinating. Bill Belichick, Bob, he had not signed his contract at North Carolina until now. He just signed it. So he was potentially, with all these coaching openings available, able to just dip out of North Carolina and say, see you later. He now has a buyout of $10 million until June 1st, where it's $1 million after. That's unchanged. But Belichick went a while before signing his deal. What do you make of it?
I think he was playing his leverage point. He was still hoping that someone out there may approach him, and if so, then he would have the freedom to move. Even though that look would have been a bad look, it would have set North Carolina back just because then where did they go at that point? But I got to believe that the people in North Carolina would have understood that too. But they were willing to accept it, that he didn't sign. I would have insisted that, hey, we need you to put your name on this thing just because if not, and we lose you because you may want another NFL job, then what do we do? You got to take care of your own there.
I'm distracted, Bob.
Joe, are you okay?
No. Yes, of course I'm okay. I got distracted by a Jennifer Aniston story.
Oh.
Jeez.
Would you like to share?
No, I wouldn't like to share.
So I think Belichick should have put his name on that dotted line early and not let that thing dangle.
I don't care. He's 72 years old.
If you are North Carolina, wouldn't have you insisted? We hired you. Put your name on the damn thing.
No, you can't strong-arm Bill. Colleges can't strong-arm anybody these days. They're at the behest of the athletes. They're at the behest of the coaches.
Well, let's just say that
they can't do anything. They have no
he
power
decided
anymore.
he was going to be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. He just walks away and leaves them in the dirt.
I took a big swing on Belichick, and if he didn't want to sign the contract till now, oh well. I was risking that he wouldn't go to the NFL. You know what? I have Bill Belichick. I win. Next.
Not necessarily because you don't have Tom Brady.
He still has eligibility left. Bob.
He could come back. He looks like a high school senior. I mean, he could still have.
We only have a minute left. Limits.
Was Jennifer Aniston's best movie or TV show Friends?
Yeah, I think so. Well,
No
I
doubt
like
about
a lot of her movies. The one with Adam Sandler.
Do you want?
Or two with Adam.
Do you want
Sandler.
the Chiefs story or the Steelers story?
Steelers.
Pittsburgh will officially host the NFL Draft on April 23rd to the 25th, it has been announced, with the main proceedings taking place right by the stadium on the North Shore and also at Point State Park. Bob, I saw you reacting to this not that long ago.
You know what? The only problem with that is, Bob, only
that?
teams that are 9 and 8 are allowed to draft in Pittsburgh.
Ha-ha. And you know
like
the
that
crazy
horse?
thing about it
You
is?
like that horse? Huh? We'll all draft 15th that
I'm
day.
really looking forward to that because I just love to see how this thing has evolved. It's amazing what it's turned into and the economic impact. I think if you're a city, you want this for that reason. And
I'm pumped.
Yeah, I think it's going to be awesome. I think people are going to come from all over. Every restaurant, hotel, there'll be field. There's excitement, and who knows? They can draft their future quarterback maybe that year right in Pittsburgh, and
I'm
you'll have a
happy
story
for
to talk
all of
about.
the restaurants. I think that's awesome, and hotels. The event itself, if there were a meter to measure how much I care about hosting the NFL Draft, it couldn't go any lower than what it is.
But
Mine is very high. I'm excited. I will be there. You will
Certainly,
see me.
know, you got groups coming in. You have entertainment. It's a big event. People love events, don't they?
Does everybody have to love it, Bob? No,
I'm
I couldn't care less. I'm glad that people will get business out of it. That's the part I care about. The event itself, I don't care. I know Limits will be there cheering. You'll be one of those people on TV cheering or booing the Steelers pick.
I'll be
Won't
like,
you?
Come on!
Hey,
you should have drafted this guy!
We have to go,
real quick,
Bob.
wait.
I'm
I
gonna get in trouble
saw
here.
an
I'm the one who
Instagram
gets in
post
trouble.
where all the Buffalo fans, when they picked Josh Allen, were in just shock, disbelief,
Right.
anger.
Yes, that's what people do.
That's what they do.
That's going to be Limits when they draft Drew Aller 2 years from now.
I'll
It's
be
gonna
cheering.
Come on, boo! Or well, yeah,
Why
you'll,
will I be booing
you'll
that?
be the only guy cheering for Drew Aller.
No, hey, by the time Drew Aller goes and takes Penn State to as far as they can go, they'll be good.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. What's cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep very kindly, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Thank you, Bob.
See you guys.
See ya.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
TJ Watt is a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year, and the Jeff Capel Show is tonight at 6. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM Team next.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. One of the best rivalries in the NBA adds another chapter tonight as the Lakers play host to the Celtics. Boston comes in as the second best scoring team in the Eastern Conference, averaging over 117 points a game. The Lakers aren't scoring as much, but with LeBron James and Anthony Davis, they can score in bunches. The BetQL model is expecting a high-scoring affair. Their best bet in the NBA is taking the over between LA and Boston. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this, as the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line, Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
You are never too old for a family. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is dedicated to finding forever families for children who have been waiting in foster care the longest. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
The temperatures aren't the only thing dropping. Prices at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville are dropping too during our winter savings event. Hurry in for huge savings on every new Toyota in stock, including new Tacomas and hybrid SUVs. And to help you get through winter, Panda has bundled a lifetime powertrain warranty together with complimentary maintenance, including oil changes at no additional charge on whatever new Toyota you choose. Don't miss Spitzer's winter savings event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Listen to Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti. Saturday mornings at 6 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. They'll share their takes on all the playoff matchups and storylines each week. Presented locally by ESPN Bet Sportsbook.
Sun and clouds this afternoon, the high 29.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go, no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months, or the 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, hit to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan and official sportsbook partner of the NFL. And hey, same-game parlays are so much fun on FanDuel. And right now, you're going to get a bigger payout if your same-game parlay hits on America's #1 sportsbook with their same-game parlay profit boost. It's for every game day during the NFL playoffs. So on Sunday, for example, you can get after it on FanDuel for the championship weekend. And I'm going to put a lot of Eagles players props in my parlay built around Saquon Barkley, the great Penn State running back. And he has been amazing for Philadelphia. And I think that's going to continue against this 30th ranked Washington run defense. Don't watch from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew. Get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew to get a same-game parlay profit boost every game day during the NFL playoffs. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you looking to grow your career? Waynesburg University offers a 100% online MBA program designed for working professionals. Financial aid is available. An MBA can open the door to career advancement and higher earning potential. Visit waynesburg.edu.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-747-1515. 800-747-1515. 800-747-1515.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Quack, 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 quack. The Penguins play the Ducks tonight in Anaheim at 10.
What sound does a penguin make?
Still don't know who will be in goal. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's a collection of things, and it starts with myself, and I need to play better. We need to play better. There's not one thing that needs to be fixed here. There's a lot of things, but it starts internally with myself and needing to play better in bigger moments, and it'll be a long off season to have to sit with that. I definitely haven't lost confidence in this group. I feel like we have the pieces. I still have a lot of belief in the people in this building. I want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. You guys know that. I don't want to leave this place, especially in this. I want to be part of the solution. I've put so much into it here. I've seen so many guys. I want to help Cam Hayward get to where we need to get. I want to be a part of the solution. I don't want to leave this place. I love the people here, and that goes beyond just the coaches. It's the fan base. It's the people, the community, and we owe it to them to get it right. And I want to be part of the solution, not leave here and go somewhere else.
Good afternoon, everybody. T.J. Watt named a finalist for the Defensive Player of the Year award. One of 5 guys up for the honor, the only Steeler to make any of these lists. Mike Tomlin did not make a Coach of the Year final ranking. We will get into that as well later on in the show. Chris across from me. Donnie Football here over the next 4 hours. We'll break down Pittsburgh sports for you. Got some guests and your phone calls, 412-928-9370. Also have close to 5. The PM team, Black and Gold Conference Championship Challenge for our listeners. Tickets to see Jason Aldean in concert on us with that one.
Where does he rank on the Amanda Filipponi country musician scale? I would imagine pretty high.
No comment. No comment on that one.
Man, I didn't know I was treading into those waters early on in the show.
Yeah, you could text her.
Well, I think I don't need to here.
I have no comment on it. Is that bad?
It's cryptic from you. Very weird and cryptic.
Yeah. Just a no
You're
comment
also
right
wearing a hat that looks like Sidney Crosby just took it off his head with like salt all over it.
Amanda called me out for that. And also,
you just put the hat on.
This is a Russell Wilson hoodie. This is his brand. The name of his clothing line, Good Man Clothing.
Why do you have a Russell Wilson brand
Amanda
hoodie?
found it at Target and said, here, try this on for size.
No offense. I shop at Target. I buy clothes from Target once in a while.
Premium line of clothing at Target, they said.
So that's his premium line.
Yeah. Good Man Clothing. Runs a little small. This is an XL.
Runs a little small.
It does. A little snug on me. All right. We're beating around the bush here. So Watt's a finalist for this award. We, I think, are all in agreement as a group that the Steelers should trade him or try to trade him this offseason. He's 30 years old. I think he still has very good days ahead of him. I think his absolute best days are behind him. He's expensive. He's due for a new contract. And the paradigm has to shift. They invest too much in defense, and the worst part about it is they don't get enough out of that investment. They have 6 guys on their defense who make $10 million or more. That's more than any team in the NFL. He is the 5th highest paid defender in the NFL behind Nick Bosa, Chris Jones, who's still playing, the other Josh Allen, and Brian Burns. You are paying a hefty price for him, and usually you get great production. He showed up on the back of a milk carton and was the invisible man down the stretch for the Steelers and dealing with enough of an injury where he pulled out of the Pro Bowl games today. He will not be playing flag football in that event, so we hope he heals up. I think it would be a great idea to try to capitalize on the Lions' desperation after they went out early and their defense sucked and they've lost their defensive leader in Aaron Glenn, and try to take advantage of that and say, here's a guy that would give you the best bookend 1-2 punch. It would be Kevin Green and Greg Lloyd all over again if it's Aiden Hutchinson and TJ Watt, and try to convince a team like that feels like it's that close, it's an inch away from winning.
He's the guy that puts you over the top.
He's the guy that puts him over the top.
You got beat by Jaden Daniels. He and Hutchinson will get to Jaden Daniels so quickly you can't lose.
Just before we continue to the place where I want to go with this conversation, do you guys agree that if the Steelers could get 2 first-round picks from the Lions, you would trade him to Detroit?
Yes. I think I'm the one who floated the trade proposal in the first place. Yes. I don't care that they're going to be late firsts.
If you get 2 first-rounders from a team at this stage in his career, it's also like you can't bring into the argument, well, they're going to be late in the first round. Yeah, I get that. But if it's somebody that's on the plus side of 30 and you get 2 first-rounders for him, that's pretty hard to pass up. Because Mack got that deal when he was like 27 or 28.
Correct.
Khalil Mack.
Mack. Von Miller
not the Mack and Cavalli podcast.
No.
Chris Mack.
Chris Mack did not get traded for multiple first-round picks.
Von Miller got dealt in season for, I think, a second and a third. He's like a semi-comp, but he was older than Watt is, I believe.
Right. So, I mean, I think there are destinations out there. They're Buffalo. Who knows if they lose on Sunday? Their defense does not really have an elite pass rusher. They have Greg Rousseau. The Von Miller's about to probably retire. His contract's up. Maybe they would get in the mix. Steelers also, by the way, overall, Donnie, did you see where they ranked in sacks this year? Watt played every game.
I know they weren't close to first.
20th. You got Watt, Highsmith, Hayward, Herbig. I'll even throw him in there. Benton, who can get after the quarterback from up the middle. You are 20th in sacks this season with all that invested. So they should explore it. I think they should do it as long as, this at least a first-round pick, close to two firsts, as long as that price is met. And I think they could come close to that. It won't, though. It's not going to happen because I'm already getting negative reaction from the Steelers on this idea. And this was the exact.
How flattering to you that you get all these negative reactions.
I'm going to give you the exact
phrase that was sent to me on this. Trading Watt is, quote, fan fiction.
So is competing for an AFC title.
And then the follow-up was, there's a better chance he signs a 2-year, $70 million extension with the Steelers than there is him playing for another team.
What are you getting out of T.J. Watt, and what have you gotten so far for paying him about $30 million a year? Like,
great play.
From a team perspective,
incredible
what has it
play.
gotten you? From a team perspective, what has it gotten you?
A defense that has won the Steelers a lot of regular season games. How about that? That's come through because they've been mostly low scoring and protect the ball at all costs. So it's all about the defense and the defense coming through and the defense getting the job done. And with Watt as the catalyst and the fulcrum behind that, being able to win those games with him as the person spearheading that.
When you've gotten to playoff games, what has having T.J. Watt around gotten you?
Nothing. He wasn't healthy enough to play in one of them 2 years ago.
He scored a touchdown in one of them.
He scored a touchdown to start a game. He picked up a ball, piggy on the ground, ran it in, and
then they gave up 35 points faster than I got through this sentence.
I think he's got 1 sack. So, I mean, they think, apparently, I mean, maybe this person's talking out of school. It wasn't, I'll spill the beans here. It wasn't Omar Khan or Mike Tomlin who texted me.
The idea that Tomlin would text you
is hilarious.
I'm just
because it would never happen. He doesn't do that with any media members other than Jay Glazer or somebody else. Probably.
Is his number in the Pony Rolodex?
No, it's not. Maybe he's texted me, but I don't save numbers for the most part.
Can you imagine if he got a text from him?
Absolute psychopath.
Andrew,
behavior.
It's Mike. Want to clear the air about some things. Think we should have a great sit down.
I leave him on red.
Pony just leaves him on red. Must be some crackpot.
313 unread text messages right now, folks.
How many unread emails on that little red blob?
93,000.
It makes me anxious just to hear you say that. It does.
So, I mean, that's a glimpse again into what they're thinking. Fittipaldo, who's going to join us at 5:15, said he's a one-helmet guy. Like, you have a player like this, you treat him almost like a Cal Ripken in baseball or a Tony Gwynn or somebody like that. The rest of the team can waver up and down and have peaks and valleys. In this case, it's basically a straight line of 9-8, 10-7 without any playoff wins. But you want that constant of having this guy around the entire time. You want to be able to say that I don't even think do fans care about that? Like
the one helmet guy, the Ripken stuff?
Like, does it hurt fans that Franco went and played for Seattle for 1 year?
You memory hole it. It doesn't even exist.
James Harrison went to Cincinnati, then he went to New England. I mean, I don't.
Antonio Brown went to Tampa Bay after going to New England after going to
I'd rather try to spin the player into better picks and use him to make the franchise better long term and try to do something than say, well, this guy's earned the right to play for one team because he wants to be here.
It shows where their priorities are. Better chance we give this guy $35 million a year as he does enter the early back nine of his career. I'm in agreement with you that he's still got a lot of great football left, but not his best football. But we'll give him $35 million a year.
Let me just actually put one disclaimer on this whole thing. And I should have said this at the beginning of this. The only thing that was said to me on this that would turn the conversation on its ear was if Watt said, "I don't want to play here anymore." If he had some kind of epiphany where he's like, "Wait, we're not going to win playoff games. I don't like the direction of the team. I want you to trade me." Him being the one that wants out, not the Steelers thinking he's a trade chip and not a great player for us. Like Watt holding the cards here and thinking I'm a hostage and not a volunteer if I'm a Steeler after this season. That's the only twist on it that I have. And we just heard his clip. I mean, he's not like...
His own brother, though, was willing to play somewhere else, so it's not like in the family they all value the idea that they have to be one team.
Yeah, but Houston was bad. I mean, this team is not bad. It's just average, and I think it tricks people like Watt into thinking we're much closer than we actually are.
Didn't J.J. Watt win more playoff games with Houston than T.J. Watt's won with the Steelers?
Yes, because T.J. Watt's won 0. Donnie, your reaction to all this?
I mean, you have to do your due diligence
This is not a due diligence franchise. We just went over it with Mike Tomlin. Now we're having the same conversation about their best player. They don't believe in due diligence.
I mean, but nothing hurts by just taking phone calls. I know we just had the same conversation. It's the same conversation that we've had after the last couple of seasons. But nothing hurts with simply taking a phone call and seeing what the offer is. You don't have to say yes if a team calls.
I'm not accusing you of doing this, but like to me, I'm talking more about them. I want them to actively do it, Chris. I don't want them to just sit by a phone bank like someone does at a radiothon and hope that people call in, teams call in. I want them to say, hey, TJ Watt is available. What will you give us for him?
I think it's organizational malpractice to not do that.
So I'm not saying just listen, Donnie. I'm saying be the person who calls, not the person that picks up the call.
Initiate.
I think it would be in their best interest to do that, to actually reach out to one of the other 31 teams or multiple of the 31 teams.
The story here, though, is the response Pony got from somebody who felt compelled to reach out to him and just indicate that this is not how they're going to do business.
And I have to be honest with you guys. Usually I think I try to, because I'm exposed to it on social media 24 hours a day, and we sit here in this area of great real estate 4 hours in the afternoon where we hear from people in all kinds of different places. I'm not sure how fans overall feel about this idea. I think it's pretty split. I think there's a lot who are like, yes, we're banging our head against the ceiling here. We need to do something bold. He's older. Let's see what we can get for him. But I also think that there's a lot of fans that feel like the organization apparently does, which is to say he's our best player. We have a better shot of winning with him than we do without him. You don't know exactly what you're going to get. Draft picks are just draft picks. They're not guarantees. Why risk it?
And so signify an organizational shift, too, and philosophy that I think would be pretty welcome.
So I'd love to get people's thoughts on this. TJ Watt, a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year. Is it time to think about trading him? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get your calls in next, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops back in action on Saturday against Syracuse, a 12:30 tip. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan with pregame coverage beginning at noon. The Jeff Capel Show is tonight at 6. Check that out right here on The Fan or on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. Love Mike's. Mike's a great place to go and watch sporting events and have beer and some excellent food. Sunday is the day of all days, the conference championship weekend. Stinks that our team isn't in it, but it will still be a doozy with Buffalo, Kansas City, Philadelphia, Washington. Get over to Mike's and take in all the action there with the 80 rotating taps of excellent craft beer from around the region, hundreds of beers from around the world. It's right next to PNC Park. Meet me at Mike's.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. After a 6th straight playoff loss, it doesn't sound like there'll be a change at head coach. But Mike Tomlin sounds open to a new option at quarterback.
We don't have a quarterback under contract. We got some major discussions there. It was a really good experience with the 3 quarterbacks that were on our roster this year, individually and collectively. We certainly are open to considering those guys.
We'll have the quarterback situation covered all offseason long, like no one else can. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Beyond Lincoln, join the family. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Jalen Hurts' knee injury could force him to become a pocket quarterback in the NFC title game. That has to make Eagles fans nervous. Philly ranks 29th in the NFL in passing. If it comes down to Hurts having to throw without a run option, Philly's offense will have to change in a very uncomfortable way. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this. As the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line. Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up. It's golf.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And you can work out your way on your time at any convenient location near you. Most open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends January 31st. See Home Club for details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. We know this about pro athletes. They train all the time to perform better on the field. It takes a lot of time and effort. What, though, would you say if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. And Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Your partner wants you to do this. They might not say it, but they want you to do this. You got to try it. Blue Chew's tablets, they're like a performance enhancement for the bedroom. They can help you get extra confidence when it is time to perform. You can turn oh no into oh yes. You know what I'm talking about, fellas. So if you could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom when it's time to perform, visit BlueChew.com. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
January is the perfect time to start new at ShorkeyChevy.com. Chevy Silverado pickups and full-size Suburbans up to an incredible $10,000 off. The popular Chevy Tahoe now up to $9,000 off. There's even 0% financing available. Plus, huge trade values guaranteed to save you even more. Your New Year deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in both Murraysville and the North Hills. ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I don't know that a lot of dramatic changes need to be made regarding T.J. Watt, to be quite honest with you. I think his resume and production speaks for itself. He's been ridiculously consistent over his stay here, and even in the midst of the 2024 season that didn't unfold the way that any of us would like. And I got a lot of things that have my attention before I start getting into T.J. Watt-like production in terms of my to-do list.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted HVAC provider and plumbing experts for over 50 years. Mike Tomlin saying no dramatic changes. And me just spouting off here. I want a dramatic change. I would trade Watt. Basically got told that's not happening unless Watt decides that he doesn't want to be a Steeler anymore. The other thing is you're going to have to give him an extension this offseason and basically pay him like he's still one of the best defensive players in the NFL, I would think, coming off his worst full season from a sack perspective since his rookie year when he had 7 in 15 games. This year, only 11 and a half in 17 games.
I also think more pressingly, it was by the eye test his least impactful season since his rookie year. Like I don't think the sacks lied here, and it was he was constantly generating pressure.
Last 4 games, nothing.
They do measure it. I know everyone gets mad about it. How many quarterback pressures generated? He wasn't even like Cam Hayward generated more.
Oh, that's because he was getting chipped. That's because the chipping was going on.
In a town that loves chipped ham, you'd think he'd find a way around that.
Those defenses, Donnie, what were they doing to him?
Ding, 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 ding. Just chipping away.
Chipping away. All right. I think this is a good gauge of where people are at with the Steelers. Are they into nuclear options or not? Sounds like the team isn't. But what would be your take on it? 412-928-9370. Watt is a Defensive Player of the Year finalist. Last year I got worked up when Garrett got the award over Watt. This year I won't care if Patrick Surtain or somebody like that gets it over him. In fact, I think Hayward would be more deserving of that honor than Watt.
Look who's all coming around to Mulsey's opinion that's been held. How long did I have that opinion, Donnie? I'm in a mood to toot my own horn today. I was saying Hayward was the more deserving DPOY guy for weeks, if not months, before this actually came about.
Here is Nicholas on the fan. Hello, Nicholas.
Hello.
Is this Nicholas Harry Callis?
No, unfortunately not.
Do you like Nicholas Harry Callis?
I'm actually not too even sure who that is, honestly.
Jeez. Sorry about that, Nick, if you're listening. What do you got for us, other Nicholas?
I just wanted to call in and give some input on the
yeah, this is where you do that. You want to give input on the Eagles?
TJ Watt deal.
Oh, please. Go. Tell us.
I would personally prefer trading Alex Highsmith.
Why?
But
Why though?
You said earlier if we had gotten like an offer for 2 first-round picks for TJ Watt, then I wouldn't be opposed to it so badly.
Why are you opposed to it at all now?
Just because we need a staple, like you said earlier on the radio.
I didn't say that. He's been one. I didn't say they need one. Thank you. I didn't say they needed like a linchpin guy because him as the linchpin guy hasn't gotten them very much.
It's gotten them 0 playoff wins.
Didn't know who Callis was. Yikes.
I'm flabbergasted.
Nick, wake up at 5:40, man. Start listening to Callis or not 5:40, at 5 on the pre-show.
Also, it's harder to trade Highsmith from, you're still eating dead money when you trade a guy.
And he's got
as
accomplished and not as good and all those things.
You'd be eating $9.3 million in dead money if you traded Watt. You'd be eating $16 million in dead money if you traded Highsmith.
Nicholas, give Callis a try. He might forget sometimes how many games there are in the NFL season, but that's a bang-up job. Tony is next in Kennedy. Hello, Tony.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I think trading TJ is a dumb idea, especially since we have a coach who both you guys believe probably won't win another playoff game. So does it really matter what the roster is with that guy?
Well, we could go full nihilist here and say nothing matters and they could do anything they want.
Yeah, we'll just say eat Arby's for 4 hours a day over and over and over again.
That's not what I'm saying, Greg Gazoo. I'm asking you if you think a fresh roster is going to make this coach win a playoff game.
It's going to give them a better chance to get what they need, which is an elite quarterback, Tony and Kennedy.
Okay, and is having an elite quarterback going to make them win the Super Bowl with Tomlin as the coach? Do you guys believe that?
Much likelier that they would be able to do it.
Let me finish my question.
No, you've asked your question like 10 times. No. It's the same boring question that you started with.
You're not giving any answers. You
they would have a much better chance of winning a Super Bowl.
Hypocritical.
They would have a much better chance of winning a Super Bowl with an elite quarterback, even with Mike Tomlin as the coach.
Okay. Will they win one?
I don't know. Do you have a crystal ball?
I mean, you guys are sitting here at the crystal ball deciding what the roster should be. And, I mean, trading T.J. Watt, you don't know that they're going to go get a first-round quarterback. What if they end up signing Russell Wilson again?
What do you want them to do?
You think they're going to draft Huh?
What do you want them to do?
I want them to fire Tomlin and
That's
start
irrelevant.
fresh with a new coach.
Great. So do I. They're not going to do it. So why even bother bringing it up?
Why even bother talking about the roster if there's a guy there that can't coach them to a win?
So is this all just a long-winded way of calling me Great Gazoo and saying Mike Tomlin sucks?
No.
Then what was it
your
exactly?
attitude got the Great Gazoo comment.
Is Great Gazoo the guy from the Flintstones with the big head?
Guy, yeah.
That's right. It is, with the giant head.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Tony.
He must live near me if he's in Kennedy. What if he lived in, like, the other neighborhood over?
That's like, who sings the song In the End, It Doesn't Really Matter?
Queen.
No. In the end, it
Linkin
doesn't
Park.
even matter.
Well, you don't want to know what happened with that band. My God, you want to talk about nihilism.
What that call sounded like.
I just don't okay, get like a little dig in there, but what's the point?
My thing is, instead of saying I don't want to trade T.J. Watt, he probably could have started and not brought out the ire of Mulsey by saying, go ahead, trade him. It's not going to make a difference at the end of the day, as long as Tomlin's still your coach.
I mean, he did say that, but then his main point was, I want to see them fire Tomlin, to which I say, we try to talk in traffic and things that at least are going to happen. We have one day maybe where we say, I wish they'd just trade this guy or fire this guy. Okay, none of that's going to happen, so you have to move on. Or just start thinking about the Pirates, the Penguins, and everybody else, I guess. I mean, I have like grim feelings towards this team, and many of them center around the head coach, and many of them center around who's the guy who writes his name on the checks.
Yep.
But like, I'm still going to at least try to entertain ideas.
Well, I think in like the response I've gotten, not just from guys like Tony who wanted to bust balls, which I'm fine with by all means, even though in this case you were the person that was getting the brunt of it.
I've never heard someone call me the Great Gazoo, Donnie. There's a first.
I think somewhere Starkey probably did like his wheezing laugh.
Pony. I've heard it like 3 million times. Malsey.
I think the response I got to this, though, just goes to show me that they want to like stick with a plan and stick to their guns. Believe in the coach. Believe in the best player who's older now and has been here throughout this 8-year playoff drought. Tomlin said at his press conference, we're not doing the same things and expecting different results. Well, if most of the principal people are still here,
then yeah, you are doing the same things.
And the response I got with, it's fan fiction to think T.J. Watt should be traded. There's a better chance they make him the highest paid defensive player in the NFL. Not annual salary wise, it would be $35 million. I think would make him the highest paid one.
It's not just that your source told you like pipe dream. It's that I don't think maybe they didn't intend to do this. Almost made you feel like an idiot for even suggesting the idea that it would happen.
Well, it was just like, you can talk about it if you want, Pony, but it's never going to happen. So almost like what the caller said about Tomlin, or what you said back to the caller. You could call in and say fire Tomlin. Yeah. We know he's not going to get fired. It's the same thing here. You could talk about trading T.J. Watt, but it's not going to happen unless Watt went to them and said, this doesn't work for me anymore.
I think since we're talking about like they're trying to follow their plan, you want to talk about nihilism? Donnie, you ever seen No Country for Old Men? Javier Bardem, the bad guy.
I've never seen the full movie.
You ever seen The Deer Hunter?
But he's a creepy. He's a creepy guy in that movie. He's like supposed to embody like death, basically. He says something in that movie that Pony just jogged in my brain. He says, "Think about like the rule that brought you to this point. What good was the rule if it got you? This is where it got you to a guy he's about to shoot in the head, basically. If you're the Steelers and you're trying to follow a rule like Pony says or a plan." If the plan has brought you to this point right now, 8 years without a playoff win, and people wondering if you should trade your obvious best player, what good was the plan in the first place?
Jason Mackey's 2 cents coming up next. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Championship Sunday, you can hear both games right here on 93.7 The Fan. Washington and Philly at 3, Buffalo, Kansas City at 6:30. Both of them can be heard right here, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, Pittsburgh. We were in a very deep freeze, horribly cold temperatures, and they were brutal. They can take a toll on your home, too, not just you when you go outside. Frigid weather means frozen pipes, water heaters that are taxed to the limit, heating systems that can't keep up, or worse, they just don't work at all. That's where McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling comes in. They are a phone call away and ready to help. McVeigh provides fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing and heating services. So get in touch with them today. They're the company I love. Call McVeigh.com. It's McVeigh.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go, no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months, or the 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See yourself in the new 2025 Kia Sportage EX 4-wheel drive and lease for just $285 a month, or purchase with a special low APR starting at 1.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. See what you get free: lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, in a few minutes, we're going to discuss Mike Tomlin being left off the list of finalists for the NFL Coach of the Year award. We'll grade him for his 2024 season, including the blowout playoff loss to Baltimore. Jason Mackey joins us right now, Post-Gazette. You hear him evenings on The Fan. You hear him in the mornings with Crowley and Dorn as well. He writes for the Post-Gazette. Your colleagues there, they don't have any breaking news, Jason, on any coaching changes. It's now been almost 2 weeks. You've been around this team a lot. Are they just not going to make any coaching moves after another horrible close to the season?
It sure doesn't seem that way, Andrew. I think if they would make those moves, they would have been made by now. I don't see what sort of deconstruction at this point would lead to a coaching. I mean, I think there should be changes, and I'm sure there's going to be some further down the coaching tree. Sorry to use a bad term there. But at this point, if you're going to move on from Terrell Austin, Artie Smith, something like that, I don't know why it wouldn't have been made.
Wait a minute. You think position coaches still get fired?
I mean, yeah, I'm saying there's going to be changes. People are going to leave. They're going to not bring people back. Maybe they fire. I'm just saying that it's not going to be anything that's going to, set off alarm bells at this point. Like
Because I'm even surprised that other part hasn't happened yet, like a tight ends coach or a defensive line coach or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if it happened now. It wouldn't surprise me if it happened in a month. I think the big three are all sticking around.
But if you do it in a month, all the guys you might have wanted to interview to replace those guys would have landed with new teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I just don't see how you can have 100% retention rate after that season.
What message does it send to you if that's what, in fact, they do?
That they're complacent. That they're okay with what has happened.
That's because they outperformed the mean.
Yeah, what was your reaction to that?
Yeah, the Jim Rooney. Oh, my
You were on the job covering the Pirates very closely, I believe, when the 10,000 simulations line dropped many moons ago. I think you would have been on the beat then, Jason, but what was your reaction to Jim Rooney's outperforming of the mean comment?
I know, Chris. I was in the Altoona Curve press box, and I've never, in like my jaw dropped, man. I was like, I have to do something with this. I couldn't believe it listening to the Neil show, but yeah, that's like I sort of understand what Rooney's getting at. I just wouldn't have said it. I think it's about the same thing. I don't think it's anything close to what fans want to hear right now. And I mean, outperforming the mean, like, is that why we're here, or are we here to win championships? And is that the standard? And I mean, to me, they've fallen woefully short of the standard. I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know. I don't think that was a great assessment of where the franchise is right now.
Jason, how about the reaction I basically got, which was it's laughable to even talk about trading Watt, that he's not going anywhere.
No.
He's going to get – what do you mean no? No as in –
Well, I don't think it's laughable to have that discussion. I don't think they're going to do it. I mean, I saw what you were talking about.
That's why they said that's why I was told it's laughable, because of the second thing you just said. They're not going to do it. And my point is they should be actively looking to do it.
Yes.
You agree with that?
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you, Pony. I mean, we're talking about the definition of insanity here, guys. We're doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results.
Tomlin said he wasn't doing that at the press conference at the end of the year, but I agree with you.
Right. That's just what you'd say if you wanted to throw people off the scent when you were planning on doing that. Exactly how you do it.
I don't know.
Who do you want to see quarterback this team next year? If it's
Justin Fields.
Okay, nice quick
Justin
answer.
Fields.
Do you think you will see Justin Fields start?
I do.
In week 1. Okay.
Oh, so
I do, and
you didn't buy any of the Russ stuff yesterday.
Yeah, you didn't buy Russ saying, "Oh yeah, we're getting into talks." Yeah.
No, I mean, I feel like this is parody. I feel like Russ is saying that, and he's like talking to a wall or something. I don't see any sense in the world that it would make for him to come back here. Like, you go with Justin Fields.
I don't think Russ has any other options. I think that's why Russ probably knows that.
Yeah, I mean, they might have talks. I guess if I'm the Steelers, I'll have that conversation. I'm not saying I'd bring him back.
Would you trade George Pickens if you were the Steelers?
What's the package?
Let's say you're getting a good third-round pick, so somewhere in like the 70s.
So.
Really?
I think
top
it would
75, a pick between 70 and 75 in the draft.
See, it'd be easy for me if it was a second, Chris. A third, I'm a little bit. I have some pause, but I like the
Okay, let me ask you this then: like the 67th or 68th pick in the draft, just after the end of the second round.
Yeah, meaning like a very, very high third.
Like maybe the first or second pick of the third round.
It would probably take some context, like knowing where George's head is at, but us being on the outside. Yeah, I don't know if this situation is salvageable. Like, I'm trying to get out from under it and get out, get as much as possible.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess high third, that's basically a second. You might have me there.
If Jalen Hurts gets injured on Sunday and Kenny Pickett has to go in, do you still think the Eagles beat the Commanders?
I don't. Sorry to
if
insult your boy,
Josh Allen gets injured and Mitch Trubisky has to go in for the Bills, do you think the Bills can still beat the Chiefs?
What a scenario. What if both those things happened? I'm sure they won't.
Pop brought it up to me on the sports call the other night, and I almost fainted.
Well, what if I mean, if it were Trubisky versus Pickett in the Super Bowl, because both say we get Buffalo, Philly, first series for each team, each quarterback, God help them, twists a knee and cannot continue. Trubisky and the Bills versus Pickett and the Eagles, and we're 2 minutes gone in a scoreless game. Who you got, Jason?
Oh, my gosh. I might take Kenny at that point.
Me too.
If nothing else, I mean, at least he's
got the better roster around him. He's got the better roster.
If it's Mitch Trubisky versus Kenny Pickett in the Super Bowl, we all should just, I don't know, carpool down to New Orleans or something.
Jason,
I would have to see that.
I was going to say, you'd have to cover that.
I would. Yeah, I was going to come up with a line like I'm going to go hitchhike my way down there, but then you'd call me out on not backing you up on a bet that I made with Jared Eichhoff, and then I'd get yelled at. So I'd have to – you'd have to see that. That's complete insanity. It's never going to happen, but it's funny.
Jason, thank you. We'll continue to listen and read you in the Post-Gazette.
Good talk. Thanks for having me.
Jason Mackey, everybody. I'm rooting for that.
Man, that Pickens.
I'm rooting for Pickett because I predicted he's going to help them win a playoff game that gets him the Super Bowl. This is the last chance at that, and it's starting to come together because of the Hurts concussions and knee injury that he's dealing with.
If Hurts got bounced out of that game Sunday within the first 5 minutes and there's no score, so it's as clean a game as you can get.
Do you start thinking of me immediately?
No, I'm thinking like if Kenny comes in at that point and goes something like 18 for 24, 255 and 2 touchdowns, and they win, and he has to like maybe engineer a late drive to do it. I think that following day would become one of the wildest on-air days in fan history.
Donnie, here's a question for you.
People would be foaming at the mouth to tell us how mean we were to Kenny.
To Chris's point, if Kenny Pickett came in for Hurts and played like Bledsoe did off the bench for Brady in the 0-1 AFC title game,
stings. This
and
hurts.
that brought Bledsoe to Buffalo after that as a starting quarterback. If Kenny played like that in the championship game, do you think he would be a team starting quarterback next year?
I feel like one of those teams. Now, would you say for the full season?
No, just a week one starter.
I think there could be one of those teams that
Raiders.
drafts a rookie quarterback.
I agree.
Like what, specifically the Raiders?
And
I don't
brings
know,
him in
as the bridge guy.
Yeah.
Imagine the Raiders getting Shadur Sanders but not wanting him to play right away, and there's Dion chirping about why Kenny Pickett's the starter.
There's a history here in Philly with Foles. They've already had one storybook run with a backup quarterback. Here comes the sequel, and it's even better. It's like The Godfather.
Foles had a season under his belt that Kenny could not possibly dream of having had by that point.
All right, coming up next, Tomlin not a finalist for Coach of the Year. Was that the right call by the NFL writers, and what grade would you give him for the 2024 season? Timeout, and we're right back. It's the PM team. First, I'm going to tell you guys about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NFL. Right now, if you've never played on FanDuel before, the conference championship game, the best football weekend of the year. Bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right, 5 turns into 300 in bonus bets. All you have to do is find a winning wager for this weekend's games. I don't see any Pickett props up right now on FanDuel. That's okay, so we'll avoid those. Instead, I like, I'll tell you one that I think is a big-time contrarian play that I love. That's under Daniels' passing yards. Seems low. Seems very low based on how the first 2 playoff games have gone for him. And I think it is a smart move by the sportsbooks trying to bait people into thinking that the rookie is going to continue to play like an MVP. FanDuel.com/Andrew. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew. $300 in bonus bets. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. For Soundline Real Money Wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible. Bonus bets which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Bowl over your appetite at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Order mashed potato bowls, warm filling options like chicken dinner, chicken pot pie, or boski kielbasa. Build your own with mashed potatoes and all the ingredients that satisfy you most. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
When he's good, he's thorough good. And I'm bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Nesselthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's great.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 1/13 through 1/24. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store at Lowes.com for more details and qualifying items.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this, as the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line, Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic? 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at a regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You need to go talk to somebody. What happened at that hospital? It wasn't right. And you had something here. You need to call the dog. This a medical malpractice. You see, I'm your doctor, so I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. When you went into that hospital, they told you it was just a headache. but that wasn't a headache. You had a stroke. Do you hear your speech? It's slurred. That was a stroke. That wasn't a headache. You understand? Gotta call Top Dog. This is top dollar. This a medical malpractice. This is top dollar. Any accident, big or small, life or death, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-285-8939. 800-285-8939. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-285-8939.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani for Shenderovich and Fishman. Did you ever notice in their ads you won't hear a big long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen because really they don't need one? Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. You know why? Because it's your money, and you pay nothing unless recovery is made. Also remember, you will have the peace of mind knowing that from the minute you contact Shenderovich and Fishman, you will pay zero, no legal retainers, fees, or expenses of any kind until they win your case. And they certainly do win your cases. So if you've been injured, call Shenderovich and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The number is 1-888-98-TWINS. And remember, they really do have your back and not your wallet.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins are in Anaheim tonight to play the Ducks at 10 o'clock. For more, go to 93.7thevan.com. Right now, it's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
I have a cliche that the guys oftentimes throw back at me in jest, but it's true. 2 is a pattern. And I say that because there's an expiration date on adjusting and adapting. I use that phrase to reflect urgency, to reflect how quickly it is we need to adapt and adjust and move. And so we've had similar results. Rest assured that we're not doing the same things hoping for a different result. We have adapted. We have altered our approach, and we will continue because we're not getting what we seek. And that's the confetti game, is to be world champs. Our goals are really clear. It's also really clear that we're falling short of it in a consistent way. And so we're still going to continue to be open to adapting our behavior, our program, the structure of what it is that we do to turn over every stone in an effort to get what we desire. That's just the appropriate and mature way to approach it.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Getting ready for hour 2 of the show. Chris Muller across from me, Donnie Football. That was a bunch of hogwash from Tomlin about how they're fed up with not getting the results they want and changing things up and not doing the same thing and expecting different results. Feels like a very hollow statement right now, given the fact that we're almost 2 weeks removed from that playoff loss to Baltimore and not a damn thing's been done. And you even have Russell Wilson, if you take him at his word, talking about possibly coming back next year and contract negotiations already getting started. The fawning NFL press, the drooling NFL media when it comes to Tomlin was so put off by this team's finish to the season. Their 4 straight losses in the regular season before they lost in the playoffs. The 10-3 to 10-7 close to the year where they didn't lead in a single one of those games. First time that had happened since the late 60s. It was such a turnoff for them. At one point, Tomlin was a shoo-in to be in the conversation for NFL Coach of the Year.
Was he the betting favorite for a couple weeks?
He was. Yes, he was right there with Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota and Sean Payton in Denver. Today, the top 5, the finalists for the award, were announced. He did not make the list. Kevin O'Connell, Dan Quinn in Washington, Dan Campbell in Detroit, Sean Payton in Denver, Andy Reid in Kansas City. All made it over him. All more deserving.
I think I might actually give it to Dan Quinn.
Dan Quinn still rocks a backwards hat. Not a lot of folks do that anymore.
He's also, what, like 57?
Donnie, I've never seen you wear a backwards cap.
I absolutely have. You've been working with me for what, like
here?
3+ years now? Yeah.
Mullsy, you seen him wear a backwards hat here?
Yeah, I feel like I've seen him wear a backwards hat.
I think a couple years ago
Pony definitely.
We laughed because I looked like the guy from Jay and Silent Bob.
Yeah.
Kevin Smith.
Yeah, that's right.
Dan Quinn kind of has like an aging.
Okay,
extra
he's the
on
oldest
White Men
guy.
Can't
He's
Jump
the oldest guy that wears a backwards
vibe
cap.
there.
Then.
Yeah, it's done a good job though.
So how the mighty have fallen with Mike Tomlin. Even his biggest allies and biggest friends who have talked about how, oh, look at how much he does with less, didn't even think he did such an impressive job that he would get consideration for this award. He's never won it. Steelers coaches don't usually win it, but that's because there usually is a lot expected of them. At least there was. Now it's the opposite where the bar is set so low, Tomlin clears it and they say he does a great job. We have not done this since the season ended. What grade would you give Mike Tomlin on 2024 now that it's said and done? If the Ravens game was the final exam that got baked in extra to his overall grade for the year, and he's still, say, in college and he's waiting for that grade to get posted online or something to show up in the mail, he goes out in his nice slippers and mink. Would he wear mink? Mink is an animal, right?
Yeah.
Do they turn mink into robes?
Mink coats.
Mink coats. Okay, so not a mink robe.
PETA not very.
All right, so he goes out in his robe and slippers to get it, and he's got a letter that has his grade on it from the Steelers. If you were the person doing the grading, what would the grade be? Because I will go first, not to put you on the spot and then give myself extra time. I don't want to do it that way. I have him down for a C- on 2024. My overall grade for Tomlin this year is not F. It's C- for the job he did with this team. Is that exactly what Mulsey had?
I wrote down 4 different grades, and then scratched them out. I had initially D. Then I had D+.
Oh.
Then I had C-. Then I had C+.
Whoa, went way up to C+.
I struggled badly with where to settle.
Yeah.
But I think I'm with you in the end. I had a hard time doing the following, and I don't know if this is how your brain works. Donnie, I'm interested to hear your perspective. I do have to at least go back to what I predicted their record to be before the season and what I thought they would be as a team when I'm doing this exercise, which I did say 8-9, first ever losing season. They only bested that by 2 games, even though it looked like they were going to shatter that number. But they did manage to go 10-7. The way they got there was extremely disappointing. So they did outperform my expectation, but it rotted so badly by the end that I have to give him a below average grade. I can't say he did a D-level coaching job, though. You have to reserve that for like guys who either got fired or are on the precipice of getting fired.
Right.
Like for cause, too, we are all sick of like the same old here.
Yep.
I'm talking about a guy who went like 5-12 or 4-13, and it was a complete trash fire.
And it wasn't like in a rebuilding kind of way. It was a team that maybe had expectations.
Doug Peterson had a miserable year and paid for it with his job. Or like somebody like that. Or Antonio Pierce, you're reading stuff where he wasn't even showing up on time for work apparently in Vegas. There were plenty of like stories leaking out about him. I can't give Mike a worse grade than C-, but I absolutely cannot give him a grade that suggests he either did an average or better job.
Donnie, what did you go with here?
I mean, I'm right down the middle with C. I had them at 9 and 8 going into the season. That'll probably be for the rest of time, or for the rest of his tenure at least. That will be my preseason prediction every single year. It'll be 9 and 8.
The year is 2037. The PM team, now containing Donnie Football as a 3-man unit, goes through their Steelers season predictions.
Think about AI the amount robot of people named Phil sitting in one of the
producers'
chairs.
booth. Yes.
Yeah.
Think about the amount of people that we had on before the season, and it was all within like 2 games.
Nobody
of each
went.
other.
I think nobody went below 7. I think somebody went 7 and 10.
Well, funny enough, intern Dom went 7 and 10, and he thinks Mike Tomlin's the greatest coach to ever.
Also thinks coaching
grace a
trees are
football
overrated.
sideline.
Either doesn't know what
He
a
doesn't
coaching
know what
tree
it
is. Did anybody say better than 10 and 7? I think we were all within a 3-game window.
I think it was all within that range.
Kabali did something goofy like
he went 8 and 1.
Well,
he loves going 8 and 1.
Yeah,
he loves even including the tie, so it's right at 500. So yeah, I mean, I guess by that standard, he exceeded the expectation record-wise by 1 game, but it was just the same old. It was they won 9 or 10 games, they got just over 500, except this time they completely cratered instead of going on a little bit of a run at the end of the season. They got there in a little bit of a different way. It ended the exact same way that we have seen so many seasons lately end.
I would have been inclined to give him a higher grade if I felt like the defense that he's in charge of did a better job this year. Like, okay, so this is what we're investing in, this is what you believe in, and it's working. This style of play is working. I was inclined in the middle part of the season, or even after 3/4 of the season, to give him a better grade because his bold quarterback change looked to be working, where Russell Wilson was giving them a shot to win games and performing in games unlike the quarterbacks we've seen here for the last number of years. At that point, I was viewing him as someone that was doing a superior job, that was giving his team a competitive advantage. And then by the end of the year, I felt like he should have stuck with Fields, and his defense was very overrated and very overpaid again. So that's why I give him a harsher grade. I mean, I think that's fair. If you have a coach who calls offensive plays and the offense stinks and the quarterback isn't developing the way you want, that person should take more of the brunt and the blame for that.
I think he's still a very good coach who did very good things with a quarterback who had been busted until this point in his career. But like, I would ding Kevin O'Connell for the way their season ended.
Yeah,
with Darnold like appearing to turn back into a pumpkin.
Yeah, I mean, like the actual Coach of the Year award does not factor in the playoffs, but for the overall, for the overall grade, for the overall grade on Tomlin, I'm counting the Baltimore game as part of this.
Tony, after the win over Washington, where it's like, oh my God, like what a thriller, they topped 20 points twice the rest of the season.
They gave up 300 rushing yards in the playoffs, Chris.
Well, to go to his defense, it's not just that they were bad. Some people have made the excuse for him, and for them, I think, well, look who they played, all those really good offenses and good quarterbacks. What good is $130+ million spent on a defense if the excuse when they get cooked up by those guys is, well, what do you expect? It's a great offense. Then stop paying your defense that much. I also think for him,
that's exactly right. You're paying the defense to be the outlier, the exception to the rule that actually stops those offenses.
And the only one of those 4 losses to end the regular season where you can actually say they played well was against Burrow. They did. Like, you give up 19 points to the Bengals, you expect to win that football game.
Yeah, other than the first quarter, but yeah,
But yes,
I agree.
you give up 19 points in balance. You have to rate them on
they did a
first
good
quarters.
job.
Or you have to rate them on full games. Here's the other thing about their defense. He's also supposed to be, I think, 2 things: a great motivator and a really great communicator. In fact, I think he talks about himself and says, yeah, I feel like I'm a really good communicator. Those guys are having miscommunications. It appears to be like small, like intra-defensive mutinies going on. Guys clearly not on the same page. His green dot guy that he just paid a lot of money to bring in seems just as clueless as anybody on some of these calls. Like, it's not just that they were bad, it's that they looked disorganized bad.
Are you ready to drop your grade, Donnie? I'm sensing you're thinking about it.
No, I'm keeping my grade where it is, but I'm just going to go off something that Chris said there. Somebody called last night when I was on. They asked, like, what do I think is the most overrated aspect of his coaching, which is kind of an interesting question that I don't feel like we get into a ton. I think the whole master motivator thing has to be among the top. That's what I went with. I said someone who gets lauded for his motivational skills should not have a team that gets their heads kicked off in the playoffs the last 6 times, where they are out of the game by the time it reaches halftime. And it happens every single time.
Yeah,
that is not the sign of a master motivator.
Here was his reaction to that.
The Ravens present a unique challenge in terms of their run game. You got to play 11-on-11 football, and at times we could have performed better schematically, and at times we could have performed better as individuals. Particularly the last 2 games that we played them, we didn't do a good enough job of controlling that component of the game, and that leads to possession down play and situational play, and we didn't have them in enough one-dimensional circumstances to create the type of negativity that's been a calling card of us winning those games with consistency.
Yeah, he just completely avoided the question there, which was, did it come down to effort? Did you feel like your guys were up for the game? Did you motivate them? And he turned it into a schematic thing. It was not,
because it's the ultimate indictment of
that.
It's the ultimate indictment of any coach, honestly, whether they have a reputation as a motivator or not. If somebody has cause to ask the question, were your guys trying hard enough out there at the professional level? That's I don't care what your reputation is. If you're the head coach, that is the most damning indictment somebody can even float about your team.
Get Pop's grade on Tomlin. Ask him about T.J. Watt being up for Defensive Player of the Year award. Ask him for the type of season he thought Watt had this year. Coming up 3:30, PM Team Power Rankings. Top 5 Steelers Conference Championship moments of all time. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins continue their West Coast trip. They are in Anaheim. Puck drop against the Ducks tonight at 10. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Wetco Car Wash, open for business. I went there today, got my car washed, and honestly, I went and did some more errands. By the time I got back here, did not look as bad as when I went in. Was not completely clean. That's because of the way the roads are right now. And the best thing about that is I'll go back again tomorrow on my way to work and clean it again. It is very difficult this time of year for your car to look like it was on the showroom floor. Most of the time it looks like, a dust bomb went off or something happened to it because of the weather conditions. Let Wetco help with that. Their pass right now, it's unlimited. They've run this deal for years, and I'm always grateful that they expect me to be the one that gets the message out. Get unlimited passes for an entire month. That means you can get your car washed multiple times. You don't get charged extra. You can go to the 45-plus locations. There's no contract. There's no obligation. It's just a flat membership fee that you get billed monthly. There's no contract, and your car stays clean. You don't have to go out and clean it yourself in this weather. So go to getgocafe.com/unlimited. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. So, couple thoughts here. If you're getting ready for work, you wake up in the morning, you probably have something like a coffee, right? Get you perked up, ready to go for the day. If you're going to dinner with your in-laws, not my in-laws, of course, love my in-laws, but if maybe some of you out there are going to dinner with your in-laws, maybe you're getting ready with something a little bit stronger to take the edge off. When it gets hot and heavy in the bedroom, though, the only thing you need to prepare, Blue Chew. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra at a fraction of the cost, and they're in chewable form, so there's no swallowing pills or needing a glass of water nearby. There's also no awkward conversation, no trip to the doctor's office, because Blue Chew's an online prescription service, and Blue Chew's tablets made in the USA. They ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy, and you can trust me on this one, even if they don't say so. Your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Coit. Incredible 50% savings on all Coit cleaning services. Hurry, call Coit now and save 50%.
This is Andrew divorcing Balky yesterday. I'm Andrew Boonish. For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 1/13 through 1/24. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
This is a message from sponsor Intuit TurboTax. Now, Taxes is having a TurboTax expert do your taxes and get you every dollar you deserve. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets.
21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pittsburgh. Whitney Cummings is bringing her Big Baby Tour to the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on March 1st.
The crazy thing is that when you're 35 as a woman, they start calling your pregnancy geriatric. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry that I waited till I was a mature adult. I am so glad that I waited to get pregnant. If I had got pregnant even a year earlier, I would have sold the baby for Taylor Swift tickets.
Tickets available at librarymusichall.com. Whitney Cummings at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall, March 1st.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Outbound side of the Parkway East is backed up from Technology Drive into the tunnels. Outbound Parkway West, you'll start to see delays around the county jail. Inbound Parkway West stacks up at the top of Green Tree Hill. I'm Kyle Fronheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The chances of starting your New Year's resolution decreases each day you put it off. Don't let another year go by not knowing how simple losing weight can be. Fast, sustainable, and proven weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Time for a weekly chat with Bob Pompiani. It's on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. He'll be joining us any second now. Around 5 o'clock, you can win Jason Aldean tickets from us.
Aldean or Aldean?
I don't know. Did I say it wrong?
Donnie, I feel like you're the expert here. I just feel like Sarah has listened to
the expert.
Jason Aldean or Aldean song.
I have always said Aldean.
Okay, Aldean. Jason Aldean.
Could be a guy getting
But then
drafted
again, I have that strong Yinzer accent, so who knows if what I'm saying is correct.
All you have to do is win PMT Black and Gold Conference Championship Challenge. Yeah, that's it.
What are you, Dracula after 20 beers? The hell was that?
PMT Black and Gold Conference Championship Challenge.
You see Renfield over here? This is my guy, Renfield. That's what you sound like. Dracula after like...
That's not me that did that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Somebody in the back.
Somebody in the back?
Yep.
PMT
Listen closely.
Black and Gold Conference Championship Challenge.
Oh, challenge.
It's not me.
Oh, no, it doesn't sound anything like you. No. I apologize for casting aspersions that could possibly be you.
3:30, PM Team Power Rankings turns into another nostalgia fest because we don't have actual conference championship games to preview around here anymore. So instead, we reminisce about the good old days. Top 5 Steelers conference championship moments of all time.
What are we? We're like the lady in Titanic, right? Kate Winslet's character, all grown up. Rose. It's been 86 years since we got to preview a conference.
I'll tell you what.
I remember, Pony. I remember where the show was. It was me and Joe still. The last time I was previewing a Friday heading into championship Sunday, and it was the Steelers. We were at like a Fox's Pizza Den in Brookline.
Giddy up.
And I remember vividly saying, I think Ben Roethlisberger is going to finally slay the dragon and outscore Brady in his own building.
So,
what?
Giannotti brought this up, I think, on his show in New York the other day. And you bringing up Rose from Titanic just sparked this in my brain. He brought up, I think I have this right, when was the first time as a human, as a person, you saw a woman on TV and thought she was hot? So
you're going to laugh very hard.
So I have an answer. I have a very obvious answer. It's not, although I'll use the word because that's what happened. I was titillated by it. I was very excited when I was in 6th grade and I went to see Titanic and I saw Kate Winslet naked. Like, that did excite me.
Okay.
But that's not actually my answer.
Okay. Do you have an answer? I mean, I have a vague recollection of being like a child, basically, and seeing an episode. This is why you're laughing. Seeing an episode of Family Feud, one of those celebrity ones.
Yeah.
And the one team was Vegas showgirls, all done up the way they would be, and I was like, that's cool. I like that.
So, do you know the actor Melissa Joan Hart?
Yes.
So she had a show on Nickelodeon called Clarissa Explains It All. And I remember when I was in kindergarten, I'm like, damn, this girl's an absolute dime.
The other one that I can remember is I was over my buddy John's house, a little older, like teenage years. This would have been right around the time Titanic was out.
Uh-huh.
And his like parents had like all the pay-per-view or whatever, and like all the movie channels, right?
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day. There's a Michael J. Fox movie from 1991 called Doc Hollywood.
I've seen it.
And I think early in the movie there is just a topless scene.
Okay.
And like for some reason it was on TV, and I like walked, we were hanging out, and I just looked over at the TV, and there that is, and I was like, whoa.
Boobs. How old were you?
12 or 13.
See, I thought I was watching Nickelodeon when I was in kindergarten. I thought the girl was hot.
Andy Lindbergh, our web guy, is just like thumbs-upping right now. For what?
Donnie,
Vegas showgirls on Family Feud? What's he talking about?
Donnie, when was the first time in life you saw a girl on TV and thought she was hot?
Probably watching like Saved by the Bell reruns, Kelly Kapowski.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Tiffany Amber Thiessen remains a babe, by the way.
Do we have Pomp?
Yeah, we do.
Can I ask
Tiffany
Pomp that
Amber
question?
Thiessen was a babe.
Bob, how old were you? When did you first see a woman on TV and say, that is a very attractive lady? And do you remember who it was?
Bob, there's no embarrassing answer you could give that's worse than me saying Family Feud Celebrity Edition Vegas Showgirls.
I was always a fan of Bo Derek. I don't know what year that was. I don't remember. But I had a crush on a music teacher while I was in school.
Name?
And her name was Miss Morelli. She was a really nice lady.
How old were you?
I was young. I don't remember. I was really young.
My kindergarten
teacher. She's a great lady, and unfortunately,
she died.
Well, I mean, Bob was in
Sorry to
grade
hear
school
that.
a pretty long time ago. No offense, Bob.
That's right.
My kindergarten teacher, Miss Milham, was the cat's ass.
Yeah, but Bo Derek was always somebody. I love those movies. 10. That was a good movie.
Wasn't she in? No, I'm thinking of somebody else. She wasn't in that movie Splash.
You remember
was
Stephanie Powers?
No.
You don't remember. Okay.
Listen to the whistle. You don't remember Stephanie Powers, fellas.
You don't remember
Bob,
her.
do you know who Kenny Powers is?
Kenny Powers?
Yeah.
No.
Eastbound and
come
Down
on,
doesn't
man.
ring a bell?
Go back and watch some of those shows and get a kick out of them.
No, I don't remember that.
Katie Mixon on that show. She's an interesting
Yeah.
lady.
I know who she is, yes.
Does she take her shirt off in that show?
I don't know. Everyone does.
Bob, what grade? Mike Tomlin did not make the cut for Coach of the Year. He was not in the top 5 finalists. What grade would you give him on the 2024 season?
Probably a C.
Okay.
Just because I thought there was a time where everybody was calling for that possibility. And I remember Tony Romo when he was down he thought they had Super Bowl potential based on making the move to Russell Wilson.
Did he say that on the air, or was that at the fancy dinner you guys go to?
I think both. I think he may have said it on the air. I think he did say it on the air, as a matter of fact. But, and that's how people were thinking at the time. They were looking that good. But then, the reality set in. Teams got better. They went backwards. They got too conservative. And I'll put that on him. I think that's something that they need to
How does he break
adjust.
himself of that tendency, Bob, to be conservative? Because I thought when Wilson turned it over, I thought he reverted back to form. So how does he break that? Does somebody have to step in above him, basically Art Rooney, and say you can't keep doing this?
I don't know if it may take that. It may just take a big group conversation with the people involved, including the players. Maybe that was at the heart of the, if there is something between Arthur Smith and Russell Wilson, maybe it was that. I want to play differently than you guys are telling me to play. I want to be conservative and not make mistakes, but by doing so, you can make mistakes or you miss opportunities. So I think that's a balance they're trying to look for. Sure, you don't want to turn the ball over, but you can't play prevent offense either, not in this league, not with the quality of competition you have around you and these other quarterbacks.
Bob, do you think T.J. Watt deserves to win the Defensive Player of the Year?
Well, he's a finalist, but I went with Trey Hendrickson, and Joe didn't agree with me at all. But I know Cincinnati's deep. Who he went with?
Yeah.
He went with Patrick Surtain.
Who did Austin go with?
Same. But and that's fine. I mean, he's a shutdown corner. I get it. They didn't throw in his direction all that much. I don't think he had more than 4 or 5 interceptions. I just thought that Hendrickson, given everything that they don't have in Cincinnati, he's the one thing they did have, and they could count on him game in and game out. He had more sacks alone than the entire team combined after him. So
who was
that's
the Steelers?
That's kind of an outlier for me.
Bob, who was the Steelers' best defensive player this year, period?
I would say Cam was. I thought Cam Hayward played.
Same. We're on the same page then. Good. Because I think he's if he had been on this list for a Defensive Player of the Year as a finalist, I would feel like it was a much more accurate representation of their season.
Yeah, but I think, the reputation, a lot of this has to do with the reputation and numbers, the stats that we always talk about. Like, for example, MVP of the league, it's going to come down to Allen or Lamar Jackson, but you can make every case that Patrick Mahomes is that person. He doesn't have the stats, which is why he's not in there, plus people are tired of it. But look at fourth quarter. Look at drives that they've come from in close games they've played all year. He's been the difference, and he's the reason at that point in time that they go and win games. So technically, he probably should be in that conversation.
If something happens to Jalen Hurts' knee and he leaves the game in the first quarter, do you trust Kenny Pickett to come into the game and lead the Eagles to victory Sunday?
I'm badly wanting to see Pickett and Trubisky battle it out.
Yes, you said that on the sports call the other night, and I nearly died.
Who would win in the Super Bowl if both quarterbacks are KO'd in the first 2 minutes and it becomes just scoreless game, 58 minutes remaining, Trubisky and the Bills, Pickett and the Eagles? Who's your pick? Straight
Barkley.
up, no spread. No,
Barkley.
straight.
Yeah,
oh, you're picking
Philly.
Barkley.
Yeah.
Okay.
He'll run the ball 50 times, and he'll rush for 300 yards and no.
They just go wildcat
That's what I
with
would do if I
Barkley.
were them.
Just direct snaps to Barkley. They run the wing
Jalen Hurts,
tee.
to be honest, since you brought that up, he has not played all that well. He got banged up and he's hurt. But their wide receiving game hasn't been where it was in the mid part of the season.
Bob, I've said that if Jaden Daniels was quarterbacking Philly in this game, I think the Eagles would win by 3 or 4 touchdowns.
No, that's not outrageous to me because of the quarterback play with him. He's been the best quarterback going so far, and he is entering this weekend of all these big names. So I just think Jalen Hurts doesn't look right, and he's also a little hesitant for me when it comes into making passes and when he makes those passes. He's hesitant to the point where I think some of them go missing down the field.
Bob Pompiani, ladies and gentlemen. You'll hear him tomorrow with Joe?
No, not on Friday. I got TV stuff that I have to do on. Normally it's Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. Is what
do I have the pleasure of talking with you on the sports call or no?
No, it'll be Rich tonight.
Okay.
I'm babysitting right now. I'm my wife and I we run a babysitting business here. Did you know that?
Did not. What's it called?
No, it's called Papa and Mimi Watch Kids. That's what it's called. Whenever we get a chance.
How about Pop
It's
Change
actually
Diapers?
the highlight of the day, to be honest.
How about Pop Change Diapers? Does that happen?
Well, you picked a bad time to ask that question because we've had an explosion, and I was the only one around, and that's not good. So I don't think I handled it with the kind of dexterity I need. It's been a while, so I'm out of practice, and I panicked, and things got worse.
Bob, I got to be honest.
God.
I got to be honest, man. You're not doing yourself any favors for expanding this babysitting business with this answer.
You're right. That's why my wife is very good at it, but she happened to leave at the time, and so I was.
God, that's a bad feeling.
Oh. Plus, I thought it was over, and it wasn't. That's even worse.
Oh, no.
Oh, jeez. I haven't had that happen to me yet. All right,
yeah,
Bob.
Pomp, 2 kids. I've never had either of them pee on me in the middle of a change or continue to go number 2 in the middle of a change. Flawless
You've dodged bullets.
Flawless. I'm like Neo in the Matrix on that one.
Bob, we'll talk again next week.
So wait a minute then, Chris. You just let it linger in there until it becomes maybe rash-worthy?
No, absolutely.
Okay.
Don't try to turn this back on me. I have very good luck.
See you, Bob.
All right, see you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That is a nightmare situation, though.
Craig Riley texts in, our boss. First girl he remembers thinking was hot. The original Pink Power Ranger.
Good choice.
I agree.
Amy Jo Johnson.
I had a poster in 3rd grade of all the Power Rangers in their civilian gear on my wall, and I thought the same thing. Wow. She's got it going on this one.
Hold on. I'm going to submit one into evidence here that I think will bring the house down with like our 30-ish, 35 to 40-ish guys. Topanga from Boy Meets World.
I was going to say, you have to throw her in.
You know who on Full House was very, like, if you were a teenager, because she was a teenager on the show.
DJ?
The middle one.
Stephanie.
Her name's, Jodie Sweetin in real life. Like, she had kind of a tough life so far, but I always thought was pretty foxy when you're like 12 and she's like 14 on the show.
How old were they were high schoolers?
The Power Rangers? Yeah, but it's all like 20-something actors playing high schoolers. That's how it always works.
PM Team Power Rankings next. The top 5 Steelers Conference Championship moments of all time. First, the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops at Syracuse on Saturday, a 12:30 tip. You can listen to that game right here on the Fan. Pre-game coverage starts at noon. The Jeff Capel Show tonight at 6. Check that out on the Fan or on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Mitsu by the Mall. That's Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. I'm going to be seeing my guy Corey there tomorrow, stopping by at Mitsu by the Mall. That's my old stomping grounds, too, so I was like getting up to the North Hills whenever I have the chance. He and the rest of the team there, though, at Mitsu by the Mall, just awesome people, and they want to get you into the Mitsu that fits you to start 2025. But we start 2025 actually talking 2024s, as in the remaining 2024 Outlanders, because right now they are up to $8,500 off at Mitsu by the Mall, or you can finance at 0%. The Eclipse Cross is also available with 0% financing. And remember, when getting into a Mitsubishi, you're getting the features, the all-wheel drive, you're getting all that safety, that peace of mind, and then the 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty as well. Plus, right now, even easier to get into that brand-new Mitsu that fits you because they are offering up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. Now is the time to get your New Year deal your way. What a great day. Shop Mitsu by the Mall or online, Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Having watched the Steelers lose their 6th consecutive playoff game, it would be natural to want to change at head coach. It doesn't sound like that's happening, but Mike Tomlin says change is coming.
I'd imagine there's going to be some things that change around here on a lot of levels, but that's just this game, as I mentioned. I understand that. I'm open to that.
We'll have that change covered all offseason long, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 90.
Won in, I think, 95.
Yeah.
She, I don't
She
even
was
know
his
what her
valet.
role was. Yeah.
I think you just got her for winning, for a date or something. I'm serious.
You know what?
Wrestling historians can back me up
She's
on that.
getting a lot of props, I think, and I give her credit. Apparently, she's one of the few actresses who's, choosing actively to, I'm just aging naturally. Like, oh, if I'm not the Pamela Anderson of your dreams when you were younger, too bad. I give her a ton of credit.
I think it'll pay off for her.
I give her a ton of credit for that. I think that's the noble way to go about it.
PM Team Power Rankings top 5 Steelers Conference Championship moments of all time. I will name my number 5. You guys can tell me where you have it on your list. 5 for me the way the Steelers capped the 2010 AFC Championship game, 3rd and 6, Big Ben to AB, gets the first down, Jets comeback falls short, Big Ben kneels on the ball, and he's headed to his 3rd Super Bowl. That comes in at 5 for me. Did it make your top 5, Mulsey?
It actually did. I remember because I don't know about you. Do you guys watch games when you feel the tide turning the way it was in that game after the Steelers got up by so much, and you're just like, man, if they don't get this 3rd down here and they have to give the ball back, they're going to lose. Like, there's so many plays that would have to happen between that point and losing the game. But I watch games feeling that way, like they're just going to lose this game. And when he got that first down, it was a massive sigh of relief.
Where'd you put it?
I actually have it at 5. I'm
Donnie?
in the same spot as you.
I did not have it on the list.
Okay.
I had a play from that game that just missed out, though.
All right, honorable mention for Donnie. Mulsey, what's 4 on yours?
Believe it or not, it's Aaron Bailey. The ball gets dropped. He doesn't come up with it in the end zone in 95. I watched that play happen with my heart like jumping out of my throat because I thought he caught it. I think, was there one person listening to the show who didn't think Aaron Bailey caught that ball and ripped their guts out at the end of that game?
Donnie, where did you put it?
When I see that ref in my mind's eye like saying no catch, incomplete, that's an all-time pop for me.
I have that at number 2.
So do I. I think Mulsey, who was here in his formative years as a Steelers fan, downplayed it. I thought it was the 2nd best play. It's one of the most iconic championship game moments in NFL lore. I mean, it's not the catch by Clark per se, but I think it's one that most NFL fans who lived through it can still vividly recall. So I put that too. Donnie, what's your 3rd moment? Top 5 Steelers conference championship game moments of all time.
Number 3, I went with the Jackham diving interception in 1974 against the Raiders. It was a tied game at the time. It set up the Steelers with a short field. They would score a touchdown moments later, and then they would win their first Super Bowl a few weeks later.
I mean, I love that Donnie went into
70s, into the archives.
Into the archives and the hot tub time machine to get that one. I did not have it on my list. Did you? I have one moment from the 70s. Which is probably a bad job.
I'm embarrassed because I really.
4 of these.
Okay, I'm embarrassed. I don't really
played
think
in 6.
It's probably because they won so many Super Bowls. I think of memorable plays from Super Bowls. Stallworth over the shoulder, Swan's juggling catch. I have nothing from the 70s. I have one play that I don't even remember if it's from the AFC title game in the 70s, and it's not even the Steelers making a play. It's a bad call that went against another team.
Okay, interesting.
I don't know if that's I'm just off the top of my head. I'm thinking of that play now.
So I already did my 2nd play. My number 2 play is the Fail Mary by the Colts. So what's your number 2, Chris?
My number 2 is, I think this is the Mike Renfro play, I think.
Okay, so Renfro.
Renfro, where he was in clearly for a touchdown.
Are you aware of this, Donnie?
It's a very notorious bad call that went against the Oilers. Pastorini throws him the ball.
79 AFC Championship
He clearly
game.
taps his toe inbounds, and they call it no catch. And listen, I have no idea if the Oilers were going to actually finish the job.
It was 17-10 in the 4th quarter.
But that would have tied the game, and then the game got away from them at that.
They settled for a field goal.
That was number 2. Probably should flip it with Aaron Bailey, but whatever.
They settled for a field goal, and the Steelers go on. They scored, I think, 10 unanswered and won. I have that 4 on my list. Did it make yours, Donnie?
No.
What is your number 1 Steelers conference championship game moment of all time?
Troy's pick 6.
Me too.
Sends me to 43.
So really, I just have Bailey flipped with Renfro, but otherwise, I feel like me and Pony are pretty.
Well, I have one play that I put at 3 that neither one of you guys have mentioned.
Well, you didn't ask us about it.
My number 3 play: Ryan Clark on Mendenhall, or Ryan Clark on not Mendenhall, McGahee. Sorry, Ryan Clark on McGahee. I know the game was pretty much the game was decided, but when I think of plays from Steelers championship games, like it's that hit defined that game.
Do you want to know one that's going to surprise you that I actually have on my list here? That's an all-time image.
Did it make yours, Donnie?
So I had not that play, but I had the Santonio Holmes catch and run
from
touchdown.
Ben. That was a
play at number
marvelous
4.
play.
If we're talking about frozen moments from that game, the McGahee hit is a better one.
You can make a top 5 out of that whole game.
The picture
3
of
of them
Clark
are
trying to basically
Polamalu.
kill him That's also one of the most violent games I've ever seen.
That's why I think it had. That's why I put it on my list. It was the most violent game, and it's the most violent moment from that game.
So I have one that's going to surprise you just because I remember being confident going into this game. It's going to surprise you because of who it involves, but it's essentially the kill shot from the 05 AFC title game. The past award that made it 24-3. What? You're putting your finger up like I'm number one here.
I have the bootleg at number 5.
I just remember that Ward play because he had to move around is my recollection. I didn't go back and look it up. I tried to visualize it and then just threw an absolute strike.
Yeah, that's a hell of a play.
One of the best throws of his career. He's got the finger guns. That play, that put that game away. Like, the game was over. They're up 21 at the half. Even me, the ultimate pessimist, was not assuming they were going to blow it. So that was actually number 3 for me because I didn't want to just have guy drops ball, bad call. I wanted to have at least 3 positive plays in there.
Did we leave anything out from your top 5 list, Donnie? Or did we hit it all now?
I had the Ben bootleg against Denver at number 5. I had the Santonio Holmes catch and run at number 4. That 08 game, though, I said a minute ago, you could make a top 5 out of just that game alone. And Troy is on there 3 times. Jumping over the line on 4th and inches. Maybe the play where he sacks Flacco. He tries to get out onto the edge, and Flacco just gets caught for an 8-yard loss.
It's the best sequence of championship game and Super Bowl win in Steelers history. Those 2 games.
I'm thinking about I'm thinking very vividly about that 2010 AFC title game, though, man. Where does that rank if they don't win that game on all-time Steelers franchise? Not just Tomlin, gag jobs, being up 24-0.
Oh, it's one of the great ones, especially because of who they were playing with a Mark Sanchez.
To Mark Sanchez
led team.
Was he a rookie that year?
No, he was the year before when they lost to the Colts.
Right.
That was PM Team Power Rankings Top 5 Steelers Conference Championship moments of all time. Coming up later in the show,
PMT Black and Gold Conference Championship Challenge.
A chance to win tickets to see Jason Aldean from us.
Can we hire whoever, since it wasn't you, can we hire whoever
did that voiceover
to
question.
Do more? It's now Judge Donnie.
We have a Steelers employee raving about one of their internal quarterback options to tell you about next. Because I have a reaction to this, and I want to know if you guys agree. Here until 6, Jeff Capel follows us. First, a message from Mulsey.
Thanks, Pony. It's a message actually out there for a lot of different people. If you run a contracting business, you do a lot of remodeling, you're doing kitchens, bathrooms, stuff that involves cabinets. If you're somebody looking to remodel a room in your house that involves cabinetry, you need to heed what I'm saying right here. If you're building homes for a living, big company, I know there's a lot of business owners that listen to this show. I know that for a fact. You probably know this by now, but I'll tell you anyway. Wait times for cabinets, big problem. Average time right now, 8 to 12 weeks for cabinets. With Choice Cabinet, you could have delivery in as little as 3 days. That's right, because Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock, high quality, Amish designed, all wood, 10 different paints and stains. And again, I'll stress this, delivery available in as little as 3 days. They're family-owned Choice Cabinet, and they want to make sure you get the right cabinets and you don't have to wait that 8 to 12 weeks. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Tonight, cloudy skies with scattered snow showers, coating to maybe half-inch out there. Temperatures down to 13 degrees. Highs only in the lower 20s tomorrow with mostly cloudy skies, warming up a little bit as we head into the weekend. From the KDK First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Petlin.
It's a throwback rivalry in Los Angeles. I'm Sammy P, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Celtics and Lakers jump it up in LA tonight. And the BetQL model sees an opportunity on the total. BetQL has over 218.5 as a 5-star best bet. They project the total at 226. I'm Sammy P. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this, as the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line, Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
You are never too old for a family. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is dedicated to finding forever families for children who have been waiting in foster care the longest. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
Well, what's your name? I am Nathan. This is Sean. This is Wanye. And we are Boys to Men.
The legendary trio that has captivated audiences worldwide for over 3 decades. Boys to Men in concert. February 16th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Boys to Men.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Winter snow and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle, Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They're experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacements, they can do that too. No job is too big or too small for The Pickle. 724-515-5551 or call thepickle.com. They're answering phones 24/7 today.
Nothing beats playoff football with teams fighting to punch their ticket to the big game in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action from kickoff to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at low 0%. In fact, the popular Eclipse Cross comes with 0% as well.
And with up to 125% of KBB for your trade, we make a new start easier than ever.
Your new year deal your way. What a great day.
Shop Mitsu by the Mall at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up this Sunday, Pro Football Conference Championship Weekend, AFC title game, Kansas City hosting Buffalo. Kansas City, about a 2-point home favorite, the total in the game, 47.5. And I know a lot of people think this is Buffalo's year. Buffalo beat Kansas City in the regular season, and everyone wants to see Kansas City lose. Well, I've got bad news for everybody, because Kansas City, I don't think is going to lose this game. Kansas City usually wins in these spots, and Buffalo doesn't, and Kansas City's got the better quarterback. Give me Kansas City to win Sunday against Buffalo. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all the black and gold hockey games, making it the go-to destination for dedicated hockey fans. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drinks, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore, the ultimate game day experience for all hockey fans and all sports fans.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
The Pro Football Playoff season is here, and there's one place to be. The BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Your home for wagertainment, giving you the sharpest insights and bringing an expert guest analysis.
From point spreads to props, live betting to futures, BetQL has you covered every step of the way with wall-to-wall coverage on the road to the championship in New Orleans.
Listen live on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the free Odyssey app and twitch.tv/BetQL or YouTube at Odyssey Sports.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go, no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months, or the 2025 Tucson SE, all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, Get to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
When your little one has a cold with a fever, try new DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever. It's the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever offers fast, effective cold and fever relief for kids ages 6 and up with a delicious grape flavor that kids love. New DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever will help them feel better fast so they can get back to the fun stuff quickly. New DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 113 through 124. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. While supplies last. See store at Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
The 64th Annual World of Wheels Custom Auto Show, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, January 24th through 26th, David Lawrence Convention Center, Pittsburgh. Discount tickets exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. See America's finest hot rods, customs, trucks, motorcycles. The cars are the stars. All weekend. World of Wheels Custom Auto Show, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, January 24th through 26th, David Lawrence Convention Center, Pittsburgh.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We're seeing a couple spots of congestion on 28. Outbound traffic is backed up from the Veterans Bridge through 31st Street. Inbound, you'll see delays between the Highland Park Bridge and the 62nd Street Bridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
New year means new stuff. Time to haul away the old. Two Men and a Junk Truck is here and ready to help with your post-holiday cleanout. Book us online. 2menandajunktruck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins and Ducks tonight at 10. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Right now, it's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pony and Muller give you the insight to make it big in the world of sports betting. The Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Peters Township. Steve Palazzolo going to join us next hour from the 33rd team. He'll break down the Steelers' offseason plans and things of that nature. Also look at the two conference championship games with him. So we heard Russell Wilson say yesterday that they've started preliminary contract negotiations. And my read on that was Russ can't say anything negative ever. If they, if the conversation between him and the Steelers on the way out was, hey, we'll talk, he would have spun that into, they want me back. Like, he's always going to have that attitude and mindset. So
what if they had said, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you, Russ. See you later. This didn't work out.
They would, even if they felt that way, I don't think they'd say that to him just because they don't even, like,
strategically, they wouldn't want to close the door.
He's like a happy puppy dog. They don't want to they don't want to hurt his feelings. Like, that's just how I view
Do you think he's that way, though, behind the scenes? The happy puppy dog?
Sure seems like it.
Except with Arthur Smith, that's the reason I bring it up. Like, I wonder how much of the toxic positivity stuff is for the cameras and in front of the cameras, and behind the scenes, maybe you get a little bit more edge.
I've never seen it in him. Maybe actually when he was told he was done in Denver and had to address reporters there, he was down in the dumps, but I don't exactly remember how that came off. Anyways, I did not take the Wilson scoop yesterday as a harbinger or a sign foreshadowing that he's going to be their quarterback next year. I instead point to things like what people who are connected to the Steelers, who work for the Steelers, who draw a paycheck for the Steelers are saying about their quarterback situation. And one of them is Max Starks. So Max is their color analyst, or not the he's their report. Excuse me, he's their sideline reporter. My bad. The big Chaluch is still in the broadcast booth. Our guy Craig Wolfley.
Mm-hmm.
So Starks is on the sidelines, and he's working for the Steelers, and he does ancillary shows for them too. And he went on Sirius XM radio today and said that he saw the light bulb go on for Justin Fields in training camp. Like, he is now, months after the fact, going back to him, like, making these massive strides in a Steelers uniform. That by the time they got into the season, like, all the hard work he'd put in training camp, the focus he saw, the work ethic, the drive, the commitment to being a professional, all of it came together, and he saw a guy that was now ready to take the step as franchise quarterback. Like, this is the way he's spinning the 2024 Justin Fields journey.
Okay.
The story. Not the abrupt benching, not the Mike Tomlin saw a very old player in NFL terms injure his calf and get benched in Denver and electing to go to that guy and preferring that guy over Fields. The team employee is putting the spin on it that actually Fields has laid the groundwork with what he did in 2024. And even Dulac, who was like, I think talking down, he's another Steelers employee on their network, talking about how, it's the right decision to go to Russ. Russ gives them the best chance to win. I don't care about Fields' record, all those things. Is now writing stories where he puts his 2 cents in and says things like, he was not the same quarterback who won only 10 games in 3 seasons with the Bears.
I'm glad you brought up Jerry writing
He completed 66% of his passes through just 1 interception.
Doesn't that just reek of greasing the skids for their bringing him back, or their intent is to bring him back?
Yes, I just feel like I feel like gaslighting is going on from the people who work for the team in some capacity, who are trying to tell us, they're now trying to spin this into a positive. He got benched because they didn't think he was good enough. But what he did in that limited amount of work was so good that it gives you reason for optimism for this year. I liked the idea of Justin Fields. I didn't think Fields should have been benched for Wilson. In retrospect, he should have played the entire year. But let me remind you that they averaged only 20.6 points per game when Fields was their quarterback for 6 games. If you rank that out over the entire season, that would have placed them 21st out of 32 teams in points scored per game. You can't compete for Super Bowls, or you can't really win playoff games in today's NFL like that.
Not in 2024. You could win the 2008 Super Bowl like that.
That's not outperforming the mean, even by their slipshod standards. That's worse than that.
The Jerry thing, though, the way he talked about Fields, because I noticed the same thing. You say
glowing terms.
I know, and you're right to say they're gaslighting you a little bit about how, or a lot about how that tenure actually went in terms of like the meat and potatoes. What did he actually do? I think it's just more telling that Jerry is writing glowing things after having cast doubt on Fields' capacity to play the position much earlier in the year. It just tells me that the people Jerry talks to, and we know the owner is prominent among them, chief among them, are probably sending Jerry signals that it is their intent to bring Justin Fields back, that is the plan, that you can pretty much dismiss this Russell Wilson stuff, that the people at the very top of the organization, if they have it their way, will make Justin Fields the starter next year. That's the more significant thing I take away from there, is that Jerry is kind of a bellwether for what the people at the top of the organization generally think about major matters, because we know he talks to Art a lot.
Yeah,
so there you go.
And I would say Max is doing shows for them and does their sideline reporting.
And Max still talks to people because he played, and it's different.
Right, but what I mean is, if he was, say, not on a warpath per se, but if he was very anti Fields ever becoming a good starting quarterback.
Yeah.
And the Steelers had designs on bringing him back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he would put that opinion out there. I don't. I think that, he might try to find a more polite way or roundabout way to do it. But just the timing of it, this decision is getting made. They're thinking about what they're doing. And people that work for the team are not completely changing their tune, but they've altered their message on what Fields really accomplished and did this year because of what you're saying. They're either predicting that he's going to be back and want to get out in front of it, or they're being told that that's probably what's going to happen.
How much of it do you think is a PR campaign? Not that this matters to a guy like Fields, but like almost an after-the-fact, hey, yeah, we've got to find the money that works for both sides here. But, hey, Justin, we know we benched you, but, like, organizationally here, like, a lot of people really do like you.
Yeah, we're supportive of you.
I think
we're going to give you a chance.
This is real this time. We're not going to have a veteran looking over your shoulder who's won a Super Bowl. Like, you're the man now. If you sign with us again, 2-year deal or something, it's your job next year. There's no one looking over the shoulder and trying to take the job. You get the chance to run with it for 17 games. Because I absolutely think that that's like something that they would try to put into a sales pitch sort of unofficially by floating it out through these channels.
Because I think before, say, the last game or two of the season, if we had asked these people that work for the Steelers who's going to be the quarterback next year in 2025, Wilson or Fields, they would have said Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Or they would have at least said Wilson had a better chance.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe neither, but Wilson right now is more likely. And now the only person who seems to think that Russ will be back here next year is Russ himself.
Yes, Nate tweeted to me and Donnie, Russ, we've started talking about a new contract. Me, Sidney Sweeney, and I have started talking about marriage, and then he put the Spider-Man
Man, I'll tell you
below.
what, the horny guy quotient on today's show was just through the roof. The second I threw that thing out there about what I heard Giannotti talking about, the first girl you remember thinking, the first girl on TV you thought was hot as a kid, the text line, Donnie said, blew up. It would be like the texters just found out Mike Tomlin got fired and couldn't wait to get their opinion out there on it. It's just nonstop. Well, do you remember this girl? How about this wrestler?
It's basically
How about this girl from the Disney Channel?
Let's remember
How about
some
this
ladies.
girl from TGIF? How about this girl? Yeah.
Carmen Electra getting a couple of pops in here.
Oh, of course.
Carmen Electra was on that MTV show.
What was it called? Singled Out?
Yep.
Because she took over for Jenny McCarthy, didn't she? I think Jenny McCarthy hosted that.
Those are two legends right there, huh, Don? A little before Donnie's time.
I know who she is.
Those two walk out as a WWE tag team. Everybody in the building knows who they are. They need no introduction.
Agreed. Definitely.
You know who I am. Who would it? I mean, I'm serious. Like, so we all said like Topanga from like Boy Meets World and stuff like that, like, or somebody from Full House. I guess wouldn't today's like, the Gen Zs, wouldn't they say like, Miley Cyrus from Hannah Montana and stuff like that? Would that be, or like
Tenuta brought somebody
wasn't that
up
Sabrina
who I never
Carpenter?
heard of.
Sabrina Carpenter was on like Disney Channel.
Tenuta said Ashley Tisdale.
I mean, I
don't
know
know
who
that
she
is.
is,
She
but
was on the Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. It had the twins that were in Big Daddy.
yeah, I know.
Grown up,
I
or
know-
they were still
No,
kids?
they were kids.
Yeah, they were like
No, they were 30-year-old adults on the Disney Channel. Just
I think they were
slamming
like
beers
12 or
together.
13.
Yeah.
Charlie Borges brought up the girl from Harry Potter.
Emma Watson.
Emma Watson.
I don't really get that one, do you?
She's attractive, but I was never into Harry Potter.
Not really my speed. I never saw a Harry Potter movie. I never watched it. I never read any of the Harry Potter books.
And you, with your speed reading capacity, could read the whole series in like a week. I never got into it. And I'm into sci-fi and stuff like that. Or like
I don't think it is sci-fi.
Well, like stuff that involves magic or something, like Star Wars books. I can't get into the Harry Potter books at all.
A great pull from an older listener, our buddy Jim in Omaha, who's probably right around my dad's age. Leah Thompson, Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
I remember her. This is sad. I remember her more from Caroline in the City.
The pool scene's iconic, though.
Is she naked in it?
You're telling me you haven't seen it?
No. Do I need to go back and watch it? Oh, wait. I know what you're talking about. I know. I get it now. I think I do.
Like walking up out of the pool?
Yeah.
I thought that was Phoebe Cates or something else like that.
Oh, wait. I think you're right.
I think that's Phoebe Cates.
Yeah, he had the wrong name. It is Phoebe Cates.
How about Helen Hunt, Mad About You, Twister?
No, she never did it for me. But now that Mulsey changed the name of the actress, I do know the scene that you're talking about.
There was one other one people brought up, and I think this is a great one. Julia Louis-Dreyfus on
what?
Later Seinfeld. Like, I'm talking late 90s. Because she had the frizzy hair that, like, late 80s, early 90s hair, which was kind of
She was also in Christmas Vacation.
She was the neighbor.
The neighbor.
Why's the carpet all wet, Todd? I don't know, Margot.
How about the girl that worked at the department store from that movie?
Look, Russ, you can't see the line.
Not a good movie, but that was a funny
Not
moment.
a good movie? What is wrong with
No,
you?
it's really
Now
overrated.
you're trying to gaslight me.
I'm not gaslighting anything. I'm just being real.
Get out of here, dude. Next you're going to tell me you like Elf.
I don't
Christmas
love it.
Vacation, iconic movie.
Sure, a lot of things are iconic. Doesn't mean I have to like it. You're the king of that. You hate pizza. Steve Palazzolo next. We'll see if he has any suggestions on what to do with the Steelers. Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hens and Ducks tonight. Puck drop set for 10 o'clock in Anaheim. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. We're continuing that on-air discussion off-air, but I'm going to tell you right now about something else that I'm very obsessed with. It's Daisy French onion dip. I have always been a big French onion dip guy going back to childhood. Love dipping the chips, the pretzels, even vegetables. When I was a kid, I was like, yeah, all right, I'll eat my veggies as long as I got French onion dip. Daisy's the best I've ever had. They've also got Daisy Ranch dip. They're as good as homemade. They're made with real herbs and spices. They're made with ingredients you'd find in your kitchen. You're going to be snacking this weekend while you're watching the games? Make sure you pick up some Daisy French onion dip at a grocery store near you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Liddell Willingham with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Championship weekend is upon us in the National Football League, and the pressure is on for all guys at the quarterback position, but one guy in particular has the most to gain. Josh Allen, with a win this weekend over Patrick Mahomes, slowly begins to close the gap between himself and the best quarterback in football, despite having an 0-3 record. I'm Liddell Willingham.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
In the U.S., there are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who plan to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
Looking for a rewarding career? Adelphi Western Region is hiring youth counselors at their Highland Detention Center location. If you have 60 college credits and a desire to work in a fast-paced, team-oriented environment, Adelphi wants you. Their youth counselors provide structure, support, and guidance in their detention program, all while gaining valuable experience in the field. Join the Adelphi team today. Apply now at highlandcareers.org. That's highlandcareers.org.
Cloudy with snow showers tonight, the low 14.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We're seeing a fair bit of delay on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You're backed up from the Birmingham Bridge through the tunnels up to Greentree. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The chances of starting your New Year's resolution decreases each day you put it off. Don't let another year go by not knowing how simple losing weight can be. Fast, sustainable, and proven weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Steve Palazzolo, 33rd team, joins us right now. Congratulations to Steve, helping the Jets find Aaron Glenn. Well done, Steve.
Yeah, that was all me. Well, a lot of hard work, but we had to settle on someone.
Steve Palazzolo, also the 33rd team social media graphic guy that put out the George Pickens trade idea that had George big mad on Instagram. I don't know if you heard about that, Steve.
I did not. You know me. I always separate myself.
Yeah, you love the social media teams. Anywhere you're working, you're like, whenever the social team puts it out, that is a direct reflection of my Steve Palazzolo's beliefs.
I bully them when we meet in person because of all the angst that they give me throughout the year.
So 33rd team writer, I don't know the person's name, it wasn't you, threw out a hypothetical trade of George Pickens to the Commanders for a second-round pick this offseason, and George was like, this is complete BS, which it wasn't even a report. It was just somebody's idea for a trade.
Just fun.
Just for bleeps and giggles, though, do you think you could get as much? Do you think you could get that much for him, a second-round pick, Steve?
I don't know. I mean, if you asked me a year ago, I might say yes, but it is one of those, like, the more things kind of stack up. And look, Deontay Johnson's adventure around the league isn't doing anybody any favors, right? That's, the guys that have had success in Pittsburgh kind of wear out their welcome. So I don't know about a second rounder at this point.
Here's one I don't think I've asked or had cause to ask in a while about Pickens. Like, how good is he as a receiver now? Like, what did this year for him on the field do to his stock as an actual football player, setting aside what we know goes on with the attitude and everything else?
Yeah, I mean, I think you still have to put him in that number 2 type of category. Like, this was his opportunity, right? This was his opportunity to be dependable every week, to show maybe that he could be more than just a downfield contested catch guy, maybe expand the skill set just a little bit. And he had shown flashes of all those things in the past, right? The catch and run late in the season last year for 90 yards, whatever it was. I mean, he had shown flashes of that, but not consistently enough. And I think he kind of missed an opportunity this year to be that go-to guy.
I agree. Steve, we have Steelers employees now trying to, in retrospect, prop up Justin Fields' 6 games as a starter, trying to create optimism in him as the Steelers' starting quarterback for 2025. Did you see enough in 6 games to think that Justin Fields can be a good NFL starting quarterback?
I think it's tough to get anything out of 6 games. I mean, what a world we live in. I mean, Sam Darnold convinced me that, he might be the future in Minnesota, and then 2 games undid that. So there's a part of the Fields thing where it's like, what if he could have undone it in 2 games all of a sudden, And so I don't think he was special in the 4-2 run. He was solid. He was fine. There was room to grow, and, he managed the game, I think, extremely well. But I don't think there's enough to be crazy optimistic about him going forward.
Then I'll ask you this. Jaylen Milroe, if I just gave you these 2 options, if the Steelers are saying, all right, we maybe use Fields for a year, but we want him to be a bridge guy, we're looking for our next quarterback. Jaylen Milroe, late first, or maybe they get him in the 2nd, or like Will Howard in the 4th round if it got to that point. Who would you rather see them take?
I see Daniel Jeremiah already has Will Howard maybe in the top 50, so who knows? I mean,
holy smokes.
Yeah, he's rocketing up boards, Pony.
I kind of told you that on Monday or Tuesday.
The Milroe thing, I was just talking to somebody today that had said how Milroe's ahead of where Jalen Hurts was, and I'm just not sure that's really the case. I thought Jalen Hurts always won and elevated his team wherever he was, so I'm not sold on Milroe. I think he's so inconsistent as a passer. I'm also, me, I'm like lukewarm college quarterback takes now, right? You've been burnt so often that you just can't have strong takes. That's my opinion. But Milroe, you'd have to build your whole offense around his legs and hope he develops as a passer. So if you want to play that game, that was, what Justin Fields ended up being the last couple of years. So I'd probably take Fields right now and take a shot on Howard if he is available later.
Steve, you've always dreamed of being an NFL GM. If Omar Khan just retired and quit and they brought you in for an interview, and they said to Steve Palazzolo, TJ Watt is 30 and he's going into the final year of his contract, what should we do with him? What would your answer be?
Oh, man, I'm the GM now? I can do this.
You're being interviewed, and that's the question you're asked.
TJ Watt's a Steeler for life. We'd keep him around. I think he still has a couple more good years in him, and I think we can get him for a couple more years, lock him up for a couple more, and keep building around him. I think we have some playmakers on defense, and he has to stay.
All right, here's another. I'm a little surprised to hear that.
For a guy that's over 30. Interesting.
Little surprised.
I know.
I have another one of those hypothetical job interview questions. Steelers bring you in. Another question. Steve, apropos of nothing, you've looked at our roster. What would be your first priority in the first round position-wise to draft? Where are you trying to shore this team up first with your very first draft pick on the job?
Well, I draft players, not positions here. So that's the first thing. We don't just go and select any position just based off of need. But you know me, guys, I like to win through the pass game, and I need multiple weapons. So I think in this draft, actually, I would double up on receivers, not in the first round, but probably picks 50 through 150. I think there's some receivers there and some value. We have to get some playmakers. We have to diversify the offense and the way that the offense can win. So we need to attack the field with dudes who are tough to cover. So that's going to be one of the key things that we're looking at this offseason.
Would you be comfortable keeping Minka around at $18 million a year?
That one I'd be less comfortable with. At safety, where there's fluctuation of performance, I think in the way the safety market has gone over the last couple of years, there's a lot of good players that you can get on the cheap. So I would be less comfortable with that move maybe than the TJ Watt one we discussed.
I don't think, Steve, I mean, do you think they could even trade that contract? Do you think he'd be more of a cap casualty type?
I'd have to look at it specifically. I mean, the thing about like when teams want to trade for someone, when the signing bonus is already paid for, that is a big advantage. You know, and you know the team that's trading him has to eat that. I have to look at how it's structured. Yeah.
Steve, what does it say about the Steelers just overall, their approach to roster building, that they had, I think, basically $31 million tied up in a safety and an off-ball linebacker this year in Fitzpatrick and Queen, relative to how, I'll call it, better teams, frankly, in the NFL build their rosters?
Yeah, most teams aren't going to do that at safety. I think Minka, you know, he's a versatile guy. I get that. The Queen one, I think they're trying to replicate a little bit of what Baltimore did with a Roquan Smith. You know, I think it raised eyebrows when Baltimore did it with Roquan, but he did turn around their defense. They saw something there. So I think there's a few linebackers where that might be worth it. I'm just not sure if Queen is really at that level. So part of it's the evaluation.
Isn't the point, though, that just teams tend to build from the edges in defense? They find pass rushers, they find corners, and then really they find like disruptive defensive tackles next. Like I guess I'm wondering what you see the good teams in the NFL doing as far as what positions they are willing to pay on that side of the ball.
Yeah, I know I talk a lot about receivers when we're talking, but it is the trenches, man. I mean, it is build up the defensive line. That includes 3-4 outside backers, right? Pass rushers, offensive and defensive line. And then it is receivers and corners for me. I think that's where the money should go. That's where the value is. If you have a great linebacker, if you know he's a great linebacker, I get paying them, but I certainly wouldn't start there.
So to go back to Minka, the team that were to take him his salary for them would be $15.5 million.
Yeah, that's going to be tough.
So the cap hit would be for the Steelers. The cap hit's 22.3, but when you factor in the signing proration and stuff, it would be 15.5 for this year and 17.6 next year.
It's because you see players like Kevin Byard and Justin Simmons who are still good players that could get out there and play, getting released, and then teams pick them up on the cheap. So the safety market is going that way where it's getting a lot cheaper.
It's a bad contract. I mean, just be blunt about it. All right, Steve, who do you like this weekend? What are your picks?
Let's say the Bills pull the upset because they never win in the playoffs, so it has to be an upset against the Chiefs, right? And then I'll take the Eagles. So we'll go Bills-Eagles.
Perfect. Then I have a companion question to that. Now, let's say in this Bills-Eagles Super Bowl, Josh Allen, very unfortunately, hyperextends his left knee. He's out for the game with 2 minutes gone in the first quarter. The first Eagles play from scrimmage, Jalen Hurts severely bruises his ribs. He is out for the game. And then you have a battle of former Steelers starters, Mitch Trubisky's Bills, Kenny Pickett's Eagles. Who do you got, Steve?
Oh, give me Pickett's Eagles. Pickett's Eagles, man. Busted ribs and all. I don't know if he'll be healed up by then. Might be Tanner McKee's Eagles, to be honest. But yeah, Pickett. Well, for the story, Kenny Pickett, Super Bowl champion, to A.J. Brown for the game winner.
Oh, God.
Steve Palazzolo, 33rd team. Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, guys.
I love that hypothetical Pomp brought up. It really makes me smile.
So Steve would pay Watt, give him another contract.
Surprising. Well, it's not surprising when you hear what he said about like edge rushers count to building up the trenches, and he still thinks Watt's really good.
He doesn't think any team would trade for Minka's contract. But I haven't had this person get back to me. I haven't asked him, actually. I'm guessing the idea of trading Minka is as far-fetched to the Steelers as the idea of trading Watt.
Well, I would think so, in part because even though he didn't have a very good season, I think Tomlin still looks at him as like his extension of himself on the field. The way he goes about his business, the way he thinks football. I think Mike just feels like Minka's a kindred spirit in that way.
The Donnie Football Debrief is next. It's Donnie's biggest football topic of the day. Coming up at around 5 o'clock.
PMT Black and Gold Conference Championship Challenge.
Yes, a chance for you to win 2 tickets to see Jason Aldean, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops at Syracuse on Saturday, a 12:30 tip. You can listen to the game right here on the Fan pregame coverage at noon. The Jeff Capel Show tonight at 6. Check that out on the Fan or on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
You ever open your, stretch the old jaw there for a second, thought I might have pulled a muscle. Anyway, I'm good, though, and that's why it's a good thing that I'm good and I can talk, because I need to tell you about Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington, an awesome place, the place to go if you want to find the Mitsu that fits you. Starts with their inventory, the best when it comes to Mitsubishi in Western Pennsylvania, and it continues with a vehicle that is equally great in some of the inclement weather that we've been having, and when it comes to fuel efficiency. That would be the 2025 Outlander Hybrid right now. Just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 2024 Outlanders now up to $9,000 off, or you can finance at 0%. Like I said, they've got the best inventory when it comes to Mitsubishis. They're going to have the one you're looking for. Plus, when you get into a Mitsubishi, you're getting a lot of things, all those features you want, the safety, the all-wheel drive, and then the peace of mind that comes with an unbeatable 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. It's time for you to get your New Year deal your way. What a great day. Check them out in North Huntington or online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The January Fan Beer of the Month is Fire Whistle Brewing's Fire Whistle 139 Engine, a red ale. And the charity is the Parkinson Foundation of Western Pennsylvania.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
Coming up this Sunday, Pro Football Conference Championship Weekend, AFC title game, Kansas City hosting Buffalo. Kansas City, about a 2-point home favorite, the total in the game, 47.5. And I know a lot of people think this is Buffalo's year. Buffalo beat Kansas City in the regular season, and everyone wants to see Kansas City lose. Well, I've got bad news for everybody, because Kansas City, I don't think is going to lose this game. Kansas City usually wins in these spots, and Buffalo doesn't, and Kansas City's got the better quarterback. Give me Kansas City to win Sunday against Buffalo. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Adam.
Yes, Doran.
You know what I love about Guardian Protection?
What do you love?
They make home security so smart, it's like having your own personal security team.
You're not kidding. And their video surveillance has 24/7 HD recording, motion alerts, even two-way audio, so you can check in anytime.
Plus, smarter analytics mean your cameras can tell the difference between people, animals, and vehicles.
And that's why they're the best. Visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN or call 1-800-PROTECT today. That's GuardianProtection.com/FAN. Call now for special offers.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
If you're just finding us, our listeners have taken the shows off the rails. An innocuous question that was asked by me to the guys about when you were a kid, who was the first person on TV you thought was hot?
First little crush.
And the horny guy quotient has just exploded. Texts, people want to call and talk about it. I probably should have made it one of our TRT topics. But I didn't want to make it. It would have
been the first time that like a non-mainstream sports topic would have won in forever.
Yeah, so I didn't do it. But I feel bad because Donnie's over there trying to get ready for the Donnie Football Debrief, and all of his mid-20 friends and people on our text lines are like, well, did you bring up Aaron Andrews? That's what one of my friends said. Did you bring up Aaron Andrews?
Why does your friend sound like a cross between Jermichael Finley and Nick Costas?
We actually... I don't even want to... Actually, this is fine. This is fine. I mean, is it? Nah, I'm not going to say it. Never mind.
What are you doing over there? Make up your mind.
No, I'm not going to do it.
Little self-censoring here, Donnie.
Yes, more self-censoring.
You've just put up the TRT. So your last 3 tweets are just incredible. I give Mike Tomlin a C- coaching for the 2024 season. How about you? The Pink Power Ranger was an absolute smoke show.
Yes, she was. Shout out Craig Riley for that one.
TRT, Total Request Thursday. What do you want us to talk about at 5:30?
Steelers quarterback concerns, Bills Chiefs, Pens fire sale, Pirates spending. And
I think
Steelers quarterback concerns, just winning in a landslide.
I think you should occasionally just on random days start throwing in a tweet like the Pink Power Ranger was a smoke show. Just be like, just say like, why didn't they ever show the guy's face on Home Improvement over the fence? Just random musings thrown in there.
Maybe
in the midst
I will.
of sports topics.
Donnie, what do you got for the debrief?
The debrief, January 23, 2025. We have the official dates for the 26th draft, which will be in Pittsburgh. I know we've had conversations about this. You guys could not be less excited about it. April 23 through 25 next year. But do we have any idea what or where the setup will be like?
Kind of. Not.
Are they trying to do like a Broadway thing, like in like a Nashville Broadway thing, where it's
just on the south side?
I think the stadium's going to be in the background somehow. They're going to use part of it's.
Wouldn't they try to put
very
like a big stage on Art Rooney
Avenue?
Yeah,
it's down near the stadium. It's not at the point. It's not in a location.
Can I tell you where it makes most sense to me, even though you'd be taking
away
up
from
valuable
the
parking?
stadium?
I would just let people almost just hang out in the big parking lots right there. You know what I mean? Like Gold 1. Have the stage on Art Rooney Drive or whatever, Art Rooney Avenue, and then like have the stadium be the backdrop. The stage would be kind of limited because it's the width of a street. But, I mean, you can build something out behind it. You know what I mean? You can have, like, a big heated area, tent, an interior thing, a tunnel, whatever.
I really think one of the conspiracy theories that is out there about that draft is accurate. I do think that the organization is conscious of the fact that they are going to host that draft. And so when it comes to 2026 draft picks, I think the Steelers would be loath, even more loath, to part with picks in that draft because that draft is going to be a showcase of Pittsburgh, and they don't want to be a bystander for it. They want to be very much involved in it.
Do you think that extends to they might not pick a quarterback this year? They might try to make a huge splash
No, but I do think the inverse is true where it wouldn't surprise me if moves get made to create more draft capital for that draft. So whether it's for a quarterback or just because they want
the ultimate draft home run, and this will never happen.
Eyes on them in 2026, so they have 2 first-round picks or something like that.
Donnie, here's the ultimate 2026 Steeler fan, like they're fanning themselves thinking about it. Team finally has a bad year, 4-13. Number 1 pick somehow. Arch Manning has a ridiculous year at Texas.
Okay.
Is awesome.
Yep.
Is the presumptive number 1 pick, shows off why people think he's going to be great.
Mm-hmm.
And the Steelers draft Arch Manning number 1.
Right. I think that like when you put the caveat in there that he has a monster year, that's right.
Yes.
Donnie, do you want Justin Fields as the Steelers quarterback in 2025 because you think they might suck with him? Is it the biggest reason why you want him here?
I wouldn't say that's the biggest reason why. I just now there's no reason for me to think that they could untap his potential because they've wasted several other players. But he's the one that just makes the most sense. And he's going to be cheap. You don't really have another good option for next season.
Saying that a lot about this team lately. You don't have another good option.
They don't. I mean, pay Justin Fields, like 10 to 12 million, or Russell Wilson 30? That's like the easiest decision that should be on their plate this offseason. I think he's the only guy, though, with potential of, hey, if we untap something here, maybe we do have our solution.
Man, he's
only, 26?
It would get really, really, really interesting if a team, say Tennessee, for example, just to throw a team's name out there, let's say they've already, because no one, they control the draft because they've got the first pick. What if they have their minds made up before free agency that they like Travis Hunter more than they like the quarterbacks? And then they decide that among the free agent options, just like Donnie said, the best guy is Fields. And now you've got another team. You can't just get away with getting him for $10 or $12 million. Let's say another team wants to pay him like a low-end starting quarterback. What the hell do you do then? Do you go up to Donnie? Do you go like 20 to 25 million on Fields if you have to? You still do it then?
I probably wouldn't go past 20.
And then if you don't and you lose out on him, well, then what do?
Hey, Russ.
You go back to Russ with hat in hand?
Last call at the bar. Russ, you up?
Who else we think will be out there?
Starting quarterback
Darnold.
Kyle Allen. Not much. What was the number I threw out there when Pony, rightly at the time, killed me for saying I would give Fields a contract extension right now? What were we quoting that at?
I think it was around 25 million.
Yeah, I thought we said 25.
I was hoping it would be lower, and then I'd say, maybe that wasn't so bad of an idea after all. They're in purgatory, closer to hell, I guess, with that position. They're as rudderless as a team is.
I'll give you another one. I wouldn't rule out Cleveland on Fields. They know their fans would want him.
Ohio State guy,
exactly,
high character guy to finally wash the stink of both Watson and Jameis, who's not a high character guy at all. Stefanski probably would love to have a guy who's truly mobile. Man, as much as I think Stefanski, he was also going to call plays. Did you guys see that? He said, I reserve the right to change my mind as to when I'll call plays or how much. I do think he would probably get more out of Fields than Arthur Smith did.
There's only, if you believe, and so far there's no reason for me not to think this way, if you believe there's only two guys, Sanders and Ward, who teams believe can be starting quarterbacks day one or very soon after day one in this draft, and there are definitely more than two teams who need a quarterback, once you get past those two players, what are the rest of the teams going to do? And I think Fields would at least, I don't think Russ is, but I think Fields is on the radar for those teams. You've got Darnold in there too. But I actually think Darnold's going to sign back in Minnesota.
So do I, actually. I think he might have nuked his chances with other teams.
I won't say nuked, but I think he's going to be the most comfortable there.
Well, that's what I mean. He'll look at situation
after his
just take
odyssey.
Being a backup.
No, I think he'll start. I mean, I don't think J.J. McCarthy will be ready, first of all. And I think it'll be a situation where they give him a few years and it's not really all that much guaranteed. So I think they might pay him like a $30 million quarterback, but they can get out of the contract after this season would be my guess.
Yeah, he'll take a short-term payday. And, hey, if I play really well again, maybe I parlay it into something. I get bummed out every time we try to run through the machinations of, Steelers.
All right, Donnie, give us other hot girls then, or hot actresses and TV stars that people are texting in for.
I got one for you, Donnie. I'll help you out. Two of them, TV moms. Well, no, one was Aunt Becky, Lori Loughlin from Full House. How about Suzanne Summers from Step by Step?
Oh, that's
I think somebody sent that in.
She did
Farrah Fawcett for the older crowd.
How about Cheryl Teagues for the older crowd, too? Those are two great picks.
Well, I told you guys I had a friend say Veronica Vaughn from Billy Madison.
No, we're talking the 1970s growing up crowd.
I'm just saying, but yeah, that was the 1970s growing up crowd.
Suzanne Summers, Stone Cold Babe, back in the day.
How about Mrs. Brady?
Carol.
What was her name? Was it Florence Henderson? Then you had your Jan Brady and your Marsha Brady. Marsha.
Marshall.
Oh, wow. Cook texted me for the first time in months on
this. Here we go.
Did he say Catherine the Great?
He said Eleanor Roosevelt.
B. Arthur.
I'm trying to think of who was the first star of silent film.
Betty White.
He goes, Cleopatra.
Did you say Betty White?
Yeah. That Cleopatra was something else, boys.
Cook texting Eve.
Somebody really big fan of
the biblical tale of Ron and Eve.
We got a really big fan of Mrs. Cleaver on the text line.
Oh, okay.
Cindy Crawford.
All right. So.
Ooh. That last one.
Jason Aldean tickets.
Wait,
We've
can you play it again?
Yeah, we got 2 of them to give away. The key is you have to win.
PMT Black and Gold Conference Championship Challenge.
No strings attached to these tickets. 2 for you. 412-928-9370. All you have to do is win this contest. 412-928-9370.
PMT Black and Gold Conference Championship Challenge.
Texter wants to know why there's a thunder and lightning sound effect with it. I don't know.
It does sound like you're making like a Dracula thing. Also, Caleb has maybe done his worst thing ever to us.
If you want to go see Jason Aldean, 412-928-9370. You just have to win. If you know Steelers football, this is the contest for you. And, hey, maybe a Valentine's Day gift for somebody, special someone. You got a country music fan out there in your life? 412-928-9370. We'll come back with that. Fittipaldo next hour, 2 on the Steelers. Don't go anywhere. It's the PM team. First, a message from Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. It is about Universal Windows Direct. My friends over there at Universal Windows Direct can help you out if this has been a time of suffering, all this cold weather outside, because your windows have been leaking in all that cold air. They're just not doing a good job, and your energy bills are going up as a result. You're really getting beat up on that front, and the house isn't comfortable. That sucks. That's a double whammy of bad things. Let Universal Windows Direct fix it with their windows, which have their exclusive Super Spacer technology that has them performing better and lasting longer and keeping your home comfortable while your energy bills stay lower. Great offer right now from Universal Windows Direct. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there is no limit, plus 36 months of no-interest financing. Even better, if you've already received a quote from another company, bring it to Universal Windows Direct, and they'll beat it. Simple as that. So don't let all this weather in the winter, this cold air, do more damage to your home or to your wallet. Call Universal Windows Direct today, 412-545-6003. Schedule your free in-home estimate or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game presented by Hyundai. After stunning top-seeded Detroit, Washington will face off with Philadelphia in a heated rivalry, game to punch their ticket to the big game. On the other side, led by their star quarterback, Kansas City will look to push their luck for a three-peat against a surging Buffalo team. Now you can buy a new Hyundai from the comfort of your own home at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, bike shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
and 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO, DYW, and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Turn up the heat at GetGo Cafe and Market. Check out GetGo's new sweet and spicy chicken sandwich. It's a spicy chicken filet with a kick of Market District hot honey, melted cheddar, and crispy bacon on a pretzel bun. Try GetGo's sweet and spicy chicken sandwich today. Download the GetGo app and get a free order of tots. Then use the app to discover deals, track perks, and find a GetGo near you. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And you can work out your way on your time at any convenient location near you. Most open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends January 31st. See Home Club for details.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO, DYW, and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See yourself in the new 2025 Kia K4 LXS and lease for just $195 a month. Or purchase with special low APR starting at 2.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. See what you get free. Lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. It's time to zero in on a new vehicle. Right now at number one Cochrane locations, you'll love getting a whole lot of nothing. That's because you can choose from 0% APR financing or 0 down payment lease options. With 20 new car brands and more than 5,000 new vehicles available, number one Cochrane has the region's largest selection, hands down. So what are you waiting for? Zero in on a new vehicle and get 0% APR financing or a 0 down payment lease. It's all going on now at your local number one Cochrane store and Cochrane.com. Offers may not be available at all locations. Cost per $1,000 finance varies with vehicle, APR, and term length. Limited time only featured leases may include manufacturer offers available to select customers only, subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer. May not stack with other offers. Ends 1/31/25.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX.
Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The 64th Annual World of Wheels Custom Auto Show, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, January 24th through 26th, David Lawrence Convention Center, Pittsburgh. Discount tickets exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. See America's finest hot rods, customs, trucks, motorcycles. The cars are the stars. All weekend. World of Wheels Custom Auto Show, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, January 24th through 26th, David Lawrence Convention Center, Pittsburgh.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop, with new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of a disabled vehicle on the outbound side of the Parkway East between Edgewood, Swissvale, and Wilkinsburg. You'll see delays from the Birmingham Bridge through the tunnels to the scene of that incident. Inbound side of the Parkway East, you're backed up from Wilkinsburg into the tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunizer.
Maybe you've already broken that weight loss resolution, but 2 men and a junk truck can still help you shed some serious weight. Let's start with that cluttered garage. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Quack, quack. Penguins and Ducks tonight at 10 in Anaheim. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com.
That's TopDogLaw.com.
TNT